Right, ladies and gentlemen, I see my microphone is a little bit peaky. Guys, welcome to Empire Duels, the Open Qualifiers. Let's quickly test the sound and talk to the people.
Yeah, I'm so happy that woman invited me to cast with her. It's such a pleasure. Hopefully, I will not mess up too many times, but yeah.
So, Anatan, you've been streaming for a little while. I know you've been streaming a lot more consistently recently. How has streaming been treating you?
Yeah, I'm trying to be a full-time streamer. Like, Beastie, my idol right now. Like, he's a decent pro player, like top 5, top 4 maybe.
Oh!
And he's a huge content creator, wow. And I wanna be like him.
You wanna be like him?
So far, so good, yeah.
The funny thing about Beastie is when you look at his history, I don't know if you know how Beastie got started, but he used to be a StarCraft 2 pro, obviously, back in the day. And when I met him, I had no idea who he was. I thought he was just like we were at the IESF World Championships, and he was just there. I saw people behind me, and I thought they were speaking Russian, and I love a Russian accent. Back then, for South Africans, the sexiest thing in the world is any Slavic type of accent. Oh my goodness. So I turned around. I looked at all these Serbian men. And I was
Not Russian.
Not mine. No, they were Serbian, but I thought they were Russian because I did not even know Serbia was a country. So I turned around and I'm like, oh, you guys speak Russian very deliciously. Nobody smiled. And then one guy was like, we are not Russian, we are Serbian. And I'm like, okay, cool. So then I started grabbing name tags and I started reading them in the worst Russian accent I could, like Alexander, Vladimir. And I just went through, and they were like, oh, you say it so well. I'm like, yes, it's fake Russian accent. It does perfect. So Beastie comes from the corner. We see each other, eyes locked. And now we're married. It took a few years, though. We did get there. He was...
Yeah, just a few years.
Yeah, a few years. More. So I met him in South Korea and throughout the years, I remember coming to Serbia and he was like trying to get up and just win a cup here and there. Just a little bit of here, a little bit of there. And then we started the YouTube channel. I was doing the shitty thumbnails. The thumbnails were awful, but we were all learning from scratch. And after a few months, it just blew up completely. So
did Beastie pay you or when you were his editor?
No.
Oh.
I get paid in wife, I guess.
I mean, it's fine, yeah.
Cuddles and yeah, it's always a little bit easier when there's someone helping at the back. But no, he's definitely, he grew from 0 to where he is today just by playing StarCraft, making videos people like, and then when AoE came out, he took a very big jump. I think he actually went from 200 to 900 average the moment he switched to AoE. So when you see an opportunity, jump on it and just freaking go.
Yeah, video about him from Basset was like pretty huge. It was like telling all his history. It was really nice to see it.
Yeah,
but yeah, Beastie is God. What can I say?
Now, who is your favorite pro player? Who do you like the most?
It's hard to tell. Like, I think Marine Lord or Beastie.
Marine Lord or Beastie.
Yeah. Like Marine Lord, you know, he's so funny. He's just spitting. He's just insulting like everyone and come and win every tournament.
Yeah, that's true. He is. If you ever meet Marine Lord in real life, just remember he's gonna trash talk the shit out of you. But I think it's his love language. When he was playing with Lyra, the French player that I played with in my TV2 tournament recently, she was a little bit worried because Marine Lord wasn't trash talking her, and they had to play together for a tournament. He was saying like, "Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it, it's fine." And then she was like, "I don't know what's wrong, but I don't know if he doesn't like me or something." And then the second time they played together, he was like, "Are you shit here? Why is your head not working?" And she was like,
okay.
"That's fine." Now he's more comfortable. So it's a love language, the moment he speaks to you like that. All right. So Anatan, we're going to go soon into our first match. Now, what we have here is we're going to go look at Knock Knock and Deniskaya. So can you, as the professional... Oh, I'm speaking only of the Reddit headphone. I will fix that in a second, guys.
Okay.
We check the sound.
So yeah, I know both of these players. Like Knock Knock is like super strong Taiwanese player. He performed well at some qualifiers. Like I think for Red Bull he got like into top 64. It's not so bad, to be honest. And Deniskaya, he's from Russia. He's like top team game player. I think he played a lot versus Baltune, and he was quite success. Yeah, found some success in team games.
In team games? In
Yeah.
team games, okay. So, are either of these players... Like, when we saw you coming up in the scenes, people were like, oh, Anachad is actually... He's playing really well. Do you think that this is something that we were going to see from either of these players? Or have they not shown that kind of performance just yet?
Yeah, I think maybe Knock, but Deniska, he's like Russian Jiggly, you know? He's just coming to the chat, say hi, saying some like funny things, and that's all. And
Okay.
he's playing only nice, so... Not Deniska, surely. But Knock, yeah, he got like really good potential.
Knock Knock has really good potential. That's funny because I've never heard the name before. So this is for me something interesting to see. Now, do either of these players have like a signature civ that we need to be aware of?
I think Deniska loves like his knights, is like French, GD, or Rus. Also, his English quite strong.
His English.
But Knock, I think Knock plays almost like every civ.
Oh my goodness. To me, that is still absolutely insane. The fact that people can play all the civilizations at such a high level. Now, guys, before we get into like all the history of these players, we know it's Dark Age. Things are not happening as quickly as we want them to, right? But there is something cooking, and that is the beautiful, beautiful barracks from our Mongol player. Now, as we know, Mongols famous for their tower rushing, and especially now with French having a forward gold. Is this something that could already end the game here for Deniskaya, or do you think...
Oh, yeah, I think especially with their opening, Deniska might be in a little trouble. Like, because spears can burn money camp and mill, I think.
Yeah, I think the spawn is quite unfortunate here for Mr. Deniskaya. I'm trying not to say this name and remembering that his real name is Deniskaya because I'm going to keep making mistakes. But we can see he already pulled off a gold. I think he's just trying to get enough for the age up and then go for it. But are we going to see some... with a name like I Love Deadcock, are we going to see a Chamber of Commerce? Or do you think he's going to play this safe against Mongols?
Think, yeah, he'll play not Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. Almost got way too
can you
excited.
check TC range? Maybe also spears can burn house? Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
The TC range for me has been a little bit iffy in previous games. So basically, I'm really struggling to see the distance because even though they're standing here, they still sometimes gets hit.
Yeah, sometimes it's really bugged. But what can we do?
Oh, I think this is something... Oh, don't know if it's been fixed in the latest patch. Who knows? Oh my god, we saw Chamber of Commerce. Did I just...
Oh no. In
Guys.
the angle, what are you doing?
This is going to be destruction. The problem...
What a chat.
Yeah, this is the first cock of any tournament. And I think with a name like what the Niskaya shows, I Love Deadcock, it's no longer dead. It is just the Chamber of Commerce.
It's alive.
It's very much alive.
Okay, now Spears is coming, and what Deniska will do? Yeah.
Oh,
Good micro by him, yeah.
Yeah, he cancelled that completely. Oh my gosh, it looks like Knock Knock is overextending and he's very quick on the fingers. Might even get a little spearman as a reward. And we see they do make it out alive. But the villagers...
Yeah, now he will try to build burn house, and yeah, he can do it, looks like. Or not.
The thing is now, he doesn't have access to gold, but we do see he got his first upgrade, so the first trader should be popping out for free. And he does have enough to get another upgrade as well. We can see here... Ooh, I was going to say... Oh, that's more than enough. He can even get horticulture from here. But we do see with the amount of villagers that is on the wood, he is going to go for a production building to try and shut these bad boys down.
Yeah, but still he has no production. It's like 6 spears, but I wonder if Knock can build tower in time. Like, and where he will put tower. I really don't know. Like, where is he going? For wood?
Yes, he is. Now, this is something we've been seeing a lot from Mongols recently. You know, if the gold isn't the deciding factor in the game, and he did find that spot, as we talked about earlier. So, when gold isn't the deciding factor in this game, and denying wood has been a very good second choice. But this might just be Deniskaya keeping things fresh. Now, we do see the first trader popping out with 70 gold on its back. So, this might be a little bit of a distraction if Knock Knock does not shut down this trader. And he doesn't have the scout on top of this either.
Yeah, looks like he didn't scout Cock yet. I don't know. And also, Deniska can trade with Wood if his wood line will be in trouble. Because he's French, yeah. He can choose whatever resource for trade he want.
Yeah, the thing is, he can also just move his villagers over here once this does get denied, and it will require a very big investment just to get that tower back up. We do see the first archers snacking on these guys, and the villagers are pulled, so they do need to be careful because he can lose one or two. Well, there's a lot of
Yeah,
spearmen.
it can be painful.
Villager does cancel the tower, and it was so close to being done. This is a complete denial, but the spearmen are on top.
Yeah, but it's a lot of idle time. I don't know if it works, but probably it's fine. Oh, also look at the Echo count, like 27 for French already. With Cock, it's so massive Echo advantage. Wow.
Yeah, yesterday was the first time I actually went into French, because I'm not a French player by any means. And I tried to go for the cock, and I didn't realize how strong the economy is, just because of this
Oh
fast
no,
village production.
wolves eat poor villager.
Oh, rest in peace.
Here on top.
Damn.
H.
The first kill over to the wolves. Nature takes its toll. Now, we do see here that Mr. Deniskaya is going back onto gold, which is going to be quite important for him just to keep producing these traders, because right now he was just able to do the ones for free, but the spearmen are causing a little bit of trouble. The thing is now, are we going to be seeing a lot more pressure from Mr. Knock Knock? Now, a lot of Mongol players go for trade on this map, back before the patch hit. Why are people going for deer stones now?
Because of hunters, obviously, but I didn't find a lot of success in ladder. But to be honest, demo killed me, like only Mongo Dice and hunters yesterday, so maybe the Knock Knock will do the same. We'll see.
Okay, so the Kana Hunters has been impactful enough for people to choose the deer stones over the other landmark. Now, do we still, as a Mongol player, do you still go for trade behind all of this?
Yeah, I think with this market, it's obviously all good to go for trade.
Yeah,
I think when angle market it's better than TC actually, because it pays off so quickly than TC.
But we do see Knock Knock kind of going quite heavily for units. He's double stabling it up. He's got an archer range, got a barracks. And with the spearman pressure, he doesn't get to shut down the trade, but he does get a little bit of damage on it. It will be easy to pick up, or if you are getting your Keshiks in the opponent's base. And we do see the Keshiks are in queue. Now, is he double producing? Yes, he's double producing these bad boys, and they're going to be snacking on these traders at the back. So Mr. Deniskaya needs to make some units here to deal with those.
Yeah, probably he need to scout double stable and make some barracks, even he's French. Also, it's quite funny how meta is changing, like before then, the Mongols always were trading and French trying to stop them. But now French is trading and the Mongols just trying to prevent trade. Wow.
This is something that's actually quite amazing, and as Anatan mentioned a little bit earlier, the French is just economically so far ahead because of this high trade house, and as I said, because of this fast villager production as well. He hasn't been making any traders except for the free ones that he gets from the upgrades, but I wouldn't be surprised. Up there we go. The forestry comes in and the next trader is in queue. And remember guys, they pop out after 15 seconds now, but the Mongols, he's on the prowl.
Yeah, also the funny thing about trades that you can just not make trades, like only two traders and make full army, and your opponent can't just scout it. It's so hard to scout trade amount and attack in right time. But now Knock Knock is stacking, and like you can see army count is almost even.
And the problem is Keshiks are quite chunky. They do take a big hit, but they are not as chunky as knights. The villager might go down, he does get it, and the knight is taking a little bit of damage. But where's that second knight? We do see there's another one on the map. But where are you hanging out, good sir? Oh, they were running around the back. Unfortunately, just being out of position for this fight.
Also, it's already blacksmith for Deniska, and maybe he will research +1 damage for archers soon, and Keshiks, it will be hard for Keshiks so much if he will do it.
I can imagine, because now you see he's already got the +1 here, and our Mongol player doesn't have the opportunity to do this just yet. We do see the blacksmith being dropped right now. These guys are looking for a flank, but the walls have been set up on the other side. We do see the horses also getting to the back line already. So I think this is where Deniskaya might need to decide, okay, where am I going to defend this? These guys won't be breaking these down anytime soon, but he's going to lose some of these free traders. The thing is, they've paid off.
Yeah, I think so. Plus, to be honest, I think it's a good idea by Deniska not really stop trade before walls. Like, He just wanna wall his trade off and only then just go for full trade.
So he knows how to transition out of here. But we do see the knights going to clean up these boys at the back. The wall is coming up, but this villager might be in danger of being, you know, taken down, especially when you have 2 Keshiks behind your base. Now, what I'm expecting to see is just getting that mass and pushing across the map. Because when you are this far ahead economically, you know your French, you know your opponent is not trading. You just have the stronger economy. So maybe he's just waiting for those upgrades, because he got +1 here too. And the knights are chasing them away. But the army is looking kind of scary here from Mr. Knock Knock.
I'm really surprised that it's already 9 wheel difference. Maybe Knock Knock idling his TC a bit? I'm not quite sure.
That would be a very big surprise, actually. We do see that happening, actually, the moment you mention it. And this is Conqueror 3. I'm actually really happy how relatable this is. So it means I'm not that far off.
Yeah, right.
I've smelled Conk too. I haven't touched it yet, but I've been 2 points off of Conk 2 several times. So I really want to be able to relate to these players and see like, oh, they are human too. Now Knock Knock is moving around and he is going to try to go for this wall over here. He doesn't realize there's a hole over here as well. So the problem is you do have Keshiks, but again, that's a very heavy amount of knights. They do clamp down on this, and Keshiks do go down. The problem is this is a very expensive loss, but the spearmen are here to help.
Yeah, Deniska need to move off whole army here because Knock Knock really trying to kill this wall. Also, Knock Knock will have also +1 range armor, and no, Deniska not. So maybe fight will be good for Mongol player.
This is the fight that I feel like Mongols needs to win, though. The moment you get to this point where your opponent's eco is just a slight bit better than yours, it is kind of a snowball. So with them breaking into here, we know the trade has stopped. We're not too focused on the trade at the moment. No new traders are coming out. These are all just the free boys. But now, this is a fight that Knock Knock needs to be careful of. Because once Mongols does overwhelm you, you're really going to struggle getting back in there. But this is a very healthy set of archers. He does get the +1 ranged armor now too. But Knock Knock, he's knocking at his door. He's getting siege engineering too.
Oh, so scary fight for Mongol. I think his reinforcements so need to go for so long time. And for me it will be so monks to go here. But 3 knights, yeah, trying to cut off reinforcement and maybe Knock Knock will make it. We'll see.
With the 3 knights, you always want to keep raiding your opponent's base, even when you know that the boys are pumping at yours, because you need to make sure that you idle their eco to ensure that you can stay ahead with those numbers. But the archers are going to try to snipe down the spearmen too, so the knights can have a field day. They actually target the archers. He doesn't care about the spearmen.
Oh, I think these few spears can do some damage here. Oh, he's losing knights here. But the fight goes well for him. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Mr. Dinaskaya is just going to snowball from here. Knock Knock is going to be in danger. We do see those knights going down at the back, but the traders have found a different route as well. He's just making sure that this is staying alive. The Khan goes down, and you know what Lennox said about the Khan, right?
Yeah, GG.
Yeah,
But
Khan die, I
from
die.
this point, it will be so hard to come back for Mongols. Maybe he need to stop his trade also, but he will be so far behind.
Especially now because you're playing against French, that's actually really good at denying you the moment you get out of base, and we see he's out here on the external food sources. And with the knights being so chonky, you're just able to run into these towers and do fine, especially with that +1 defense he already has.
Yeah, I mean, and Knock Knock now not even producing army. He's, I think, a bit not knowing what to do. Like, he needs some time to get in shape after this fight.
He is trying to do a little bit of damage here on the trade, but he needs to get a nuclear bomb at this point to take these bad boys down, because those units are just not going to be able to catch up here, and the army is coming to knock at your door. The traders are running for their lives, though.
And I think now Dinskan knows that Mongol player on Deer, so he don't wanna attack main TC, he wanna attack foot from Mongol player, and he probably will succeed in it.
Ooh, and we do see the first trader going down, but the problem is there's a really scary army on the way to the food villages. Luckily, he does have his 2 towers here, but those guys are just made out of wood and no reinforcements, so they might actually be in a lot of danger. He does decide to rather go for the army, though, and this is a very, very tiny army.
Oh yeah, but now he knows that the whole Dinska army is here. So maybe it's good.
Oh, it is, because we can see here he's just again going there to raid. Now, when he's gonna go and raid, he just wants to keep shutting down the trade, but the traders are still perfectly fine, waiting here at the back, and the wall has been repaired, but the boys are collapsing on the food. The villagers have run away for their lives. The boys make it out alive today.
Yeah, now it's like a real problem for because of food for Mongol. Like he need to make pastures, and it's not really good investment when it's not in Uwu range, and it's not in Uwu range.
Oof. So the Uwu, oh, definitely not getting the value that you would usually see from the pasture with those fast sheep coming out. They did buff that though. Do you think the buff was significant enough for them to actually matter?
I think not really. They just trying to do it normally after sheep nerf because of it. Yeah.
Also, just because of the sheep nerf, so it wasn't really a buff, it was just an equalizing. They were just fixing a previous... Now, do you think that Mongols in general as a civilization is in a bad place? Or do you think this patch has fixed them?
To be honest, when I saw patch, I thought like, nah, like Hunters so bad, but I wanna say again, yesterday demo just humiliated me with Mongodice, Hunters, and Keshiks. Like his army was so mobile and I can do anything. So maybe it's now like new way to play with Mongols, like only units, mounted units. Like you can't have walls, so you need to have mobility probably.
But the fact that they do get the kind of hunters, I would love to see them in action. I know we're not going to see much today, but it is really amazing that we get some new units too. For me, it just keeps the game so fresh and it changes the strategy. But there's a fight at the back here. The Keshiks are kind of getting punctured here by the archers, though. There's a lot of them. And I think a lot of the pro players have been going for these heavy archer compositions because archers are just that good at the moment. These guys are knocking at the front door, though, but the knights are ready to push them back.
Yeah, and plus French don't really need spears in this point because your knights just better, and it's Mongol player needs to deal something with knights. So you actually like countering spears in advance with French, with mass archer bow.
I can imagine this is just a really tough fight for Mongols because they don't have anything to deal with this mobility from the knights. Especially if your raiding is just not possible due to the wondrous invention of walls. These knights are hoping to get a charge off and they might get another... Keshik goes down.
And Deniska go in Castle Edge and look at knock base, like just pastures and all like idle, I think.
Yeah, and these villagers...
It might be GG.
Oh, the villagers are falling like flies. The rest of them coming back in, carrying their little wood. But they might just call it a day from here.
It looks so bad, but Deniska forgot about his job. Like, it's like 0 views on Guildhall. Maybe it misclicked by him? Not sure.
Maybe he just wanted the thought of it. Reminding himself, hey, I am okay. I can just age up behind. No, he definitely misclicked. But when you are busy attacking, getting under your opponent's TC, I can completely understand why it happens that you may be misclicking. So let's go back into our lobby, guys. That was the first game between Deniskaya and Knock Knock. Now, the French Mongols, French reign supreme. Do you think it's just because it's a better matchup for French? Or is it because he went for the cock?
I think maybe game plan by Knock was not ideal. Maybe his trade was a bad idea. Plus, his tower not even go up in Dark Age. Like, his 6 spears almost did nothing, to be honest.
Yeah, the spears just couldn't get that power out that we have heard about you saying, that we've heard you saying about Knock Knock. Now, guys, Anadand, for those of you who joined a little bit earlier, because I see a few more people of you have joined here, I just want to make sure you guys know, Anadand has said both of these players, Conk 3, a little bit of the closer ones in the top bracket. Knock Knock is seed 16 and Deniskaya is seed 17, so they are the closest rank between these two. Now, after this match, we will be going over to Myriad and Hom Senpai, which are also quite closely ranked. So let's see if Deniskaya can close this out with a 2-0 or if Knock Knock can take him down. Now, going into our next match, we have Delhi versus Malians, with Knock Knock being on Delhi. Do you have any opinions on the Delhi Malians matchup?
Oh, I think it's quite bad matchup for Malian, but Marilord shows that even Delhi can lose with this matchup. So yeah, we can see what will happen. I think it's like 60 for 40 in Delhi favor.
Now,
But maybe in new patch, Deniska will tie Malian to TC and it can cost him the game. We'll see.
No, that's what I was about to ask you. With the Malians, we have seen a lot more plays coming out of this. So, are we going to be seeing a lot of Malian 2 TCs, even against Delhi? Because Delhi is really good at denying that second TC, right?
Yeah, I think probably not versus Delhi, but like it's so hard to punish Malian TC. They just building TC on gold and just TCing with cows, with dribbling towers, and we can do anything about it. So, I think it's pretty strong.
We did see Deniskaya going for the cock last game, right? But the question is now, do we get Dome of the Faith out of Knock Knock? Or is Dome of the Faith still not better than the Tower of Victory?
I tried it a bit, and like now, price for monks, it's pretty good, but I think everyone will play old-fashioned way with Tower of Victory, mass units, and people just used to play it. So yeah, I think it will be Tower of Victory.
All right. And if Knock Knock takes this game, we do see that he has Abbasid and English left as his picks. Do you feel like either of these civilizations are going to do well against Japanese and JD?
Yeah, not sure about Japanese in the last patch. But yeah, I think overall I prefer ABBA English into GD Japanese. Like now ABBA economy with economic wing looks terrific. Like super good. And good old English, like 2TC White Tower, maybe.
Okay.
Still good.
Oh no, I'm definitely excited to see that, because as an English enjoyer myself, it's always hard for me to gauge, okay, can I just kill him or am I about to die? And JD is exactly that for me. But guys, our game has begun and we're about to load into game number 2 between Knock Knock and Deniskaya. So let's hop right in. Could you introduce the players for me, Mr. Anachad?
Yeah, we can see on the right side Mr. Knock Knock with orange collar. And Deniska. I love that. Okay, I love that cock, yeah. He's on the left side with his Malian.
Now, we, at lower ranks, I say lower ranks, guys, because I know a lot of us are just here learning. Delhi has been a civilization that is quite difficult to play at lower leagues. I think with the amount of things you have to remember in Delhi, it is definitely a difficult civ for us. But at higher ranks, where do you put Delhi? Is this an S tier civ, A, B, C?
To be honest, now I don't really like Delhi. It's pretty one-dimensional in high-level play. Like, just mass units in the second side, but maybe in new patch with some fast castle option, maybe Delhi can have some variety. But I think now it's like B tier.
Okay. And Malians, where would you put them?
For now, I think it's A tier with their economy. But main problem of Malian, if you have back gold, it's like almost S tier. If you have forward gold, you're dead. It's B tier or even C tier.
Okay.
It's very dependable, yeah.
This has always been a tough map for me. I struggle with Dry Arabia because of the sheep spawns that are just so complicated. In my opinion, every single time I go there, if I get 4 sheep, I'm happy, because I feel like my scouting on this map is absolutely terrifying. How do you feel about the sheep changes that we've seen in the latest patch?
I think it's not really helping much. Like the main idea was what like if your opponent having 15 ships, you will have less food, but you will still have less food too. So I think it's not really helped in situations where you're really unlucky with ship gamba, ship scouting. Yeah.
Sheep, it is kind of a gamba anyway with your scout going out there, but we see the Tower of Victory, and your predictions were correct. Tower of Victory coming out from a Delhi player, and the Mansa Quarry, as suspected, from the Malians. Now, most of us, when we're making the Mansakwari, we're always asking ourselves, how many villages do I age up with? And with the amount of villages we see here, we know he wants to get this out quickly. But let's quickly switch over to villager view. We see there's still 5 on food, and the question now is he just going to go for unit spam, or is he going for that second TC that everyone has been talking about to find out if it's actually good? But Mr. Dinaskaya here is just snacking on the sheep here. Delicious.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. But I can't really understand why 5 on foot. Like sometimes after a job you wanna keep 5th one because like you're really low on food and you need wood upgrade early on in village. But for now he already have 100 food and strange.
Time to pull it off. Now, the thing is, remember, Anatan, you are a top 8 player right now, and these players are not up there just yet. Do you think there's a really big divide between the top 50? Or do you think that these players take a game off of you?
I think everyone can do game of me, but because Arabia, ship count, yara, but in best of 5 it will be pretty hard for them.
Okay. I'm actually hoping to see either of these players just, pump out a 2-0. I love myself a 2-1, but on the other hand, I love Malians, and I would really like to see how Malians can stay ahead of this. But with the amount of resources he's floating here, we do see 10 on food as well. So I'm trying to understand what the plan is here, but the amount on wood... Oh, we do see the barracks. Okay, so he's going for the units, and he does get the double broad axe. I was like, oh, he's floating a lot of gold. Are we seeing that second TC? Because now, guys, the second TC does cost gold for the Malian players.
Oh yes, sadly now second TC it will be old-fashioned matchup. Mass units into Chaos and mass units into Sacrifice, and we'll see who will win.
Now this scout is dropping off quite a lot of sheep here. He's going to go and complete the rest of his scouting pattern. Trying to see what's at the back here. Do I have any sneaky gold? And sir, you do not. But you do have 2 over here. So the problem with these golds is they're quite exposed. And when we look over here on Knock Knock's side, he does have a pretty safe berries. And he could wall these off and protect these pretty well. So spawn-wise, I feel like Deniskaya got the beastie spawn and Knock Knock got a little bit of a Marine Lord spawn.
Yeah, I will agree with you. And but probably it doesn't matter for Knock Knock because Malian will go like only infantry units, so he can't really ride with them, probably.
You see the first javelin thrower has been queued up, and the blacksmith being dropped before the rest of the production buildings by the Ghazi Raiders on the way out. So if we're going to see an old school Delhi capture the sacred sites, try to keep their control, force him into sitting in his base until you get to castle first, that's going to be a good one. I'm actually really excited for it. We do see the amount of archers that you can usually pump out of Delhi doesn't really let those javelin throwers do the work they usually do. Because with javelin throwers, you're always trying to target fire to make sure that you don't lose, you don't overkill and you don't lose those javies because they are quite expensive. And with the amount of archers, you can just go right through them. They don't care.
Yeah. Also, I think Dinska like too scared of Delhi player. Like he not scouting well because he's still not Delhi player still not having monk in stable, I think. And usually you need to open with second pit mine if Delhi build blacksmith first. But Dinska was too scared and he just like goes into mass units when Delhi having some economic upgrades and tech upgrades. I mean, like. Blacksmith, yeah.
Well, like you said, he's just trying to play it careful. This is one of those very tough decisions you have to make because you're like, okay, if I do build it out here, he's instantly going to go for this and deny it. And we do see the scout is a little bit in danger here. These boys are running really, really fast. We do see, let's see, what is the speed here? 188? That is quite high. I need to see what the scout is from Malians instead too. We do see he's putting a few villages, I say a few villages, but this guy's just stuck here. He's putting 2 villages over here just so that he can get that gold and try to, I guess, get some cows going. He's on the external food, but he did go for the double mill, so I'm expecting to see the cow boom happening pretty early on.
Yeah. And Knock Knock going for Sacrifice. I mean, it's kind of strange that he's not putting monks in production, he just wanna get all upgrades faster, but it can be a bit gamble if Malian player will decide to punish him in Sacrifice war for it. But looks like Deniska will be too scared and he will just protect his gold.
And Deniska is just trying to get as much as he can. He gets the wheelbarrow quite late. He's been floating the gold a little bit. And this... Getting wheelbarrow is great, right? But you want to get it as early as possible, especially when you've been floating the gold. It just means that you've delayed yourself from getting that eco advantage. Especially with Delhi getting them for free early on. The Ghazi Raider almost gets snapped in half, though.
Oh, by the way, Ghazi Raiders get nerfed for 5 HP in Middle Age. But still not enough to die in this situation, sadly.
Sadly. Are you a fan of Ghazi Raiders?
Yeah, I like them when I'm playing Delhi, but I hate them when I'm not Delhi.
I'm really happy about the nerf, though.
I think it's not really will affect. They still OP, they still just running into my face and killing me.
Now we'll see if these Ghazi Raiders do get any kills. It does look like they will just charge in and get out. And the Ghazi Raider goes down. Now I think this might be due to the fact that we've been pushed over here. Corvinus, thank you very much for the raid. Big raid coming in from the Corvinus Chad. Now, guys, for those of you who just joined, this is Deniskaya against Knock Knock, our two closest seeds in this tournament. Let's see if these boys are going to be able to let the unfavored matchup, Malians, take down the Delhi. But with this amount of units, I'm kind of feeling a little bit scared for Delhi.
Yeah, but I think Deniska a bit overmight of spears, like almost 15 spears, so not sure about it. He need more javelin throwers.
Exactly. The amount of archers from Delhi is just going to make this so hard. Now, what makes it really cool for Donzos to deal with archers is that they can go, try to snipe, move back, and hope the recharge gets there. The problem is, Knock Knock is not the type of player that will let that happen. He knows to keep attacking and keep winning in the end of it. But we do see the production stopping now from Mr. I will keep wanting to say Deadcock, but instead Deniskaya. The first sacred site has been captured, though.
But to be honest, first sacred site at 10 minute mark looks not really well. How much costs that cock? Oh, big fight looks like it will be.
Yeah, this is
only 6 javelin throwers, not sure, like, yeah, Delhi player goes back, but...
This feels like a fight the Delhi player should have taken here, because he does have this archer advantage, and he is going to be able to snipe these bad boys when they come forward. But this is what you need to be careful of. The fact that you're moving out this far, and you're playing against Donzos that do have that range. The archers are trying to close in, and they're doing a great job at it. These Ghazi Raiders need to be careful, and they are. And this is not looking too great for Mr. Deniskaya just now. He's just getting picked off.
The main problem is that he didn't have +1 range armor, and archers can just almost successfully versus javelin throwers because of it.
And this is exactly what Knock Knock is now responding to. He's like, okay, I see that you are struggling against my archers. I'm just going to make more. And he's queued up 4, but only from 1 archery range. So I won't be surprised if he pops down another one anytime soon. And the second sacred site is capped. So we are going to be seeing our final sacred site being capped. And this is going to mean that Mr. Malians here needs to do some work pretty soon.
Oh yeah, now he will be cut off from gold, and Knock Knock will wanna research rams, so soon he'll try to disrupt mine, surely.
And once you shut down this thing, the cow eco stops. The thing is, there's a lot of cows here, but the fight has gone quite well here for Mr. Knock Knock. He does need to pull these villagers away, because they might be next in line. And Knock Knock is cleaning up this army pretty well. The thing is, yes, Knock Knock has cleaned up the army, but we do see these berries about to be depleted, and these boys are already out here on the deer. So that snowball that we usually see from Delhi, it's going to keep coming until Mr. Deniskaya does something about these external resources that Knock Knock is just getting for free.
Yeah, I think Deniska played too greedy, like, he was macro into Castle Edge, he stopped army producing, and it's not going for him too well.
Yeah, he just doesn't have that mobility that we usually see from Malians at this point. Even if you just have your scouts out here, then denying a little bit of the food, you're going to force the Delhi back and ensure that they need to respond to these. But now some of these houses will go down, and we know that Malians is not a civilization that likes to build houses in their base, because these things only give you 5 population. You want to build them around the pit mine. And we do see the second pit mine finally up, but the Delhi army can just reroute if they wanted to. The siege engineering is about to kick in, though.
And all three sacrifice is captured and timer has begun. But I think it will be so hard to Health versus Rampush from Delhi. We'll see.
He might just abandon this side completely and try to get that pit mine over here on the second one as well. The problem is Knock Knock does have the ability to just close in on this. He's trying to get that last bit of gold. He's going castle. So even through all of this, Deniskaya says, I think castle might be the answer, but the problem is you stop producing, and he gets the Grand Fulani Karol. We don't have a lot of our cows settled in yet, but he is going to get that food spike a little bit. Oof, but the Donzos are going to fall to the amount of archers we see here, and Knock Knock is knocking at his base. The villagers are running with the gold in their hands, but the Ghazi Raiders are collapsing on top of them. This is going to be a destruction.
Yeah, looks like he will not have any army to upgrade in Castle Age, sadly.
And this is the problem. When you're aging up, you just can't lose too much. But we do see 6 villagers going down. These archers are... They did target fire for a bit, but they realized, let's just kill the army. The Ghazi Raiders are on top of these javelin throwers too. The villagers did do a little bit of work, but at what cost?
Yeah, already 10 will lost. And it looks like it will be even more. Yeah, not sure how Dinska will come back this. Yeah, looks super hard. And I will bet that he will not finish on mark in time, like, at all.
The villagers are being pulled though. He's like, I need this, guys. I actually need this. So, he's doubling down. See, the army will get cleaned up that's in here right now, but the boys are arriving. We see more and more just running on in. And the Ram is just pushing away at this. He's doubling down. He says, I'm gonna get this up no matter what. But this one javelin thrower is trying his best.
Oh yeah, I was wrong, he finished it, but it's still only 9 calls and you lost 20 wheels. It's not really good compensation for it.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit of extra cow food, but your cow food is not going to be enough to produce enough army to take care of these. So let's quickly go to the resources per minute. We see now it's at 300. It should spike a little bit more, and he's also put some villagers on these dead cows. So he does transition to stables though. Are we going to see some sofa plays from our Malian player? And
yeah, but it's quite hard to spam sofas with this food per minute amount. So yeah, I think Delhi doesn't even need spears at this point.
And he is not making spears because he knows he doesn't. At this point, you've got enough archers. You should be able to clap them. The sofas are queued up, but this is going to be quite hard to sustain. And we see the gold is not looking great either. He doesn't have any gold over here on this side either. It's just the pit mine income at the moment. So these stables are just not going to be able to produce anything.
Yeah, his wheels are just moving around, so much idle time, and he still doesn't have any army. And Knock Knock is getting ready for second dive into main TC.
Yeah, he's just getting ready to take down everything. And when he gets these production buildings too, it's going to be so hard. But I don't know. I feel like Deniskaya might just be thinking, okay, what am I gonna do next game? What is the matchup I pick? Because now I'm in a situation where it's 1-1. And this is not a position you want to be in a tournament where it's just a best of 3. You want to get those 2 zeros, and right now it's going to be 1-1, and this is anyone's series. Villagers are desperately trying to get into the TC. The archers don't care, they're just diving.
Yeah, not sure if he will hold it. He was moving around from other side of woodline. Yeah, it's a good trick, but not sure. Oh, and he spotted gold and second pit mine. So yeah, I think the game will be over soon.
I think he's just trying to think about the next game. What am I gonna do? Or maybe he's holding on to a dream where the Delhi runs out of food and he is just gonna be able to overrun him, but there's no way. Look at these guys just freely farming. The sofas are trying their best, but remember guys, these are feudal age sofas. So he calls it, he says, I've had enough. The Malian Delhi matchup was just not made for me. And let's go quickly look at that graph. A timeline here.
Oh yeah.
Hmm?
I mean, you see, the main problem, he stopped his production, and it cost him the game. I think if he macroed a bit more better, like more unit production, more units, maybe he will be fine. I think so.
So instead of going for that castle age, you just go for the unit production instead, and that is the answer to survival. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a bit more units affiliation. Maybe, just maybe you can punish Delhi a bit later on.
Now, on our final match here, because this is a best of 3, so 1-1, we are going to see a final, but as you can see on the screen here, we have a Japanese versus Abbasid on a map that hasn't been, you know, as standard as it used to be. How are you feeling about this situation we have in front of us? Japanese versus Abbasid on Golden Heights.
Oh, I think it might be hard for Japanese to survive in the Castle Age. Also, this map is still kinda gamble. Who will brought more wheels to water? I heard, I heard how Beastie likes this map, and I think it's a bit too gamble.
So
Everyone can win.
You think that they will just bring more villagers to water?
I think maybe Abbasid will go fast village for military wing, because military wing looks so good versus Japanese to punish gold and maybe make ram and kill this dog. We'll see.
Now that's something that I've talked to Beastie about as well. I've asked him, how do you feel about those the Abbasid and Ayyubids that's always able to deny? And I know now that Camel is delayed, but with Abbasid on hybrid maps, you do have this insane ability to just pump out the units and go take down the dock. You just chop a little bit of extra wood, you get the ram, you take down the dock, and before they can age up, they're already in a lot of danger. And even if he ages up and gets Shinobi, it's not going to be that easy because Shinobi are not going to deal well with 2 spearmen and 2 archers. So, do you think that Abbasid just has an advantage in this case?
Yeah, I think Japanese will have rough times in early feudal. But if Japanese can survive, I think in Castle Age there is no chance for Abba to survive.
Okay.
Even after Yorshiro nerf.
So, with Japanese now having that cheaper TC or the TC upgrade, the Daimyo Mana, is this a really big change for the game?
Yeah, now it's pretty nice to have Daimyo only after some gold mining.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's pretty nice, but Yorishiro nerf was kinda significant still.
And you were right, by the way. Knock Knock says, I'm just going to go fast feudal while our Japanese player is going straight for the water. And we do see the one deep water fish is quite close, so this is going to be quite good if he can get this off. But Knock Knock, he's going to knock with a ram on that dock at any point, moment he starts aging up.
Yeah, and plus he just can build his dock like while he's jumping, just do fast galley. Plus he can just punish forward woodline with his military wing, because yeah, woodline on this map is always nightmare.
Yeah, it is a difficult thing to transition out of, but let's quickly look at what our spawns look like for this map. And honestly, I think Knock Knock got the better spawn here, especially because he's going to be in the driving seat at the start, right? He's got his gold. Both of them have a backwards-ish gold. On this map, I don't know if this is called it backwards or front. But what I like about Knock Knock spawn is he's got a gold on each side. So when the pressure comes from here, it's going to be easy to pull your villagers over here and get this on a pretty good spawn or spot. While on the other side, Deniskaya, he has both his golds here. And this is going to be quite hard to keep control of.
Yeah, and the Abbasid player can just maybe even rush both goals, and Deniska will be really in trouble after that.
Yeah, that's something I didn't even think about. We've been focusing on the dock the whole time, but unfortunately, there is that position. Once you have it with those amount of military units, it's so hard to get back. So, House of Wisdom game popped down. Obviously, we're going to be seeing a military wing early game. But now my question is, because the water is going to get denied, do you still go for Shinobis? Or do you go for the other landmark? Do you go for the Korra Storehouse?
Yeah, I think still Shinobis, because I'm not sure where Knock Knock will rally his military wing. Like, maybe he'll just build dock with his wheel and go for military wing in gold or for wood. We'll see. So yeah, I think Shinobi is still a good option.
Okay, Shinobi is still the answer. We do see, though, the military wing being clicked up, and this is 1 minute and 35 seconds, and we're going to be seeing where these boys choose to go. Now, Japanese here, we see instantly going on the gold, so the age up is going to be a little bit late. They can, however, decide to go for a faster age up by pulling more vills, so there might be an answer at dealing with a dock drop by getting that galley. Like I said, he might bring a villager and build his own dock.
Also, a problem for that cock, the Deniska, I mean, that he overchopped all struggle trees, and now he didn't have any save wood, I mean. So, not sure what he will do with military wing.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. Both of the players, their wood is quite far from the TC, and it's quite a consistent spawn. I didn't realize the spawns could be this consistent on this map. Now, with the straggler trees, we do have a backwards wood line we can put over here. We do have one here, but neither of them being in TC range. Now, we do see a second TC being plotted here. I did not expect that on this map.
Yeah, it's quite funny, and he's not moving his wheel to water, right?
No, not at all. I think he's just going to abandon the idea of water, go for the second TC, and let the economy on the land do the talking. Because,
to be honest, I don't like this play, because you can just you can just place dock for 75 wood for water, and you will force a Japanese player to invest some into water, like Fusion Nobis, Gali, Hulk, and yara. And then after this you can just make your TC. Now, like pure TC versus water, not sure about it.
the funny thing is, behind all of this, he still went for the Kuro storehouse, and that's exactly something I did not expect. So he knows I might lose the water, and he actually doesn't invest too much more onto the water just yet. I know he's low on wood, and he needed to go and put down the lumber camp, but we're going to see if he decides, okay, I'm just going to get more fishing ships. But most players, from what I've seen, they decide to go for the 3 fishing boat and then go into age up, because you're just too far behind otherwise. Now let's see where those military units are being rallied towards, boys.
Yeah, I can't see them.
Oh, there they are. There they are.
Okay.
They were just
Someone's
camouflaged. But it's being
Oh,
split
it's
up.
good split. He's splitting archers for gold and spears to burn dock a bit.
Now, he does get enough gold to get even a little bit of those upgrades that we do see from here. We see the Tawara not being clicked yet. So, gonna see how he's gonna spend that gold, but he could just... Oh, let's see. The boys are just gonna keep chopping. He does scout this, but does he see it? He does. He gets the villagers to drop off, he pulls back, and at the back here we do see the ram being plopped down to take care of the dock, but the junk has been queued up.
I think Shinobis in this situation will help him so much. Like, 2 Shinobis can take care of archers, and then he just can kill Aram easily. But now he had Kuros Turharas, and it's not really giving him so much right now.
He doesn't invest more into the water though. He realizes, I will lose this dock, I should probably just chill and see what I can do to deny this. But now these archers are putting him in that little bit of a choke point, and he needs to make units to respond to this. So let's see what the flavor of the day will be. Do we have a house? Of course, we need a house. But what is next? We do see 400 wood being used, so the second TC is being plopped down over here, and the ram is knocking at the dock.
I think Deniska built dock at the top. One more. Okay, oh no. Oh, it's Berk. Not sure about it. And imagine if Archers goes forward line for Deniska, he'll be so in trouble.
Yeah,
Looks rough.
looks rough indeed. I think here we're at that point where we ask ourselves, what is the play from Japan now? And I don't think either of us expected to be a barracks. The villager coming closer, I don't know, to burn down the battering ram? Or to... Oh, the spearman already though. The scout is here to also attack the ram. He's like, let me take care of that bad boy for you. And we see samurais being made. Now this is something I honestly did not think would happen. I completely forgot that Japan could just do that. And the samurais are going to be pretty good at dealing with these units, but they are quite slow. So
Yeah, I think it's just panic reaction by Deniska. Probably Shinobis or Horseman will be better, because Horseman just can easily kite or kill Ram because of Galley. Like, Spears can't do much in this situation.
the horseman is coming out though. We do have that horseman, but guys, keep in mind, usually we want to see a bannerman from Japanese. So this is probably one of the things that most people have talked about and said, we will see bannermen coming out. But this is going to be, the horse is just there to ensure that the archers need to pull back. And that's exactly what they do. So the second dock being plopped down now, which is going to mean the first dock, because the first one is dead, right? But now Knock Knock has decided, I'm just going to let the water go and get the eco of the second TC, because we also have the Fertile Crescent, I believe, to make it a lot cheaper for you to get those villages.
Yeah, and he already made it, yeah, in mill. But now I think Deniska need to go Castle HSCP and make a lot of flips, and Knock Knock just need to survive sometime, like maybe 5-7 minutes.
And with this one horseman, he's able to deny this. He does have more here at the back and another one in queue and more samurais queued up too. The thing is, he does have the food for this, right? Because now he has the water. He gets to make more fishing boats. So maybe he's just going to play into that strength of having the water, especially this early on. We do see some idle time from the TC too, but keep in mind, this is 2 TC. He's just going to make more vills.
Yeah, and okay, yeah, Deniska going for Castle H. He's playing, yeah, a bit defensive, but it's fine. 2 towers will not hurt him so much.
He's just making sure that you can't harass him from the left or the right. He just wants to make sure that he gets that gold. Especially when you're floating this much food, you could make units or you could just macro up to castle. And I think that's maybe the answer he's looking for here, because once you can get those mounted samurai out, this is going to be a lot harder game for Abbasid to deal with. Because you can just dive this TC. You can just keep denying resources so easily. And now we just see more and more fishing ships coming out too.
Yeah, I agree. But the main problem with 2 towers that you show in your power is that you're scared of him. Like, before Knock Knock thought he hit 2 towers, he just hit at his base and he was scared. Now he saw towers and he just have all map control. So, don't really like it. It's showing your passiveness in this game. Meh.
You don't like to show weakness, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to make sure everybody's like, hey, Anatand is here and he's gonna F me up. The funny thing is, people do feel that way about you. People are quite scared of the things that you pull out of the hat, so I can completely see that.
Yeah, and now I'm trying to not always just winning opponents. Now I can just play because of my reputation. Sometimes go greedy, sometimes go TC, you know. Now it benefits me really well.
Just because you've shown, they are always scared of you, so you can keep them on a line. The horsemen, though, they're gonna get a good little snacking here at the back, and this wall does get denied, but he does have a very safe gold, so this shouldn't matter too much. But with the wood ending up here, this is probably going to be a little bit harder to find a spot to be safe. Now, as long as Mr. Deneskaya can keep raiding and get these horsemen to surround his base, he's not going to be able to get that next set of wood.
Yeah, and he's already going up with floating gate. Is a good fact. Also, Knock Knock going up and Knock Knock doing second ram. Wow.
Knock Knock wants to fight. Oh, and he gets the Eco Wing as well. What does Eco Wing give you in Castle Age?
Your farms now so much better with second upgrade, and you will you'll get 35% discount on your economic buildings like house, like farms. I think your house will cost only 33 wood, and your farm will cost only 49. And food, it's problem for Knock Knock in the future, so yeah, he needs to be a tradition in farm soon.
The thing is, he's able to keep this villager situation quite equal because, yes, there's a dock here. Oh, and the ram is going to go denied. The thing is, archer ships are very bad at denying rams. They don't hit that hard. We do see double barracks being plopped down. And does this mean we're just going to get a bunch of gulams pouring out of this base?
Or maybe spears, because he knows that Japanese love spamming motor samurais. Maybe even more spears.
And the first brother is out on the map. The second brother is out on the map. We're going to be seeing these guys under the TC, but the wall has come up. So those are not just going to be able to run right into the base. They're going to need to find a different way in.
Oh yeah, and now I like how Knock Knock thriving in this game. He full vault, he almost in Castle Age, and his will count is quite massive.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nice, I think, for Knock Knock. The Abbasid amount of units he's going to be able to keep up with this army. But, I don't know, these mounted samurais are still quite scary. He did get +1 ranged armor upgrades as well. So this is going to make it pretty easy for him to dive. Unless is if there's spearmen, and there is. He's getting the crossbows as well, so he's just going to be able to respond to anything this man brings at him.
I think it will be kinda impossible to push for Deniska. He need to get used that he need to play macro game, he need to collect relics, build the second TC as well, and just play the game. Sadly, he can't kill Abbasid right now.
Yeah, those guys are usually something that ends a game, but against this amount of spears, you just can't. But look at that, this is amazing. Just from that deflective shield, your units just last so much longer. And they could actually take down a few spearmen without losing too much. This guy's in a little bit of danger, but he's gonna need to make some magic happen to break through this wall, because the villagers are now over here, and they're gonna be ready to repair anything he throws at them. We do see the relics being picked up now from Deniska. He's got one coming back to the base, and when you have one in the base here already, you just need to bring them back, but you also need the mosque, and he just doesn't have that right now. The boys are moving over to the forward wood line, maybe trying to get that pressure down on both sides too. Ooh, I say the pressure, but there's archers.
I think Deniska will handle it well with Mountain Samurais, and he's going to TC, yeah, he now understands that he can't push. Now he will collect all relics to TC, and we will see probably quite long game.
I would love a long game from this guy, from this tournament especially. When you're on this map, I don't see that long of games. I've seen a lot. I think there was one with Beastie and B that was just, I think it was like 55 minutes on this map, and it was just power of the battle for the mid gold. But now, the relics being plopped down here, this is so important for Deniska, just so that he can keep staying ahead. These samurais are going to be snacking on these archers in the base. And with the amount of samurais he has, he should be able to push through here, especially if he tries to push from both sides. He has those on a Bugeisha, the Bugattis run so fast. And, you know, you're asking yourself, where's my opponent going next? And slowly but surely, Knock Knock is pushing out on the rest of the map. Samurai is looking for a different entrance.
Yeah, I think the main problem for Deniska right now, he need to play pretty carefully. You can think that you can overgrid, build 2 TC, maybe even third one, collect relics, but suddenly massive Abbasid army with like 40 units can come into your base and you will be in trouble. So yeah, he need to maybe some static D and more units, that's for sure.
Now, this is a very strange position for most players at this point, because you're like, okay, I need to harass my opponent, but he's just being left in his base alone. This is a really scary army here from Knock Knock. And if you had to call it right now, Anatant, who's winning this game?
I think Knock Knock, because right now Deniska not producing any units and Knock Knock feeling it. He is going for the kill. And he can do so much damage right now with his army.
And we can see that with his macro as well. He's spending his resources as he can. Let's just see, does he have... Oh, he has a lot of production here. This is amazing. So he's just going to be able to keep constantly producing. And guys, keep in mind, that's the problem when you go to TC versus when you are on the water on this map. Oh, we do see the second TC. Never mind. I was blind. So now Japanese will be able to keep up with this, but this is a very scary army. And we do have a camel as well to disrupt that mounted samurai. Does it also cause unease for the mounted samurais?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, it's pretty good switch into on Obligation for Deniska. If Knock Knock will not spot it in time, he might be in trouble because whole his army limit will be destroyed by obligations. But if he will add it like 10 Gulams in time, he'll be fine. Yeah.
Now, I would be excited to see some Gulams popping out here, but this man says, spearmen, spearmen, spearmen. The problem is, I don't think Japan is just there yet. They do have all of the Chorus Tour House doing great right now, right? It's fully saturated here, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel like he has the food income to keep producing and outmatch this army of Knock Knock.
It's so strange that Deniska might Daimyo in second TC because his farm's not buffed at all. Maybe it misclick, not sure.
I think it's just because he realizes I need to push out, I am on the second gold, and I need to keep this thing quite protected because the next play is out here, and this is not going to be easy to protect. I feel like, yes, if he is able to get some farms, boosted a little bit, it's going to be great, but I think he's just worried about his safety for now. And he should be. We see the boys coming to close in, and that's a lot of crossbows too.
Oh no. Okay, now he's seeing it. I think some towers with Springles and he'll be fine, but yeah, he needs to order them now.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He's getting coaching from Anatant live on stream right now, guys.
Yeah, he's just listening to the stream. Cheeky Deniska.
Oh, guys, there's a 5-minute delay. So keep in mind that is just a joke. Nobody's watching the stream, and if they are, it would be a very, very strange timing for said tower. But now with these guys, you should be able to fight off a few of them. I don't know. Are you going to be able to survive this push? And he's getting more mounted samurais. He's getting more Bugattis. He's really hoping he can. But with the one bannerman as well, he should be able to live and keep these guys inspired. But that's 2 Rams, and 2 Rams love knocking at your front door. He does also go for military academy, so you know he wants to keep pumping out units much, much quicker.
Oh yeah, but the now problem is that you're not so effective that he has some resources floating, so he not spending them. Not too good. But maybe he still will survive. We'll see.
Now, the camel here is just uneasing away at these samurais, but the spearman numbers are so scary, and unfortunately the mounted samurais are running right at them. So these mounted samurais are not able to get onto the back line. They're just focusing on the spearman front line, and this is a very bad fight for Deniska. Deniskaya.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I think that it's actually not so bad, like he will not die here, but yeah, he lost a lot. I think he needs to take this fight like maybe just farther away, like a bit left. I mean, just under his CC. Now he's like cleared all mid, all only X-bows are left, but still he lost whole his mounted samurai mass, and these units are costly as hell.
The problem is he also had all that idle time, right? We had 14 villages idle here, and this is also just speaking to him being scared, right? We talked about this earlier. He's showing, okay, I need to reinforce my front line because there is an army knocking at my door. And now these guys are just going to be picking off things. Oof, the Gulams are so tanky, and with that +2 upgrade, they don't even care. Samurais are targeted down by these crossbows, and they are melting.
Yeah, now Dean's closing a lot because of French mass of knock. Like he killed 2 glams, but he lost so much more.
And again, it's not just about the losing. He's losing out on resources. There's idle time, and losing a few villages is fine, but when you're on second TC, but your opponent hasn't, and you're not able to punish him for anything. He's trying to get out on the map. He realizes, I do need to raid, I do need to deny, but he runs into this keep, and that's where you start to panic. You're like, okay, there's a keep in the middle of the base on the big gold. He's already secured 2 golds with this keep, and there's another one that's going to be on the way.
Yeah, and the main problem is that Knock already had a lot of farms, and soon for Deniska, food will be a problem, that's for sure.
Now that farm transition is usually the question of how do I survive this part of the game. He builds the farms here at the back around the TC that is not upgraded, so the farms don't have that boosted income either. You guys can see there.
The main problem is that without daimyo, Japanese farms so sad, like it's so bad income right now for him. He need daimyo, quick.
Yeah, it might definitely be worth it at this point, because you do need a lot of food to keep matching this income and military production here from Knock Knock. They are trying. The army is knocking though, and they're ready to close on in.
Ringle Tower is doing so much damage right now, and I think it's still not enough to kill Deniska right here. We'll see.
Now the question is he going to be able to survive this? But yes, the answer is definitely yes. 2 Rams is just not enough to take this down. Remember, the Daimyo mana upgraded. Oh, we also have our Shinto priest here healing things up as they can. But this is still, it's still Knock Knock's game to determine the base of, you know? So, Knock Knock, let's see how many people he has on farms here. Oof, that is a lot. Oh my goodness, yeah, he probably has around 30 already. So, his economy is pretty set up. And we do see that in the income per minute, they are pretty close, even though Deniskaya does have water, and he's trying to put the farms at the front. He realizes, I need more food, and I need it now.
Yeah, I think he's thinking right now, like, oh, what the hell, I have so much farms, where is my food? But yeah, you just need daimyo, you have stone on your back, just mine some stone and do upgrade and you will be fine. But for now, food still a problem.
Yeah, this man is a hungry Japanese, which I don't think we ever thought of saying, but these guys just keep picking off the villagers. Another fight coming in. Like you said, the Springhill Tower is just doing work, and this is just not the army to take down this TC. I don't know if he's too scared of getting siege.
Yeah, without siege he can't break it. He need either or Imperial Age right now or just go in my siege.
I don't know if he knows how to get there either. He's just... let's see how many units he pulls out here. He's still producing. The food being completely spent here. So I feel like he's just going to keep pushing, but he needs to make sure that he gets that mass. The thing is, you do have enough. You had enough for a second keep as well. And with that second keep, he secured the other big goal too. So yes, the later this goes, the more Deniskaya is going to have to do a lot more magical things, but now he took the fight a little bit too far out. And this might actually
and
be cleaned up.
Deniska losing whole limit, yeah. It was our committing, surely.
Now the Mangonel comes out, and if that Mangonel gets a juicy shot, this is going to be so tough. He might... Oh, he might look at those crossbows taking the damage.
I mean, yeah, now Knock Knock just can't kill his Mangonel because of he had only range units. He need to go back again. I mean, yes, there's a problem of high level players, but like not pro. He just don't know how to end the game. Now you have a few options: Sacred Victory, just more static D on Sacred Sides, or just try to win with your tech advantage, like go imp and mass Imperial units. But he just trying to babooning TC.
He's babooning even more, like you said. We see the siege workshop being built here at the front now too. And now finally getting some spring ults, but the spring ults are just going to be good against the mangoes. They're not going to do anything to the manor here. Now the question is, are we going to be able to get a trebuchet out to try fight down this Daimo manor? And we're still not on Daimo over here. He's decided that's not going to happen.
Yeah, looks like he just forgot about it. Maybe he didn't scout his stone at the back and he just like desperate for stone, but he still has some stone on the base, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, he does have the ability to get that upgrade. He's decided not to. He's decided, I'm gonna keep this TC reinforced at the front, keep making units. The Mangonels here idle at the back, but they do need to be careful of these spring ults. The problem is, I think he's just gonna be able to clean up this army again. These spring ult towers are firing away, and the first spring ult goes down, the first mango goes down, but the next spring ult falls victim to
Oh yeah,
this.
it was a good micro by Deniska. I think he targeted Sprinkles with his Sprinkle Tower and just managed to kill one Sprinkle with 2 and plus Sprinkle Towers.
This is some really clean play here from Deniska. He realizes I'm at the back, I'm a little bit behind. Let's just keep making units and keep taking the fights here. Now Knock Knock, finally he's getting the trebuchets, but this is now something he could have done ages ago. The fact that he's only getting trebuchets now, he's already lost a lot of army. This was...
But Deniska stopped his army production for some reason.
Yes. He's cooking
Like
Imperial.
he probably wanna go Imperial Age, but it might cost him the game because he had only 20 military limit. It's
He does...
too small army.
He gets the gunsmith though. Okay, so with the gunsmith, we're definitely... Ooh, look at these sneaky towers from Knock Knock. See, this is how you know that someone is not at that pro level yet. I do the same. I just build towers everywhere because I know that my opponent is going to look at them and be like, oh, I need to deal with these to delay the game. So I think this is something most of the others in the top 16 would not do just yet.
Sometimes tower is good, it's like map control. But yeah, it's too much towers for a few tiles range.
Now, what are we going to see here from the gunsmith? The tickets that you get, what unit is going to be crucial here?
Hand Cannoneers or maybe Siege even.
Yeah, when you can
We'll
pop
see.
out a juicy cannon here from the back, it's going to be nice, but they're not going to deal with the Ghulams. The thing is, he doesn't need to deal with the Ghulams. Knock Knock is just knocking at the base, and he keeps losing his stuff. But right now, these guys are going in for the kill. The crossbows are trying to pick up all they can while these guys are hitting from the back, but he needs to be careful, because if he loses the siege, it's done. He's dead.
Oh, I think it's better for Deniska to wait upgrades, but he just wanna push this mass. Yeah.
And actually at a point where he can now go and finish this off. The TC is desperately being repaired at the moment.
Okay, and Knock Knock going for Imperial Age too, so I think he will not try to attack like a few minutes.
So with the Culture Wing age up, Is there going to be anything crucial coming out from Abbasid the moment?
Yeah,
culture?
in last patch, now you can have additional HP for economic tax.
Okay. So he's just gonna go for the new patch upgrades that we got. And this TC is constantly being prepared, but he does have the wood for this. So he's just preparing, waiting. I don't know what he's waiting for though. He doesn't have anything.
Need to spend his food, man. Put market for sell some food, order more some rice, and you can push. But he losing his momentum, you know.
Yeah, this is just with all the things happening at the same time, and we can see here Knock Knock is trying to kill the Sacred Sites yet again. But keep in mind, Deniska doesn't have gold forever. He's out on this one. This one's going to get depleted. And now if this one gets denied, he is going to be very stepbrother stuck. He does get a market though, he heard you.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, not sure about this fight by Deniska, but for now looks good, because still no Imperial Age upgrades by Knock Knock. And now that Cock have all upgrades in the world.
These Gulams are doing really good work at cleaning up the mangonels at the front of at the front, but now these guys are just not able to clean up this front army, so the siege workshop gets finished, but all of a sudden Deniska has the game in his hands.
Yeah, now Knock Knock having a lot of resources, but he just not sure which army he want to produce.
We see with that amount of resources, you have so many different choices, and he decided to go for crossbows. He does get his siege. What is this thing called again? Let me see. Greased axles. Greased axles. I need to remember that upgrade name. The thing is, he does have the
I will not.
Did you see the? What do you call it?
Just more speed thing for siege.
Siege speed. Very nice. Yeah. Now, with this keep at the front here, we do need to get some kind of emplacement here to take these down, because now he's again just knocking. The Ozotsu's clapping them.
Yeah, and also can target castle as well, and it will be so painful for Abbasid. To be honest, it feels so bad to lose whole army before I drop. Now you need to produce whole army from again, and you need to order all upgrades, and suddenly you don't have any bunker. I mean, the resource bank. So yeah.
Yeah, I think.
And now all this fight is so bad for Abbasid.
The problem is, when you get to this point where you're Conk 3, you know how to play the game. It's a lot harder to make those decisions in the moment. And now with the Bugattis coming in, these crossbows are going to be in danger too. You got the keep, right? I was busy aging up, and now I'm losing my units. I'm taking the fight. That's something that I think a lot of us just do because we're panicking. We feel the pressure from our opponent. We're like, hey, I have to respond to this right now.
Oh yeah, now Japanese elite army taxis also searched. And now, to be honest, X-Bows not dealing too well versus Samurais. Now they will just kill everything. They're too powerful right now.
Oh, these Ozotsus. I don't think there's a way for him to clean these guys up either. They are about to get dented. But the Sacred Sites are still ticking, but I think it'll just get decapped by the guys being rallied on top of it. He doesn't even need to focus on that right now. And he does have that gold we talked about earlier. He does have the ability to move out. Knock Knock is trying his best. He's getting another keep here. And now the question is Deniska just gonna run his units into Knock Knock's units the whole time? And lose his army constantly?
It's so now painful to decide the right army composition for Knock Knock. Like, he need camels. Oh, he trying... I mean, the water now doing nothing. I mean, I think Deniska will be glad if Knock Knock will kill whole useless fishing ships in Imperial Age. I think now it's so hard to Knock Knock doing the right army composition. He need camels for Aura, because plus 2 mill armor will feel so good in Imperial Age versus the Japanese. And I think it may be... Yeah, he's losing them on purpose versus this ship.
He's like, please take these ships. I would love
Yeah,
that.
I think it's almost BM. Maybe we need to discall Denisk.
We'll get the admin on this as soon as possible, but Knock Knock losing control of all the golds. This is so big for Deniska. He's going to be able to close this game out. The moment he gets these golds, Knock Knock, he's been very cocky being at the front lines here, and these golds are just no longer available to him. He's going to run very, very dry very quickly. This guy is the last one he has. 2,000 gold left on the clock. And doesn't look like Japan is backing off anytime soon.
Yeah, I wonder how this fight will go, because Knock Knock have Camel Aura, and Sunrise now can be not so effective versus Opposite Mass.
Now, my question is Deniska just gonna bring Knock Knock's biggest enemy, the Springald Tower, forward?
Oh yeah.
And wait for
I
him to
think
lose his units there.
now Deniska can't play melee composition. Now he needs hand converse and siege, because he getting kited, and Camel really doing so much work because of his aura.
So, is this
+2/+2 for infantry.
Oh, okay,
Support.
okay. Is that from the new patch?
No, it's old tech.
That's why that's how we know some people don't play Abbasid and Anitan. That is why you are here to be the non-trash can caster, to give us that insight. But guys, Mr. Deniskaya is putting down the keep. And what is nice about Japanese keeps, Twitch chat? Do you guys know? They shoot rockets, boys. They shoot rockets.
And it looks so good.
They're
Okay,
gonna
now more castles by Abba and by Japanese, and now
What
both of them need to teach at this point.
What I love about this, what I love about getting the castles here is you don't have an opponent with a lot of units. The rockets are going to one-shot any unit that comes forward, so yes, they're usually not the greatest to have in most matchups, but when you're in this position against your opponent who's just not able to mass up, they should be able to snack down everything that moves under them. The Ozotsus are absolutely obliterating this keep, and yes, he's repairing this, but this stone is not infinite.
Yeah, I think also Deniska need Bannerman for Zusu. It working so well with chemistry. They just killing keeps in the blink of an eye with chemistry and Bannerman.
I just realized I said that this thing is gonna one-shot units, but they don't even one-shot Gulams. Never mind, guys. The rockets suck. No, they do look quite scary, though. I would
So
not...
much in queue for Deniska, but I think it's not right. Like his army now too small. He had only 50 army supply, and maybe he need to delete some views, to be honest.
His economy is so healthy. Well, Knock Knock is just... I don't know. Knock Knock just not getting the gold he needs. You can see how many unspent resources he has, but he is at 200 pop right now. Oh, the Mangonel doing amazing work against the Ozotsus. These are going to be a very expensive unit to lose. But they do focus the Mangonel instead. They don't take a lot of damage.
They're not doing well versus Mangonel.
And these crossbowmen are ready with the fire arrows too. And all of a sudden, he kind of lost the fight here.
Yeah, sometimes the Japanese players stubborn with the melee composition, like HRE players, like, Montans only.
Yeah.
But sometimes you need to get used to it, you need like 20 head cannoneers, some siege, and it will be so easier to play with this composition. But now it will be hard to win fights from now on, I think, yeah.
So do you think he's gonna switch? Because you can see, he needs to switch, but he keeps getting Bugattis. The man says, I want Bugattis. This thing does have the emplacement, but the problem is, that's a lot of units. The thing is, it might not be enough to take this down, though. He might need to get some siege himself.
Yeah, I think they both now need siege, and maybe Knock Knock time to think about trade, because he secured trade post. And maybe trade now for him is the best option, because he really low on gold.
Now Knock Knock is gonna get a few more siege. Ooh, I say that, and Deniskaya says, let me just put a keep on this little wood line you got here. So if you're all the way out here, let me, punish you for
Deniska
it.
started to produce hand cannoneers, yeah, I think he really listening stream.
He realizes, okay, maybe my
Yeah.
composition hasn't been that great. It's time.
Yeah, and he cleared all queue. Now
Oh.
hand cannoneers and siege by him.
Well, when you're
Yeah, it's
floating...
a good decision.
Look at this food, though. That's 10k food. That's 7k gold. He's drowning in it at the moment.
Maybe it's time for a wonder.
Time for a wonder. Oh my god. Getting a wonder at a qualification match? That would be probably the best surprise a woman could ask for.
I think also he need to delete like 50 wheels. Like I think 100 economy will be fine for do like final push to finish this game. Because now Knock Knock producing spears, it's so bad limit. versus Samurai Navigation because he didn't have any gold.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. He's struggling with the gold, and this is his only choice right now. You need to make the trash units, but you could make horsemen as well. The horsemen would do perfectly fine against... Perfectly fine. They would do okay against this, but better than spearmen at this point. The keep, though, does stay alive, but the villagers are falling, and at this point you might want to lose some villagers, but Knock Knock is not in the same position as Deniskaya.
Yeah, and looks like, yeah, Deniska decided to go millionly still. And maybe it will work out.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, yeah, Deniska need to multitask on left side a bit to prevent trade and secret side victory. Oh yeah, he's doing wall to prevent wall. Cool.
I know, he says, I probably need to get this trade going, and let me put out a stone wool. We know how great those do. The bombard is a little bit far forward, and if he loses this is a very expensive unit. He doesn't have a lot of gold to reproduce these. That thing needs to stay alive. But the other bombard just snacking away here at the castle.
All those fights going so bad for Deniska because he's stubborn and he had so little army limit. He need to get rid of like 30 wheels still, or he'll be in trouble like in the next 5 minutes, I think.
Even though he has all of the resources, it is just not looking that great for him. The thing is, right, do we see a wonder? I don't know. With the amount of gold he could possibly just buy? Oh, that's a lot of villagers on gold. And like you said, if you just delete half of these, you're gonna have a much stronger army. And the keep in danger. Look at these two bombards just absolutely obliterating these, but this army needs to be careful. He's gonna lose quite a bit. We can see here desperate for gold right now. 145 gold in the bank, not really what you want to be looking at this point.
Oh, and Fiddle Camel Archers now going to the fight by Knock Knock. He don't have any gold to upgrade them, but he needs some units to deal with the melee mass, so yeah.
And you see he's willing to lose villagers just to get this back up. Thing is, he's getting these keeps. And this is using that gold, which takes him further away from getting a wonder, which I honestly don't think we would have got. But look at the villagers. He deleted some. We're finally getting a bigger army, boys.
On the air, looks like he's winning this fight. Maybe he'll kill cannons, that will be important. Bombards, I mean.
But the keep does go down. Now, the Japanese not having the keeps, not having that control they had before, is going to be quite difficult. I honestly think Knock Knock could still do this.
And Knock Knock on 200 military all supply, and now Deniska's supply not looking great. And his food bank, it was like 10k in 3 minutes ago, but now it's looking not so good.
Him deleting those villagers, we see now 109. He realizes, okay, I do need to make units. So maybe his stubbornness has worn off and we'll actually be able to see him close this out. But it doesn't look that way. He's falling back for a second here, probably just waiting to reproduce. He's got 2 bombards of his own and he is getting more blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, I think now a fight will go well for him with this limit. Like he get 80 military limit just in 2 seconds. Looks like he had like so much production.
See the boys slowly moving forward from both sides. The spearmen, not really great against this, but the bombards are going to be able to fire down on anything they want. The problem is these bombards are firing down the keep, and he doesn't have the stone to repair it.
It looks so better for Japanese right now.
Oof, this keep might go down. No, never know. He decided he's going to buy stone. He needs to fix this. And the bombards are target firing this. So yes, this keep is in danger, but he does have the emplacements. So Deniska needs to be a little bit more careful. The villagers get pulled back so they don't die. We don't even want to lose any more of these. But the Ozotsus are cleaning up the keep as they should.
Oh, also Knock Knock going into like post Imperial Age up. Like he's going for trade wing. Like 5th era, you know.
Just having all those resources unspent. But the thing is, he doesn't have any gold, so I say unspent, but that's resources he doesn't have right now. He does have a little bit of trade going. Very, very tiny trade. But he needs to be careful now, because Japanese could just run him over. And we see this with the army numbers. He just can't replace this. And that's...
Yeah, and now army by Knock Knock looking so bad. Spears, Fiddle, Camel Archers. Meh. Yeah, you just can't fight versus elite Japanese army at this point.
He does still fight into the keeps though. These keeps are unupgraded. The Mangonel getting some really good shots off on the hand cannoneers. So if he can lose that army, then Knock Knock does still have a chance. But Knock Knock again, he has the trade, right? So even though Deniskaya has 13k gold, I don't know. Actually, 13k gold, I don't feel like you can lose with that.
Yeah, he will push slow, I think he will try to end the game soon. And now, yeah, Resource Bank by Knock Knock looking so bad. And even raids from Deniska in the Knock Knock base.
Oh, when you get your Bugattis in the base, then you know. Oh, it's going to be so difficult to come back from this. These guys should be able to clean up some villages and clean up traders, which is the thing he's holding on to right now. The Bombard is trying his best. They are running through a keep, but again, there's no emplacements on this keep. These guys are going straight for the economy at the back here.
Yeah, I mean, he just not attacking main Abu army, he just going through them. I mean, it's fine, yeah.
With that resource bank, you probably can. Let's see, does he... Oh, he did upgrade his farms. Hey, that's why he has food, boys. It feels like both of these players just threw the game so many times to one another.
Yeah, but at the end, it's looking great for Japanese. We'll see, maybe Deniska will try to draw one more time.
Oh, this Bombard is looking so cute when it's packed up like that. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh my goodness. It's so nice. Now, these guys being on the back line, they might get cleaned up, but there's more army at the front here. And this keep is trying its best, but it doesn't even have boiling oil.
I think Anamushas was misclicked by Deniska, just like supportive unit who gives you morale in the situation. You're not doing too much.
They are just there for the vibes. Let's be honest. And they have good vibes. They're horsey boys and basically crossbows. They look beautiful.
Yeah,
they're running around.
Not boys, but yeah.
Oh, boys,
and
girls,
now
sorry.
He's decapping secret site, and if you shut down trade, I think it will be so hard for Knock Knock to play the game.
And we see Knock Knock is already struggling. He's gonna get to 200, but at what cost? Constantly. So these guys just raiding from both sides is the answer that Deniskaya is looking for. And Deniskaya, he is really showing that he knows how to do more than one thing at a time. Knock Knock, he was in the lead. He was able to control what Deadlock had in mind. Oh, I say Deadlock. Deniska had in mind, but it was just not enough. He kept going for that TC without the siege, and that was probably just the thing that cost him this game, and all the traders will go down here.
And now I don't really have see any option for Abbasid to win.
Oh, he's pulling more villagers. He's just trying to move them somewhere. But these guys, you guys are all just going to your death. And Knock Knock realizes, most likely, this is my last hurrah. If I lose, I do not qualify for the Empire Duels Pro Circuit. And he might have to try again tomorrow. But after this, Deniskaya doesn't have an easy matchup either. We'll be looking at that in a little bit. And these guys all going just towards their death. These poor feudal age camel archers trying their best.
Oh, poor traders, yeah, they're all dead.
All
I think it's Deniskaya's dream to play with me, so maybe he'll try so hard to qualify this event, we'll see.
Yeah, the problem is...
And now he's looking great, yeah, he's playing his best game, I think.
Problem is seed he's playing against next is definitely not going to be a simple one. So, Yellow, he's just holding on. Knock Knock says, I'm gonna try this. I have 54 army, I have the siege, maybe there's a way. Look at these camel archers trying their best. Are they shooting Imperial upgrades?
Yeah, but
so
they
cute.
fiddle.
That is really cute though. It's like when you have a Dark Age unit holding like a cannon. That's what I feel like when we're looking at those fire arrows popping through. But he's trying to deny this as well. The problem is this TC is gonna spicy. So even if you kill a few villages...
PS can't do anything in this situation, and whole trade army is dead. Wow.
This is kind of a destruction, honestly. Poor guys. They're really trying. These guys burning down at the gate. They're gonna get inside. The spearmen are not going to do much against the samurai, and he realizes it. He calls it. He says, I've had enough. Dinaskaya, you go on to the next round to face a very, very worthy opponent.
Yeah, good game by him. Maybe he had some troubles in early Castle Age, but he managed to handle well with his towers.
Oh, for sure. He did his best here. But Dinaskaya showing a little bit of the weakness as well. Like this is the problem when you get to this point of people being so closely ranked to one another. We're in a situation where most of these civilizations, they're not going to determine who wins or loses. This is purely made by mistakes in getting through to the next area. So we did actually have 2 hours of this. Now, guys, just so you know, I do see that it's 1-1 right now. Our person on the back line has a little bit of a problem with the power, as he is from South Africa. So we'll get those updated pretty soon. Guys, let's go and see what is in the brackets in store for us in the next game. So let me go click on the link. Give me 1 second. I'm going to screen share and show you guys what is happening. I hope that this thing works because I didn't test it properly. All right, let's go see what they look like. So right now we do see this one will be updated soon. The winner of this is going to be playing against B, which is going to be quite hard.
Also, Killiardi won versus Deepshine. I would look to replace this game.
You would look to replace?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, in my personal time, yeah, how Deepshine played with Killiardi, I think it's quite interesting.
Deepshine, by the way, guys, she's my mortal nemesis. This woman destroys me every single time.
Yeah, she's a really strong player. Yeah.
The funny thing is when Beastie was watching the other woman, he was like, this one, she's not Kong 1. She plays like a much higher ranked person, but we did see some of the weaknesses show up, and I finally feel like I might be able to take her. Maybe. Now, out of this side here, we have Killiardi Myriad that is happening too. Do you think that this is going to be a tough game for either of these players?
Yeah, I think Killiardi right now may be just a bit better, but I think it can be even much.
We do see KJJ taking Kaiser Johann down 2-0. Do you know anything about KJJ?
Yeah, I think he's a good Kong 3 player. Back in the days, I think he was HRE one-trick player, but now he plays a lot of civs, I think.
He plays a lot of civs. All right. So, guys, let's quickly hop back in. We'll quickly see what is going to be next. But, Anatan, I told KP that we're going to start here at 2 p.m., so we might do our switch over. I just want to say thank you so much. And, Anatan, tell Twitch chat, everyone here, who are you, what do you do, and what should they be looking out for you on in the future?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be pro player in OFO, but it's going sometimes not quite well. Maybe I'm not winning all tournaments, but I'm trying my best. Also, I'm playing ladder on my streams. Yeah, I think I'm trying and aiming to be a full-time streamer in the future.
Do you think
you can expect by me like more streams, more long streams probably, and maybe more content like guides, tier list, and etc.
So do you coach as well, right?
Yeah, just a bit of coaching, but
are you still learning how to be a top-notch coach, or do you think you're pretty solid?
Yeah, I can't compare myself with Valdemar, with other, but still I'm learning.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it starts everywhere. It's the same with casting. I remember when I was like, oh, I really want to try this out. It gets better and better the more you do it. And I think it's the same with coaching. I teach university courses in my job as well. And I think the first few classes, you're always like, oh, what am I doing? But now you just get natural. Oh, natural.
By the way, my university degree is almost coaching. Like I am teaching in history.
You're teaching history?
Yeah.
Oh. And by the way, what languages do you speak, Anatan?
Not so much. Only Russian, Belarusian, and a bit English. My English still not on point, I think. But I'm trying my best. Yeah, I really trying to improve my English.
I love the accent though. I did tell a story at the start here. Like in South Africa, the Russian accent, I know the Belarusian accent, similar. The Slavic accent is for us the cutest thing in the world because it's just so rough. If I speak my native language's accent as well, let me quickly do that. All right, so guys, we're going to head into the next part of the show, hey? But before that, I'm going to click on the BRB screen. I'll see you guys here later, hey? So, boys, we're going to look at this in a little bit. Anatan, thank you very much for joining us. And
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It was a really good experience.
all right, guys, see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am joined here by someone. Who are you again?
I'm Killer Seagull. That's
Killer
me.
Seagull.
Good old Killer Seagull. Yeah.
Are you anywhere related to that producer? What is his name? Ryan Seagull?
Ryan Seagull. I thought you were gonna go with like the Overwatch guy. Like, are you related to the Overwatch guy? He was like, yeah, I'm his little bro.
I didn't even know there was a Seagull guy in Overwatch.
You didn't? Oh my god, you love him. He's like one of the most wholesome people ever. Like he was a pro level player. And you know, I've told you about like postures, right, for some gamers. His was like he'd be full leaned back, like just slumping in his chair while playing like, you know, tournaments worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That guy had a hilarious posture.
Oh my god. See, that's the great thing when you're involved in so many games. See, you're a real caster. You're everywhere. I'm the budget. I'm the person who finishes my day job and I'm like, okay, cool. Is there a best of 3 here? So
Whoa! Don't sell yourself short.
It's okay.
You know,
I'll get there. So
I mean, it's good. You could just take the other route where you're like, but I'm a better caster than, and you just point at a random person in chat, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm way better than Nurazor for sure.
There we go.
Clippy. Get out of here, nerd. Oh gosh. Now, boys, we are ready to roll into the second part. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been here, who has like been part of this great event. We actually got a $200 donation 9 minutes ago for this event, and I'm so thankful, guys. We needed to. Let me just quickly put.
Wait. We got another donor?
No. That was just me forgetting to put it in. Give me a second. I just need to.
Okay.
I thought the base was gonna. I need to move that thing, guys. This is my very budget Whammon production, so please bear with me. I'm going to wait. Let me move that guy back up.
Maybe you want to like squeeze the bar just between our names. I guess it'll be a little bit smaller, but.
Oh, never mind, guys. Let me just. I have an idea. I'm gonna move this. I'm very professional, guys. Just Let me put you guys.
The alternative is you put the bar like over your head.
That's a
at
good
the top
idea.
of your camera, right? You know.
Yes.
No. But put it in the frame of you. You know. There you go. Because now it's part of you.
Hell yeah, it's part of me. Okay, that position's awful, guys. I'll fix it. It's fine.
It was a good idea. Was.
So, I want to quickly address what this event is for. KB, do you know anything about why we're doing this?
I think you should explain it to me, my dear.
Okay.
What are we doing here?
So this whole idea that we're doing is we're doing long COVID awareness. So the whole point of this event, right now we're just doing qualifiers. The main event starts next week where we're hoping to get a lot more people's eyes on this. 5K event, we got a dono all the way from Belgium. And all the money that we get from here is going straight into long COVID research. So, KP, do you know what long COVID is?
Is it the opposite of short COVID?
I don't think short COVID has been a classification, but yes, I guess so. It's the longer version of it. So basically, with a long COVID, what happens is you are lethargic, and you just don't have that energy that you had before. There's also other health risks that come with it. Like some people have strokes, some people have just, the health part we'll get Tim to explain a lot more of at next week's event, by the way. But so every bit of money that we get is going straight to the research, and our donor has agreed to match every bit of donation that comes in as well. So he's already given 5K and is willing to give more. So
every bit, like he didn't set a threshold.
Yes. He said ideally under 10k. And I was like, all right, I don't think we'll get there, but thank you.
So, what I heard there, ideally, but they didn't say no to more. So, what I'm hearing is everyone in chat needs to open their wallet, throw a few dollars in there, you know, because, like, where are we right now? We're, I'm trying to see how deep we are. We're 22% the goal for the 1500.
Mm-hmm.
I'm terrible at maths, but all I'm going to say is, you know, if everyone in the chat drops $5 now, I think we'd hit that.
Yeah, we would. And guys, I know a lot of you are watching and you're just supporting. Your view is also important to us. I appreciate you. I appreciate because every bit of ad revenue we also get from this stream goes directly back into this whole shenanigan too. So thank you everyone for watching and being here. Now, KP, are you ready for our first match?
Oh god, it's Hill and Dale. I don't think I'm ever ready for this.
Why don't you like Hill and Dale? What's going on?
So, it's gotten better, but I'm not a big fan of maps that encourage you to camp. They did improve it because now you have to come out for the gold. But, you know, if I had to choose between Hill and Dale or Socotra, I would choose Socotra 99 times out of 100. I'm that type of guy, you know? Like, I like, you know, pound the pavement, go, right? Like, I'm not Call of Duty camper mode. I'm not an English main. I don't like going to Imperial, right? And building 60 farms, okay? I want to kill you before you have 20.
That makes sense. The thing is, I know you're a man of action. You like those early game shenanigans that keep going. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like the Hill and Dale gameplay style, but I don't think we got civilizations that allow for the super late game, though. We have Japanese versus Abbasid. Abbasid's fine with this, but most Japanese players are quite aggressive. So, how do you feel about this matchup, Mr. KP?
So this is actually quite a polarizing matchup, actually. Like, on paper, you'd think Japan does really well with the fast castle, and you'd be dead right. A lot of players actually struggle to figure out a way of actually kind of cracking this as the Abbasid side. Even your other half, I remember, was struggling with this matchup in particular just about a month or two ago. So I'm curious to see what Myriad has in mind. With the changes coming in, with the slight nerfs to the Japanese, but buffs in the other areas on a more defensive map, could we see Myriad, the British voice from Hungary, get the win here? Or is Hom Senpai going to show us a new and even more powerful version of the Japanese?
Now, Myriad has been a player that is on we're watching him, you know, he's on the rise. And Hom Senpai has always been a man who can take a game off of someone at the top. Not top, but top-ish. So I don't think this is going to be an easy match for Myriad either. The man is going to have to pull out all the stops to make sure that he gets this W. However, Abbasid, I think this is a civilization that does pretty well with that early aggression that Japanese struggles with, because most Japanese players, I know before the badge, were just seeing fast castles and then into getting the mounted samurais. So I think now with the changes, we might be seeing something different, but I still think that Abbasid has such a strong feudal game that Japanese won't be able to just go for the greedy play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because they just nerfed the floating gate down from 200% to 150%. So the Yoritshiros are still pretty damn good, but not as good as they once were. However, if this does turn into a long feudal, I wouldn't completely discredit the Japanese. And that's because their ramp up into feudal play did get buffed. The daimyo cost for the first level that gets you your bannerman used to be 300 stone. Now it's down to 225. That is actually a much quicker timing to unlock bannerman. And I have seen in the past a few players, in particular a maniac by the name of Neptune, make feudal Japanese all-ins work.
Now, I would absolutely love to see that, because as someone who enjoys that bannerman play, I think the ability that you have to just put so much pressure on your opponent is, it just spices things up, right? But, with Hill and Dale, you're able, like we said before, it's a map that you can camp. You can easily wall off, you can easily force your opponent to take unfavorable trades going into the TC, into towers, whatever you decide to plump down. Now, we do see military wing coming up from Myriad, so let's see, is he going for the stone? No, this is going to be a feudal. Pressure.
I think this is going to be military ring into a potential ram here. He wants to see if his opponent's going to engage at all, and it doesn't look like Hom Senpai is. You know, the Coca Township actually got buffed. It might be a point where it has some viability on land maps now, but we're actually going to get the safer option here. The Kura Storehouse going down the tree line. Nice thing about playing Japanese here, by the way, is compared to a map like Dry Arabia, realistically, you don't need to spend as much on setting up defenses as you would on a more open map. So if you check in Hom Senpai's base, he could probably get away with just dropping an outpost on the south side of that gold to protect him. He doesn't necessarily even need the berries long term, because when you're in Hill and Dale, you have that beautiful, easy peasy deer shove to keep you alive.
Yeah, this is one of those really fun parts as well, because imagine you put a tower over here, you kind of protect the deer too, so it doesn't really matter what you bring to the table, you're still going to struggle getting damage done. The thing is, Abbasid is a civ that's actually quite good at doing that because of the early archers, so they can position them quite favorably in the different corners based on where you put the tower. But Japanese, just a civilization that is able to respond to that. They can get those horsemen out like any civilization. But now we do see another farmhouse being plopped down here, which, if I think of the late game, is going to make a little bit of a block.
That's peculiar though, right? Like, I'm a little bit surprised Hom Senpai didn't build the farmhouse near the deer. Right, because this is one big benefit Japanese have, is that their houses are drop-off points. I think we saw a few players trying to utilize this in a recent custom civ tournament we done, where one of the civs there had the same thing. Their houses are drop-off points. So you really want to leverage that to the maximum. Love the walls coming in, by the way. This is more cost-efficient than building up outposts. In fact, it is dirty cheap, Marika, because you see where he's done it on the stone there? He's basically drawn past it, which means this isn't the starting cost twice of 30 wood to begin the wall. It's actually just one completing that whole area. I've even seen some players craftily discover that you can kind of draw beyond where you want a wall and cancel the ends to actually refund extra wood. It's crazy the things people can do with the new palisade mechanics.
Yeah, this is definitely a really helpful wall to have. Oh, but the archers might get a victim. No. Oh.
What? Wait, did he hit the... He hit the other villager. Yeah, look at the damage bar. You see that, right? Oh my god, they no-clipped.
This is unfortunate. I just want to see how much HP this man has. That would have been a dead villager, 100%. That's 5 damage per hit. But also, if we look up here, this would also be a very cheap wall to do. And these guys right now just don't really know what they want to do. But with the horsemen as well, we're seeing a lot of aggression here from Myriad. And you guys can see, when you have 5 on gold, Japanese is telling you one thing and one thing only, and that is fast castle. But Myriad says, I do not care, I'm making a ram.
Yeah, and this is a really smart play by Myriad. This build was discovered a few months back to be really the optimal way to play with the Abbasids if you're on a timer. The logic being is if you go military wing, you have Archer's Spear, you basically have 2 corners of the triangle. You drop a stable, you have every counter in the system. The nicer thing about doing it against the Japanese is it just gives you a quicker flood point. It stops any early reaction because, as we've seen, Japanese units in the feudal age don't feel good because A, their feudal economy is not impressive, and B, the scalability of a lot of those units doesn't really pay off. Like, trying to mass Ona Bagisha and Feudal is very difficult to do with limited food and limited firepower.
Now, the problem is as well, the moment he's here, he's just going to be able to stop this gold completely. And what's problematic about Hill and Dale, you have to go out quite far for your second gold. So let's say he gets castle. What then? He's getting all the gold, he's going to be able to get to castle, but then there's nothing that follows that. Your units you need to produce are not made of wood only. They do need their upgrades to have that castle age benefit. So the villagers are being pulled off here. He does have the gold for the age up, but with Myriad's pressure here, this is going to be really, really tough to deal with. And behind all of this, Myriad did get that second TC on the deer at the back, so he's just staying in feudal and going to keep making units.
Which is wild. I'm not even sure if he needs to go to TC. This is really expensive, right? Like 750 resources at this stage. That could be like 4, 5, 6 extra horsemen. And now we are getting the stables coming out. But the issue Hom Senpai has is he's going to have to start trading rapidly to access. One of the nice things they've done around Hill and Dale is about, I'd say, half a year ago, redesigned the map a bit where the golds rarely spawn the full flanks now. They're more shoved center. And if Myriad now holds that right and left flank while camping here, the only option Hom Senpai actually really has is archery range units for Yumi.
Yeah, because you're just going to get these horsemen that die really quickly to spearmen as well, which is something you can easily pump out as the Abbasid. But the horses are at the top here, and they might snack on this villager here. Oh, That 5 HP
Finally.
villager.
Delayed, but they got what they came for. I'm kind of concerned, though. I'm not really sure what Hom Senpai out is here. Like, you can buy a few mounted samurai, sure, but they're 110 gold each, right? You don't have that true scalability. And these are the type of games that I look at, and I do always have that question mark of, would Yumi have been better? I think a lot of players are still sleeping on how good Castlev's Yumi are, and wood and food are the two things Hom still has access to.
And behind all of this, even though it looks even with the villagers, these guys, 8 of them, have been idle the whole time. These guys just did a whole lap around the TC, around just to try to survive against these horses. Now, they will make it out, and I'm guessing, they have a plan. They have a plan, but...
But this shouldn't happen. Like, if Myriad lets this happen, he's dropping the ball, and I think he'd admit that as well. Like, it's very obvious now. You've seen the stables. Financially, it's not viable to do the trading we talked about, right? But it looks like his positioning is slightly off there. If he'd been just a further bit north, his scout would have seen them on the low ground. I'm worried now that Myriad is just not going to glance this, and it could end up costing him the game.
What Myriad needs to do now is ensure that the units that come out of Hom Senpai's base cannot kill him. And he's going straight for the production. And that's exactly what you need to do when you are worried about units. So he does keep making spearmen as well. 6 spearmen will be able to deal with these horses in no time. The archers are just going to get a little bit of damage done on top of them. But at the back here, Hom Senpai is going to get that first load of gold, which means he's going to be able to get a mounted samurai out much sooner than we expected.
Horseman almost getting the kill on the ram there. This is big, right? Like, when you see Yoroshiro in here, it's a golden target, but looks like a little bit of a pull away by Myriad will cost him dearly here. Ram goes down, and it only cost Hom Senpai a single horseman.
And now he's getting that mounted samurai, as we said, and this guy... It's going to be good, but they are camel archers. So the camel archers do pretty well against these armored units, and also getting that unease out is just going to make it a little bit harder for them to do that needed damage. But again, another mounted samurai, and behind this, Myriad says, let me make more spearmen, let me get more camel archers. I'm going to handle this on my 2TC. My lead is starting to kick in. I have 42 vills. I'm keeping you in your base. You can not do anything except pick up a stray relic.
This is really cool, though, actually, what Myriad has done here, right? Like, because I think a lot of people kind of slept on this change. I don't know why it happened, but Abbasids, they did get some buffs. One of them being the feudal health of camel archers. They went from 140 to 150, so a little bit more tanky. And actually, traditionally, when this matchup gets played on water maps, or hybrid maps, rather, which gets done a lot, the Abbasids can win in feudal against Castlev's Japanese by spamming camels. The difficulty here is the more limited economy, but right now, Hom Senpai is falling into the same trap that every Japanese player does. They want mounted samurai, but the high base damage of these camels makes them a perfect counter, even if the Abbasids are stuck an age behind.
Yeah, now this is that awkward position that you're in as the Japanese when you go for Fast Castle, because Fast Castle is just, it's so expensive. You're not going to be able to produce the amount of units you need to deal with this, especially if they're going all in. Now, we see exactly that. Myriad is just making a lot more units behind all of this. He's trying to get back that forge too. Oh, the Shinto priest trying to heal up the villagers so he doesn't lose anything else. He will be able to get that gold, which might tell Myriad, oh, you were just desperate for gold all along. But something needs to tell Myriad, hey, brother, mounted samurai cost gold. How did you get these?
Or, here's another thought. Your opponent could just build an even worse unit against mass camel archers.
Which is? Spearman.
Samurai.
Oh.
No. We're not going to spearman, but he's building samurai. This is rough, man. I think, like, this is a classic example. I feel like a broken record, but I think there is something to it. Archery range, man. The Canadian bros discovered this earlier this year, but not many people have caught on since. Like, this matchup in particular, if you know that the Abbasids are going full in on feudal, playing mass Castle Age Yumi is game-changing. It wins everything, right? Like, you can Zerg into the camel archers. You can directly counter the spearmen. But right now, every time you choose another armored unit, you're enabling the camel archers. And if you hover on the camel archers, you'll notice that even Ona Bagisha isn't a clean, clear solution, because you do get the double damage against them as well.
And Hom Senpai behind all this, he knows that those camel archers are knocking at his door. He's trying to do something of a counterplay, but he can't. There's nothing you can do here. These guys are going to get in, but the reinforcements will just be ready to take them down too. Behind this, he made the Shinto Shrine, trying to get a few relics in the bank. The villagers out on the deer, desperate for food right now, but the numbers are just too big from Myriad here. They're starting to pull back. They do get a few shots off, but it's not enough to shut down this army.
I think at this point, Hom Senpai is going to be going home. It doesn't look very good. I mean, Myriad has an insane military lead. He's 20 eco up. He's going to tech up in probably the next 2 minutes. He'll be there by about 16.5. And he'll have a strong army of Camel Archers still holding this back, but then he'll have the easy conversion to crossbows. Meanwhile, Hom Senpai, what does he really have in this game anymore? He can't counterattack. He can't grab relics. He can't even exist in his own base at this stage. This game looks done.
This game is going to be, you need a miracle. At this point, we're calling in StarCraft 2, nuclear attack. We need it right on top of this army. And even then, they're so mobile, they'll just move out of the way.
You know what we need? I know what Hom Senpai is waiting for. He's waiting for the Age of Mythology release, where god powers exist, and he can, conjure up an earthquake to get rid of this army.
Oh, I'm so excited for that, by the way. I think it's going to be fantastic. Just to be able to get those extra abilities. If it's like AoE with fun stuff, I'm in. But Myriad, guys, this man's cooking castle. Culture Wing is being built, and that's going to mean that these units are going to hit a lot harder when they start pushing out. We're going to be able to get mangonels at front too. Not that you even need them.
I think genuinely he's at a stage where he didn't even need the age up. He could have just built 5 rams and ended the game, right? But obviously this is a safer route. He's probably going to immediately scale into crossbow Gulam. Just because the crossbows address the samurai, and then the Gulams are the thing that will dive to kill the economy. It's pretty much cooked. I mean, Hom Senpai, it was great that he snuck out that gold. It almost looked like Myriad was throwing the game a bit, but what he done right was identifying, actually, because you have no map presence right now, I can have map presence. I can play berries at the front of my base, to the east of my base, and that's exactly how he was able to afford this many camels.
And I think right now what Myriad sees here is like, oh, you are not scared to go out on the map. And this is something we don't see at high-level play, because high-level players are always going to be scouting for these things. So I don't think he's going to make that mistake in another game, allowing his opponent to go that far out. And these guys are in a lot of danger. Another one.
The wall lol's great, but not so great when the villagers leave the safety ring there. He's going to get taken down on the eco. More villagers running home. Still, relics are looking rough. Senpai only with one of them here, and I think at this stage, the tech up coming out, this should be the moment where it's obvious that curtains are closed. He's trying to rush up a gate to go through the other side, but I'm not sure there's anyone left alive to get through here. All villagers going down there. The Camel Archers guarantee it.
And the Camel Archers are just such a good utility unit here. They can run around, they can deny resources, and now these bad boys are just gonna deny the wood line too. The moment you put them here while you build a ram or any other unit you want here, you'll be able to deny everything. And he doesn't have an answer to this. We see here the samurais in the base. They're trying their best. He did get +1 range or +2 ranged armor as well. But these guys are still going to do pretty well against these.
Yeah, and they're about to get buffed up, right? Because he went preservation of knowledge with the culture wing, he justifies the investment into veterancy for the Camel Archers. And that also saw a buff, right? So while they got 10 extra health in feudal, overall their veteran health went up by an extra 5. So once again, another element that's more tanky. We have to remember a while ago, Camel Archers were made slightly cheaper as well. It's just a great scaling unit. And like we were mentioning, the Gulams are just going to be the creme de la creme, the thing to end the game. Interesting, we even have a Camel Rider being queued up. I don't know if that was a misclick. Maybe Mirai's a little bit paranoid that there might be Mounted Samurai coming down the line, or Horsemen, and that would at least give him the debuff advantage there.
Now, the thing is, he's not looking at slowing down. He gets that safety, as you mentioned, but at this point, he's just getting Gulams to be able to dive. And I don't know what Hom Senpai is planning here, but he needs a miracle right now. Keeping in mind that both of them are in castle, he just doesn't have the units to deal with these. The crossbows are going to make this close to impossible. And now with the third ram being put out, this is going to be the final big push. Farm transition, though. He's trying.
At this point, I almost feel like Hom's going through the motions. Maybe he's just taking time to process what he wants to do in the next game. Siege Workshop's going to come in, and usually this is a good answer, right? But you're against a Civ that can immediately react and build the counter unit right in front of your base, right? So it doesn't offer that same point reset you might get against, say, an English player pushing it like this, where they have to go home, think about it, come for Springles instead. they're going to be coming for your home. Myriad starting to move in. We'll block out the Kuro Storehouse to dive onto the farms here. And all of a sudden, the ability to scale more samurais doesn't really exist. He has to commit now. But with a Gulen Wave on the way, the Camel Archer is still here to contest, and more crossbows coming in. You have to ask, how long can Homs survive this onslaught?
Thing is, some of these units are still target firing the battering rams, and yes, this might make the fight a little bit more favorable for Homs if he has these units inside, but the idle time, the fact that these farms are unoccupied, he's getting that value. Even if he lost all these units, Myriad would still be okay and be able to reproduce. We can see this with the resources per minute. He's just going to be able to do this. He calls that BM Wololo, and he says, "You're done. Get out of my game, nerd."
Man, this was an absolute shellacking. Just the confidence at the end. Like, yeah, by the way, buddy, if you still think you got a way back, let me just take your trinkets away from you. I think going back to that game, it wasn't as much... I wouldn't say the issue there was an outdraft. I'd actually say a lot of players think Japan is quite favored there.
Okay.
On land, like, solely, right? But the issue that I see is just this rigidity. It's like Hom Senpai has played the Japanese fast castle build with Mount Samurai like 50 times, right? I think every player has at this point. It's the most optimal build. But there are matchups where you have to go different, and I think that was one of them. Had Homs gone for a mass Yumi build, I actually think he had all the answers he needed. And that also, I think people do tend to sleep on Yumi's ability to raid after they win a fight. 1.38 movement speed allows them to go, and they're very expendable because they're much cheaper. So yeah, I think that was more an execution issue for Homs. Hopefully he's got something else in the bag here, because we are talking BO freeze.
Yes.
However, Myriad I kind of feel like he just got a better draft now with that like the Delhi versus Iabid matchup. The more I've been watching this over the last few months, the more Iabid favored it's been looking.
I think that these two are switched around. Let me just ask production here, good sir. Are they on the right side here? Because Aobit was picked there from Homs on his side.
Oh, so, you're right, yeah.
Myriad did get Aobits. Never mind.
Okay,
never mind. He got his Aobits, guys. It's fine. It's fine. We'll see this in a moment to just make sure that this is looking good. But like you were talking about, Aobits versus Delhi, how do you favor this one?
So the whole idea right now is it used to be a little bit tighter because Iabid players would open with the military wing and just fast castle, right? And the logic for Delhi is I'll take sacred sites, and they could also try to mirror the fast castle or all in you. There was a chance for that to work.
Yeah.
More recently, what Iabid players discovered, especially with the nerfed Castle Age growth wing, is why aren't we just getting feudal growth wing? Right? Free villages? That's insane. Yes, I can get a desert raider for free, which is like 180 resources every 2 minutes. But I have flexibility with free villages. On average, at the lower bar, they're going to gather 40 resources a minute. That's 120 resources a minute, so 240 every 2 minutes. You just end up with more money. And then you still have some flexibility to go military wing if the game goes hyper late. But what I would love to see in this game, I'm not sure if Myriad clocked it as well. I think Iabits might have been kind of overbuffed. Logistics wing got a very intriguing buff to it where you now have the permanent healing aura on the go. I think that is incredibly powerful, these fast castle camel lancer games. You're not necessarily going to see a rush to castle here though. The beautiful thing is to the point of having those 3 extra villages, that allows you to inflate a bigger army than the Delhi to contest them.
The thing about the Delhi for me is the fact that Ghazi Raiders used to just overwhelm people so much. That 5 HP nerf, I was talking to Anatan about it earlier, and he said it's not that big of a deal. They're still going to be able to overpower you. Where do you land on this? Because you're someone who watches games all day, every day. So where are we heading with that?
So you can apply a mathematic basic logic to it, right? Like how much does 5 health really matter? When you're scaling initial Ghazi, it means 1 less archer shot. Well, 2 less archer shots, right? Because you have the 2 ranged armor to begin with. So that's not too bad. But then once you're like 6, 7, 8, 9 units in, 5 health is negligible. I think I remember saying the same thing around the Yumi buff, because they actually buffed Yumi's health the previous patch in Feudal by 5. I said that doesn't make a difference, because the thing there is like for Yumi, people overkill. So it doesn't matter, you're going to die either way. And it's kind of similar as you scale up, like Ghazi losing 5 health. If it's a full ranged army, they're already shooting too many shots in quite often, right? If it's a spear melee army, I'm trying to remember what the damage is. I think it's 28 damage per strike for a spearman. So mathematically, I don't think that changes the amount of strikes required to kill there either. It's a really weird nerf. I kind of shrug. I don't feel like it done anything. What's more interesting than the Delhi is the pretty ludicrous elephant buffs.
Okay. So the late game, we're going to be seeing some shenanigans.
We have been seeing some people on the ladder already rushing castle. It's very intriguing. There's a lot of buffs there actually with House of Learning as well. But the whole idea is if you get the movement speed and you build melee elephants, because their tusks now have AoE, it's a 1.1 movement speed unit that can charge, so going closer to 1.5, and then it does 50 damage in a splash radius.
Okay. Yeah, I think the problem with those elephants are the only answer we had was spearmen. And right now the answer is not there anymore because they will just get obliterated. So how do we kill those? That's the big question. And guys, we do have a little bit of a situation. Steam just went down.
Whoops.
Everyone
Wait,
is
what?
down. We're all stuck. We're all
Oh my god,
stuck.
it's deadlock.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, we got gridlocked by deadlock. Apparently, people have been like streaming deadlock. I genuinely think what's happened here is they've had to pull the servers down because it's Valve's new games. Everyone's like flooding to it, right?
Oh no, that makes a lot of sense though. That makes a lot of sense. Guys, can you believe it? This is happening right now? Steam never goes down. Do they go down? I don't think so.
I feel like they go down all the time. usually it's scheduled though, right? I don't think we're like usually the schedule I think is Wednesday or something. Because the meme with Dota 2 is like you tell when it's happening because the match coordinator would just say it's not working.
Okay.
It's usually not a long downtime though, right? So it'll probably be up in a few minutes maximum.
Okay.
But yeah.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for the servers to go up, you know the format of this tournament is going to be like next week we have the female and the male teams playing together. So we're gonna have the top 8 women playing against or with the top 8 men, and we're gonna try to get the top team gamers from that. Now, I'm really excited about that because for me that is revolutionary. I think it's actually creating a pathway for the women to also get their own little semi-pro scene. And I think that we've built a whole community in that. So where else do you think we're still lacking in AoE, tournament-wise?
Team tournaments would be one. Custom tournaments with like very different rule sets, I'd say, is a big issue. Because like everyone wants to do quite often what EGC has done, right? And like I remember saying, I explained this to people in like other scenes. Like if you're chasing an ESL, but you have like 5% of their budget, why are you chasing ESL's format? You're never going to do what they're doing, right? So I don't know. I'd like to see more creative tournaments. Like I like that we've got this kind of mixture coming in with the boys and the gals. I do enjoy the King of Dry Arabia within reason, Warman. I've said this on my stream. It's a cool concept, but I'm pretty sure by the end of the tournament, I'm gonna be like, never again. Can we do like King of Golden? Yeah, because I think you could like moderation, right? Like things are special. Like I will eventually probably get sick of Socotra.
Okay.
But for the moment, I'm like, whoa, Socotra is incredible. I do like that format though, like just a tournament of one map. But you could do all the different maps, right? Like mountain clearing, Lipany.
Just not Archipelago. We've had enough water maps. I'm done. I don't want any Archipelago in my life. Could we not?
You don't want some Holy Island?
Oh, no.
Dude, no. Holy Island would be sick for it, because think about it. Holy Island allows land play as well as water play. So when you get deep in a draft and you haven't got the obvious ones anymore, you get wild crap. Like, what was it? Yeah, yesterday I hosted a show match. We had Voldemar versus Kiljardi, and Voldemar tried to play French against Yuji.
Yeah.
On Holy Island. He didn't win, but he tried.
I was going to say,
right?
that doesn't sound...
But if you think about it, Holy Island lets you play land. Like, we've seen games defined there. So I don't mind that idea. I think, like, when you get deep enough that you haven't got these meta picks, that's when crap goes wild.
Yeah, for me, what I liked about King of Dry Arabia is the fact that we actually got to see the OP civs that we didn't see before. And a lot of people actually enjoyed that because there were no bans, but we can do that on any map, guys. Any map. KP, you're right. By the way, guys, our Steam is back up. And before we go in, I just want to tell you, KP, we're going to be doing the weeklies. We're going to do Wednesday or Thursday nights. We're still going to decide, and we're going to do weeklies only for points and then qualify for 1 match per month, which has a pretty decent prize pool. So that's going to be all money coming from Age of RTS. Every single dollar we get on this channel is going straight back into a nice little weekly ecosystem for people to farm ATR as well. So yes.
I will say I've got a similar announcement, but I'm gonna save it until it's fully cooked.
Okay.
We may be brewing in the same oven here, but
Really?
let's get hot and heavy and gorge. It's time for game number 2 between Myriad and Hom Senpai. Myriad leading on match point, now with a favorable pick in the Ibids going up against Hom's Deli.
Now, with Homs, we saw that he gets a little bit flustered by walls and such, but this map you need very, very big walls, so he should be able to still get some points to harass. Even while he was getting attacked, he was able to go onto the other side of the map and try to find damage, even though he got wall blocked. But in this map, I don't think Myriad is going to have that ability. So now we're going to be having to see whether Myriad can outshine this and, you know, still close it out even when he doesn't have the big mass in front. Because this game, he's Eobits. And Homs is Delhi, which is usually the civilization that has that big mass with the pushing. Now, we need to see how Myriad responds to that type of aggression as well.
Yeah, but Myriad got kind of a broken spawn from a food perspective. The gold's going to be a little bit annoying, but if he's going to do the growth wing, he can play long feudal and make Hom's life a living hell.
Okay, yeah, this is... The double berries here at the back is so powerful for him. And again, here, a pretty safe one. Very tiny walls could wall this thing off pretty easily. And on the other side, Homs... Now, keep in mind, guys, when you're playing Delhi, you are the one putting aggression on the map, but you don't have a lot of time to do so. So if Myriad goes... Oh, and he goes for growth, just as you suspected.
Now we get to judge my boy. Does he move off the berries to the back ones? Or does he deplete them fully? You got to be optimal here, Marika. That's an extra 150 food.
The question has already been answered. He split these bad boys so well. Look at them, 2 on each berry bush. He's not overmining this. He pulls them back, KP. The man is cooking. Maybe, or he's just going to chop wood. Never mind. He's staying in feudal, boys.
Yeah. Well, this is the whole logic, right? We talked about this in the pre-game, is if you go growth wing, you have 3 extra villagers. Yeah. Think about the point in the game that you're getting 3 extra villagers. It's a noteworthy percentage of your entire economy. It's about 15% roughly of your entire economy you just got added on. That is ludicrous. 120 extra resources a minute when you're starting to scale armies at the beginning allows you to be 1 unit ahead of your opponent, then 3 units ahead of your opponent the next minute. Then you're up to 5 units, right? It depends, obviously, if you're going horsemen or archers, but if you're going infantry, you keep that kind of scaling point, and it makes the Dilly's life a living hell, even when they have this Tower of Victory attack speed buff.
Well, the Tower of Victory has been our standard play for the last season as well, and this has just shown us Archer Mass, Ghazi Mass, and then go for the kill. And honestly, just like you said, he does get that boost. Myriad does get the boost on this side. So he's going to be able to, you know, stay up to date and keep up with these unit production. But the thing is he going to have enough to kill these archers with the speedy attack speed that we see from them just getting the Tower of Victory buff here? The problem is as well, he also has the front gold. And unlike Delhi, he needs gold for upgrades.
And now we're going to get that stables drop coming in. And this is the thing with the Ibids, right? It's like he needs the gold, sure, but like if you're playing feudal, you don't need as much gold. If you're rushing castle, you're more exposed. The cool thing about the stables that kind of get slept on, or at least used to get slept on with Ibids, is the design of the Ibids around the Desert Raiders gives them a lot more flexibility with their production buildings than other civs, right? You can build these out of an archery range or a stables. And what that means is when you feel like you need horsemen, produce horsemen out of the stables. But then you still need Desert Raiders because you know you're going to be up against Ghazi, so you can utilize your archer range for that. And you're seeing that 1-2 step now. It means that whenever he sees a reaction of, let's say, the Delhi build a lot of Ghazi, he's going to want more Desert Raiders with horsemen. When he sees a lot of archers, that's when he's going to want to lean into probably just like more horseman spam, hold back the Desert Raiders, and add archers to support. It's almost like instead of having 2 production buildings, you've got 2.5 production buildings in terms of flexibility.
But the problem is, as well, you're playing against Delhi that has 1.8 production building right now. With 13 seconds per Ghazi Raider, you're just able to pump out so many more units as fast as possible. And you called it right, the Horseman is coming out. Now, this is something we've seen from most civilizations playing against Delhi. They do go for that mobile unit they can actually use and do some damage with. This is a very, very good raid from the Desert Raid. Oh, and he's going to get a kill as reward. Most civilizations, the way they deal with Delhi is they go for horsemen and they just try to out-utility these horsemen. The boy has
Yeah,
arrived.
but check this. Oh, I love that as well. Homs didn't realize. Myriad, he ran the Horseman in first to draw aggro. The Desert Raider that they get bonus damage against isn't taking the damage. Finally turns targets, but now it's too late. Ghazi losing out here. Desert Raider is going to get the dunk, and he's going to break away. He will go down in the end, but it's already a phenomenal trade for Myriad.
That was a victorious death right here. This man has killed more than we would have ever expected, and the next Desert Raider is ready for some action. This guy's already right here at the front. Hom Senpai needs to decide what is next, and he's decided I'm just going to double blacksmith it up and out-upgrade you in no time.
Yeah, but this slows you down in a way that if Myriad now sees this, he could choose to tech, right? But I think he's going to keep engaging. The reason this first clash was so important is you now have your inflated economy, you now have a lead, you can scale that. Meanwhile, you're now stronger to block the Delhi scaling, right? This is the point in the game where Homs needs to be going for Sanctity Sacred Sites, but with this many units there, it's too risky of a play.
This is exactly where you want Delhi to be, right? You want to control Delhi, keep them in their base so they don't get that map control that they usually have. Now, this is looking really good from Myriad. However, he's getting into archers more and more, while on this side, we just have our stable. So he's just doubling down on the Ghazi Raiders, and they're actually going to do pretty well against this archer composition that Myriad is now pushing, because instead of making straight up horsemen, you're dealing with just Ghazis. And Ghazis don't give a damn about archers. They're just going to run right through them and destroy them, even while being debuffed.
It's a little bit perplexing for Myriad to not just keep spamming Horsemen and then Desert Raiders out of the archer range. The reason is, like, I get that you're a little bit scared of what comes next, but let's say Homs has Spearmen, you can just walk away, right? That's the beauty of doing a full cav comp. It does feel like he's weakening himself a little bit. In theory, if you can scale the archer mass big enough while similarly mirroring the horseman count, we know that ranged balls tend to be quite OP and feudal. So I think that's what he's kind of gunning for here. Steeled Arrow is going to come in very quickly, which does give him an opening considering how delayed the Delhi tech's going to be.
The problem is the Delhi tech might be delayed, but I don't think he's going to be inside his base quick enough to get any value from this just yet, the Delhi tech being so late. Now, what I'm a little bit worried about here is the fact that Hom Senpai is able to get this uncontested and Myriad is not scouting whether there's any transition behind all of this. Now, the archery range does get plopped down, so he might mix it up a little bit more, but if he doesn't see any spearmen, I don't think he's going to do that. He just double Ghazis up even more, and these guys are going straight forward. There's no spearmen here to stop this. These three villages could easily go down.
Myriad, he's actually pulling more villages over to the gold, so one's going to be struck down. Second one can easily fall there, and that's 2/3 of your tech-up advantage stripped back.
Now, these guys are now going to be flanking, and now this is going to be in trouble too. These guys are pulled back. This is idle time, and this is the problem when you do have archers. If he doesn't find damage, and he won't, he's going to run into an empty berry spawn, and just like that.
So much worse. What? Wait. Was he trying to hide the villages in the corner? That doesn't work here. The Ghazi split was perfect. Myriad taking even more damage now. I mean, we can just see the entire eco lead he has evaporate at this stage. Homs is as one-dimensional as a piece of paper right now. It is just mass Ghazi and nothing else. Myriad could win that fight if he finds it. The problem is Homs is not giving that opportunity.
Unfortunately, Homs does get his horses caught out, and he does lose a few to the TC here, but the idle time behind all this, it may have been worth it. The thing is, the food is running out of the base, and Myriad is doing exactly the same. He's going to lose 2 horsemen at least, just to the TC.
Yeah, but now you're seeing why Myriad reacted with archers, right? He thought that Homs would go archers for good reason. When there's a Desert Raider in the mixer, a good solution, instead of trying to micro Ghazi onto them in a big cluster, is just use your archers to target fire it down. That's why he made this transition, and you're seeing the outcome of just going raw Ghazi. When these fights happen, whenever there is a Desert Raider there, Homs needs to be paying full attention. He needs to find a way of getting on top of it straight away. Myriad can leverage that against him, though. All he needs to do is pull back that Desert Raider slightly. All of a sudden, the nearby Ghazi are running around the back of the formation, getting stabbed in the face as they go.
And I feel like Homs is just, he knows the weakness of Delhi, right? And the weakness of Delhi is denying food. So he gets this tower here, making sure that the berries are going to be quite safe, keeping his army in a position where he's able to follow this up if these guys do need to go into safety. And Myriad is asking himself, where's the food? Where do I go? Where do I deny the resource? And he decides it's at the front here while sending the scout to the back to see. Now, this is a very scary army, but Myriad needs to be very careful not to overcommit here. These guys are going to go inside. One of the villages might go down, I say. Oh, there we go. It does go down.
He's got enough torch power, though. If this was a fortified outpost, it would be a death sentence for Myriad, but instead, it's going to be a gift. Hom Senpai not ready to contest him, weirdly enough, here. Undermesh is there. I feel like this is the fight that Homs has been waiting for. Ghazi will finally jump in. Outpost is going to maintain his existence here and assist the fight. And this is where Myriad could lose the entire army. Archer's out of position now, and mass Ghazi chasing.
And this is just exactly where you might even lose the game. These guys barely staying alive, but they did. And yes, he still has the villager lead, but the Ghazis are going to clean up everything. And this is the whole mass. We see the camels being queued up now, but these camels don't shoot rockets. They're not going to be able to kill all these Ghazis. And the mass of Ghazis is just increasing, increasing, and increasing.
Wildfire, and you see what Myriad is now doing, a reaction of Desert Raiders, but you have to remember, these units take an insanely long time to build. It's 35 seconds. Very long wait there. So he needs to get a lot more production buildings, or he needs to start pumping mass horsemen. I think Myriad is kind of gotten in his own head here. Hom Senpai, I really think threw him off with this abnormal build, I want to say. Like, going mass Ghazi only isn't the norm here. But Myriad took the bait, and you see the result of it now. Outpost being rushed up, Myriad just trying to hold on the area, but against this many Ghazi, I'm doubtful this will work.
He's going to get these towers up. He might even lose a few Ghazis, but I think at what cost? Some of these villages are just caught between a rock and a hard place, between a bunch of horses. And again, now Hom Senpai also just doesn't need to overcommit, but he isn't. He's very confident. He's got all his upgrades. His +1 is there as well. These Ghazi Raiders getting out. Oh, they decide to go straight for the stay off. I say stable for the tower. But now, Myriad in castle. Is he going to be able to pull out a miracle from this? Because this is now another 5 villages that might go down.
Quite possibly. What you have to keep in mind is the fire armor on these outposts. They don't die quickly. He's wasting a lot of time on this, and he doesn't have time because Myriad was creeping that tech the entire time. Was it advancement wing? I'm assuming so with the way his economy was playing out.
Yeah, that is an advancement wing for him.
So no big immediate value, but he should have the ability now to start pumping out elite units. The problem here is he doesn't have gold. He's sneaking out to the west side because he's sitting at 50 gold right now, which isn't enough to even get a Camel Lancer out.
The problem here as well is this tower is going to tick, tick, tock, go down. He pulls the villagers, desperately trying to get some kind of resource to bring home. But there's no production building here that does anything well against these Ghazis. If he maybe could have gotten a Gulam, he could have maybe stayed in this. But these Desert Raiders trying their best to get out. The Horsemen just trying to do some damage.
He got found on the west. He got found on the west. Where's gathering the gold? Outpost being rushed up there. But Ghazi, this isn't even an easier outpost for them to take down.
And the problem is there might be 2 villages that survive here. Oh, yes, there will be. But the problem is these guys, like you said, they're just going to take it down. 3 survives, but these guys at the front really cause the idle time. And even though they go down, guys, that's 16 dead villages. And Myriad is going to struggle coming back from that.
And keep in mind, Hom still has a lot of food to work with. He's on the berries on the east side, he's on the deer on the west, so he can keep running this for, say, about another 3 or 4 minutes. The question is whether he can do enough damage before he runs out. Camel Lancers just got queued up. This is where things can begin to get a little bit complicated for the Delhi.
The problem is he's going to lose another 3 villages here because these guys are just not arriving fast enough. But you don't want to send your 2 archers that far out either. Myriad on 4 military right now, and 1 Camel Lancer is going to need to impale 6 horses to be able to match these.
I think Homs is missing out on a key thing that would make this a lot easier, though, right? Like, Sacred Sites haven't been touched still, even though your opponent is boxed in his base. So I am a little bit worried from that detail. There's also always the running risk that Myriad waits and says, hold on a sec, why am I not building spears, right? And if that happens, Homs' only out is to rush a tech up. And if you do that a little bit too late, let's say there's 5 Camel Lancers, 20 Spearmen, they'll come and they'll do just as much damage on the other side.
Oh, the problem is these archers are barely touching them because, guys, these are still feudal age archers. They don't have their upgrades. The Ghazis do go down, but when you look at the numbers, the supply does not lie. And these guys are honestly just going to keep replenishing. Now, he can make a play for the Sacred Sites too because he does have a little bit more control, but the Camel Lancers are going to be able to clean those up. So
that's the thing. I think it's too late now to go for Sacred Sites because Camel Lancers will just sneak out no matter what you try to do. the weird thing I'm looking at here is just, you know, there isn't a clear intent. He's finally showing it. It looks like we're seeing a plan to go Castle Age now of Hom Senpai. But it's going to be so delayed that by the time you do, Myriad's going to be having, like, what, 10 Camel Lancers? You're now building Spearman to defend, but Myriad's already shown a propensity for building archers. He has the solutions.
And the problem is, these Camel Lancers are going to be picking up these villages that are very, very far out. Luckily for Homs, these villages are not spotted. And only a few will be targeted here at the front. But again, Hom's just denying food, and another villager will probably go down. Yeah, he does get pulled back in time. And the Camel Lancers cleaning up a few of the Ghazis, though.
Yeah, this debuff is a really big problem. Hom Senpai barely putting a dent in it. It's crazy to think that Myriad could still be in this, being behind by 16 villages. But truthfully, he is, right? If you can't secure this food, Hom Senpai doesn't really have that runway to work with. Even if he could reach up for Castle Age, he won't have the food to do anything upon arrival.
And the problem is Myriad is still very desperate to keep going out. He is all around the map just trying to get a little bit of food. These guys look like they fought a Ghazi Raider themselves too. But
hey, that 5 health nerf. There we go. That's what it was. Villagers now OP against Ghazi.
Finally, your villagers can take the fight as well. They all have meaning, but this difference is just creeping on deeper and deeper. These deer are uncontested, and the thing is, Myriad does have the mobility to deny these sources. He needs to send these units all around the map. These archers, still feudal age archers, they're not going to be able to do anything to these Ghazis. The Ghazi coming in here, he's probably not going to clean something up, but it is really, really important for Myriad not to lose any more units.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing more archers out of Myriad. He's got a decent count of Camel Lancers, but these are really expensive to scale further. Love that we've got Dervish now coming. It feels like Hom Senpai's grip on the map is starting to slip. This would be the perfect time to start going for those relics.
Both of these players don't have the same option for these relics, though, because now Myriad has been in this position for a while. He's got the fast dervishes too. These are not just like normal scholars. They run quite quickly, and when they're holding a relic, I believe they heal in AoE too.
They can heal in an AoE at all times, but it's inactivatable. But if they pick up a relic, it's 50% more effective. So yes, very powerful with a relic, and that's going to be another painful hit. Myriad just feels weird that we haven't seen these walls. You see him now doing it on the north side, but I'm a little bit surprised he didn't wall that south side between the tree line and the edge of the map. Just a very efficient wall that makes it difficult for Hom Senpai to sneak in.
And honestly, this is exactly what I mentioned earlier. When Myriad is in the driving seat, when he's the aggressor, he's fine. But the moment the map is this open, he needs to think about this. He needs to know that, okay, I am going to get raided. It's not going to be that free. I might need to make a counter unit to these guys. The Dervish does pick it up, but this one will go down. There's
good luck with that.
And that's a very expensive unit as well.
That felt insanely greedy. I don't know if it's because Myriad's worried that Homs is camping the nearer relics, but he went for the deepest one possible there. You need gold quickly. You should be trying to get the closest ones, because the reality of the situation is you are down by 24 villages. Every second with that deficit being maintained counts here. It allows Hom Senpai to reach a stage where maybe even a farm transition is feasible for him when it isn't for you.
At this point, we see Myriad is so starved, he's like, okay, even if you guys die, it's fine. I just need you guys to kill the deer. And they're like, okay, sir, we'll keep going. But look at this. All the villagers are on Myriad's base because he's just not able to scout. He's just reacting to everything that's thrown at him.
Oh, it's coming. Tech up's on the way. Homs doesn't have that many cav units left, and we are now seeing the veterancy from Myriad. I was expecting this archer transfer a little bit sooner, because I think it would have been the most efficient way to use the limited food, but it is finally on the way. And if you look at Hom's defense force, it's pretty underwhelming. It's just mass spears and a small group of ponies.
Now, the thing is, those do quite well against the Camel Lancers, so with Myriad, if he loses focus, he might impale a few of these very, very expensive Lancers on top of these spears. So this is still a very risky fight for Mr. Myriad here. He needs to make sure that he doesn't impale any of these bad boys on top, but the House of Learning is going to pop up. But guys, keep in mind, when Delhi ages up, they take a while to get going. So those upgrades don't kick in instantly, so this is probably the time when he is weakest.
going to start knocking at the door. Archer count really just still not scaling here for Myriad. It doesn't even have like the Steeled Arrow level 2 to really make it justifiable. He keeps committing into these Camel Lancers, and you have to start wondering maybe if we were at a stage where Golems would be a bit of a better choice, maybe more cost efficient here, save a little bit of resource overall. Mass Spears are going to react to this. Archers are going to have to defend, but it looks like there's a few Ghazi still leaking in there, so Myriad has to make a choice. Sacrifice the Archers or sacrifice the Camels.
And at this point, you just want to let these camels go because you don't... Oh, camels. The archers go because you cannot afford to lose these bad boys. You don't have the amount of gold you need to keep going. The gold in the base is depleted. You need to go on the external sides. And that is just showing you the amount of spearmen. If they just outdo the archers, then the power doesn't look as much with the counter unit.
No, and the problem here is just look at those health bars, man. Like, Myriad's going to lose half his army in a second.
If he can
it's not pretty.
He needs to get a dervish on top of these guys, and he needs to get one now. But the spearmen are overcommitting a little bit, and a few of them does go down. But now the upgrades, they're ticking. Tick, tick, tock. They do take a while, but they're here. And Myriad sees that there's some shenanigans happening behind his base, but luckily for him, Holmes doesn't realize he could just have garrisoned inside. They're gonna repair. Does Myriad realize? And he does rotate his army down, so he might be able to clean up all these villages, because guys, this is a lot of very, very juicy villages that he needs to kill right now.
Villagers are going to shuffle back. Outpost is going to get upgraded, fortified, in fact, first before the screen placement comes through. So he needs to be quick about this, and I think the timing might just be perfect. Myriad gets the torch damage required before this outpost becomes a sore hit in the side.
And this is a really expensive tower to lose, because he was so close to getting a keep of his own, and that upgrade popped in before he could get a refund on it. Oh, these villages going down too. If they were garrisoned inside, he could have had a few of these camels snacked on, but if he target fires one of them, no, only one of the IHP ones. The camels will survive another fight.
Bigger problems are coming though. Like, these camels are so injured that men-at-arms can kind of beat them out. We've got home blades on the way as well, which makes a lot of sense. And there's the big boy. War elephants now being built, because if they collide with those camel lancers, one elephant will probably be able to kill about 8 of them with how healthy, or rather not healthy, those camels are right now.
And I feel like this should be noted, guys. That is one of the first war elephants we see in a tournament match in months. These guys haven't been played in a very long time, and now is finally their time to shine, because now they're back, they're stronger, and they're gonna eat every melee unit they can. Oh, just imagine that stomp.
Yeah, and
Disgusting.
just think about this mass archer build from Myriad. It kind of feels like this should have happened a few minutes ago. Now it's not efficient, right? Like, war elephants are very tanky against that. Men-at-arms are very resilient. You do at least have a bit of mobility on your side, but outside that, I'm not really seeing the logic behind archers. I think the reason Myriad's doing this more than anything is wood is primarily the only resource he has easy access to.
And at this point, his food is just in more and more danger. And the wood he has easy access to also in danger. He doesn't have a farm transition. And the gold villages are going to be denied.
Yeah, and just for a moment there, it looked like Myriad was gap closing this big eco lead, but Hom Senpai starting to open up again. The dive is going to come in for the Camel Lance to the Archers here, but reaction immediately there from Hom Senpai, shoving him away. And Myriad just got some really bad news with that dive. He sees the farm transition. He sees how much more Homs has progressed his economy to keep these pumps going in a way that Myriad currently will not be able to do.
The problem is as well, he gets the information of the elephant and there's nothing he can do about it. Right now, this man is just making any unit he can afford, going for crossbows right now. But elephants, they actually survive a pretty good crossbow hit as well. He has had to go for another gold, and this is just idle time from his villagers. He's been having to run around non-stop. The fight is engaged. Oh, they're engaging it, but look how low they are. And like you said, even the men-at-arms could take these at this point. And archers don't do a lot against them.
I feel like if that elephant has a sniffle, if he just sneezes once, all these camels are dead. It's actually ridiculous. If he does commit into that fight, you'll just see 5 or 6 camels immediately flop. And keep in mind, like, the most absurd part about the war elephant is in this matchup, it's not even going to be the elephant itself. People sleep on just how much damage that dude with the spear on top does.
Hey, this one is scary as well, the man on top?
Yeah, hover the stats, you'll see. Your eyes will pop.
Oh my goodness!
66 damage every 2 seconds.
Against cavalry especially, that is wild. Oh, we're gonna see the elephant stomp, the AoE damage. Oh, look at all those dead camels.
He hasn't got enough. That's it. GG comes out. The crossbow transition far too late. A muddied and messied game, but a win for the Delhi nonetheless.
And that brings our Myriad Homs game to 1-1 at the moment.
Yeah, kind of a wild one, really. Looking back at that game, I think Hom Senpai definitely got a little bit too fixated on this idea of denying resources. He needed a transition. I think that could have probably been a little bit quicker, and it would have been quicker if he had those sacred sites. But on the flip side, it's almost like Myriad kind of unnecessarily big-brained himself multiple times, right? He thought there was a transition coming in the feudal age, wasted efforts going to archers, that put him behind. And then even when we're in the castle age, once again, it's the archers that are the problem. But this time around, it's the fact that he's not upgrading and scaling them early enough in the game to even remotely compete. So just overall, a weird experience. But it does lead us into a deciding game and an interesting matchup at that, because we've got a Rus-Byzantine showdown.
The Rus-Byzantine has been a very contested opinion, I think. A lot of people say the one of the few civilizations that can deal with Byzantines is Rus, because they just have such a strong economy with the olive oil, and now they can go for horses as well, which I'm so excited for. I really want to see a little bit of the hippodrome play come back in. But Rus is not the same as it used to be. Byzantines, slightly different. Can they still deal with Byzantines?
I think Rus are... I think they've actually been heavily weakened in this matchup, and there's a few reasons, right? Like, their timing's a little bit delayed, so Byzantines should have a better ramp up at the beginning of feudal age with their initial mercs. The other big thing for me that I think people haven't fully processed yet is the Rus scout nerf. What I mean by that is you don't build more than one scout now, right? The value of those scouts wasn't in the bounty. It seems like it was, but actually what you were doing quite often there is trading food for gold at an equal rate in most cases, right? Like, you build 2 extra scouts, you get a little bit extra gold. In the grand scheme of things, that's not what was most important. It's an advantage, but the biggest one for me was always the fact that whenever you play against Rus, you can't make a single move without them knowing. And that's the issue with the free scout build. That was the biggest oppressive issue in a game about transitions. Rus by far had the biggest information advantage in the early game.
The problem they had as well, with 3 scouts, you just have such a strong ability to burn down buildings and force your opponent to place their buildings in a little bit of a safer position. So even going for a tower on your berries that you would need to for a night transition, you're able to get that thing down so low that a lot of people don't even realize before the fight, and then the tower just goes down with the villagers next to it. So I think the 3 scouts... yeah, they definitely had a huge impact, not just on vision, but also on the type of control and the type of responses your opponent had to make. Especially on a map like Dry Arabia, where your resources aren't guaranteed to be in that circle under your TC. Those 3 scouts can just put that much pressure on you. Okay, are we going in?
By the way. Yeah, we should go in. We should go in. And I'm going to begin this one with a hot take. 1v1 format here, Rus kind of mid-tier now. When we get to the 2v2 format, Rus is going to be broken. Calling it right now. I'm curious to see if anyone's going to discover the secret strat I have in mind as we hop into the deciding game here in the Empire Duels qualifier between Myriad and Hom Senpai. The newly rejigged Rus going up against the all too familiar and still way too strong Byzantines.
Now, I'm thinking about your secret strategy as you mentioned it, and I can just imagine that being you feeding your sheep to your opponent. So you go for a berry civilization while your ally gets all your sheep, so they get that extra bounty early on. And I'm trying to think what is the transition out of that.
No. So you can do that. That's a side benefit, but the combo is going to be Mongol Rus.
Oh no!
And here's why.
Oh no.
Militia cannot die anymore. So if you scale, just save up, get later age, get them scaling. They lose 1 health a second, right? Remind me how much the Kurotai heals for?
Just enough to keep those bad boys alive.
Right?
The thing is, they have tested it, and once they reach 1 HP, they can actually re-heal to full without losing HP.
Exactly. It's like it's ludicrous, but the whole idea of what makes it so fantastic is like the Kurotai is an on-the-go heal that works in combat as well. So like you basically have a giant Zerg of actual spearmen that never die with that strategy, and it's also a pretty good complementary strat, right? Because like Mongols are really good as a support civ in team games. It's kind of difficult sometimes in 2v2s, but basically while the Rus player is playing greedy and setting up for that later phase that you'll support, where Rus is very powerful, Mongols can play interception in the early game. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, this is something I did not expect to hear because I can play neither of these civilizations, and I'm now a little bit scared to see this in our tournament. Oh, KP, thank you for the warning. Oh gosh. So guys, I hope
it's crazy. Like the small changes will have what seems like small changes with this patch will have big results when you think about the interactions between civs. For sure.
And honestly, I love that. That's what I love so much about getting these patches. People might think like, oh, this civilization didn't get a nerf. Oh, this one didn't get that. But the amount of plays that you make just out of one small change keeps the game fresh and it keeps it, I don't know, alive. I like that. I like the fact that you can always get new strategies. Everything used to be fast castle and then everything used to be feudal all-ins. And we don't know what it is next. But honestly, I'm excited to see. Now, guys, before we go on, I just wanted to say we did get another $20 donation. Thank you for this event. And I'm really thankful again because every bit of money that we make from this goes directly back to the COVID organization for long COVID research. Now, guys, these are just the qualifiers. The main events are next weekend. So get your socks ready and be ready to support a destruction of an event, I would say.
Oh yes, and we've got to see which one of these might still be in with chance of making it there. Myriad has gone for the stand choice of Grand Winery, but Hom Senpai has gone a very different direction here. Kremlin, for a long time, has been the go-to meta for Rus. Not in this game.
Yeah, this is finally getting some love. The Golden Gate, not something we've seen in a very long time, unless I count yesterday's ranked games that I just saw this. Thank you very much. Fast Castle Rus every single game.
Wow, how evolutionary of them. I've never heard of that before.
Wow, and they just...
Do they build horse archers when they get there by any chance?
Actually, they tried, but I know the counter to horse archers, and the counter is walls and, you know, more walls and towers. Love that. Love that. And especially on a map where it is quite easy to wall, we can see here Myriad is in a pretty decent position with his spawn too. Yes, the deer are on the outside, but Byzantines doesn't care about that. If you are getting pushed by Rus, it's quite easy to just get onto this side, make the wall, and you'll be pretty fine. The gold here, a little bit exposed, and the berries also forward, but again, Byzantines doesn't mind that too much because they have the ability to ward them off early game when they're, you know, getting out those Liquipedia and dealing with anything running their way, which is going to be an early night.
Yeah, and this is to be expected, right? The whole idea is you can actually gradually trek towards a night anyway with the hunting cabin generation after the initial haul of gold. That being said, considering you kind of need to go on gold nowadays with the changes, I feel like you're going to see a lot more players just leaning into night spam. Realistically, you can actually get away with this type of build without touching gold, where you basically just get your gold trickle from a hunting cabin plus the sheep. And then when you tech up, you can just Golden Gate, buy a ticket, get one night out, and then go back to being a greedy boy. But Homs wants to be ultra greedy. With the newly buffed Golden Gate now taking 50 seconds to regen a ticket, he's going for that 2 TC build.
And this is something we, again, didn't see in such a long time because, you know, it wasn't possible. Now you get it just so quickly. There's no way to stop this 2 TC either. It's just such a good landmark at this point to be able to trade favorably by just going for the gold, like you said. And the gold generation from these hunting cabins are just going to assist in that. But Myriad needs to be careful. We saw how susceptible he was to those early raids. Quick reaction time from him this time. The Liquipedia are transitioning there, but he might be able to get a kill. The knight will be quite low, and he does not get the kill. These are not French knights, boys. These are budget knights.
And you know, even if it was a French knight, Akratoy stops that happening. In fact, Akratoy coming out there to defend themselves. Nice strike back. And as you mentioned, you know, these aren't French knights, so not only do they not hit harder, they don't have that potential to heal down the line via chivalry.
And the moment these guys are low HP, they just become absolutely useless at TC diving like we're so used to seeing with Fredge. So these knights currently taking a lot of damage, which means for the next while, you just have 2 very low HP horsemen running around.
And this looks ludicrously greedy from Senpai. Like 2 TC against Byzantines in this type of format. You don't have a Kremlin to stop them diving. You don't have a Kremlin to get militia defense. Lombos are on the way. And Myriad could very easily just immediately start marching across the field with these Limitane. Because although there are knights that you have to worry about, you can always build surplus in reserve, right? So like just send these guys to the first group of Lombos, have more Limitane prepping at home, and you'll be able to easily defend while now punishing the greed of Homs.
The problem is, I don't think he knows about the second TC, because from his perspective, nobody minds stone. Yes, there's a lot on gold, but back in the day, you used to know if your opponent went second TC.
He's gonna find it.
He's gonna
right?
on the lookout.
There's no way he stops walking here.
He stops. He stops.
Wait, check his vision. Please, don't stop here. It's a deer stack. Like, the deer have been killed. Like, this should be super suspicious right now.
And guys, there's a rule against Byzantines. You don't go to TC because Byzantines just has that ability to burn it the hell down. Especially with these very spicy rams that they have. These 2 knights are not going to mean much because, again, they're quite low. And these longbows should be able to snipe them if they get vision, but they do not. Knights get in sneakily.
Yeah, Stealth Forest saving their bacon there from getting cooked. So it's going to be raid on the other side. Limitine should be able to defend that. But now he's going to strike on the gold on the front side. There's a lot of gathering going on because Hom Senpai is being a truly greedy boy. With fast castle build, yes, but 2 TC fast castle, that's no bueno. That's not for free.
Especially not against a civilization like the Byzantines. Byzantines is something that can collapse on you if you give it a chance. You need to have that early aggression to deny them from it. Now, he does have enough gold to go for castle himself, and he will lose... Oh, 2 villages. 1? Apparently, 2 villages?
No,
okay,
2.
Never mind.
The other one's on his deathbed. People need to visit him quickly before he passes away. Meanwhile, the scout blocks the wall up. Rotation now coming around to the north side. Again, where Hom Senpai hasn't even begun his tech up yet.
And that's the problem with going fast castle with a civilization that just doesn't have a big-ass production building popping out of their castle. You're gonna get castle, sure, but at what cost? You're not gonna have the units to deal with any of this. You need more production buildings. It's just a snowball effect of, oh, I don't really have the units to cope with this. If there was a barracks maybe as well, he might have been able to garrison the villages inside, but again, this is a lot of villages. 13, that's gonna mean 5 of these are gonna be in danger, and the longbows are gonna start snacking right now.
Yeah, and I think these type of builds are actually spawn dependent as well. Right, if the stone had been where the berries are, what he could have done is basically like went over the berries, kind of picked up what would have been the stone there, right? Picked up the stone, dropped off for 50, and then walked beyond with the TC. That would have been more efficient than waiting and using an extra ticket, which left him with surplus stone. Abbey of Trinity is now coming in. Has to when you do a truly fast castle build, right? You need to get on the map. The problem I see here is by going Abbey of Trinity, you are at least getting these warrior monks very cheap, but getting access to the relics is not free.
The thing is, he could potentially pick up 3 of these relics for free, because Myriad doesn't seem to be that aggressive on the outside of the map. He's putting these units inside, focused on the TC, and he keeps getting villages. This 2 TC is just not where it needs to be. And we see 11 idle now from the Abbey of Trinity, so he rushed this. But now, he doesn't have the resources to make the units. He gets some men-at-arms, but you're going to need a lot of men-at-arms to deal with this. These guys, in numbers, they just mean a lot more. And another knight will go down here at the back too.
Yeah, and he has no blacksmiths. That's actually a really big deal. Remember, Lombos have a higher base damage, but also you've got the +1 tech there. So, what, 3 damage go through on these men-at-arms from a Lombo shot? That's not bad. Then you've got Mass Limitane as well. And on top of that, you're now going to be in a situation where you do not have the economical lead. Remember, the roofs, the only buff they get is on the wood. Meanwhile, at this stage, Myriad's what? At least 2 of those systems deep, which means he's got a 14% increase to his overall economy.
And now, that 2DC lead that he thought he was going to have, and that he might think he still has, just having those few extra villages, he's lost all of them with that 7 villager kill. And I don't think this is it. These longbows can just stand here and try to get a few more, but instead he rotates. He's like, I know where the gold is, and brother, I'm about to cap it. But let's see. He hasn't made any plays for the relics either.
No, and I think it's not that he's going to cap it. He's about to bust a cap in Hom Senpai's ass here. He's only got 2 minute arms to his name. He's trying to play for relics. The age advantage is about to be gone, and we know Myriad's going to upgrade this army. It's so valuable, right? The Lombos scale really well at this stage. Mass Limitane with the dive potential here is ludicrous because the Roosters' #1 response when they reach Castle Age is to go into some form of cavalry.
And cavalry will not be possible against this composition. It's just not something you can do. Limitane actually having an answer to most units here. He does lose the ram. The chiropractor does get cracked open, but it's not going to be enough. He does try to put a house down here, tries to go for gold very far out, but even if you get the gold, you don't have anything else. More villages going down. The knight here at the back desperately running slowly back. And now these guys at the back here are also going to get picked off. I don't think Holmes was ready for the Myriad pain train on Byzantines.
He needs to say Senpai in a very anime way right now to get a stay of execution out of Myriad because he looks set to kill. Varangian now on the way as well. I don't see a way now for Holmes. In fact, he gets seen running into the corner, trying to be sneaky. That is 10 villagers that can be massacred by these Lombos.
And both of these players really playing with the corners and line of sight. They're really trying to hide those villagers in these very awkward instances. The men-at-arms, though, they're going to snack on these Limitane, but not for too long. We see the upgrade coming into Limitane as well, so they're going to be a little bit tankier. And the longbows are here to help. Now, these are veteran longbowmen, and not just any. They still have +1, so they're still going to be able to clap through these guys. And the Abbey of Trinity finally meaning nothing. Longbow's going to just snack on everything at the front line. He does get +2 as well.
Yeah, it's almost like instead of getting a blacksmith, he was relying on Saint's Blessing, which can be pretty powerful in the right situation. But Saint's Blessing has always been a very situational ability. It's difficult to utilize to get an advantage, and I don't see him getting an advantage out of it here. Lombo count is going to be maintained. Men-at-Arms going to chase through, but with Varangian already on the way, Myriad is going to have the direct and correct answer to this problem.
Oh, honestly, I'm very surprised that Holmes did take the previous game from Myriad as well. He knew when to attack, but this game, it's just showing that Myriad has been considered a semi-pro player for a little bit longer, and the name is echoing in the community a little bit more. Holmes, mostly known for his team gameplays, I am going to expect Myriad to take this and see out himself all the way there in the final qualifying match for our tournament. And this is going to be a really important moment for Myriad. He hasn't qualified for a lot of events in the top 16. So the problem is, do you know who his next opponent is, KP?
Oh god, who was it? We were looking at, I think I glanced at it earlier. It's not an easy one. Yeah, it's not an easy one at all. So let's talk about that a little bit because it's very important. Myriad, the builds he had here, I think Myriad was a pristine example in this series of a person who had optimal build orders in mind. The reason it didn't work in game 2 is that was off the rails. So you saw how things got weird. Kiljardi has a reputation for making games weird in a very uncomfortable and questionable way. He's the only person I've seen scale 50 archers as Ibids in Feudal Age and then go Castle Age, right? Like, he does these very odd builds.
Yeah.
When you look at game 1 from Myriad, he understood his game strat very clearly, that it was going to be fast cast from the Japanese, and Camel Archers was a winning play. In game 3, he pretty much played a standard Byzantine build, one of the powerful ones. Meanwhile, Hom Senpai had this questionable, incomplete build. So the biggest challenge I see for Myriad is how he addresses the first 10 minutes of play against Kiljardi, because Kiljardi is anything but meta.
Oh yes, Kiljardi, he's the kind of guy who will surprise you when you think there's no surprises from a civilization. And I think with the scouting from Myriad, he's really going to struggle with this too. But I do have an update on the other side of the bracket that I do think we need to talk about. B did not show up for this qualifier, which will mean... Yes, this will mean that him being seed 1 in this event is going to allow Deniskaya and Chrysor to get into a qualifying match, which is allowing, I think, a Chrysor... Let me see what the seed was for Chrysor to understand what He was seed 8.
He would have been the lowest seed, right?
Yeah.
Or one of the lowest. Yeah,
He
yeah.
would have been seed 8, and Scatterbrained is seed 9. So even though Chrysor would have been favored to qualify tomorrow, he wouldn't have been the pick for today. So B will probably show up and qualify in his own right here tomorrow, but this puts someone through that I don't think most people expected to qualify for today, Chrysor, if he beats Deniskaya.
Yeah. That's intriguing. I'm trying to think, like, Chrysor, he was doing quite well for a while, about 2 years ago, and then he kind of pitted off. So I'm not really sure how deep he's going to be able to go. From a 1v1 format, I'd say I wouldn't rate him as one of the absolute top players. I don't think he'd mind me saying that. Team games might be where he's got secretly some aces up his sleeves we just don't know about. But there are a lot of other interesting series going on, right? So Voldemar versus Kaiser Johann, that one's going to be surprising. I actually think that the Kaiser Johann's not the... Oh, sorry, KJJ. It was KJJ. Ooh.
Yeah, KJJ beat Kaiser Johann
That's
2-0.
surprising.
Right?
Kaiser Johann's been doing a lot of practice at the moment. He looked like he was back in form, but elsewhere we've got something wild because Sassy versus Dragovan. I think this best of 5, because we're on best of 5s, right? This might be quicker than the best of 3.
Yeah, Dragovan is someone who pulls the clown car out, and Sassy is someone who likes to be aggressive, so I don't really know where this is going to go, but I want to say thank you, Buzz, for the gifted sub, brother. And, guys, this brings us to our first match of the best of 5. A qualifying match. Sassy versus... Wait, Sassy versus Dragovan. Brain. Thank you. Now, let's go into the game.
Oh, let's kick it off. See who's going to be making it through. Sassy, the Turk, starting off on the Turkish here. One of his most comfortable civs. Meanwhile, Dragovan on the... why is he on French? Who cares? Best of 5. We've always got extra games. Because what I'm confused about with this opening pick, Himreka, is how do you clown car with the French?
You don't clown car with the French, but you clown all the way onto a farm, brother. This is revolutionary, and that's what Dragovan is known for. Basically, this man has decided, I have extra wood, let me just make a farm. French and the English, geographically, they're very close to one another, so I might as well just play into my neighbor's playstyle. Open with a farm, extend the lifetime of the food, because we know French really struggles early game with getting enough food. However, I don't know too well about this, Chief.
I'm going to have to take a moment on this one. Dragovan has some weird builds, I'll say that much. He has some really interesting creative things as well. I know in particular, he has been the most obsessive person about efficient walls. So like he basically had a whole graph or whatever to show it off. But like if you watch some of his games, sometimes he would palisade wall his gold veins. Mm-hmm. And he could basically wall in his villages safely, and it would cost him like 8 wood or some crap like that. Because you basically wall past and leave. So he has some very creative things. I think the thing that's missing with Dragovan, he's a very talented kid. He has some really cool tactics. The thing that I've always struggled to see is consistent strategies. Mm-hmm. And I think that once he starts figuring that out, that is when you almost get this BS character develop, right? Someone that could come into a tournament and provide huge upsets with curveballs that work from start to finish.
Now, Dragovan, I think, is just a player who doesn't know what do I do to beat players while just playing standard. And we actually saw this in a lot of other games as well. I think in StarCraft, back in the day, for those of you who don't know Max Pax, he was a guy who would just pull out these crazy strategies when he was a rising star. Now that he's at the top, he's still pulling out crazy strategies, but he can play the standard game, and I think Dragovan could be that kid. He's pulling out crazy strategies. He's reinventing, oh my gosh, the 8 wood wall that you talked about here too.
There we go, yeah. It's super efficient, because what he's done is he's walled past the gold vein, and he started before where he stopped the wall, and then he cancels the other pieces, so he gets refunded. So he only has to pay for the central wall piece.
And he's doing this again. Oh, is this one? Oh, and the spearman is completely blocked. The man...
It's so dumb. Like, I've watched this as well. Like, Sipahi will come in here, and they might look like they should be able to attack these villages. They will not be able to.
No, guys, this man reinventing the wheel right now. This spearman is desperately trying to reach them. And they're not even finishing the wall. They just don't care. And with the School of Cavalry coming out, this is now going to be a proper knight play. But Sassy needs to be able to adjust to this. He needs to be able to adjust to Dragovan's crazy, crazy style. And guys, this is exactly what I mean. The man knows how to use his resources effectively. But now, can he transition into a standard gameplay from here? Can he be the max packs of AoE?
This is the thing. I think I talked to him about this online. It's like, when you are always unpredictable, you're predictable, right? Like, for a while, he was catching people out with clown cards. Like, he even beat Wham's ass when he was playing HRE. Like, Wham was on HRE and he clown carded him. Because you don't know, right? But, like, Sassy understands what kind of player Dragovan is. So he's keeping an eye out for the weirdness. We haven't seen it yet. The big question mark is, like, what was the plan? What was the proposal for French here? Did he expect Ottomans as an opener, for example? Because if this game does go late, the last thing you want to be in the late game against Ottomans is a cavalry civ.
Definitely, because they just have all the answers to what French has to offer. You have Janissaries that pump out at the speed of light. And honestly, another thing I was surprised about just now, he built the archery range with 6 villagers. And that's what I mean. You don't expect these things. They just keep happening. But he needs to get this wall fixed up pretty soon. Otherwise, these guys are going to go through. But the archer is ready to tap those butts as they run away. He looks at them. He's like, taste my arrow, man. And he just keeps chasing down. But Sassy at the back here, going for the Sabahis instantly. He's still got 1 spearman rallied in here, and I don't know if he's going to do that switch just yet.
Oof. He can replace the scout from the School of Cavalry. That's still an expense there. I love what Sassy's doing here, by the way. If you look at his base, I mean, he's got 1 military school. I'm not the craziest fan of this quite often, but he's going active production. I think I was talking about this with Crackety. I think it was when we were actually in Norway. And it's like, right now, it feels weird whenever someone does military schools in feudal age. They take so long to pay for themselves, and you sacrifice so much scaling in the first 10, 20 units. It's almost always going to feel better to just drop a stables, drop a racks, drop an archery range, and actively pump that army up to 10 or 20 units ASAP.
You know, the thing is, if your opponent can punish you for it, yes, definitely going to be better to just get the standard production. But it doesn't look like Dragovan is making a play to punish him for getting these free units. And Sassy, on the other hand, he's just denying food. Look at how much these spearmen have chased these deer around. He is out here on the deer, and French loves to go for deer. So this is something that Sassy already assumed would happen, and he's already denied 1 very big deer pack. And the rest of them, they're quite far out. This one's not going to get walled anytime soon, and this one is quite far forward as well. Sassy now getting the next Sabahi from his military school. Ooh, yes, I was about to say, there's something in production here.
Yeah, we've got double stables coming in, so he's going to get a replacement scout as his did go down, trying to dive on the deer. This is one of those matchups where the military school in Dark Age at least makes sense, because you want to keep spearmen. You'll need spearmen against the French, right? But there's definitely a lot of matchups at the moment where usually the person builds a spearman, and all they end up doing with that free spearman is trying to harass the gold a little bit, quite often too late. Definitely makes sense in this particular game, but I love, once again, the fact that he's adding active scaling here. Like, it's very important to not get outnumbered, especially when you consider your opponent has the premium heavy cavalry option.
The problem as well is with French, you do get that faster villager, right? The villagers do get produced a little bit faster, but compared to the free units, the villagers will win, and especially when you're just thinking of free units from 1 military school. So now Sassy will need to be a little bit more proactive. I feel like he's standing in his base, even with his Sabahis, they need to be running around and denying some resources. And right now, Dragovan did have his army here to protect them, but now they're moving forward. And let's see if he's going to be able to deny anything from Sassy. He might reach here before the tower is done, but he shouldn't be able to stop it.
Just the knights, though, right? So, like, if the archers were a little bit faster, maybe, but it looks like this outpost should be allowed to go up. He could put more villagers if he's in a bit of a panic. Instead, Sassy just backs away.
And he overreacts completely. Just if those villagers were just on the outpost, he would be able to secure this gold. But there's one quite safe at the back here.
Oh, God, wait. He doesn't realize they're pathing back, right? Because I think they're... Are they walking around to complete that wall? Okay, no, he's bringing them back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, because you've seen it before, right? Where, like, the final piece of wall, sometimes villagers bug out and think they have to go around to the other side. I always panic about that. But looks like he's fine. He's protected on the flanks here. He could even wall near the stone outcropping on the south side, and that would give him a lot of food surplus safely behind his base.
Now, Sassy should be okay here. The thing is, can he transition and getting the gold as well? Now, he gets the second barracks. Now, Ottoman doesn't need any gold to produce units this early on, like most civilizations, but they do need it for upgrades. And Dragovan has already gone for his first military upgrade, as we can see. And now he's placing some barracks a little bit closer, just to make sure those reinforcements reach a little bit harder, too.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is really underrated in a lot of games. It's risky if you lose the area, but I feel like if you get pushed back in your base here as French anyway, this matchup is kind of over, right? Like, you're meant to be the aggressor in this matchup. Once you go into Castle and beyond, Ottomans tend to trend more favored. We mentioned the Janissaries already. The Sipahi are, I'd say, one of the absolute best, most efficient units in the late game you can get your hands on. And God forbid we reach Great Bombard territory.
Oh, Great Bombard's definitely not something I want to see as a French player, because even if you get that Red Palace, you're still going to struggle taking them down in any capacity. You have a few Janissaries you put on top of them, the Knights won't even do a thing. But now the Sipahis are on the prowl, and they should be... Oh, I was going to say, they should be able to get some damage on the gold here, but Dragovan is on a walling spree again. The man says, it's time for me to war, boys, and I'm about to do that. These guys should be able to... Get in first.
Dragovan?
Yes.
Dragovan? Oh no.
And he goes down.
In fairness, let's be totally real, like 11 Sipahi will burn through really fast, and Dragovan was pretty far away, right? So yeah, he'd at least minimize the casualties there. Luckily, there wasn't a wrap round to the north side straight away, because I think there's 2 more villages for Dragovan walling off the other side of that tree line.
And these guys now looking to collapse on top of these Sipahis, but Sipahis are quite fast. So these knights should be able to catch up, but these archers are definitely not in a position to join these fights. And at the top here, another Sipahi raid is coming from Sassy.
They might be able to wallop with the lancers here, so yeah, at least gets one of the Sipahi on the retreat. We have to remember though, once the lance charge runs out, you're not going to gap post those guys anymore. He could technically cut them off by going straight across west, but it's a bit of a gamble. You don't know. If you run towards your opponent's base and his Sipahi go back towards yours, you've wasted all effort.
And now we're getting...
Wait, what? Was that a misclick?
The ball.
Wait, that's a denial.
That's a denial.
Wait, is that legal?
We don't have a rule against it.
I thought there was a
BM.
rule in tournaments in general, like if there's not a justifiable reason to deny the ball, because when Muslim civs kill the ball,
It disappears.
it disappears, right? So like I think the agreed like logic was it's fine against Rus because bounty, but like any other civ that just wants food, at least a while ago this is the case. It was like, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Not intentionally anyway.
Well, this is the great thing about having a brand new tournament organizer. We do not have that in the rule set yet, so that will be added for tomorrow. Sassy
Poor
just
Dragovan.
played...
He had to die for this.
But luckily, I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor in the game. But a little bit BM, I would say.
It's a lot of stripped food though, right? Like long-term wise, it's 2,000 less. And Ottomans are now taking up. Dragovan's in a bit of a pickle here. I don't see an easy break here. Clash comes in. We have got the ranged armor there, so the archer's not hitting as hard as they normally would. It's Mass Spear versus Mass Spear and Sipahi. Sassy has got the outpost assisting as well, and that ranged armor is making this fight closer than it ever should be.
Yeah, this is actually very surprising to see an Ottoman player out doing well against this, especially with those numbers. But now the archers are snacking on a few boys standing here, but the tower is eating back. And the thing is now, Dragovan is not aging up, but Sassy is. The thing is, if Sassy dies or loses too much here, he's dead. He's very dead.
This is wild though. Like Sassy, he even used the Imam point, which surprised me. It's cool for the heal, but it's terrible against mass ranged, even when you have that ranged armor. I feel like Sassy has tried to go for this really interesting, effective HP logic. Like heal, was it, I think 2 a second, then have the -1 ranged armor. You're more or less mitigating the archer damage unless they have bonus on top. But he's lost one of the imams already. The second one should just be a free snipe here. And at that point, Sassy should be in trouble.
Yeah, the problem is you're busy aging up. You don't need to take these fights. Just let him surround the base here, get your units up here, and let the passive units do something. So right now, Sassy just threw away a bunch more units, and this is looking kind of scary for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the gold for upgrades either. Oh, why else
It's also... the other problem here is, like, you know, you haven't got imams moving out to get your passive gold now. You wasted a vizier point, essentially, at that stage, right? Like, usually you justify the imam point because you have a very succinct timing going for relics. Now you're kind of starving your base. Dragavan still looming an age behind, and I actually quite like this. He's leaning into a second wave. He's not just rushing castle himself. He wants to find a way of doing damage.
And damage he might not find today because there's no easy way to raid this. Dragavan is a wall king. He's walled up, and at the same time he's ready to push. But now the mangonel is coming. It's just coming very slowly. So I think Sassy might be in danger. The knights are trying to charge down, but there's just such a big army here. The spearmen know that. They're pulling back. There's a few men-at-arms, but guys, men-at-arms are not made of tank material. They're just very chunky boys, but not chunky for long.
Got to play Order of the Dragon if you want to be that tanky. Push comes in, and look at that. Knights immediately cycle off to chase after the villagers. Sassy on the verge of getting his ass kicked in game number 1 here. Dragavan, like a dog with a bone, continues to dive, and I love the fact we just have more units being pumped. Sass has no food gathering going on, no wood gathering, only gold. And that means you have passive production and an ability to build imams, and that is it.
And right now he needs a lot more than an imam. And the villagers also get the knight at the top. This is going to be the place where Sassy says, I'm out. I'm out. When Dragavan is not looking at slowing down, except he's looking at Castle Age. So the slowdown will mostly be in production for a few seconds, but then those things are just going to hit even harder. So I don't even think he needs this. He could just keep pushing. Sassy has lost so much. And he found the food villages.
Just make monkey noises and go. This is ridiculous. There's a 20 villager lead as the knights go and continue to just chase down these villages. I think Sassy must know this is done. He's probably just waiting to hear a castle age tick to guarantee it.
And my question is just, how are we feeling about the farm transition going from French? That farm opening proved to be the winning strategy of the game. The Dragavan farm build from French. He's revolutionizing.
That's the thing. You build one farm at the start, and you say, that's my farm transition complete. At minute 0.
Now, finally, Valdemar, I hope you're in the chat taking notes. This is going to be the #1 strategy against Ottoman players, as we can see.
I can explain that farm, by the way.
Yeah?
So Dragavan, he was like, if I don't use this wood, I'll be tempted to build a ram.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Or just like another bunch of walls too, right? You could just make 16 walls somewhere else.
But he could afford the farm because of how optimal his walls are. We figured it out, guys. Dragavan, the big brain operation here. Double the economy count now of Sassy. And it's Royal Institute play. Because why wait around? Why even dream of Imperial Age where the Ottomans might sliver back into this game? He wants to be lofty and powerful in the Third Age where the French will still be favored.
And now we're just gonna see those beautiful upgrades as he has the gold prepared for that initial one too. Usually when you're aging up, you don't grab your bunch of gold villages, but this man, he came prepared. He's prepared and prepared. With that gold income, he's just gonna be able to get all these knights upgraded. We see 10 knights going to be fielding here, and Sassy, I don't know how he's going to defend this. Sassy does try to go for the gold here. He's not giving up just yet. He does have a market too. Let's see what he spent his market on. Nothing yet. He's thinking about it though.
He started to get just gold. He's like, actually, no, I have food again. He's left me alone. He hasn't fully killed me off. Dragavan, I think, has he now discovered the boar is missing? Because he's starting to move out on the north side.
And then he's like, oh,
he's like, huh? What happened?
So, for the next part, we are going to be adding that to the set of rules of things not to do. Now, funnily enough, we did have to state things that are very obvious to players in our female part of the tournament as well. So, it is okay. We'll just let this one slide.
This is what I love when I get on a cast. It's just like, basically leading to rules being made. I will never forget when Frisian Marshes first got added. And on the cast, I went, couldn't you just like drop docks and then remove them to get rid of people's fish? and the next day, EGC had updated the handbook to not allow for that. Oh man, I like the loopholes, man. I respect people who are trying to, like, oh, well, that technically was within the rules. Let's just do that.
Yeah, this is why we have events, right? The more events we have, the more understanding we have of these loopholes. And honestly, watching Dragovan's games, I think we could probably write a whole new rule book just based off of that. And those walls were just revolutionary. And I'm so glad we're not going to remove those because they are amazing. They are creative, they're innovative, and he's the only man doing them.
Yes. And, this is the interesting thing. As I said, a lot of the time he just kind of has a tactic. The strategy doesn't fully reveal itself, but he has played a pretty reasonable, logical kind of approach to French, right? There hasn't been any cheesy shenanigans, any weirdness. It has just been a solid strategy. And now that Arbitrary on the way, interesting choice. Sassy's actually got the right read going into Archers. I think the logic here is if you get Arbitrary and your opponent goes Janissaries, you can outrange them to counter them. But at its core, this comp is solely going to be all about Knight Spam.
And I would really like to see how these knights can do something before the Janissaries have something to say about it. And with Sassy's numbers right now, I think it's going to be very possible. Now, the thing is, he does have 2 Mangonels, 3rd on the way. And the thing is, Mangonels just don't do that well against knights. You need a lot of deadly shots on these bad boys to actually take them down. But let's see if Dragavan is able to micro these units, because there's a lot of archers and a lot of spearmen too. The Mangonels are moving into position, and this... it's not going to be a hit.
No, he's not overextending. He understands when you go to burn a wall like that, with torches out, your hitboxes get like a little bit slimmer, so you end up clustered. Perfect for a double mango shot. So good temperament to back away there. Good patience. At the end of the day, Dragavan isn't weak, right? We're talking about almost a 30 villager lead now, and I'd love to see him just rush for those relics now. He's got so much map control, and it's just free economy waiting to be gained.
Neither of these players making any big relic plays. We do see Sassy picking up 1, but the rest of the relics very much untouched. Oh, now, to be fair, there's a few on the other side of the map where Sassy has not dared to go. He's been trying to play it safe, getting that second TC up, hoping to claw his way back into the game to get back to a point where he can actually contest Dragovan's army. Sassy knows, I'm Ottomans, I do get free units, but my villagers are going to need some time.
Yeah, but, Sassy needs to be careful because Dragavan, they're both eventually have to consider a farm transition, right? And Dragavan is 1 quintillion% further ahead in his farm transition.
Yeah, he's got 5 now.
Yeah, Sassy has 9. I mean, if we want to be really pedantic, he's infinitely ahead on his farm transition here. We haven't got any in yet from Sassy, and you just saw that. The deer's already been expired. He's got berries. Everything else that he could look towards really is going to be outside of the base, where Dragavan is waiting.
Oh, but Sassy does pick up a relic. He says, let me get the gold at least. I can get upgrades at some point. And I could also use my market. Very nice. But this is a very scary army at the front of his base. And we do see the crossbow stirrups are kicking in. I had no idea what that was called, so I'm very glad I could hover over that in the last few seconds. But the chivalry hasn't been researched, and neither has Canted Saddles, so him focusing more on getting these arbitraires to be even spicier. I love that.
Yeah, maybe Dragavan isn't expecting a free charge, right? So, like, if you don't think you get it, Canted Saddles isn't that important. It is a cheap tech, though. I think it's always worth getting. At least if you have, I'd say, 8+ knights. Speaking of which, those knights are going to be in, and that's the blocker. That's what Sassy needs right now. Dragavan is dodging the farm transition while forcing Sassy closer to it.
The problem is, Dragavan realizes my boar has disappeared, but your deer are still here. So, thank you for killing my boar, but I will be taking this food right here. Oof. And the Imam is trying to make a little flank play, I believe. He's going somewhere. But the knights do know about this, and they do split up. But this wood line is also getting to a very vulnerable point, and you're going to have to go all the way back here. But these guys are so scary on the side. He sees the second TC, and he's probably going to do something about this. I don't think Sassy can stop this.
Yeah, no, his best hope is use the Janissary point, pull as many as you can from military school count. because you need every person, all hands on deck here. And even that doesn't feel like it's going to be enough here. Remember, that is royal bloodlines. Essentially, you're playing with Imperial Age Knights right now in terms of health. And enough archers and crossbows backing this up. The Sassy is going to need the most miraculous shots out of these mangoes to stand a chance of holding.
And luckily, he did get his spring ults as well, but Dragavan has 4 of those already in the bank, and they're going to be ready to eat these mangonels the moment they move closer. And they're creeping closer right now. Sassy needs to be really, really careful with this. He doesn't have an answer to these. He's got 2 Sapahis. Yes, that's it. That's the only answer he has. And these spring ults are going to start to kill things too.
Oh, what are you talking about? He's got all those archers. He only has to hit them like 100 times, and he'll kill one.
Oh, and he's sending more to their death 100 times, but also not die to all the knights on top of them. Ooh, and he does intercept one of these. Well, the Sabai is actually doing some work
I think
here.
it's too late though. Oh, wait, what? Dragavan, he gets paid in. What a snipe. Sassy, he can now counter this out. Mangoes are moving in. The
Nice.
problem is there's gaps. He doesn't have a front line, and there's far too many knights here. It's going to be a pushback and a hit onto the siege that Sassy can't stop.
Oh, he does get some juicy mangonel shots off, but just with the lack of units to shut this down, there's just no way for Sassy to come out ahead. Technically, militarily, he's ahead for now, but economically, there's 30 villagers. Oh, never mind.
It's
They
also
get cleaned up.
deceptive. He made a huge commitment there. He actually used the companies. He bought the Janissaries for the military school count, and he still loses out. Like, it was way too late. If you want that play to even stand a chance, it needed to be straight away. They arrived after he'd already lost the fight. But even then, I think it wouldn't have been an easy fight to win. And I think we are going to be opening this series with a win for Dragavan. 30 eco lead, an insurmountable military lead at this stage. And Sass doesn't have anything left to play with on the map.
He's trying to get the +2 ranged attack now, but that could have been so useful in the last fight. Just coming in a little bit too late from Mr. Sassy. He does have this constant production, but it's so slow, and he needs to find a miracle to end this. But on the other side, Dragavan also just closing in. These poor villagers running back and forth, and they're all just going to go down. Sassy calls it.
Hey, but look at the positives. Ottoman's not that powerful, not that highly rated. At least he got a really good sieve out of Dragavan, right? Because French is definitely OP.
French is okay, though, if you can control the game like Dragavan did. No, definitely those early small things that he did, I absolutely loved them. And guys, I think this is official. The French farm opening is now the #1 counter to Ottomans. Definitely something nobody expected to see.
Wait, well, I mean, in fairness to it, like, the French farm opening has now got more wins in competitive AoE4 for French this year than most of the other standard strats, right? That's the first time I've seen that this year, so that's 100% win rate. Whereas when I think about most of the tournaments recently, French is like 20% or 0% win rate. So yeah, there we go. Dragavan is infinitely better on French than everyone else.
Yeah, and we could have seen that happen because Dragavan has invented the game for us. I don't know, after King of the North, I feel so inspired by this man. I'm just excited to see what he pulls out next. And especially on Rus. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Rus against JD. So, on Prairie though.
Yeah, that's Prairie, yeah. That's a precarious situation. I don't know. Like, this is a weird one on a map like Prairie. Roos always felt a little bit hit or miss here. We'll have to see what he has in mind. Love the way that Sassy's at least leaned into this. He gets rid of the French pick, which enables the Jaune pick. And I gotta say, when Prairie was last in tournament rotation, this was one of the maps where Jaune was a doer.
Yeah. She's just able to do stuff because it's so open. And I think Sassy is going to use that to his advantage. Sassy is the kind of guy who loves himself in Knight Civilization. I know he plays Ottomans, and his Ottomans usually a killer. But him on a Knight Civilization is where he's comfortable. But this is Prairie, guys. Dragavan could be cooking something that we have never even envisioned. So we're going to see if Sassy's Knight Civilization is going to be able to outperform Mr. Dragavan on his shenanigans.
I'm usually not a fan of Roos here, though. Like, the problem is, think about what's good for Roos. Like, even before the changes, you know, the things that are obvious, like, oh, the Palisades are better. Yeah, but Prairie has so much ground to wall and you don't have much wood to work with. Okay. They get 20% more wood. Yeah, but once again, there's not much wood on this map. So I have to imagine what Dragavan's leaning into here is just play 1 TC, play Night Spam, and win like that, which it's not the worst of ideas. Like, Zhone absolutely hates feudal Night Civs because they are so good at sniping her. And with Zhone, it's all about how you ramp XP and try to get level 3 before Castle Age arrives.
And now the question is he going to be able to get that experience on Jean? And I feel like he could. The problem is, when you're playing Jean on this map, you just have so many opportunities for engagement. So right now, let's just quickly see what the food count looks like. We can see here Sassy just snacking on a few more. But keeping in mind, both of these players went for 2 scouts, and the Golden Gate age up is in session.
Yeah, I think this is 1 TC all in. Maybe Fast Castle? Like, that's kind of interesting. That's actually interesting. I think you can beat Zhone just by sniping her out, but I think we might be seeing an old school Roost type build. What's really important here is that Dragavan gets enough sheep, like 16 or 17 should be good enough. So if we can check on that count, because I think that's the detail that matters here.
Let me just see. I'm struggling at the moment to switch players.
So 22 for Sassy.
Yeah. What is the command to switch players between them?
It's awkward because I changed mine. Mine's like W and E.
Okay. No, not mine. The thing is, I had my profile reset recently, and I have no idea. And every time I log into AoE, it resets itself. So we just have to cope. Cope and hope. And
I'm waiting for the panic moment where you look at chat and see someone says Alt F4. You're like, oh yeah.
Okay. Wait. We did get Tommy in the chat. Oh my goodness. He found the default setting. That's 16 for Dragavan. Hot damn.
I feel that's decent enough for a fast castle build, especially when you consider that those fast castle builds have the monastery. So the warrior monks themselves are quite cheap. And that +1 armor is a pretty big deal in those night fights, especially even more so when you have the extra advantage of an age. So we'll have to see what Sassy can do because, you know, historically when Zhone first came out, the ultimate counter to her was just go Castle Age. Right? If you stayed in your base, she had no answer. I still remember that game from Marine Lord on Himeyama where he played as the Ottomans and Zhone got countered by a single outpost.
That's the problem with Zhone. You do need to find a way to do damage to your opponent, but I feel like with this map and Dragavan's ability to reinvent, I don't know if Sassy's going to be able to cash in on that. The thing is, Dragavan could protect him, but he will also be very susceptible because, yes, you do have your gold, but do you have a production building to make a unit to deal with this? Or you're just going to pop down 2 tiny walls that doesn't let her do anything. But if she goes for the ranged unit, she should be okay.
And I think you should be going ranged unit. Like, you can already see this is a fast castle build. So, like, melee Zhone gets less value when Age 3 is rushing because usually the whole idea is if you can get level 3 rather Zhone in Age 2, the cleave is broken, right? But if your opponent gets castle, they can just build crossbows, which is the ultimate counter to level 2 Zhone. It can completely ruin your game. On top of that, if you're in castle, you're probably scaling later in the game. That's where ranged Zhone is great for sniping out siege, which can be very important late game against the Roos. And even in these earlier phases, if your opponent doesn't want to build units to contest you, it gives you a way of sniping villages. What it also gives you an ability to do is when you're playing against mass knights, you can one-tap down the injured knights. When you don't get that form of Zhone, you're taking away that opportunity to farm XP in night fights.
And honestly, the fact that he decided to go for the melee, it might bite him in the butt a little bit later if he doesn't get that experience because she has to be at the front line. Because Dragavan has proven to be someone who knows how to target fire. Now, I wonder what this knight is going to find. The thing is, there's nothing realistically he could run into. And I love the fact that behind all of this, Dragavan gets the what is the first one? The mining upgrade.
I can't remember if it still picks the first or the third. I always forget.
Yeah, we'll find out in the last one. But Roos is just...
Specialized picks, I can't remember. Like, I always just call them the base one, and then I keep saying +1, +2, +3.
That's smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
So mining +1 finally coming in. And now the thing is, the knight is here to absorb some of the damage from this charge. That's absolutely amazing. If he can micro this and just ensure that he
Yeah.
absorbs, and that's exactly what he's doing.
With the scouts, yeah, that's it's so smart, right? Because this is the thing. If you don't use the scouts here as Dragavan, your knights won't heal. Jones will through chivalry or through her restoration ability. So you need to be really careful about how you skirt these fights. The real intent is very clear. You can see it from Dragavan's economy. Yes, he's scaling knights, but he is trending towards a castle age play.
And he knows that his gold is not going to be infinite. He's going to need to have enough, but he doesn't have enough. So this might be something he just gets from getting the sheep. But the problem is there's not going to be enough income to sustain upgrades.
Dragavan. That's a bit ambitious. Does get the blocks just in time there. Nice bait as well. Immediately garrisons, heavy damage done to the knights. Joan isn't here yet, but the risk of her showing up is with the way this is pacing, there's going to be enough knights for Dragavan to just full-on target Joan straight away.
The thing is, he's just making more knights as well. He might have switched his mind away from that initial, I'm going to go naked castle. I'm going castle with a few knights. But now, second stable coming in as well.
Okay,
I think he's just doubling down.
It's triple stable. He's double stacked into triple. He is going full ham in Age 2 here.
And this might be just because he's seen Jean in melee. And, you know, she's going to need to be there to do some stuff. But he should be able to collapse on her. And now she's alone. I know the knights are close, but you cannot let Jean stand alone, even for a moment, because she will get sniped when you least expect it.
He just can't get on these choke points. The TC is making such a big difference as well. Luckily for Sassy, there wasn't a garrison that time, but it's what happens if he stays in these choke points. It's an interesting way that even if Dragavan had 1 or 2 less knights, he'd be able to hold. But instead, he's going to have an overwhelming advantage here. Sassy, I feel like he's been greedy and also forgotten at times. He's only queuing up knights out of one of his buildings.
Yeah, so the numbers will automatically just be better for Dragavan. So he did get that second stable too, but that's probably just for the inspiration that he could lay down upon them. Oh, and Jean is again a little bit too far out. Is Sassy gonna lose Jean already?
Hi, Jean. Bye, Jean.
Not yet.
He can't turn around. Look at the health on his knights. He's got the revitalization, so maybe he could bait a good fight, but it's too close to the enemy base. You just get punished for this, and this is where Dragavan's starting to macro up, right? Like, I think he is eventually going to look for that castle age. He just wants to strip map control, and it's a dangerous time now for Sassy, as he is playing out onto the Gaia units in the center of the map.
Now, French knights are notoriously good in general. They're much better than Rus knights in this case. But the thing is, when the numbers are this big, it doesn't matter. Dragavan says, it's time for my farm transition, sirs. We only have 6 sheep left. Let's get going.
So there's an interesting dynamic, by the way, where Rus knights are actually pretty good against French knights in castle. And the reason is Boy's Fortitude. Boy's Fortitude gives you 25 more health. But a knight charging gives them bonus damage for 3 strikes, about 5 damage or 6 damage maximum. So, like, at the best, you're doing 18 extra damage, right? So, like, from a raw HP perspective, the Rus can tank and absorb that if they reach castle, and it's mirrored by Sassy.
Oh, and Sassy, let's see if he knows that as well. Probably does. But the thing is, he might lose 2 villagers with this. Never mind. The knights are en route. And I don't know if Dragavan is going to actually slow down with the knight production. He's got 5 more in queue, 15 on the field now. This is going to be really scary.
Maybe this round. Oh, he pinches him! Sassy backs away, but not before immediately losing 2 of those knights.
And this is now the really awkward moment where Jean is not keeping up with this production. We see Dragavan, he just went to make sure all his villagers are ready.
This is insane. He's moving out now, but like there's no pressure. Sassy can't afford to flank attack. He has to hold here or he loses the ball. Divine Restoration's also already been used. I'm pretty sure it's still on cooldown. The Knights are not going to be able to last long enough. The cleaves are negligible. And now Joan has nothing to protect her from a swarm of Rus Knights.
And Jean not even able to get in the tower because this tower is fully
Let
stacked.
me in. Let me in. Oh, God. I can't believe this, man. Dragavan, you know, I don't think Dragavan is bad at the game. I don't think Sassy. I think that I was expecting a pretty close matchup. But so far, Dragavan is just running away with this series.
And this is amazing because initially he thought, okay, I'm going fast castle, but he was able to adjust. And this brings me to correcting myself at the start. We've seen these shenanigans from him. But honestly, this was no shenanigan. This was clear skill play. Dragavan just showing us he knows how to adapt, and he's ready to take that next step into pro gaming.
A good damn performance coming out of him, and we've still got one more game at least to come. But Sassy, nothing is going his way, man. Like, someone has to change drastically here. That was a really cool approach coming from Dragavan. You know, it's a real risky move if your opponent is just spamming non-stop knights as well, because the reality there is, like, you have slightly less economy, but you make it more efficient by consecrating. Because remember, you're going to give up a villager when you convert Zhone. He also built a second scout on from out the TC, so he lost a villager there. And I think that's what Dragavan was leveraging in conjunction with the Golden Gate. If this had been French, it's a little bit different, because when it's French, like we saw in game 1, you have this situation where they're gradually building a bigger villager lead, so you can't just get those equal trades. They eventually work against you. But this was great leverage of the game. I think Dragavan always had an out to go Castle Age if things got really rough, but he had a very logical understanding that you know, I have knight advantage. He saw very quickly that Sassy was pressing the matter a bit too much, and I think the moment he saw the melee form coming in, sometimes players get scared because that level 3 we said can be a game changer, but when you're only ever intending to build knights, you don't have to fear it.
Yeah, the thing about that composition, we're always so scared to just go for knights because you're like, oh, there's a spearman there. But there was none. Both of these players were just confident in their knight play. And I love that. I think both of them they were confidently making knights, thinking that they can outproduce this. I don't think Sassy for a second thought that Dragavan was going to do 3 stables and just be able to produce from all of them at the same time. So, Dragavan in the chat saying, I didn't even chop anything other than stragglers. Woo!
Yeah, but like I actually don't think Dragavan's playing right now. We're gonna need an admin check. I think someone else is playing in his stead because both games the backbone has just been build loads of knights, and as we all know, cavalry cannot garrison inside of Ram, so it doesn't really sound like Dragavan to me.
Now the real question is Dragavan going to give us a little bit of a Dragavan special at the end here? Is he going to please us with his beautiful archer play? And does Sassy have an answer to this? Because Dragavan still has Aeobits, he still has Abbasid, and I feel like those are the sneaky picks. But Sassy, on the other hand, he does still have English. English is pretty decent against that, I guess, and also China.
You can't pick English when Delhi's there, though, right? That's the problem. Like, until you remove the Delhi from the pool, you kind of have to hold on to English. So Sassy's probably going to go with Mongols or China next, right? I think it might end up just being Mongols feels terrible if it's Aeobids. Like, it's just an insta loss. I think it's probably going to have to be China because that's the safer option here. And I would expect Dragavan to look to use Aeobids next, right? Because they probably have the best remaining matchups. And you want to just basically hold the English hostage with the Delhi.
Okay, and I can imagine that would be the case because, but, we have been seeing a lot of pro plays here with Delhi able to just close in on, or English being able to close in on Delhi at the moment.
Yeah, so there's the mass horseman build, right? I think that's the one way they can make it work. I think it's a bit map dependent though. Like, for example, if we go to Cliffside, I think the Delhi can just kind of segment the map and wall it off and secure sacred sites. What was the map pool actually that we have on offer here?
We actually let me go and pull those up. I want to see what they have drafted, but I think that was done in start.gg, and this is usually why we have some small channels to find them in the moment.
Wait, isn't it usually? Oh, so let me check the AoE 2CM. Maybe they've got it on there.
Okay, let's go find them, guys. And we also see that there is a little bit of a delay here for our next map. Let's quickly go and check this out. I do see them in lobby at the moment. Okay,
I can confirm. So we've had Dry Arabia, right? Prairie's been done. The remaining maps are Golden Heights, Cliffside, and Gorge. Yeah, so I think Sassy... Ooh, no, that's interesting, actually. He might just be able to get an easy win by going Golden Heights. I don't think there's anything that Mongols particularly have to be scared of there.
Okay. Oof. That's going to mean we are going to get some silly shenanigans for the last one. I'm actually so excited to see how Sassy transitions out of this. I do know that there was an instance, apparently, on the first map that Sassy was not happy with the spawn. So
on the first map or the second?
Was it the first or the second map? Let's quickly see.
Well, he's talking about night versus night, so I'm assuming he's talking about the map spawn for game number 2.
Yeah, let's quickly see. The problem there, apparently, with the gold spawning a little bit further from the TC compared to the other one. Oh no, what was the last? Okay, was Lippany, says Tommy at the end there. Oh, Prairie. Okay, I was about to
Prairie.
say Lippany.
Map 2. Yeah.
We had that?
Huh?
Okay, so apparently the gold spawn was a little bit off, but honestly, from watching that last game, I don't think the gold came into play that much.
Well, it's more like, I don't know if Sassy's trying to point out that he was forced to, like, he just had to go all in or he's screwed anyway, but like, he was the aggressor either way.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like his goal got hit, but
Yeah.
I guess he's trying to make an argument that, like, you know, it kind of screwed the pooch for him, that he had to make that choice. There was no flexibility to play a more chill approach to zone, because if he did, his gold was less defendable.
Yeah, especially in a Knight versus Knight Civilization matchup, it might be a little bit more of a Monka there. Now, aside from this match, let's quickly go through the other brackets to see what the situation is right now. Let me quickly share my screen here, and we can go and check what it looks like. Now, guys...
Props to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I thought Myriad was going to get 3-0'd.
Yes, so did I. I am very, very happy with Myriad's performance in this. And he did, let's quickly see this. Myriad did win the Mongol versus French game, though.
What was that on, like, Cliffside? Where was that? Maybe, I'm trying to think where you picked French. No, was that just a Dry Arabia game? It might have just been a Dry...
Let's
Dry
go
Arabia
see.
is third.
Let's go see. Oh, what happened? Already, Kiliari, you dropped a map against Hom Senpai? What happened? Ooh. Oh, okay. So let's go see. The first one on Prairie. Okay, so the first map was on Prairie, where Mongols outdid French. I'm actually quite surprised. Yeah. It's just
makes
about the
sense,
denial.
right? Yeah, because, well, you can basically you can maybe outpost rush depending on the location, be a little bit annoying, but the bigger thing is you trade. You just trade your mind out as Mongols, right? And French can't easily mirror that, and you just start spamming Keshiks. So yeah, like, pretty well played by Myriad. Rest of that series, can we quickly check the draft again?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine this is where we might see a difference between, like, drafting skill more than anything else.
Okay, let's go and see.
So we had...
Oh, wait. I need to go to the top. I need to go to the top.
Just go to summary.
Okay, summary?
Just go summary. Yeah,
Okay.
summary.
There we
Because
go.
they were all lined there. Somalian versus Rus. Oh, that's interesting. Well, Rus aren't as powerful anymore, so I can kind of believe that. Delhi versus Abbasids. Most players, I think, still lean Delhi, so that kind of makes sense.
Because
And
just
then-
the amount of zerging you can do should be able to outdo the Abbasid as well.
Yeah, so, like, I've seen some interesting builds where it kind of gave hope, where Bass is, like, they initial aggro because you can beat Delhi on the initial aggro because you have Spear Archer and you build Horseman from one production building, right? Because you already have 2 from Military Wing.
Mm-hmm.
So that forces Delhi to dance in their own base at first, and then you can, like, sneak a second TC. Potentially. But you have to get the timing right. It's so delicate. The Zhuji versus Chinese one, though, I imagine that was something like, what, Cliffside? And I'm guessing Kiljadi just made monkey noises and kept hitting the win key on his archery ranges.
Yeah, no, I can imagine with the Zushi versus China, you just have... Zushi is also benefiting from some of the Chinese changes right now, right? What was the last overview of the Zushi change for the last patch?
Oh, the Zhuji change? I think that was negligible. I think in tight maps, it was already good, but the Zhuji, the main thing that got changed was just around the Palace Guard health, right? It got an increase of 10, which isn't too bad. I think the bigger deal there is you have to realize that matchup, especially on tighter maps, is just going to turn into a Chuganu spam. And there is a huge difference of about 8 or 9 Chuganu before you as the Chinese can access them, right? Because as Chinese, you have to spend 1,200 resources to get access to them.
Mm-hmm.
As the Zhuji, you only spend 510 resources.
Oh, that's true. So you just get them faster, and you get some for free as well, just building archery ranges, which can
And
then...
spam.
Yeah, I can see that snowballing significantly. Now, with the rest of them, Kiliati making it through to tomorrow, Voldemort 3-0ing his opponent as well. I mean, whew, we usually have the question of what is better, French or Jean? And we see
French.
Voldemort showing us exactly what that answer is.
Yeah,
Now,
it's like it's really weird because you'd think Jean would do well there, but it's like French has scaling economy, and over time, like if they just get even like a 1 night lead, they just dive in and kill Jean. And the moment that happened, like the first fight, if Jean doesn't win the first fight, that matchup is almost impossible.
I can definitely see that happening, especially because you do have that villager lead, and it's just going to allow you to be pumping a little bit harder. Now, guys, we're going to jump into the next game in 1 minute. And lastly, we just want to see Chrysor and Deniskaya. I want to see the chat here to see what the situation is. Next map, we see here Prairie, Gorge already done, Hill and Dale. I'm excited to see what the outcome is of that one too. But guys, let's transition back in here, and soon enough we will go in game. So the final pick, Mongols versus Ayubids on Gorge.
Ooh.
Are we gonna see the cloud car?
I think we're gonna see Sassy praying to the great Khan that the spawn is bad for Dragavan, right? So you're probably looking for Ford Berry and Ford Gold, so you have something to kind of target in. The Outpost Rush always feels a little bit weird against Abbasids because they have siege engineering by default, right? So you stun them, they have to build a ram, but if you think about it realistically, you spend 100 wood, you spent a minute, you spent the extra time walking over and walking back with a villager. So like mathematically, you probably spent about 180 resources in terms of sunken time and build speed and everything else as the Mongol player there, and your opponent builds a ram for 200. Like, I think ever since the buff to the cost of rams, that exchange is less desirable than it used to be, unless you have a follow-up play. But let's see what he got. Let's see what he can do. We're going to hop into game number 3 here. Flip that around because your boy Dragavan is the one now ready on match point. 2-0 up, Sassy. Nothing but a flawless run now if he wants to continue on here in the open qualifiers of Empire Duels.
Now, the good thing we see here from Mr. Sassy is he's gonna go for the standard Tower Rush. Now, he needs to find out whether there is something Tower Rush worthy, and I mean, the berries being forward, pretty nice. However, you do have enough sheep on this map to survive that initial push, and the gold at the back here is absolutely so beautiful for Dragavan. I don't think Sassy is going to be able to optimally get this done at any point. He's really going to have to get all the way back here, and by that time, Dragavan is just going to get every single resource that he needs. These guys dropping back off. Let's go see what he plops down. We've seen a few stables recently. Oh,
I like
he makes
this.
a pasture.
Yeah, I agree with this. It's awkward because if you're gambling already. If you weren't on the verge of just losing, you might take a punt that is worth an outpost rush. But if you go across and there's nothing worthwhile, you lose the game, right? And he would lose the game because although Dragavan would have to come out a bit to get an alternative resource, if you look at his spawn, it's actually really nice. So the best outpost you could have done as Dragavan, as Sassy rather, is one between Dragavan's stone and berries here to deny multi-TC, right? But if you look on the eastern flank, there's berries over here, there's stone over here. This is quite easily reachable. If he wants to play one TC all in as well, he has berries and deer on the north side further than that stone. So I think Sassy made the right choice. There are games right now where the Rax opener is a bait, and I think Abbasid matchups are one of those.
This is a good note for myself to take down because damn, I struggle against Mongols, and every single time when I see the barracks, I freak out. But I think when you're at this level, you just know exactly how this matchup plays out every single time. But now we see that improvement on the sheep, guys, keeping in mind they do come out faster, but they do still give you the same amount of food. So not really much of a buff. Now, a lot of people also say that pastures in this position is just not worth it, especially at this early in the game when you can get them under the uwu. I'm not too sure about that, but I think that's why we need some professional opinion on this one too.
Yeah, I'd love to see someone do like a thorough kind of experimentation around it. I mean, he had the wood gathering. Maybe he scouted something and he was originally thinking racks. And he's like, oh, now I've got this wood. Let's use it anyway. But the cool thing about the early pasture is it actually gives you longevity to your scouting rotation. You can stay out for longer, right? It's similar to when you're up against a berry sieve. You know they're not going to send their scout home. By having these sheep being spawned at your home, you can keep the Khan out longer, which is really important in this matchup because it is a berry sieve. That if you don't stay out on the map, is probably going to end up with 60 to 65% of the sheep by default.
Now, Sassy is on a civilization that's very good at punishing any civ for moving out of their base. So you want to deny as many sheep as possible so that they have to go on berries. Not just because they're a berry civ, but because they don't have a choice. So the thing is, when you go military wing, you don't really mind that too much early on, because you do have spearmen that can deal with anything that Mongols puts forward. Now, we do see deer stones, no trading shenanigans happening from the start. I think deer stones is just going to be the standard play from here on out.
Not every map, but most maps, I think it should be in consideration now. I actually think Deerstone was being slept on even before the buffs, but now with the inclusion of a certain Khan Hunter, all of a sudden, the Mongols' archer spam has an extra level of punch behind it.
And now we're going to see what Sassy does to react to this, because these boys are heading across the map. However, he's ready to pull up down in production building as well. So let's see what the choice is. Most likely an archery range, I would expect. Unless he's just going to go Keshiks and try to deny as much as possible.
You're probably opening archery range, right? Like, your opponent went military wing, so if you go archery range, you counter both units, and Dragovan's reaction should probably be a stables drop coming in, because it's all about that triangle, right? The military wing with stables follow-up gives you all angles, but who am I kidding? Dragovan's going to clown car.
That is exactly what Dragovan wants to show us. The boys coming around. We see the archery range being plopped down. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Dragovan special is en route. The archery range plopped down to right in the range of the Uwu. But these guys will show up on time.
This is like Dragovan's like, I've been a good boy. I ate my greens. I cleared my plate. Can I have some dessert? You're like, yes. For him, dessert, his treat is getting to clown car. Archer's on the way. Denial over here. Sassy tries to set up the archery range. Will go up in the end. Not enough firepower to ultimately punish the villagers. A little bit of an overdive here means that Dragovan actually will need to back up. Double Archer's already on the way, and Sassy's also producing one of the Khan Hunters.
And you can actually now see the value of just getting this thing under the Uwu. If this was one singular archer, Dragovan would not have been scared. But now with the double production, that is going to make it a little bit harder. And Sassy is out for vengeance. He is denying or trying to do a little bit of damage to these villagers. So when those Keshiks eventually do arrive, he's going to be able to pick those up. We see now here 4 archers in the base. And the clown car has been recalled.
No, he's going a bit more standard. Dragon's like, whoa, 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 let's not be that harsh. So Horseman now being added in. You know, you could still, funnily enough, clown car against Sass if you really wanted, right? Because if you hop in a ram, he's only building archers. He wouldn't be able to kill you. But the Khan Hunter did get cancelled. So Sassy, understanding he needs to get some bulk. The Khan Hunter is good, but you need to have enough units to justify its production.
Yeah, and him going for the stable instead, we're probably going to see some double Keshiks coming out. Oh, Khan Hunter back on the table, KP. The man is here to give these boys the boost.
It's much better now, though, right? Like, before he was going to build it with 2 archers. And it's just like, you don't really get the bang for buck, right? You'd rather just have an extra archer. Because you can always gap close when you're at home, because he has the Yam nearby. That's the other thing that makes this build really good, is like when you conceptualize the idea of extra range and movement speed. That's why javelins in some matchups look kind of broken, right? Is because they can just start a step in, stab at you, walk away, and with any infantry comp, you won't be able to catch them.
And now, what we're going to be seeing is Dragovan just making sure that his berries don't get denied. Especially when you're playing against Mongols, which will get those early Keshiks. He's putting his units in position. The thing is, you're dealing with Keshiks. I don't know how you're going to be dealing with them when you just go archers. Keshiks are really good and really strong, and horsemen are barely going to put a dent in them. It's basically like playing against knights with horsemen and archers, and 2 singular spearmen. But he is getting their barracks to do something about it now.
Yeah, and this is rough because like you can't build Camel Archer against this, right? Camel Archer is really nice against Keshik because Keshik are full base damage, so 20% unease is really good to reduce their damage. But your opponent's already scaling mass archers. Like, it's just a death sentence. So I think Sassy's comp right now is more desirable. Dragovan can at least make his feel better once he starts to get a bit of scale behind it, because then things like Boot Camp, the extra 15% health, can actually break this wide open.
Now these guys standing on top, deterring that charge from taking off. Now, I'm expecting to see Sassy just try to rush that as well with the upgrades, but now we see the pastures here. He just wants another one. He knows he needs to keep having food, because just like Dragovan is going to run out, he will too. And he needs to make sure that this is still looking healthy. So that triple pasture, coming out, it's going to be so valuable for Sassy to keep going.
Can we check if Dragavan's got Golden Age 1? He should by now, I'd imagine.
Yes.
Yeah, this is really important, right? Because with that 15% eco buff, he should be able to outscale the Mongols. Because although they're a little bit more efficient with their economy because of the yam from the D-Stone, and they do have the stone production, it doesn't really match up to this 15% eco scaling because it will be scaling as we continue, right? Like, it's going to be more impactful when you have 50 villages than when you have these 31.
And with Sassy just opting to go for pastures instead, we don't have any blacksmith upgrades coming in either. We don't have any strong pushes that will change the course of, Abbasid's arc, I would say. Because with Abbasid getting that boost, I think you're just waiting for that game to go a little bit longer so that you can deny Mongols and their favorable trades. The problem with Keshiks is they're going to be able to break through most of these. So he knows that. He's getting those extra spearmen. But, like you said, with the boost, he's just going to be able to make more than Sassy will. The thing is, the food will run out too.
But
Eventually.
then you've got defender's advantage, right? So Dragavan just wants to wait on his side. Because, like, if this turns into a stalemate, it's quite interesting, actually, because they're both scaling archers. And although Sass can get a damage buff with Kurotai, it doesn't really hold a candle to the extra 15% health and the 33% increased firing rate of the Abbasid archers.
Now, with these, he's trying to find some damage, and I think he needs to, because like you said, they're just going to outscale for now. Especially when you get the boot camp pretty far off. If you only have 2 on gold, pretty far off. I think he's still going to opt for getting these plus upgrades in the blacksmith instead. But now popping down that second archery range, so this +1 is going to hit extra hard if we get enough archers. And you just need to get to that critical mass to deal with these Keshiks too. But Dragavan's army is very, very mobile, and he's trying to find somewhere to go with it.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually, because, like, what I said about the dynamics here in Castle definitely held up last patch, but I just remembered the Khan scales, right? So that Khan Hunter, you're going to get a plus 0.8 range in Castle. I actually think Dragavan needs an endpoint in Feudal here, because if this hits Castle Age, what Sassy can do is he'll have 0.8 extra range over your archers, he'll have a damage buff nearby, and if he extends the Yam range, he'll have the movement speed to always stay out of range of your archers.
So he's just going to be able to constantly kite and take favorable fights?
It's pretty wild, yeah. Like, I think Dragavan can't lean on the idea that if we go Castle, I'll get 1 million archers and win.
And that's what I think a lot of the pro players have been doing as well. They just get too many archers for the numbers not to matter. And like you said, I think with that number, especially from the Mongol side, you're going to be able to outproduce or outperform quite well. The thing is as well, when you have Abbasid archers, you have your horsemen to back them up. But on Mongol's side, he has these archers with Keshiks to back him up as well. So it's just going to take a little bit more to kill these units, even if they're a little bit more expensive to do. And we do see that these guys run into one another. And the army is still very split. But with this amount of horsemen, they should be able to take this fight, especially with the blacksmith upgrades on the side of Dragavan instead.
Keshik scaling has been really slow here. Maybe this was part of the plan, though. Like, Dragavan kind of halted Spearman production, and now Sassy's began to scale Cav again. So if he kind of hides this detail long enough, he could just swarm over Dragavan. But it's really important that you don't reveal too early that you're going back into cavalry.
And the problem now is as well, Sassy is quite far out, but Dragavan hasn't shown that he's actually going to push out on these resources too. The deer here, the berries are running out, but farm transition is in session. Dragavan, a guy who seems to be okay with farm transitioning, instead of just going for those pocket resources that are quite vulnerable, he says, I will make farms as Abbasid at 12 minutes.
Yeah, not your usual, especially against Mongols, because like if you lose that position, they are incentivized to kill those farms, right? Like it's not only do you lose 75 wood, they gain 50 resources.
Oh yes, Mongols also has that bonus. Oh, but the Khan Hunters are going forward, and I think this might not just be the normal control that we're used to because of a free or new unit. These guys pulling back in and out perfectly, but these spearmen need to be careful. The horses are being run into the spearmen, and they are going down quite a bit.
Horseman wrapping around now. I don't like this for Sassy. He has to back away, and he has to do it fast. Horseman now chasing here, and that was sick. Dragavan, he engaged the spears in with the other spears. That meant that when his horseman came in, there was no brace from the Mongol spear mass. All of a sudden, he now has to retreat away in a losing fight that's going to snowball. Horseman will keep hunting him down. He's got no Yam nearby, and it's such a numerical advantage for Dragavan right now. Every time Sassy turns around, he risks an even bigger defeat.
And Sassy has queued up more Keshiks. He's like, I need Keshiks for this fight. And true, they are probably the unit that could snowball this, but with the spears, you need to have that perfect control. So now with these archers trying to do some damage here, the Khan Hunter at the back here, still a very new unit to control, so definitely not something easy for most people. He is trying to use that Yam network. Is this in range of the Yam?
No.
Oh, no.
It's just the Khan aura.
Oh, damn.
It's a little bit deceptive. We need different glows, I think, but this is about to blow up in Sassy's face. Archer count's way too big. 37 versus 11. This is it. This is game. I don't see how Sassy realistically ever recovers this now.
Yeah, at this point, you do have your pastures. You do have those. But what is Sassy doing? Sassy's pulling the villagers. He's
getting a front line, baby. He can't even kill the one
He
spear.
selected all. He selected all. Sassy has had enough. The villagers are up in arms, taking down everything in their path. And this will mean that Dragavan advances to the main event, and Sassy needs to qualify tomorrow.
3-0 as well. What a performance out of Dragavan. You know, funnily enough, Marika, if Sassy had been playing the Abbasids and we were in Imperial Age, that villager pool would have worked.
Or if he was playing English.
No. Have you not seen the stats the Abbasid villagers can get now?
I have not seen them yet, but I do know they're stronger.
They
and
can get
tanky?
141 HP.
So what you're saying is they could rival feudal age archers.
So what I'm saying is, if anyone wants Snooper to come back to play Age of Empires, now's probably the easiest time to convince him. Get him to do that Abbasid villager only challenge, because you pay 36 food and you get 141 health.
That sounds
pretty good.
amazing. Are you telling me that I can now do only vills to Conqueror?
I'm telling you, you can. I'm telling you, now is the single best time to do it. You could run into the enemy base and drop a keep next to their TC, and your villages would live long enough.
Oh my goodness, I'm in. Okay guys, just an announcement. That is exactly what we will be doing on my channel for the next few weeks. We will be trying to get to High Diamond Conqueror with mostly villagers at the end of games. Very nice. Thank you, KP. I appreciate the inspiration.
That's what I'm here for. I see a new patch. I'm like, how do we break the game?
Beastie does the same. We will be like, you have no idea what you can do with this. And I'm like, what? And he'll just tell me all the strategies. And I'm like, oh, I'm in. All right, I'm in.
It's interesting because like Beastie, so it's like, because you have innovators and iterators, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beastie's more of an iterator. Like, I think Beastie, like, it's going to be like a Batman thing. Like, was it the Few Good Men scene where he's like, you need me on that wall, right? Where he's like, you can't handle the truth. It's like, the truth is, Beastie needs people like Dragavan doing these weird, wild strategies, figuring out what works so that he can come in and he can rule these tournaments down the line. It's an interesting symbiotic relationship.
Beastie is definitely someone who sees what others are doing and he uses that, definitely, but he also perfects it. He does scout when things go a little bit Monka-esque and he realizes, hey, I might need to adjust to this before it actually happens. I remember at Wololo back in the day when Marlians was busted and nobody knew about the busted Marlians. But after Wololo, everybody knew. I remember the Farimba plays were out of this damn world. But yeah,
I think it was the same with the Ottomans. People didn't realize at the time, and then I think Puppy Paw and Wham revealed it. But like that's a cool thing as well. Is I think that's a pristine example. Beastie very talented, but when we saw Rebel Wololo, because it was a different map pool, right? Like Socotra was very new territory.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that, especially. You remember in the Wham series when it was. I think he was the only person I ever saw pick Juji on Socotra, right? Yeah. That's a perfect example of like your innovator over your iterator, where because it's not practice territory, you don't know the correct answer, and that's like where curveballs and weird plays can really get you an edge.
Yeah, and I think Beastie knows how to respond to them once he's faced them, but he's not the one creating them. Thanks, Dragavan, for keeping things fresh then.
Yeah.
Now, guys,
He'll get them there. I keep saying, like, one of these days, we're going to get someone with, like, Clem's APM that can clown car multiple rams at once, and it's going to break the game.
I do not look forward to the day for that happening. God damn. Now, guys, to end off today is a short one. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 4 p.m. CEST to make sure that we bring you the final day of these qualifications. Guys, the real event is happening next week, and it kicks off with the women and the men from the pro circuit. Now, what these players are playing for today is for the event in 2 weeks, where all the pro players will be playing in a top team gamer style format, 2v2, but nobody with set teams to determine who is the ultimate top team gamer. Now, KP, what makes this so cool is we figured out how to do this all the way until the finals. So you don't make it to the semis and get assigned a partner. You make it to the finals before you get assigned a random partner. So it does make it a little bit more for the innovators. Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty to innovate. Like this new patch, I haven't even. There's some things I haven't like tested in. Like, for example, I don't know if the Khan Hunter works for allies. Surely it doesn't. That would be broken.
Okay, let me just make a note here. Khan.
Yeah. So what you need to
Hunter.
do is rush Imp as English with Wingard because we like winning woman, and then you're going to build Rangers, and they're going to get 10 tower range.
Okay. I'm writing that down. Let's test English Rangers. Although, when we play
then-
against... Yeah.
You build a stone wall next to their base, and you get 12 tower range.
I'm so glad you're not a player. You could be Dragavan, KP. If you had the APM and a sugar daddy, you could be a pro player. Because the money...
APM is not my problem. I just don't play the game enough. Anyone will tell you, like, when we were smashing up Battle Aces, they're like, whoa, KP actually has APM. I'm like, yeah.
I've been hiding it all along, brother.
I'm a MOBA player, mate. Of course I got APM.
A Dota player of all things. Not just any MOBA, a Dota. Goddamn. But KP, thank you so much for joining me as well today. I know this was a short in the moment kind of situation. And ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for today. I'm going to be sending you guys over to the other stream, aka Beasties. But guys, please, later on, please go check out King of the Rockies. They have been working really hard. It's a live event. Go show them some support. We were able to rate them yesterday a little bit, but I know that the other tournament is overlapping. So guys, please make sure that you go pay your respects and support to that other tournament. And again, we will be back tomorrow. Thank you for everyone who donated today. We appreciate you, and we're going to be pushing that a lot more in the main event. I promise. We're going to get the long COVID awareness to keep clapping cheeks with Tim here to tell us all about what long COVID actually does in the long run. So yes, KP, again, any closing words? When can they find you? What are you doing?
You can find me across on my channel, Killer Pigeon. You can follow me on Twitter as well to know when I'm doing other events outside of Age of Empires 4. I've got a feeling we've got plenty of action coming in the middays next week because we'll be covering all the free-for-all action on Monday and Tuesday. We're also been covering a lot of the lower bracket run of King of Dry Arabia, so I will definitely be looking to catch up on Dimu Louis next week. And you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna slide in some Deadlock streams, guys. If you want to know anything Deadlock, yeah, I'm your nerd. Freaking MOBA meets Overwatch. Let's go. Oh.
That's actually quite dirty. I'm glad they lifted the NDA on Deadlock, though.
They
It's such a
us
cool
with it, though.
game. It's such a cool game, guys.
Is.
If you have access to Deadlock, play it. If you need access, just tell me, and then I can try to add you as a friend or referral. It's so good. It is
incredible.
So good. Okay.
Yeah, I've already tweeted out. I'm like, okay, who's making an event for this? I need to know who I need to talk to about casting. Like, it's very fun. I think it has a better shot than Overwatch did when it comes to the viewability. Because you can just use outer angles and it's fine.
I agree. I've played like 5 minutes of it, and I watched a lot more minutes, but it was definitely worth it, even as a strategy game player. So yeah. And Gali, I'm sorry. Next time we won't be a 2v2 tournament, all right? All right, KP, thank you so much for joining. I will see you in the next one. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
On his thing for a start, GG. It says there's because I know you can put like a separate team thing, but I don't think he realized that.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that either. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Are we getting school?
Okay, so basically his in-game name is Senpai, and the
No,
team
his
is
so his
basically-
in-game name is it has the Homs in it, but like his actual name, like I would say, is Senpai because Homs is the
Yeah,
team that he
okay.
plays on.
I've been calling him Homs, like just
Okay.
Homs, full on, like yeah. All right,
Okay.
guys.
No, it's fine because the reason I'm asking is because there's not enough space to put the Homs and the Senpai for the name on the draft sheet. So yeah, I would rather put Senpai than Homs.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So, guys, I'm glad you can hear this discussion, because I'm sure you guys are all enjoying it. I do want to announce we have a very exciting guest here today. The main router in the community, Mr. Cisco, has joined us. Cisco, tell them about you so they can analyze the voice pitches and tell me if I need to increase your sound.
Yeah, sure. So, hi guys. Very excited to be here this morning, or well, afternoon for most of you Europeans. For here, me right now, it is still early morning hours. But yeah, I've played the game a bunch since release. I also have streamed a little bit. I've been taking a break just because I am in a very unfortunate situation where can't really play the game and can't really stream 1v1s right now. So it's pretty bad. It's pretty funny though. If I were to stream right now, everybody would be laughing because I would try to micro and then the commands would come through after my army dice, which is it's just pretty funny, right?
Not for your teammate. Oh, damn. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, I've played this. I've played a little bit of tournament experience. I have quite a bit of tournament experience. I've played through Rising Empires. I've played like some EGC tournaments. Also got casted, and people have seen my ass get beat on live on Twitch on the EGC channel. So that's also very fun.
Who has beaten your ass the hardest in your life? In AoE, of course, not in real life. We're not too interested in that, but we are asking about
In tournaments,
in
I would
tournaments.
say the most pain and suffering I ever had was playing Valdemar. Because I remembered that day feeling confident, and then he made me look like Joe from Gold 2, which was pretty funny.
I felt that as well. Being Joe from Gold 2 does actually hurt quite a lot. Oh my gosh. One time I was playing and it was an EGC qualifier because I just wanted to try it out, and I picked Rus. And I don't know why. I've never played Rus in my life. At this point I was like a low diamond 1, barely diamond, scraping the barrel of diamond, and I was like, I can beat this guy because he was also in diamond. And I did not. Turns out if you're a diamond English player, doesn't mean you're a diamond Rus player. So, fun facts all around. So no, I know the feeling. But I know you fell from much higher places than a diamond. So guys, luckily Cisco here is the man who has the knowledge. He's the higher ranked player. We've got our expert here. And after Cisco, we have another expert joining us. We have Winston joining us. So today, it's going to be action-packed with knowledge and me. Very nice. So Cisco, on our screen, we do see your beautiful face here with all your beautiful ports, but we also see the first pick of the map and the civs. Do you have any big thoughts on these?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I had something on my Windows. It just like blew up, and so it spoke over you. I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. I asked, what do you think about this matchup, Mongols versus English? Now, as an English player, I struggle with this, but I know I'm not supposed to. How do you feel about the English versus Mongols matchup? Are we going to be seeing...
So I would say for the longest time, especially leading up to like I would say mid last year, the English Mongol matchup was the bane of my existence as the English player.
Okay.
But that's just because the players that I've played against were always really good at containing me in my base and then being able to trade behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely feel like, in a big sense, the Mongol player is the person who kind of dictates what's going to happen and if the English player is even able to leave their base right away. I know most recently I had seen Don Artie play Viper X on, it was Cliffside, and that was a very interesting matchup because Viper went for a greedy opening instead of trying to be aggressive in the early feudal age, so like minute 4 to minute 5. And so as a result, Don was able to get a very fast age up and play extremely aggressive, and it ended up working to his favor. Viper wasn't able to get any trade and have no map control, and then Don was just able to just kind of starve him out of resources from there. So I think it really depends on the Mongol player. They ultimately dictate the pacing, and then and then from there it's kind of on the English player to figure out a good response to everything.
Now, with the buffs that we saw, I don't know, how closely have you read the patch notes?
So I'm familiar with the addition of the Khan Hunters, which I think is a big deal, especially because now Mongols is kind of a slept-on range civ. As far as versus English, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not 100% convinced, but that's just because of the English longbow, and the English longbow having, an insane amount of range. And I imagine it would be something like if you were playing versus Ottomans, and the Khan Hunters kind of like that pseudo meta where it enables the range backline from the Mongols to have that additional range. So it's like, if I were in Senpai's shoes, I would definitely be trying to target down that Khan Hunter every time if I encountered it.
Okay.
Just so that way it's easier for him to kind of micro back the longbows instead of having to worry about a potential extra shot or two from KJJ's Mongols.
Oh yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think as an English player myself, the Mongols have always been tough for me already, and I think with that extra bit of range that you're gonna have as the Mongol player, I think it's going to be an even harder matchup. So he definitely did not get lucky with the pick here. So I'm a little bit worried here for these sirs, but yesterday we got quite good performance from both of these players. Currently, I believe there are seed 7 and 8 in this event. Let me just double check my facts before I start spewing them. And this is probably the closest matchup that we have out of all of this. So, this is seeds 8 and 9. Now, the player today that does take this one will probably have to play against B after this. So this is not going to be an easy one, but we know B has been all over the place. So, and both of these players, where do you see them ranking? Do you think that there's an opportunity for a B destruction, or are they going to have a hard time?
I don't necessarily believe that there will be 100% B destruction. I could see either player giving not necessarily a run for his money, but more so making him at least work for the win. So I definitely think it'll be a very entertaining match to watch.
Okay. Yeah. Now, guys, we are having a little bit of trouble hopping into this one, I see. I don't know if the game has started. I just want to quickly confirm with our admin if the game has started or not, because from what I can see, it doesn't look to be the case. And if it is not...
Started.
It started. Okay, I think they just forgot to put Observer on in that case. Which is, it happens. This is a brand new game, and these players are very much new tournament players. That's a joke. These two, they're in big trouble. So in the meantime... Well, they're not really in big trouble. There's no big trouble here.
Is on.
So what we will do is... Okay, Ops is on. Then why aren't we able to see this? Oh my god. Let me go see. I just need to find them then. Apologies, guys. This is the problem when you don't have everyone as a friend. Okay. I need to figure them out. We'll find them. We'll find them soon, boys. Give me one moment. Ah, yes. They are not in trouble. I'm in trouble because I assumed that they were much different with the start time, and they were actually not. They're ready to roll in. And guys, our first match is going to be Hill and Dale with Cisco ready to take the steering wheel and correct all my facts as I am trying to give them to all of you. Now, Cisco, let's roll on in. Okay, so in the top side of the map, we have the beautiful Mongol player. I say beautiful because Mongols, wonderful civilization to look at. The I love the fact, like, every single unit that they've added as well, it just fits so perfectly in with the aesthetic. But aside from that, we do have the usual wood chopping. Now, yesterday, we did see someone going for a pasture instead of doing the usual tower rush. And again, I think against English, you're probably not going to want to go and tower rush your opponent. So, Ziska, give me some insight. Is this even a thing someone would consider?
I think if you tower rush English, you're definitely citing a death warrant just for that one particular villager. In some experience, I've seen people do Sable opening into early horsemen, but I don't necessarily agree that it's always what you need to do as Mongols. Being greedy is definitely okay here in this situation, especially because it's Hillendale and all the resources should be relatively close to the English Gatling gun TC.
Yes, they do have a very, very spicy TC, but there's actually a stable being dropped. And now I know you haven't played in the last few months, so I've seen this in a few of my games where people go for the double horseman to deny that second TC that English loves to go for. Now, this is something, I guess, that's the version of the English rush that you want to make sure they don't get done. Now, the horseman is just going to provide that much pressure, and with Mongols, I guess it depends whether the English player responds or if the English player is just going to go be greedy. And Hillendale is a map that's known for its greed. Most people can delay the map. We see a lot of long games on Hillendale. So, if you're English in this case, knowing you're playing against Mongols, do you still go for that 2TC?
I think from the English perspective, it's a lot easier to go for the sub 4 minute or around 4 minute feudal timing of the council hall and having the longbow spear push. I could foresee the 2TC play being a thing if you're able to get some damage or if you're just able to keep them base contained. But as we can see, we see the Abbey of Kings going up. I feel like that's been very meta for a lot of English players. I know with having the king out, it's able to keep the Mongols at bay as far as the cav on cav violence goes. And especially if you take a look at the gold spawn for KJJ2, it's very isolated. It's pretty much on an island, and so it's going to require a tower for KJJ just to help protect those villagers over there. They're just very vulnerable.
Yeah, the problem is when your units are this far out, especially against something that is basically a self-healing little knight, you don't want to have something this far away from your TC. So in that case, the best way to deal with such a situation is just by having a good offense. And many people will say that a good offense is the best defense, and I think that's exactly what you need to do as Mongols in this case. And they will be trying to run through here, getting blocked by a TC, and choosing a different pathway. But we do see the 5 villages on stone here. Now the question is, are they going to be able to get enough resources with Mongols in the bay? Now, we have seen a few English players transition from here and just ignore the second TC once this does get denied. But this is only at top level. So now we're going to find out if this happens. The rest of Conk 3 as well. The horsemen do come in. They do get a juicy little hit on that guy, but these guys will get home safely. But now the problem is they're not going to be able to keep mining that gold until the king at least comes out, which takes a hot minute since the new patch.
Right, and as you can see too, the Abbey is now up, so we'll be seeing that king pop out here in a little bit. And behind this, KJJ is opting for the silver tree. So a little sad we don't get to see the Khan hunters here, but it is most definitely an understandable choice, especially if Senpai decides to go for full turtle. Obviously, the good call would be, and the right one would be to just go super ham on traders and have a very strong trading economy behind it.
Yeah, the problem is for Mongols, from what I understand, the trade is just very, very susceptible to raids, especially when your opponent goes for the king. Because usually with the king comes a very mobile army as well. Now we do see a barracks being dropped and spearmen being made first. So this is not going to necessarily mean that we have an easy trade for the Mongols. And this is also the first time that we get to see this landmark since the new patch. Every other game where we saw Mongols, we saw an absolute destruction of the other landmark. So people just keep going one way and not for the silver tree. But let's see what the Mongol man can do with this. We do see 2 Keshiks in the line now, so this is going to keep being quite aggressive. But these Dark Age horsemen had to back off.
Right, and the first spear is on the way out for Senpai, so that spear will be standing guard over the stone miners so he can safely grab what he needs for the second town center. And now KJJ, getting the feudal age, he's moving the silver tree out. So it'll be interesting to see if Senpai decides to go for full turtle into straight boom with the double town center, or if he just adds the TC, adds a couple sables, and we start seeing horsemen so he can start raiding off that trade.
And luckily, just as we said earlier, the king is still going to be mobile, and he's still going to be able to harass you at the back. Scout taking a little bit of damage, but guys, keep in mind, this guy's just going to keep up healing up back to full, but the Keshiks are waiting. And I don't know, I'm not too sure, but I think the Keshiks are a little bit faster, 1.87 versus 1.69. So these Keshiks should be able to catch up to these boys, and he might lose a scout for this. And
he most definitely will.
The second TC has plopped down. The second TC right close to the previous one and making sure that it's on top of the gold. Now this is also because Mongol is just so good at massing a very big army here. Now that's going to be quite difficult to deal with if your TC is too far out. We do see the first trader popping out, and this is going to be a 66 gold trade.
Yeah, and with Senpai, he's now done with the second TC. He has a lot of villagers on gold, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a quick macro switch up here. I imagine he's just wanting to get all the gold so he can start spamming upgrades. And now KJJ's opting to just go for a full cav army. So with Senpai Scout down, it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do as his next move. I know I previously talked about the idea of going for the stable and having horsemen raid the trade, but he doesn't seem like he's very much in a hurry to go for any sort of aggression right now. I know with trade in general, you do have a bit of a window before the trade will really kick in, and then you'll start to feel behind economically. So I have a feeling that that's playing a very big factor in his decision making right now.
And the problem for most players is they don't really know what to do against trade except be aggressive. But just like a lot of the players on Malians, people say the best way to deal with it is just go for 2 TC. If you're not going to be able to kill them, just go for 2 TC yourself so you can stay with them economically. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening right now. We can see here that these guys are going straight towards castle for Mr. Holmes. And this is going to be so key in finding a unit that can actually handle the Mongol army. But I don't expect KJJ to let that go for free. The thing is, he's going to have a very healthy trade in no time. And English shouldn't be able to do any damage to this anytime soon, especially with him having all these units. But now they're coming in, and villagers back out on time.
Yeah, and we have the little scrap up there by the trade post, that poor spearman sent to his inevitable demise versus the 2 Keshik. And as you can see, there's being more farms added. So Senpai definitely trying to squeeze in that castle age, but macro does feel a little bit off, and he just decides now to. Oh, just kidding! I saw the 0 on gold with back to 8 on gold, so definitely maybe he's thinking about getting some upgrades, which wouldn't necessarily hurt. But yeah, those 8 gold miners could definitely be used on other resources right now if he's trying to get that castle age.
Now, what we have here is KJJ also floating quite a bit of food, but we did see pulling off their villagers initially from the gold. Now, this could have been like, oh, okay, I'm just going to keep producing units, I'm going to let the traders do the work, but at this point, your traders, there's not really enough of them to ensure that you have that constant gold income, while you are making Keshiks the whole time. I was actually considering that he was going to stop making units because he did for a while there. And I think he might have changed his mind now, seeing that the wood line is this far forward. So this is now a place where he can constantly harass. And these villagers are just going to idle back and forth the whole time. There needs to be a wall here, and it needs to get up quickly.
Yeah, and as you can see, Senpai only has the 2 spearmen as well, so even if he decides to not make a wall and invest in the units, he simply just won't have enough to defend right now, and KJJ just doing an excellent job of idling that wood line, so hopefully Senpai decides an answer here soon, and it looks like a villager going down too. Oh, and maybe a
Another
second
one.
one? Yeah,
Yes.
another one.
And this is the problem when you only have a TC at the front here that can suit 8. Sometimes it's very easy to over-rally villagers onto here, and that makes it so tough to just keep all of them alive, especially against an army like this, when you have this many Kashyyyks. So, these villagers, even though the villager count is looking fine, they have been idle for so long. And these 4 spearmen, these horses are just going to run right through them.
Right, and as you can see, KJJ idling the woodline villagers yet again. And like you said, with every bit of idle time that Senpai is incurring, KJJ is just starting to have a better eco at home because his economy's been working for the entire time, with the small exception of when the king made the run by on the gold. He hasn't had a villager not giving him resources, and same with the traders. But now Senpai does have the tech advantage, but what will he do to try to even the score?
Yeah, this is now that weird state of English where they do get that white tower in their base, and they're actually able to hold most attacks. So Mongols, not really sure where to go for the attack right now. I would say the front part is probably still the best chance you got at doing some proper damage, because you want to deny this gold. You want to make sure that he doesn't have the gold to get the upgrades needed. Now, the trade at the back here, looking absolutely phenomenal, and KJJ ready to go for Castle Age himself. He's almost there, but he's getting upgrades too, so even while macroing up to Castle Age, he's getting that Iron Undermesh, which is going to be so important when diving English TCs. But yes, with the White Tower being here at the back, he's just not going to have the gold that he needs. So Mr. Senpai is going to be in trouble pretty soon. And the next golds, unfortunately on Hill and Dale, they're quite far out.
Yes, they are indeed quite far out, and I do remember once upon a time there was a big gold on the hill, which made it even easier for English to play this turtley style. But now with KJJ having the full map control, it'll definitely be harder for Senpai to really get out on the map as soon as that 4K gold runs out.
Now this is
And
oof, a lot of villagers. Sorry, Cisco. I just interrupted
no,
you
it's
like
fine.
but this was
I was
so
about
scary.
I was about to say the same thing. You know, I definitely foresee this becoming an issue unless Senpai is able to just get enough spears out, and he's slowly massing them up little by little. But you know, obviously, he could have had another 2-3 spears out more if he didn't sacrifice them on the trade line to try to get some damage for himself against his opponent.
And now with the tower being dropped at the front here, or attempt a tower being dropped at the front, we can see that KJJ is looking at doing some damage. But English knows, like, hey, I should probably do something about this at some point, because that's a lot of horses. And honestly, the mass is just increasing. We can see here from the income per minute, Mongols living their best life. 940 gold per minute. That's going to mean the upgrades are going to come in so easily. While on the backside here, we are only getting our blacksmith now. So the economy count is pretty even, but I would say that KJJ still got this in the bag.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that assessment right now. Like I said, he has the better economy going into being into Castle Age, and now with the Kurultai being up, I think he's just kind of being a shark in the water, tracking his prey and waiting for the right moment to strike here.
The problem is, when you're English, this is a very common thing we see on the map. The little worm of reinforcements we see, these boys are just going to get picked off, and that's exactly where Mongol shines. He's got a very mobile army. These guys might make it through, might disrupt the trade for quite a bit too, but all of these reinforcements are just going to get picked off, so he does rally back, he cannot lose too much. But with these numbers, he should be able to take the spears. The problem is, this army is very expensive to lose. But honestly, I think he's ready to sacrifice some of them to keep this trade alive.
Yep, and big fight over here on the trade line on the top of the map here. Con arrow goes off. He decides to shoot the speed arrow so he can run down any units that try to get away here. And yeah, KJJ just convincingly cleans this up and keeps his trade alive, and now is able to put Senpai again on the back foot here.
Now, with this Yam Network's influence, these guys are just going to get on top of the king, take him down, but the king has been distracted anyway, and this is going to be quite hard for Senpai to get back from, because now this gold is getting less and less and less, and now Mongol has the bigger army. He's already making, I was going to say the English is already making a plan to move out, but no, KJJ is the one making these towers at the front of the base, and this is going to be so hard for Senpai to just move out on. He's going to be stuck on that little bit of gold for a very long time, and the units he's making, which are crossbows, they're quite expensive. The amount of spearmen, though, really good in this scenario, but you can see Mongols is also changing course of the idea. He's making sure that he's getting some crossbows mixed in here too. He does lose a few villages in the fight, though.
Yeah, losing a few vills, he decides to back up after seeing the spear mass and wanting to get some more units of his own here. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's going to be on, Senpai's going to be on that gold for a whole much longer. You know, it's already 16 minutes into the game. I imagine he's already almost out of that little gold that he has in the front of his base. And now KJJ being forced back, I'm wondering where he's deciding to position his Kurultai, because I feel like that Kurultai would have a huge impact on any fights, especially for these two middle golds here.
I think KJJ missed a little bit of a timing here, but he is making a mangonel. He says, I may have missed that timing, but girl, you don't know what does well against crossbows, and that is a mangonel. So Ahom's now, or Senpai, now finally getting that tower up himself, which is going to allow him to be able to move out to this gold. Because yes, this one is depleted. He needs to make a plan for the next move. But the thing is, this is such a risky move to take a fight in, especially with the mangonel there. But the spearmen are looking at snacking, the Kurultai being very far out of position. And it doesn't look like they'll be able to get that mangonel from the back. And these crossbows are just going to take a very big hit. But it gets 3 villages instead, which is just as big.
Yeah, but again, I feel like the Kurultai is just too little too late. KJJ's front line has been pretty much evaporated, and now we just have some crossbow on crossbow violence here. But I know that Senpai's breathing a very huge sigh of relief, knowing that he's bought himself a window and some space to be able to start taking some more gold off of the map here.
The problem, I think, in that last fight as well is he was so focused on killing that mangonel. And the mangonel is juicy, yes, but your crossbows just aren't going to cut it here. So right now he's seen, okay, my units do melt pretty fast. So let me get a few men-at-arms. Yes, I'm playing against crossbows, but I will just outmass them. And now, using that attack speed, might be able to take a fight. The villagers do get reinforced back into these towers, hopefully doing a little bit of damage back here. But that is a very scary army at the front of your base, and you don't have anything to deal with it. 6 horsemen in queue, though. He's trying to find a way.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to find a way, and I definitely think at this point Senpai needs to really be thinking about adding siege of his own here if he wants to find more of a surefire way as opposed to just going for the mass melee that he's trying to do, as the crossbows just keep mowing down his front line here, and KJJ even adding more siege of his own now too.
Now, there's extra siege here. Just that little trebuchet that we got will make sure that these towers go down and the vision will be a lot less. The villagers are desperately trying to get to some gold. But the thing is, when you're in Conk 3, this is a very easy question to ask yourself, where you're like, hey, I just denied the gold. My opponent keeps making all these gold units. Where's he getting gold from? And yes, he did build a market, but we are still going to find a lot of gold villages very far out of the base.
Yeah, very far, very exposed, but it looks like KJJ's kind of setting his sights here on trying to go for the death ball and potentially end this game soon, but it could potentially be ended even sooner if he finds those gold villagers at the bottom of the map. And Senpai now adding in the Feudal Age Horsemen, also grabbing the Castle Age upgrade for those Horsemen, and yeah, KJJ realizing that he needs to start looking at these other gold mines here to get full gold denial, so Senpai can only be forced into food and wood comp.
And that's exactly what's happening. Both of these sides now being checked out. He does see the gold and potentially sees the dead deer in the fog of war. Oh, in the discovered fog of war. So he will be running into a very, very juicy pack. Is he? Oh, he doesn't. He decides to try and go for the base, but if he makes a comeback, oof, that might be a tough one. The villagers do get spotted, and before they get enough gold for him to even build a little spring ult, because that's exactly what he needs here against all that siege that's about to be at the front of his base. They see it, but I guess they just didn't register.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a horror movie right now. It's like, KJJ, turn around! KJJ, turn around! What are you doing? But as you can see, KJJ's adding a treb and adding another treb now, and so he's going for, you know, the full crossbow siege death ball to really drive it home. Feel like he's tunnel visioning just a little bit, but he is getting that juicy raid bounty for the Mongols here, and now he finally finds the villagers on that gold, being able to idle them out will definitely have an impact here. But still unable to find the dead deer towards the left corner of the map there.
The Khan definitely has something to say to that gate as well. But now the fight is commencing, and the horseman switch coming in clutch. We can see these horsemen just able to get to the back line, but there's just so many crossbowmen. So even though they do get on the back of the siege, they might be able to get some good kills, but let's see if this mass is going to be big enough. It looks like it is. Cisco! It looks like he's going to clean up. The crossbows, oh, they do take a very heavy shot from the mango. Now the horsemen just weren't able to take down the crossbow. And he's target firing the mango again. He knows he needs to kill this. But just in target firing that, everything else is killing him.
Yeah, and I will say this was a great showing of micro from KJJ and a great showing of composure too. Being able to keep his siege alive and now pretty much just eviscerating his opponent's army, and still trading behind it, now on 40 traders too. So this is more looking heavily favored towards KJJ by the second, I feel like.
And these villagers on the gold that he so desperately needed the income for, they've been idle for such a long time just trying to survive the horses. And all of a sudden, this population is telling us a very different story from what we saw at the start of that fight. I honestly thought that he was going to win this, with Senpai just collapsing on the siege at the back. I just don't think he had the firepower to make sure that these things go down. And right now, when you see this mass at the front of your base, you should be a little bit scared. 2 spring ults just always going to be ready to burn anything you put out of this white tower.
Well, me personally, if I see a mass like this in front of my base, I hit the escape button and just go next. But obviously, with this being a tournament game and tournament lives on the line, Senpai's trying to persevere here. But this feels like death by 1,000 cuts. You have the gold getting raided again, now by Men-at-Arms from KJJ, and your base being pushed in, and you're constantly losing buildings, and you're constantly losing production as well.
Now, there's just no way to get out of this. And I think this is the point where you ask yourself as Hom Senpai, hey, what do I do next? How do I get out of this next game? So when we are going to go after this and look at the draft, we'll try to see what the next plan for him could be. Now, you know these players a little bit better than I do. Are there any signature civilizations that we should be looking out for?
Lately, when I've played Senpai, I know he's played a bit of Japan. I don't recall seeing that in his draft, so we'll have to take a quick look. And then KJJ, I know him more of being a really good team game player, but obviously he is currently hovering around 1900 elo right now in 1v1, so he's definitely a force to be reckoned with here. So wouldn't be able to necessarily answer that question, but yeah, we see a little bit of a desperation play too coming out on the trade. Trying to get villagers to tower and start whittling those traders down, but yeah, this definitely just seems like a very slow death push at this point.
It's very, very slow death push with all these death bells being rung across the map. You just don't notice that there's a horse killing your villagers in the base because you're so focused. Oh, these guys are just getting snacked on by the tower. Definitely just too many alarms going off in one place. He's so focused on killing the siege mass with his last push. The horseman trying to flank. He does get a few of the trebuchets here. The crossbow here, they are ready to defend their siege, but I do think he'll be able to get one mangonel for this. The problem is there is just so much more at home. And yes, he's got a spearman army, but these are men-at-arms, and they barely take any damage.
Yeah, and they are men-at-arms, and as you can see too at the top right, KJJ getting all his imp upgrades too, so not only are they going to be men-at-arms, not only are they going to be crossbow, but it's about to be versus a full imp army. So definitely wondering what Senpai's plan is from here.
And I think we can call this as it is. There's death. There is destruction. There are towers just going off everywhere. And the final push with the crossbows are just going to come forward. Now, yes, it does look like Senpai is very, very stubborn. He keeps making units. He's like, I will do yet another push. I know what counters crossbows, and they're horsemen. So he's going to try to let this matter. But it's going to be harder and harder. He does get that Berkshire though, and the Berkshire's on the outside. But it should be able to snack on a few units here from the side if they do move out of position. The Berkshire is not even covering a gold though.
Yeah, that Berkshire definitely has me a little monka steering right now because it does protect the wood, but it would be a little bit better position if it was on more of a forward gold here. And yeah, now Senpai finally getting the imp timing up, but KJJ is just about to be full into his base here.
And we can see he's also getting the university upgrades. He's just looking for the kill. This is now the Desperation Berkshire. And Desperation Berkshires, they're supposed to be on top of the enemy army so that you can sacrifice your villagers while trying to take it all down in an act of desperation. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing here. The villagers being garrisoned inside the White Tower, hoping that these arrows can do anything to the horses, but they barely even tickle them. The horsemen trying their best, but these are just pure veteran horsemen against elite Keshiks. So they might be able to do some damage in numbers, but they're definitely going to struggle to clean this up later on. And the trade here at the back just looking absolutely juicy. 42 traders right now. He doesn't even need to keep making them. He's that far ahead. Oh, look at it. It's firing. It is firing at a Keshik. We can confirm the Berkshire is doing something.
Yes, but too little too late on firing on the Keshik here. And yeah, Cage is just like, I've had enough of your towers. Get him out of here. I want my conga line uninterrupted. And now he's just looking to see where Senpai has more eco set up so he can try to do damage, because I'm sure that's the question he's probably asking himself is, what is my opponent doing that's making him believe that he can still stay in this game aside of, you know, the towers and having all the food in the back here. So, and yeah, he just keeps pushing the envelope here with the horsemen and the crossbowmen as well, and finally getting his first bombard up into the base of Senpai.
He's just so stubborn. This man keeps making horsemen. He has 11 in queue. Oh, the bombard being tickled here by the Berkshire, but not long enough. So the bombard will survive for now and be able to clap down the rest of these buildings. Senpai is just doing what English does best, aka staying alive when they should be dead already. And the gold is still nothing. Oh,
I would definitely argue this English player was well and truly dead, you know, within the past 5-10 minutes. But obviously, with this tournament life, you know, on the line, knowing that if he loses this best of 3, then he is out for the rest of the day. Definitely understandable from his perspective as to why he's still in this game. But yeah, now with the bombards, he's able to kill the rest of the defensive buildings that that Senpai had, and now KJJ just looking to try to finish off what is ever standing of a lot of Senpai's food eco here.
Oh, and he's stubborn. Look at this man. He's like, I will repair this. I don't have the resources right now, but I will repair this. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the final push. He does need to look for the Berkshire, but he calls it. He realizes there is no way I'm holding this. And yes, guys, when we saw the match was over, I did ×2 it for a little while, because we do need to catch up to their second game, as they have started already. Now, this is something that is going to be quite important for both these players. Both of what is happening right now, we need to understand what the whole idea is of this tournament. And let's quickly switch back. So, Senpai and KJJ, both of them are playing for a spot in our top team gamer format, Empire Duels. So Empire Duels basically is the tournament that we're hosting for long COVID awareness. Oh, apparently I can't speak English today. And that is why we are here, to make sure that we can learn about something that not a lot of people know about. So guys, what the whole point of this is, we want to make sure that these players play their hearts out to qualify for the big event that we're hosting for this in 2 weeks' time. The players that qualify today, they will be going on in 2 weeks with the other top pros to play off in team games. But again, these are not set team games. Each round has a different teammate. And that's what makes this such a unique format that a lot of people are excited for. Because we know team games are fun, but imagine if you don't choose your teammate, but every single round, you'll have one of the best players in the world by your side. So it's all going to be all about being the best team gamer in the community. So, Cisco, would you be a top team gamer? Or what is your forte?
Top team gamer?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, that's a little generous, you know what I mean?
I thought you were a team game player.
No, I play 1v1s almost exclusively.
Oh. 1v1s, and that's why he's Conk 3 and I'm not, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as the 1v1 expert, guys, Cisco is going to tell us a little bit about China and JD, because for me, this feels like a very China-favored matchup right here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I know with JD, they thrive off of the feudal pressure, but playing Senpai's China in the past, he's also very good at playing that condensed economy and making great usage of the Barbican of the Sun to help protect those villagers. It makes it almost nearly impossible to dive. It's one thing when you're diving under arrow slits, but it's another thing when you're diving under actual hand cannons.
Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is, I think a lot of people really, really struggle with dealing with China's ability to just defend themselves with that Barbican. And JD is a civilization that likes to attack. The thing is, this map is not as wallable as most maps for anyone playing a passive civilization. We do see some very long games, but Gorge definitely will be proven. I guess Gorge will just be a lot harder to make sure that you can stay safe. And now with KJJ in the lead, I think a Senpai just needs to play a little bit safer and be able to get that mass together, because we saw him. He did that mass perfectly at the back and then tries to push, but he needs to make sure that he does this correctly and gets the siege. Luckily with Chinese, you are known for your siege, not just for your defensive playstyle that we can do. Now, guys, before we head in, I realized my computer just crashed for some reason. I want to quickly just touch on the fact that JD has gotten changed. So, Cisco, do you know what changed about JD? Have you read the patch notes?
Read through some of them, didn't realize JD got changed, but I do have the patch notes here. And I see that they have a discount bonus increase for their eco-techs too, so that's gonna be a little interesting. But I definitely feel like in terms of how the game's gonna go, not quite sure if the eco-techs being cheaper is gonna have a big effect. I definitely feel like it's gonna be just more based around the seed and how Senpai decides to play around it, whether or not he's gonna put Barbican in the front to protect any food in the front, or if he's gonna, put it in the back to protect his wood line. So I think that's gonna be the biggest thing that decides how this game goes here.
There's another big change on that sheet of patch notes you should be having, and that's the Chamber of Commerce change. So now the Chamber of Commerce pops out those traders a little bit faster. And my biggest dream in life would be is if we can get a Chamber of Commerce play.
That would be very wild to see, and I definitely feel like if KJJ goes for the Chamber of Commerce here. I feel like it's going to be sort of a flex, but I know with how open this map is, trade is not always the play.
Yeah, the thing is, yesterday we saw a Chamber of Commerce, and it was destructive, very unexpected, and definitely only chosen against civilizations that you know you won't be able to harass properly with your knights. So I would love to see that against a civilization like China. Now, for those of you who don't know that much about China, China does have these dynasties. Now, once they do get to Song Dynasty, which is after they build both Age 2 landmarks, their villager production gets a little bit faster. But now, if you've built both of them, you also have the Barbican up somewhere, and this is going to make it a lot harder for you to get raided. So I would absolutely love to see this from KJJ, but I don't think we're going to be that lucky. I just, a girl can dream.
Yeah, but you never know. Like you said, it could turn into a thing of Senpai being able to just play around the Barbican, and he's able to have a mostly unharassed economy, and KJJ might be like, you know what? Maybe this is where I have to do the ultimate flex and slap the good old Chamber of Commerce down in one of these corners and start trading.
Yeah, I would just absolutely love to see this on JD specifically, because JD is known to be most useful when she gets a lot of experience early on. But we'll see this very shortly, guys. We don't need to see the early game playing out as it usually do, guys. Let's catch up with the players so that we can be live and make sure that we can see what they choose to go with. But we won't see a Chamber of Commerce, no Cox today. We will see School of Cavalry only. Now, again, this is actually still a good choice. When you're playing against China, you want to make sure that that faster villager production that they get does not get too far ahead. And with knights, you have that ability. Now, JD building this with 2 villagers, this is going to make sure that she doesn't get level 2 by the time she finishes this. So this will mean that JD needs to go do a little bit more work before she will level up and move out onto the playing field. We do see the Barbican being popped down here, and on a very juicy spot. It protects the gold, and it is quite protected by a wood line as well. A very small wall would turn this into a very hard to raid location.
Yeah, definitely Monka steering though, seeing how late the Barbican is going down, and not only that, but KJJ already getting a faster tech timing, which means that he might end up having that knight a little bit sooner than Senpai is anticipating here. So, this could very well mean the end of the game quite early on if he doesn't get that Barbican up before the knight pops.
The Barbican should get up. Remember, China has a very fast building speed, so this, by the time the knight arrives, it might be up. But the question is rather, these villagers, they're not going to run as fast as they can to the Barbican when the knight arrives. These guys can take a very heavy hit, even once the Barbican is up. So the gold being on this side is going to be quite harassable, even with the Barbican right on top. Because guys, remember, these are JD knights, and just like French knights, once they get chivalry, they're going to be a very big menace. And we see the Barbican popping out right now. The knight is on the way. Almost. But now, these guys can still take a lot of damage. And that's the problem when you play against knights. Look at that. That might even be a kill. Luckily not. They did have the upper hand there. Okay, it looked like it was a tile away. I called it too early, boys. I called it too early.
Then what's the TC range for Senpai's TC? Is it covering the... okay, so it's just barely covering the mining camp there. I was a little curious because it would be insane to see the double hand cannon shot if KJJ does try to dive. But yeah, we're seeing, just more knight play from KJJ. He looks like he's going into the woman at arm here. Definitely understand why for, the spearman, but I definitely could see a lot of utility with Archer JD, and you can just post her up on the stone and have her take some pot shots at those gold vills too, as they're trying to get, the juicy gold for Juganu and eco upgrades and more IOs as well.
The problem is, KJJ is floating a lot of gold, and usually when you're floating this much gold, we're asking why? What is the plan? So, are we going for chivalry? Are we going to get other upgrades? Why are we floating this much gold? And we're not seeing them in eco upgrades, so they have to be for something else. And I feel like if you're floating this much, we're getting some chivalry. We're getting some action, and we're getting more knights on the field. Now, with these knights over here, they can flank, and they can go harass the woodline too, and they don't mind taking a shot or two from the TC. The Barbican does hurt, however. But instantly we saw Senpai pulling back the one villager that was injured, and there was a danger of getting taken down. But the knight is going back in, and will get the charge off, and a villager kill. But keep in mind, he is on Song Dynasty, and we can see the difference here in that. Just because he's on Song Dynasty, the villager production is faster, so him losing one is not the end of the world.
Yeah, not the end of the world indeed. And now Senpai seeing that KJJ is now greeting the boar off of the top of the map here. And meanwhile, he's starting to prepare his defense. Not sure if he has a wall in his mind because, like you said, one small wall between the two little woodlines there, and it'll pretty much solve the problem of having any back resources getting raided right now. And it looks like KJJ is just trying to force some idle time. Going to be largely unsuccessful, though, because he is now just being outmassed in the Knight Spear department.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're playing against a Knight serve, at the beginning, they raid from one side. But soon enough, reinforcements arrive, and then they hit you at two sides at the same time. And I think that is going to be the key factor here. Is Senpai able to split those units apart and defend on two sides? Now, I don't think this is going to be too hard for a player of his caliber, but it's definitely something that KJJ can use to his advantage. Now, JD and the Knights have not moved out too far. The boar is secured with the walls getting up, and the walls being plopped down here from Senpai as well. He's just trying to stop those raids. But it seems like all the Knights are being called back. Now, as I said earlier, it looks like Chivalry was decided on, Wheelbarrow being upgraded next, and the Spearmen, though, moving out. Now, the problem is, you're going for this many Jugunu, and while Jugunu do pretty decently against Knights, in these numbers, they're really going to struggle to get these guys down. So the Spearman mass is so crucial here.
Yeah, definitely agree, but going to be a little late on this, but you want to know something that I appreciate about what KJJ was doing maybe about like 30 seconds ago, Whammon?
Tell me.
So if you notice, you were showing the knights towards the top that were kind of idling, and they were there so that he would know that the wall is going to be going up safely, as opposed to just letting the Bills do their thing. And then if KJJ were to send a few units, or not KJJ, but Senpai were to send a few units up there, then that's some very much free snacking on some boar villagers up there at the top.
So those Knights is providing that type of protection for him to later go on and waste his time trying to deny the ball. Okay, that's pretty smart. Obviously, the deer being on top of that as well is just such a strong thing to have. The problem is now these guys are going to start to prickle a little bit harder, because we do see the +1 ranged attack coming in, and they're going to be able to shred through this Jean, especially with now going to be 10 Jugunu on the field shooting at Jean at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that KJJ hasn't opted to start adding any archery ranges. I feel like the mass knights, especially when you're playing into China, is a little bit ballsy, to put it one way. And I definitely think that if Senpai gets enough army out, and now we're having our first engagement, few spears go down, but no knight casualties yet. But I definitely feel like once Senpai reaches that critical mass of spearmen, he'll just be able to eat that knight mass whole here.
So we've been actually seeing this with a few players playing knights specifically. They go for just knights, even though they're spearmen, because the amount of knights that you make, you just run right over this army, which sounds very counterproductive, and yes, it may be, but when your knights can heal, if you can get most of them out there alive while taking down 1 or 2 spearmen at a time, you should be in a pretty decent position. And now the question is that going to be the right answer here? But we do see +1 melee damage coming in from Mr. KJJ, and these villagers do not get the towers up in time, and Jean is in a bad position. She's about to take a lot of damage, and she gets out alive, luckily. Oh, but the knights...
Yeah, very lucky indeed. And I definitely feel like Senpai could have had a lot more damage done here, but obviously not having that scout hurts and lacking that vision, could have been a slightly, bigger missed opportunity here. But now KJJ deciding, you know what, if you're going to keep your army in front of my base, I'm going to take my army into your base now. And now idling some wood villagers here, getting some army kills, and now running back to where a lot of Senpai's food is, over by the Barbican.
The problem is these guys are going to be kind of stuck, right? So he does get some of these villagers out. They quickly make a wall to escape this very scary night mass, and the Barbican is going to be shooting at them. So he might actually pay a very hefty price for this harassment. Definitely not looking like it was worth it. Oof, that's so many going down, Cisco. This is looking like a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, this hurts a little bit, but also there's a good trade-off here, which was Senpai had all those villagers, all those IOs sitting in the TC for, at least a good 30 seconds here. But yeah, now he's going forward with Vills. Looks like he's trying to put towers out for vision, so that way he knows where KJJ is getting his gold from. And yeah, now nice little raid coming in too on that top gold. Oh, and are they? Oh, there we go. There we go. I was a little concerned that they were a little bit blind here, but yeah, now we just have a lot of mayhem going on the map here. This game is looking very scrappy though, looking a lot more entertaining from the viewer perspective than the first game.
Yeah, the problem is when you're busy aging up, and Holmes doesn't realize that, hey, I'm playing against someone who's aging up, and he's going to realize now when he runs his spearman in here. But Jean is here. She's ready to snack on a little bit of experience, but we do see Castle Age coming from KJJ. The thing is, Senpai is not that far behind, and he's lost... Oof, KJJ has lost a lot of knights. You going for the Royal Institute also means that you're hoping to fight with your knights as the main army. But this doesn't look to be the answer right now. You don't have any knights. They all got taken down by your raids. So even though he does get castle, he doesn't have all the gold he needs to also get these very unique upgrades. So now this is the time for Arms to just keep pushing. Oh.
Yeah, keep it pushing and eventually work to get that age up in. And as you can see, he clearly outnumbers KJJ2 as far as the military numbers go. And yeah, KJJ went for a dive on the knights and is gonna pay dearly now and lose a couple of castle age knights here to a feudal age army.
And Jean going down as well is so expensive. This is not a unit you can replace at this point in time, especially with this going on. You have villagers running for their lives, going to this space that was very much not safe for taking. And the villagers here might go down from Mr. Senpai, but 3 villagers, he can afford those anytime. While KJJ cannot afford to lose 14 of these. Oh.
Yep, can't afford to lose. And as we can see, the longer Senpai decides to stay here in feudal, that army number just looking more massive and massive by the second. 59 to now 10, 61 to 10, and rising, and still a very sizable difference too here with the villagers, 51 to 39. So it's not looking good for KJJ, and not quite sure where he's going to take this game here, as he's running out of food and very clearly running out of map control too.
Yeah, this problem of just having this map control from Senpai, he's getting a tower over here too. He just wants to make sure that he keeps denying the gold. And initially I said he's going castle, but the moment he saw that his opponent is just keep making knights, he's just gonna stay in feudal, keep making spearmen, and control the map. And that's exactly what he did here. We see both these towers upgraded. So even when these guys are done, they're kind of done anyway, because there's an army going towards them, backed up by some very chunky towers.
Yeah,
Yep.
And market coming down for KJJ. Senpai identifying that, hey, my opponent still has villagers taking food up here as well. So this is about to be another, how many villagers is that about to go down?
11?
Oh, 11? Oh, man, that's about to be a very sad vill count for KJJ here, as, Senpai now getting the surround, and he's just now finishing off the vills as they attempt to, run away for their lives, as poor Mary, Sally, and Joe trying to get away with all that food.
Oh, Jean, it's all Jean's cousins just not making it out there alive. The only hope KJJ has now is being able to catch an army out that is very split up, and if Senpai's computer crashes. Yes, we need both of those situations to be able to come back in this game, because Jean, she's still level 2. Yes, she has these very, very impressive knights, but again, you're playing against a bunch of spearmen. You might lose a lot more than you expect. And these guys actually taking a very good fight here. Jean being focused down again. And she will die. That was quick. Goodbye. Rest in peace, Jean. She looked gorgeous.
Yeah, so Seven's in the chat for JD as she valiantly sacrificed herself. And now KJJ trying to kill the Jiganu mass here. But, you know, more and more units just showing up here from Senpai to try to, you know, finish off the Knight Mass that KJJ has. KJJ very low on resources as well, and, you know, Senpai at home, he's just been working and pumping away on not only units, but economy as well.
Oh, and he loses focus for just a second, making sure these knights are run right into more spearmen. The thing is, Senpai is all over the map, getting these resources in very greedy positions. But again, the best defense is a great offense, and he's definitely showing us exactly that. He's just constantly on the offense, making sure that his villagers are safe in his base, making sure that KJJ has to respond to every single attack. And now, those are a total of 5 knights here, 2 knights at the back. These guys are just not having a good day. Oh.
Yeah, definitely would say bad day is being had on the side of the JD. But yeah, wondering when Senpai is going to, if and when he's going to go for the Castle Age timing, or if he's just going to, you know, full pedal to the metal here. I know he's got 17 on food right now and another 17 on gold, and, you know, now Senpai just pushing KJJ off of the last bit of food that he has available.
And this is such a sad position to be in when you are playing French or Jean. You run out of food, you have no access to gold, you have just sadness in your base. The way that you transition to farms is just not feasible in this case. Obviously, that's exactly what he wants to do. 29 now on wood, he's like, I need a lot of food. But he is as stubborn as Senpai in the last game. He's dead, but he's holding on. The man does not want to call it a day just yet. Oh, just getting impaled.
Yeah, this looks like this might be the last engagement of the game. He's got his knights locked in, and yeah,
he's
pulls the white flag, says let's go next, and we have ourselves a series.
I cannot believe that we got a 1-1 in the first round. That is exactly what I'm hoping for. So guys, at the moment when we're looking at these players, we know that a lot of them are very closely ranked. Right now we have 1-1 for our 2 players, and this is so important when you have a tournament like this. You want to make sure that your opponents or that your games are not just 3-0s throughout. Now, I would quickly like to show you guys who we have qualified for our event already. So this is now specifically for the Pro Circuit. Now the Pro Circuit looks like this right now. Beastie, Marine Lord, Anatan Demo, Papipo, Louis, Baltoon, and Wham all invited players to our Empire Duels Pro Circuit, which means these guys are already going to be seeded into their separate groups, and the rest of them need to qualify in. So our qualified players from yesterday, Kiliardi, Valdemar, Chrysor, and Dragovan. Now, Chrysor got a little bit lucky yesterday, I'll be honest. Do you know what happened, Siska?
I don't. Would you care to fill me in?
B didn't show up, and Chrysor got put through. He deserved
just walked right in.
Yeah, but he was rank 8 or seed 8, so he was favored to make it through today. So, Chrysor, your ATR, it really, really mattered here. But Dragovan also not the biggest upset, but definitely an upset because he 3-0'd Sassy yesterday. And I think Dragovan he's one of the younger players in our tournaments, and he has definitely shown himself to be a player that can cheese. But yesterday, he showed a lot of skill and transition ability in these games too. And I see Celia Art says that's a lot of King of the North players. Exactly. My boys, Demu, Baltoon, and Kiliardi and Dragovan. 4 of those. Ooh. Who are we missing, boys? Oh, where's Voldemort? Oh yeah, Voldemort as well. I almost forgot about him. Yeah, sorry, Voldemort. So, yes, now we have our 1-1, and our final draft is on the screen. So yeah, Chrysor beat Deniska. Yeah, he did. Oh, 3-1, yeah. No, he fought his heart out, but B is probably gonna qualify today, I would say. Now, we have a Rus versus Ayyubids on Dry Arabia. Now, because of King of Dry Arabia, we've been seeing a lot of these matches, and they've been looking pretty decent. We've tried to understand the meta, but now a patch just dropped, and we don't really know what we can expect out of Rus. So, have you been cooking anything with the Rus in your head, Siska?
Yeah, I was actually consuming some good old YouTube content yesterday. I was seeing how the Kremlin changes now really affect the militia units that you get. So you can't really use them in an offensive posture anymore. It's very much based around the idea of defending. So definitely see the Kremlin being used more towards, like, if you want to play into like the more double town center boomy style. Or I even saw a build order yesterday where you could do 1 TC Kremlin and just full aggro. So it's definitely seeing a slight shift as far as the utility from the Kremlin, going from dynamic to more like defensive style in that sense.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in the chat might not really know that what these changes were. But TLDR, for all of us who don't study the patch notes, Rus now doesn't need to go around and kill animals. They get bounty over the time as they're gathering. So let's hop into the game and talk about this a little bit more. Now, guys, what we see here is Rus, for the first time in their life, going on gold. And that is because killing animals don't always result in favorable return. They need to be actually gathered before they give that passive gold. So we do see the little bit of gold coming in, and as they drop off, just like we saw with olive oil in Byzantines.
Yeah, it looks like PETA finally had to intervene with all the animal hunting that the Rus were doing on all their maps here. And now finally seeing a gold build order here. I know that you can mainly go food heavy. You can have like 1 or 2 on gold and still get a very decent age up timing. And with the Ayyubids, I know they also had some changes as well.
Oh, definitely. The Ayyubids also got slightly tweaked, but the thing is, when you're not an Ayyubid player, you don't always read that far, right? Now, I know the camels were adjusted a little bit but for Abbasid, so I'm not too sure how these Ayyubid changes are going to play out against Rus. Now, I just want to say thank you for Mr. 10 for our sub-donation. Appreciate your good sirs. It is really nice to see all the support from the community. And Tim also going to be a caster next week because he's going to tell us all about long COVID. Thank you very much, Mr. Tim. So, do you know much about the Ayyubid changes, Mr. Siska?
I know a little bit. Yeah, I know with the Eco-Wing, the industry, they've changed how much wood you get now at each age. And then I know one of the biggest changes was the Atabeg change for sure, where now the Atabegs went costing 1 additional pop space to now having absolutely no pop space at all. And as we can see, we see that he is opting for the Desert Raider wing. Don't necessarily blame him there. It does create a lot of opportunity to force Senpai off of resources. And Senpai's also Golden Gate as well. So, you know, he's going to not have a whole lot of defense going into the early feudal age.
Now, this is the problem with the new Rus. Because we're not getting that Kremlin opening, they are a little bit more susceptible to raids. So early aggression should be okay against them. Right now, we also know that Rus likes actually to go a little bit more fast castle, which is pretty wild to think about. But that is just the power of the Golden Gate. You now get tickets a little bit faster, which means that you can get better trades quicker. Now, with the camel being able to come out here from the airbeds, he's going to be able to deny the gold and force Senpai to respond to this. Before, Rus could just sit back and live their best life under the Kremlin, but now he's going to need to make a tower or units of his own. And as Rus, these towers are very pricey. You'd rather make a unit.
Yeah, most definitely. But also one thing to consider too, with those towers and that priciness also comes a slight bonus to the amount of wood that they're able to bring in too with the lumber camps and the town center if he places it close enough.
Now the question is usually, does Rus go for that second TC in this case? The answer is no. Rus' second TC is no longer needed. They're going for the wood. They're not really sure what they want to do just yet. Straggler trees first, they say. Clean the things around your base before you go into the rest of the map. And just like that, we see the stable plopping down, and he's going to opt for a unit instead of a little tower on there. But now the question is, where does the camel decide to strike?
Yes, where will it strike indeed? And obviously we can see KJJ also kind of posturing himself for a fast castle timing by throwing the tower next to his gold. Deserator now on the way out to Senpai's base. And we see double horsemen from Senpai. Obviously the best decision here, as 2 horsemen will be able to deal with 1 Desert Raider quite easily here.
Yeah, this 1 Desert Raider is going to force a reaction, but it might not get anything really out of it. Now, we do see the response he has is, I'll just go for horsemen. I'm not going to use my gold right now to make a knight. It's just not worth it when playing against Desert Raiders. So, opting to get 2 horsemen and getting an archery range as well. So, definitely something I'm really excited about seeing this transition of the Rus play. Because Rus play has been quite one-dimensional for a while. This is just something fresh, and I think we needed this. We definitely needed it.
Definitely needed it indeed to keep the Rus meta interesting, and now the Deserator being forced back, double tower on KJJ's gold, and, you know, not sure if he scouted the range addition as well, so will he expect the aggression from Senpai coming out? First night on the way, got more archers on the way out too, and KJJ really trying to push the envelope here on doing the naked fast castle timing here.
Oh, this is a very naked one, and that is the problem here, ladies and gentlemen. When you are going naked fast castle and there are units on the way, it's going to be quite difficult. The camel will go down, and even if they loses the horses, which he doesn't, it would have been fine. That is such an important timing for him now, especially now if there's another camel archer coming out. It's just going to try to deny, but not be that successful with all these archers backing him up too. And now he's spicing it up with some early knights, knowing he can keep these camels at bay. Voldemar, very big. Well, apparently I can't speak today, so thank you very much for the big raid. Appreciate you, good sir. Hope you clapped cheeks and didn't fall all the way back to rank 20. Now, we do see the tower upgrades, and they should be able to hold it off a little bit. But now the question is, are we going to see rams? And the answer is yes, the blacksmith's being dropped. This man says, you may go for castle, but you're not getting any more gold. Goodbye. So, let's see if he does get the upgrade. The units are pulling back a little bit, and he is out on the boar. Because again, when you are the one in the driving seat, you can demand the food that you want to take.
Yep, he's able to get all the food that he ever so desires. Little curious to see if Senpai is going to go for the Barracks edition as well, because the addition of having a couple spearmen will at least help deter KJJ from just going into full Camel Lancers, just kind of like in the previous game where he tried to go Mass Knights and lost to, you know, the Juganu Spearman comp of Senpai. And now Senpai just doing his best to try to make sure that KJJ is just not getting any additional food off of the map. So KJJ does have a nice little mass of gold, but will he be able to make use of a whole lot of that? And finally, Whammon, the first ram on its way out, getting ready to ram down both those towers and fully force KJJ off of that gold.
But see, he knows this is about to happen. He realizes, I am going to lose this gold. There's nothing I can do about this. This ram, it's quite expensive to make. So yes, Senpai also invested quite a bit into taking this down. So he's trying to get as much gold as he can so that he can get the upgrades he needs, so that he can survive. And that's exactly what's happening here. He needs to make sure that he gets every drop of gold he can, because he's not getting any gold anytime soon. The second gold is right on the same side, and there's a scout ready to see if he tries to dare move out of this map. So the villagers will go back. They won't even try to garrison in here. He's gonna let this one go down, but he's already gotten his 2 stables down. The problem is, the food doesn't look too good.
Yeah, food's not looking great, and Senpai answered my question, adding in the Spearman too, so, you know, the double stable may end up being quite counterproductive here, with the Spearman being able to help do extra damage onto the Camel Lancers, and now KJJ just trying to get out onto those berries. His villagers are coming out too, so, you know, now having the villager lead, but for how long will he be able to maintain that is the question.
Yeah, he has just a little bit of food left over here. He's gone over to the berries, but he's not going to be able to do this for too long. These boys are rotating, and the Camel Lancers are in queue. But they might melt pretty quickly too. And again, the scout has the eyes on the deer, so he knows even if you try to move out, this might be very expensive. The horsemen are diving though, and this is not damage you want to take for free, and he's picking them off quite well. More and more horses fall, and this makes the fight a little bit easier for KJJ to hold, because now those Camel Lancers are actually going to mean something.
Yeah, but Senpai not taking the bait, and now he's seeing that KJJ is moving out onto the double deer on the side of his base as well. So, and Senpai opting to take the fight here, being able to trade some HP off of the Desert Raiders. Camel Lancers mostly intact, and we'll see how much longer Senpai decides to sit on this side. It looks like, oh no, he definitely missed micro there, and you know, got a lot of HP traded off of those cavalry units and the spearmen as well. But it is able to manage a raid, which is nice, being able to keep KJJ off of food, but you know, not a whole lot of units here to really kill the Castle Age units from KJJ.
Yeah, this food does go idle for a while, but he should be able to clean this up pretty quickly. The thing is, he also does enemy blacksmith upgrades, right? So these guys, while they're really scary, they don't have any upgrades. They're gonna die pretty quickly. And look at all these villagers, again, being idle. Just going from the one side to the other side, not getting any food, and he can just not produce fast enough. The horsemen, though, they do pretty well at cleaning this up.
Yeah, doing well, and now KJJ's going to be able to make an answer of his own and get some kills, but his lead is definitely fading here, and his food income will be fading here as well, as now he's forced off of all his food and now only has wood available to him for him to chop here. And it looks like he might have a sheep or two left under TC, but you know, for how much longer will that food be available to him before he completely eats it all? This is the question here.
I think this is the problem when you are at the level that these guys are. Yes, they're right now floating around top 30. And for them, this is something they might just not be sure how to adjust to. Because now he's invested so much resources into building this wooden fortress that might not even go... Oh, it might not even stay up, but these camels do take a lot of damage from this charge too. The thing is, Senpai is still in feudal. And now these units are just going to slowly start to clean them up. The problem is, he cannot lose too much now. Again, all these idle villagers just running for their lives, giving the lead back to Senpai. So these villagers, remember, when he went for the eco wing, he got all those villagers popping out of the TC. So he does stay on level, even though he loses a few of them. This is just not going to last forever.
Yeah, and one thing to consider too is, you know, despite him having the Vil lead, he was also idling a lot of that economy too, so, you know, Senpai is still going to have the stronger eco despite being at a Vil disadvantage here too.
Yeah, the problem is now the tower also went up, and that's just because KJJ couldn't put those military units together to deny this, but this is such a scary army. The archers are fine, because again, that is not an upgraded army. Again, desperately, KJJ just looking for food, even towering the berries, which is something we very, very rarely see unless you're Byzantines. But these guys are going to do so much damage, and if he loses any more, this is just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, snowballing indeed, and Senpai just maintaining his foot on the gas here, trying to make sure that the 4 measly units that KJJ has remains at that 4, and he doesn't get any other units out into the field here.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to break this army at the moment, and Senpai behind this still in feudal age. But what I would really like to see, guys, is I want to see the bounty. Look at that bounty. My goodness. That is a pretty solid bounty. Now, guys, again, what changed about Rus is as you gather, you get bounty. And you bring that passive gold in, just like Byzantines with the olive oil. So now he's got a solid bounty, but tier 3 takes a little bit longer to get. But look at that villager difference. These 4 units, like you said, they're just not going to hit the same. And again, idle villagers. Just so bad for
and not
them.
even having wheelbarrow or textiles. This just hurts to watch, man.
Yeah, this is such a tough game for KJJ because he knows that this is the last part he was going to fight for. And honestly, between all of this, I still think KJJ was believed to win. When I spoke to a few of the players as well, they were like, yeah, KJJ is showing up pretty well. And he has the potential to keep climbing these ranks. Oh, the villagers are desperately trying to run away. The Camel Lance is doing some work. But this is now a split army. And splitting 7 units versus splitting 21... 7, they're really going to struggle to stay split. But this might be a little bit of an overcommitment here from Senpai. But with that idle eco, it's just not going to be able to do much. He's BM snacking all the way here on the deer.
Yep, snacking on the deer, making sure that if KJJ gets any funny ideas, that all those deer will be gone by the time he goes back out over there. And now the poor vills of KJJ trying to just harvest whatever they can left of those berries, but Senpai now just coming back with the archers in the night, yeah, he should be able to deal with the Camel Lancers very well here as they're very low HP, and just again with the idle time, makes me wonder what KJJ's next step here is, if he even has one.
And KJJ, I think, is just trying to hold on to this game for as long as possible, hoping that Senpai does have a crash or a tornado or anything just to stop this army from killing these villagers, because 21 idle, that just means there's 10 villagers doing the work right now, and that's not enough to make anything to deal with this. And the moment the age up comes through, that is when I think he realizes there is no way for me to come back from this. Now, what could have made this game look a little bit differently? I think what you called a little bit earlier is getting all these stables might not have been the right move in responding to all that mass of spearmen. So the Camel Lancers were great, right? But they just didn't have the same punch running into a bunch of spears.
Yeah, and if he really wanted to go for the Camel Lancer route, I would have liked to see more of their utility used on the raiding side. He could have went for more of a static army at home, getting, veteran archers and veteran spears, because it's not like he didn't have the goal to get veteran upgrades, but he just decided to really go all in on the Camel Lancer unit itself.
Now the castle age has been hit. This means it's a tick-tick time bomb as he's going to be able to go and capture these relics. Guys, Abbey of Trinity now produces even cheaper monks, and he's just going to be able to use that. And remember, these monks are fast, so they will be able to run around, pick up all the relics, and we can see KJJ didn't even think about that. There was just so much pressure on his face. There was no chance for just being able to do anything with relics. This Camel Lancer just trying to deny the villagers from his poor little deer, but there's no hope after all. Look at these low lancers. They're just so sad to be running away from a fight, because we know how powerful they are, but these guys will just melt away if looked at a little bit funny.
Yep, and they're definitely being looked at funny right now because they just instantly got melted as you were talking about that. And now KJJ finally trying to use that mobile utility from the composition that he has to try to get some raids in, but just too little too late. Senpai is just able to maintain the front line. And behind this, if 10-4 Tim is here, he should be watching because Senpai is going into horse archers.
Oh.
Something that, you hardly see anymore. I know that with the Abby change, it kind of enables the Roost player to do that now with the ability to spam out the warrior monks quite easily.
These horse archers are just the pinnacle of gameplay as we see these guys looking fancy. Even the camel lancers going into the TC desperately holding on. We gotta hold on to what we got. It villagers. Oh no, this is sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, those villagers are holding on for dear life, but I don't know how much longer they're gonna hold on to what poor Sally has up on her shoulder there.
No, Fatima going down onto the ground hits it quite hard. The green dresses scattered all over the floor and more military just ready to charge on in. Now it's a TC dive. They don't care. It is a destruction.
Destruction indeed, but hey, well played by both players, especially by Senpai coming back to completely sweep the series 2-1 after losing the first game, and it was quite a bad loss on his side, but able to keep that mental fortitude up and be able to completely win out the rest of the series.
I just hit a button on my soundboard, a boo button on my soundboard by accident with my teacup. So as you were talking, we were just booing the players. And I just wanted to say, guys, that wasn't from me. That was just from the button. The soundboard got a little dented. I apologize. Nobody meant to get booed in the making of that voice note. Now, I think this just speaks to the ability of Senpai to adjust. He saw what KJJ did to him in the first game, and he was like, I can play my game, and I can play it well. Now, KJJ did have the favored matchup in the first game, but I feel like Senpai tried his best to stay alive, and I liked how he rallied his units into his base, then trying to take them out. Now, Cisco, I want to thank you for casting with me, going through these shenanigans with me. It has been an honor to have you around. I know people have been asking about their Lord and Savior, Mr. Cisco. So, yes. But before you go, I would like to share my screen so we can look at the bracket. And I want to get your predictions. So, sorry, guys. In this scene, Cisco's camera is not showing. So you won't be able to see his beautiful router face. So looking at this screen we see over here, we do see it on the top side, the favorite to qualify, B, but now playing against the winner of Home Senpai and KJJ, which is going to be Mr. Senpai. Now, B is the favorite to pass here, but down here, we do have a maybe Monka-S situation. We have Avely, and the favorite to pass here is Sassy. Who do you think is going to come out on top here, if both of them win their matches?
I don't know. I'm kind of Monka steering just even thinking about it right now. I definitely feel like Avely and Sass are fairly evenly matched. And I think it's mainly going to come down to the draft portion and ultimately who wins the Civ draft here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, before that, Sassy does need to beat Lady Deepshine. Now, Deepshine is my biggest contender in the female division of Age of Empires, and I fear her like nothing else. So that is also going to be our next series that we're jumping into, Sass versus Deepshine. Now, when we go a little bit down, we see Scatterbrain did take down Bleed, who was also playing at King of the North, but now Scatterbrain versus Cat. I think Cat is the favorite to go through here, right?
Most definitely.
And down here, though, we have a little bit of a situation with Alyona and Myriad also being very closely ranked. Who do you call?
I'm going to be a little biased here. Myriad is my boy. I will back my boy. I know he's been getting a lot better too. He's been on his grind. He's been putting in the work. So I definitely could see a potential for an upset here from my boy.
From your boy. Okay. Now, guys, we'll find that out very, very shortly. I'm gonna go get Mr. Winston join casting. Using camera, Winston, that is up to you. Cisco, thank you again. Appreciate you stepping in so early for you, waking up and just rolling into the casting desk. So, yes, thank you again. Hope to have you here again. Right?
Of course,
Right?
and thank you. Thank you
Alright.
so much.
Okay, and guys, I do have a voice here telling me that he's ready to speak. So, Mr. Voice, are you here?
Hello?
Oh my gosh.
Is that me? Hello?
That's you. You're the voice. Oh, guys, I realized I didn't transition the screen. So they just saw my screen sharing. I'm quickly going to go adjust our caster scene. So, Winston, I did send you the link. You can hop right in and join in. Are you awake?
Am I awake?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
I
What's
don't
up?
know. No. I just meant like this is quite early for you. Is it? Is it not? Is it?
Is it early? It's 11:30. I mean, it's not too early.
Okay. 11. Oh, you're.
I'm
on the
usually
East
up at
Coast.
like.
Okay.
I'm
you're on
usually
the
up
East
much
Coast.
earlier.
Okay. Yeah.
We're here, I think.
Yeah,
I think.
you're here. You're here.
You live?
Okay, guys, we're removing
Okay.
Cisco's
Yeah.
face from here, and Winston's one is about to hop on in. Let me just quickly put him in. It's very professional here. This is a one-woman show, and
Oh, we're doing it live. This
Yeah.
is what it's all about, you know.
it's the vibes, That's just how we roll. Okay, let me just quickly see if I can quickly switch through. One moment. I'm gonna transition to our other part.
I
And
am
there
not a
we go.
router. I just want to clarify. I am not that router. That is not me.
Yeah, the router was unfortunately just Mr. Cisco's face, and now we're blessed with Winston's beautiful, I don't know, aura,
Morning.
vibes, and voice. Welcome.
Do I have aura? Is that what you just said?
I think you have vibes, right? Right?
Oh, vibes. Okay, I thought. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what the kids call aura nowadays. That is beyond me. I've realized.
So,
But hello.
wait. I just wanted to ask you as well. Did you watch yesterday's games by any chance?
I was booked from 7 a.m. to like midnight. So
Oh.
no,
With secret
busy.
Microsoft stuff, or
I was just busy in general.
now
So I didn't see anything. I'm sorry. I'm super out of the loop
It's
on
okay.
our pro circuit here.
Now, what is very important for you to know is that we had a few upsets. Chrysor making it through, Dragovan making it through as well. And
Okay.
Anatand is quite upset that you didn't see his casting either.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Anathan.
It's okay. He'll
I'm
get
so
another
sorry.
shot.
I really am. That's sincere. I didn't mean that to be sarcastic. I realized that could have come off as insincere, but I want to say that that was very sincere.
All right.
Um,
Winston not there to offend anyone. Anatand actually did a really good job. Anatand, I think it
That's
was
awesome.
his first time casting in English, and he was kicking ass. Beastie was also telling me afterwards, he was like, yeah, Anatand was impressive. And I'm like, damn, yes. Now, Winston, we casted a tournament together before, and I think you did the top team gamer in the past, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is now the
We did
tournament.
talk.
This is the tournament to qualify for that. And basically, some of our female players wanted to qualify into the pro circuit. So we have Deep Shine here, who's going up against Sassy. She is Conqueror 1, and Sassy is Sassy. So I really wanted to hop in here before we go into one of the qualifying matches. So this is a best of 3,
Okay.
and as
Okay.
a dev, you probably know what the new patch, the matches should look like. Ottomans versus Malians on the new patch. How are we feeling about this?
Am I supposed to say that? I have a feeling that the Malians might be a bit strong here. We'll see though. It depends on the strat, right? I think with the new build orders, with just everything that's new with Malians, I think there's also opportunity to mess up here. So we'll see if Deep Shine has what it takes to execute on the new concepts, right? And I think that can be tricky. Some players adapt really quickly, and other players adapt. They kind of need more time to like really practice things, and like they like grind through the pain of change. Other players just adapt like instantly, right? And I think like this weekend we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff like that. And I hope the games have been fun so far, and I'm excited for the games today. Be good.
Yeah, same here. A lot of these matches that we're going to be seeing today are going to be quite close. So as we're going into the early game, guys, I am speeding through the Dark Age because I know a lot of the times there's just a lot of scouts running around. And we can see what they're doing. But, ooh, look at that scout, just chunky with a lot of food. And already, I
Oh
think
my.
Sassy is going to be loving this. Now, Sassy has had a very interesting way of doing Ottomans. Sassy is very aggressive with Ottomans, so he doesn't always opt for going all the military schools early on. He quickly goes and just makes a bunch of stables and pumps out units to go and harass the opponent. And I think Malians is just susceptible to getting the Golden Knight and stopping the Cow Boom, but I'm expecting for Deep Shine to be a little bit innovative. We've been seeing a lot of second TCs from Malians on the ladder.
Yes.
So do you feel like the second TC is a given right now, or are you still favoring the normal old Cal Boom?
I think that now Malians have options, and that was obviously the main vision behind the change, right? Is to give Malians more options than the one build order that they've been doing for the past year, right? So seeing that, hopefully, I can only hope that we get more than just one build order now. I think with 2TC, you generally have much more economy to do more things in the early game. So we'll see if that's going to be what happens. If it's often 2TC into a variety of things, I would say that's still, a good thing, hopefully.
Yeah.
If people see that as a good thing, I do. But we'll see. So already building up to the 7 houses here on the pit mine. So really trying to get a lot of gold early. That's one adaptation that you've always kind of seen if players are in a more greedy position. You could see this a lot in team games before. But now seeing it in a 1v1 where there's already some spearmen on the field from the Ottomans could become problematic because a house or two could go down.
Yeah,
We'll see Donso on the way to defend from Deep Shot.
Yeah, and the great thing about Donzas is they deal pretty well with the Ottoman aggression early on. Because of that initial spear throw too, it usually scares them off, but that's more at, our ranks. I think Sassy's a man who knows how much a spearman can take, so with these guys rallying all around, I think these houses are going to cost a little bit much for Deep Shine to deal with this early on. She does have a gold over here though, so on the opposite side, which is pretty good for Malians. Now, since you said Malians now have options, I want to go back to that. I'm so happy that that's exactly what you guys were thinking of as well. Because that is what I think a problem is with most of the civilizations that we have. A lot of people just don't feel like you have a choice. You only do one thing, and if you don't do it, it's just GG for you. So now with Malians, I absolutely love the fact that you get to make decisions. It's just whatever you feel like, you can do that. And I think HRE has that. I think English has that right now. But a lot of civs, yeah, now they have choices. The same with Rus. Rus, I feel like, has a lot of choices as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? It's a strategy game after all. That's what we're trying to achieve. I would hope we can keep executing on that with time. Now, interesting situation.
Hmm?
What building?
What
Beyond the what do you think Sass is going to go here? Just another stable? Well, not another stable, but add the stable in. I think it seems a bit weird though. Oh, just going for the schools already.
I think there's a reason behind this. So whenever Sassy plays against people that he deems very scary, he is someone who will definitely go for a stable in that case. But now he's playing against someone that he does not necessarily face on ladder ever, because she's quite lower ranked than he is. But there's a secret here. She's been getting coached by Voldemort significantly. And she's in a position where she is doing a lot with that. She's been getting a lot better, and there's a lot of stuff that she has improved on. So this is not a given for Sassy. While he's considered to be the better player, the favorite to win, Deep Shine is not someone he should be messing with. And going for that second military school, while that was always the case in the older... double range as well, he realizes, I need to respond to this. So this is going to be a really... He needs to be careful. He shouldn't underestimate her at all.
Oh, and I love this from Deep Shine. I think Deep Shine is saving up now to go for the second TC. You can see the resources starting to get closer to that 450 gold, which is what you need now to add it. And that flexibility, I think, is what's going to help Malian so much in these early games, dealing with attacks and then responding in kind with growth behind, like aggression. I think is going to be one of those big hallmarks of Malian play. We'll see if a TC does come down, where it would go, just into cattle instead. Okay, interesting. So just going for a more standard cattle boom, but only on one pit mine so far. So things are a little like lacking here, but
Mm.
Deep Shine, like in terms of the economic growth, but Deep Shine has gone for some forward Danso here.
Now the thing is, this
Kind of slow
Sabahi,
stuff down.
it just has the mobility to deal with this villager and stop this thing
Yeah.
from happening. Because you have one Donzo, sure, but that Sabahi is still going to activate their fortitude to try and kill the villager. Because they can just run away and get out of there alive. But we do see the first cattle ranch now being filled up, but the second pit mine still lacking a lot of houses.
Yeah, and that's kind of the... You see a lot of players at pro level keeping their army at home, and you could see here why. Like, if the Dansos had been at that pit mine, they would have been fine. But sending these units forward like this has led to their death and downfall. Like, the archers have cleaned up the Danso forward, so all that investment has led to Deep Shine being a bit further behind in economic development, and now nothing to show for it now. Need to reinvest again into this army to defend against this, get a lot of Danso, and jab out again, which is really expensive. It slows everything down. Now the opportunity to, like, the window to fit a second TC in before the army from Ottomans really scales out of control is like tightly closing, and we might be on like a 1 TC defense like Malians of old very soon. We might be locked into that rather.
Yeah, the fact
But
that
we'll see.
she's also dropped a blacksmith as well, so it doesn't feel like there's any more opening for that. If she didn't drop a blacksmith, I think she also had the gold for this very recently. So we can see she's just committing to this 1 DC play. And that's the problem when you're playing against Ottomans. The moment they get ahead, they just keep building more units. They get units for free, so it's just going to get scarier and scarier and scarier as time goes on. Whereas if you went for that second TC quite early on, you would be able to keep up with those free units that they so easily get.
Yeah, Deep Shine is up economically at this stage, so we'll see if she's able to hold here. But the archer count from SAS 17, it's scary, right? It's really scary. If you can get the attack upgrade on those archers before the jabs can get the armor upgrade, then you can even start to look at like trades with this many, right? With such an imbalance in numbers. I mean, we're looking at a spot where SAS might even consider a dive under some defenses here, and the Vills on the gold going to be exposed. One going to go down for sure. But good reaction time. Oh,
Cast a curse. Oh, you were right!
good reaction time. Keeps all the gold bills alive. That that poor cattle man. Just
Now,
kind of ate it.
this is...
He went to the pasture. Oh, the cow's eating him right now. Look at that.
Oh, at least there's a little bit of fermenting on the soil here. The ground's gonna stay nice and juicy for the cows. Oh gosh. Okay, I went a little bit
That
deep
is
there. That was
that's
very
a
dark.
terrifying thought, and
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that anymore. But it is what happened. We did just cast that. That is what was just said.
No, guys,
see.
I do want you to notice these cows are just getting
Oh.
clapped without being inside, and this is so massive from Sassy. And now, at this point, this is where you usually question yourself as Malians. When do I make cows, and when do
Is
I
that
make
an
more
idle
units?
TC?
Yes. This is an idle TC. I'm very surprised. Miss Deep Shine girl. Unidle that TC lady. I'm sure you would... she's going to bless us with a lot more units, but I think she may have underestimated the amount of units that Ottoman has the ability to push out. And that's exactly what's happening here. She stopped making units for a little while just to make a few extra cows. And now with 200 gold left, she's going to keep making these javelin throwers, but she's not going to be able to upgrade them as much as she wants. Oh, as I say that, she's queued up both of them. Never mind. But the cows also filling up the ranches pretty quickly. But now this tower in a little bit of danger as well, with the Mechter being here too.
Yeah, and that's gonna be some dead vills. I'm assuming those, yeah, dead vills. Well, they're gonna try and run for it. No shot.
Yeah.
No shot. They just go down. I mean, this was a lot of good hits in with the jabs on the back end of this, so you can see a couple dead archers as well, but that Vil lead for SAS now is really insane, and the cattle are good, and the pit mines are good, but are they this good?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
Well,
I'm not quite sure.
This amount of lead that you get in the early game from Sassy now is just too much to come back from as a Malian player on 1 TC, as we said. And I think this is the critical part. Like, right, these guys are getting all the gold they can for now, while these guys are looking for a way in. And once they get on top of them, I don't think Deep Shine has an answer here. Because even if she does have that ability to go castle, she's still not going to have all that free gold quite easily. Because Sassy just has such a mobile army. And the war wasn't finished.
What? What?
Knock, knock.
Oh no. Disaster for Deep Shine. Oh, and Sass is going to send everything there. He can camp that. Even if it just forces a reaction, right? That itself is good. It looks like Sass might back up. looking for the MIA, so a Mangonel could just end the game here potentially.
Yeah, Sassy is in a position where he could end this game in feudal, but he knows the safer play is just to go for castle, so he does exactly that, get those upgrades, and then when you want to, you can easily dive as well. But I don't even think he needs to wait for that Mangonel to end this game. He could just dive the moment he hits castle with the upgrades kicking in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little dangerous if you overextend and if you misclick the button on the spot, you can accidentally lose a lot of cav really quickly. So you have to be careful with that, but I'm sure Sass will be fine getting the ranged armor upgrade now. So investing in the blacksmith a little bit later, but obviously he's going to be up to castle in just a moment.
And I see that now with Deep Shine adding all these stables, she's like, I should probably make units. And the thing is, she does, but she's about to play against the Castle Age Ottomans. And I feel like 4 stables, you just don't have the economy to produce from those right now. And she opts not to create things instantly, so this might just be preparation for Castle Age, just make that sofa switch. In the previous weeks that we've seen Deep Shine play, she's loved her sofas, and her sofa play has been really, really scary for most players. So she's able to raid quite efficiently, and she usually doesn't sit on the back line like this, but when playing against someone like Sassy, you do need to be careful.
Yeah, and a 4-stable sofa switch is kind of nuts. I mean, we'll see if it pays off here. It's obviously going to come after Castle Age, you can see by the saving. So the hope here is that the cattle and the food income is enough to sustain this, but not fully sure. We'll see here. We'll see in a moment.
And these guys are flanking around, trying to get to do some damage, and they will probably find some damage, even if it's just some idle time. But she does have the resources for this. She pulls the wood villagers, and the Fulani is dropped down. So the thing is, she does have the gold for this, so maybe the Castle Age will not be as dire as we think. The problem is if Sassy doesn't leave her to just get those passive food from the cows and the what are these things called? The cattle ranches. Oh my goodness.
The ranches.
The ranches. The moment the ranches kick in and the gold produces, this should be okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. And now
I'm contributing nothing here. just ranch.
Ranches. And they're making horses to make the ranches look even cooler. Because of this food from the ranches, they're gonna have extra sofas and they're gonna get upgraded. Hell yeah, brother. It's going to be a stabilization.
Indeed, the sofa are coming out. We'll see. Just the economy difference, though, is still very problematic. Down 20 real vills. That's not where you want to be as Malians. But we'll see. Some upgrades could come in. We have plenty of gold for a couple quick upgrades, and then maybe there's a chance here. Kind of need to take a really good fight, though. Can we check Sass's base real quick? Does he have, like, another TC? No, he doesn't, really. So just all-in military here.
He's letting the military schools do the work, but the Mangonel is ready, though. Oh, look at the sneaky boy. Oh my goodness! Sassy!
Yeah, no TCs, just full trade.
11 traders. This man is just transitioning out of the game. I was wondering, how is she this far behind? But of course, it's always trade, isn't it? These guys...
not a lot of army just yet for Sass too, right? Like, he's invested a lot into this trade transition, but it's coming at a bit of a price. You'd expect him to be at like 60, 70 units, but his greedy play here has... We'll see if it pays off. It should with a lot of time, as long as he doesn't lose a critical fight. Up to 8 sofas now, 4 more in queue, as we saw with those 4 stables. So Deep Shine coming in for the attack. I mean, the sofa's getting in behind the walls, and killing the trade would be huge. There's a hole in that wall in the north. It's not done yet.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it is.
Luckily, they
That was
fixed
an
it.
outpost.
It's okay. The thing is, it's about these outposts. Sassy is aware of this, and this is exactly the moment he decides to counterattack. And this is the moment I feel like Deep Shine loses this. The moment you step out of your base with a very not mobile army, fighting against an army like this, you're definitely risking yourself losing the game. And these are small things, I think, that she will quickly pick up on and be able to fix in the next games. So let's see how these sofas do trade against the Sabahis. It does look like the Bechter is making these guys quite chunky. They are taking a pretty decent trade against the sofas, but the sofas will reign supreme in this. Let's see how these sofas are doing. They are trying to burn down this palisade gate, but the tower has kicked in and it's smacking back. They do break through, though.
A lot of smacking back, and the Ville's going to take a hit here. A couple will go down, further cementing Sass's lead, almost 2-1 Ville count. Of course, you can't count out the cattle in the ranches, but yeah, Deep Shine gonna have to go for some aggression here, I think, and has to be careful about where the mangonels are positioned. Maybe needs to add sprinkles of her own. There's a monk on the field already for Malians as well, so going for some relics, a heist maybe is in order.
Now these guys need to get to the back and do some damage. Deep Shine knows. Oh, there's already some boys doing some damage. Girl. But the Jan is out, and now the Jans will start pulling in constantly. The Monk does get shut down by Deep Shine, and now she's going to start doing some eco damage. But girl, you need to do a lot of eco damage to get this thing equalized.
I mean, the Jans don't have a great time against Jabs, right? It's not a fun time to be a Jan against these javelins as they come in, and you just see the hits. Just does so much damage to them.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
If she can target fire these boys so accurately, this will be amazing. The trade is shut down for a moment though. But if we look at the resources per minute, Sassy's still okay on gold. He's spending it effectively as well, but these traders, they are expensive, but there's about 30 more she needs to kill.
And that's a big army from Sass, still with 50 units on the field. Going to be pushing forward now. Going to try and clear out that trade route, and he's walled in that front again. So these units from Deep Shine not really going to be getting, like, that trickle is cut off. So this army's as good as dead. It's done so for those Donsos, as they say.
Do they say that, Winston? Do they?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay. As long as we get
those
confirmation.
Donsos are done so. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing.
No,
we have poison archers in already. That'll be nice against all the men-at-arms.
The problem is the army difference is just showing its face right now. And this outpost is the classic conqueror bait. Something that a lot of us at low conk struggle with is just getting past towers that are reinforced, especially behind walls. Because you send your army there thinking that they'll do the work, and you just lose your units by more one as they're cutting off the reinforcements. Deep Shine is making a play for some of those relics. One of these boys running away empty-handed, as one of the relics might have been picked up from Mr. Sassy. Now, at the other side, she is raiding though, but the second TC pumping out too from Sassy.
Where did Deep Shine just place that keep? She
dropped a
just
keep.
spent 800 stone. Okay, way on the left there. Interesting.
She might just try to keep these golds safe. Now, this could definitely mean a very tough time for her going forward, because this is very expensive to place this far on the side. What we see with her macro at the moment, she's just not able to spend all the food that she has.
Yeah, that's a lot of food. It's a lot of food in the bank. We'll see though. This is where maybe adding another TC or two just really quickly could be a way to get back into the game, but we'll see. So far, no additional town centers from Deep Shine.
Now, at this point, when you have 3,000 food in the bank, I think a lot of people just make scouts with Malians. Because yes, she is not floating too many other resources, as I think she might be macroing up to... No, never mind, she's making archers. So she is trying to spend those resources. I think it's just a little bit hard to keep doing it with that good of a food bank at the base, and the cows just pumping more and more. So
just sell everything, go in festival time, baby. Just get some festivals going. What can go wrong? As long as the people are happy, you know?
Now, I do see in Twitch chat, we see huge skill gap. Is Conk 3 really that much better? Now, keep in mind, Sassy is not Conk 3. Sassy is Conk 6, Conk 5, if you're looking at the points. So, a Conqueror 3 player might be miles and miles behind Sassy. And that is the problem here. What we're seeing here is not just the standard Conk 3 difference. And, Sassy is definitely showing that he is ready to defend the base. Doesn't really matter what Deep Shine throws at him. And this keep over here is a good move to make, because you're constantly going to get these raids from Deep Shine on your second TC on the trade. So you want to solidify these reinforcements here, even if it's just by reinforcing with a little tower or a stone wall over here.
Yeah, and it's a big wall off there on the right too. A lot of stone invested into just defending this right side. That'll keep the home economy and the heart of the trade route very safe, so he can play his army in the middle of the map and just flex it to the left if there's an attack there. and an attack on the right is going to take a lot more build up, right, from Deep Shine in order to be effective. So we'll see how and just building in the middle, just full stone walls. Let's go, baby.
And
Let's go.
You realize this is also a way to really deter people at a little bit of a lower rank. If we're faced with stone walls, our units don't auto path when we click them there, and they don't automatically go and kill this. So even if he doesn't finish this is not something that any of us would realize. We wouldn't be scouting for these either. So this is definitely a good way of deterring anyone in Conk 2 and below without having any repercussions. But this army is getting kind of scary from Deep Shine, and she is floating a lot of resources, so she could go for that Imperial Age 2, but where's she dropping that keep? I think with these villages that she's put here at the front, we're definitely seeing something sneaky.
You just assumed it's Fort of the Huntress? Excuse me? It could be festival time. It's time to party.
She doesn't have enough scouts to go for festivals. Scouts are the way you go if you want to make festivals. Come on, Winston.
No, there's so many ways to use festivals. Are you kidding? This is a huge invasion right now, actually. This could cut off the trade for a bit, force the army back to the left, and we had the observatory going up and another switch into more ranges. So we'll even see what that's all about. Looks like just Jans from Sass, I think, is what he's aiming for, but that's a bit odd, given the composition. But we'll see.
I think
the siege potentially exposed.
And I think this is the problem when you are this far in your opponent's base. When your army is split up, you will get caught out. So yes, she does get the siege, but is it enough? Especially with this amount of lead that you see from Sassy's side. These traders, even if he loses all of them right now, he's still very much fine. And this is Deep Shine, most of Deep Shine's armory being at the back here.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. If all the army trades and doesn't kill much army, this could get really bad for Deep Shine very quickly. I just want Deep Shine to go up. Go up to the imp. Like, just click. You have the res. Just go.
I'm wondering what's stopping her. I feel like she might be panicking a little bit, because keep in mind, this is a big game for her. I don't think she's ever gotten to a point where she gets to play against Sassy in a tournament. This is something she's only always played against the other female gamers in the scene, where we are all playing these female tournaments, and she is clapping our cheeks quite easily. So facing someone of this magnitude is definitely a different feat for her. I would probably be panicked as well, and we see another 16 sofas being queued up. This woman says, I'ma keep raiding, guys, I'ma keep raiding.
Yeah, and the desperation here is maybe pretty visible in that move, queuing up that many, when you could argue it didn't work the first time, right? So you're repeating something that wasn't necessarily the most effective. Like, the raids are good, the idle time is good, but trading out army here, you're still down in economy. I guess you don't know that if you're in Deep Shine shoes, right? You don't know how effective a raid is until you see it, but you're trading away a lot of units here, like, quite a lot. Still getting value. Actually, maybe I'm a little wrong about that. They're still getting good value. Like, there's this group on the left that's still kiting, like, at least 20 units there are chasing these. Like, that's a decent exchange. And keep that group alive.
The problem is Sassy's army is just going to keep increasing. And yes, Deep Shine is doing some good damage onto this economy, but with the amount of lead that Sassy has, and now being on 3 TC as well, he's just going to be able to replenish anything she kills. So, Fort of the Huntress.
No, it's festival time.
It's festival time? What do you want to see produced faster, Winston? What do we
The Vills.
The Vills.
Economy.
We need 3 more TCs and then just get faster Vills. I kind of agree. That would
Yeah,
make
and maybe
sense.
then the Vill count would literally be equalized. Or go trade yourself with the festival. You can go traders, and like you could have like 30 traders in like one click of the festival. That's all I'm saying. There's options here for Deep Shine to quickly get back into the game. I think Fort of the Huntress on the right 8K is a valid plan, but I almost wonder if it's needed. Like, does Sass really need access to the 8Ks? I mean, maybe. With all the raiding that's going on, like, maybe, but we'll see. The Vill train is arriving. 5K gold in the bank for Deep Shine. Wow.
She's saving it for upgrades, Winston. She just needs to make sure.
I know. I'm just saying. Not wow in a bad way. I was just like, wow, like that's a lot that can happen in a moment here. Almost enough stone for 2 keeps. So the follow up here could be to take mid control, right? Just like control the center of the map, control these 2 sacred sites with 2 keeps. There's a lot of options for Deep Shine. I'm really excited to see how this progresses.
No, when I say it like that, it definitely was meant as a joke. When we're playing Malians, I think it's so easy to float this amount of resources
Oh,
because
yeah.
you have access to so much gold and so much food, so it's so easy to float them. But this is going to solidify upgrades. It's going to solidify. Oh, and she's like, I need more gold. Actually, this would be great. Thank you. But Sassy is reinforcing this outpost already, and that's going to be so tough for when he starts snacking on these villages too. Now, this is the moment where Sassy asks himself, did she keep making units? Is she okay? And she's made a ton of more staples, but she just doesn't have the food economy to back this up just yet. She does have a little bit of a farm transition here or there, but Sassy's economy is looking healthy.
I always find that when I play Malians, like going up to Imp, the one thing I need the most of in every game is wood, and it makes me happy to see Deep Shine in the same position, just because like it is so painful. Like I feel like I just need to have like 60 mils on wood as soon as I get Imp to like build 2 universities to go through the techs and stuff. You know, just to do everything is so expensive, and this is when your economy is large enough that you actually do need to start adding farms because Malians can delay the farm transition. But at the end of the day, you still need to build, like, even with cattle, you need like 10 to 20 farms, right? And just Deep Shine might have a couple, but at the end of the day, you still have to build a few more and get up your production buildings. And we're going to see Musafati gunners. Interesting.
Now, hopefully she uses those for some invisibility plays and just try to snack on as many units as she can. But I don't know if this is the answer to this army composition we see up front here. That's just so many archers that you're going to need to deal with, and a lot of Janissaries as well.
Yeah, I mean, the gunners are going to do okay if you can get up to like 30 of them. It's just going to be tough. The Great Bombard's starting to be masked by Sass. That's going to be basically the win condition for Ottomans here, right? Is get, 4 or 5 of these bombards out, and then the question mark on Deep Shine's whole situation becomes much more pronounced, right?
My question is just, is Sassy scared to close this out, or is he just playing with his food right now? Is he unsure about how to close out this game and just not a little bit worried to go and lose an army to her, especially when she has this type of economy at home? Yes, the farms, the cows, and just being able to replenish and overwhelm him. So he hasn't really been able to close it out just yet. Not that I think he won't. I just think this is a very passive playstyle from Sassy in this scenario.
Yeah, he absolutely could close out the game right now, right? If he just fought down the middle, right? But what Deep Shine has shown over and over is that if you show your army in one area, I'm going to go hit you somewhere else. And so that's why Sass has been waiting until he has his full Stonewall set up. And now that it's there, those counter raids are going to need some siege to support it, and that's going to slow everything down. Like this attack, like what's it going to do? It's going to run into a Stonewall and then bounce back, right? So we'll see now Sass moving forward. 2 Great Bombards or 1 Great Bombard on the field. Could get into position soon.
And these gunners are just showing up quickly. Ooh, and snacking on a few of these units, but these are cheap archers and Sassy.
Where are those units go?
These ones.
Are they just diving? Hard diving?
Yeah, but keep in mind, Sassy might just be throwing them away so that they can be replenished by something
space.
better. Yes, exactly.
It needs to siege. Yeah.
Those archers are doing a little bit of work. Even if they kill just a handful of villagers, this is so worth it for Sassy to now replace them with some high-value units. We see no more archers in queue. Those things were dead space. Oof. She makes a ram too.
Oh, but there's a Great Bombard here taking out the Fort of the Huntress.
Oh, and this is going to be so tough to handle because you just don't have anything that you can kill this thing with. And now she is going to try to repair this. True.
Could pull Vils to go hit that right now. There's only one Spahi, but now it's too late. Yeah, there's too many units. Elite Spahi on the field with their epic, the epic, face on the horse. I love this unit.
It's amazing. It's just the beautiful art.
Like the lion helm.
Oh, and the villagers are in danger too. The fact is, this thing does shoot poison arrows, but poison arrows are not strong enough to take this out one shot. The beautiful micro from Sassy pulling the Great Bombard backwards as soon as it is in danger of those beautiful sofas coming into. Now these are elite sofas finally as well. The horses get reinforced, looking fancy, but now just going to try and take down a tower, even though they might go down in the process.
I feel like Sass is doing something this game that is a little... I feel like all of us viewers, you guys too on Twitch, all of you viewers, and us, Women and I,
yeah,
we're all just cattle in Sass's ranch right now, He's just holding us captive in this game. Couldn't this game be over if he just attacked? I'm confused.
Assassin
I'm
at
about
this
to play
point,
to the side here.
is he just going for a wonder?
Like, what are the resources? Like, what's going on? I think this game could just be over if he just attacked in one position. Like that fight down the center was looking really good, but he put his bombards on the right, and I'm not sure what. I'm not going to question it anymore. I just wanted to get that out there that I'm also confused by this play from Sass.
I think Deep Shine is equally confused. She might think she's still in the game just because Sassy hasn't been able to kill her yet, but that's running out. The Sofas going down. This is a very big
There we
chunk
go.
of our army too, and those Sofas were so needed to take down this, but now with all these Janissaries, they're not going to be able to do anything. The Fortress of Antras is going to be able to do some pretty decent damage, especially having the Bombard in placement, but it's going to go down way, way too quickly. And she is pushing out at the same time, though.
Yeah, but the army kind of needs to be on the right to defend there. Sass is now mounting a push with his siege. Where are the other Great Bombards? There's 4. Are they all there?
They were, some of them... Ooh, let's see. They were actually
There's
on the
4
left
on the
side.
field. Where are they?
He's just... Oh, he's getting them ready. He's getting them ready. I think he's decided on an angle to push.
For
He's
10
like...
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm done questioning Sass's brilliance. I apologize, Sass.
Winston, do we need to organize a show match between you and Sassy?
No, Culverin's though already, like, this is giving Deep Shine enough time to get Culverins out, has a larger army, and this is something just because the game has, like, stagnated for so long, right? Just has given Deep Shine the chance to just collect resources and invest that into units, right? Which is, when you have a bigger economy, you want to keep trading against the opponent because you can afford to replace your units, right? And that's what's kind of confusing about Sass's position, is he has a really big economy, a small army, but he's not fighting, right? That's what's weird. Like, you should just be trading, or you have 20,000 res banked up. Just fight, you know. But we'll see. If the goal isn't to win the game quickly, I can see that maybe there's some plan here. Maybe it is to place a wonder. I'm not quite sure.
That would be quite... I don't know if I'd say BM, but it would definitely be surprising in a tournament game like this, when you definitely have the ability to close out the game. And yes, you can say he's just waiting and trying to find the right time to attack, but there's a whole open side, and Sassy is known as a raider. He's a man who goes into your base and he takes you down. This is not the passive playstyle I expected from Sassy.
It is a wonder. Oh my god, he's building a wonder.
Oh my god, wonder. Doing it. Where's the wonder? Right here. Oh my god, Sassy. In a tournament game.
And now his bank is gone. Like, this could be a problem. in all reality, he has a smaller army and his bank is gone, right? So this could be a problem in a moment. But we'll see how this fight goes. The Jans are an elite force here, but up against that many Musafati gunners, it might be a problem. The Great Bombards behind, looking for the shots on the gunners. It will be devastating, but the Culverins pushing up. They could get good snipes here on the Great Bombards. If the Bombards go down, this becomes a huge issue, but a massive shot rails across the army of Deep Shine here. That is a problem. That is a problem. The Great Bombards, though, getting traded down. 2 down already. The Culverin's still on the field of wonder, though, going up. The Springle defense going down. Just 1 Great Bombard left. Spahi, though, coming in to defend now. Sass completely out of food. Completely out of wood. Adding a cannon tower. Adding cannon towers. Okay, so this is where we're at.
He realizes she's been struggling to take down the towers that are reinforced. She's been struggling to take down walls. This is maybe his play to just ensure that he can stay alive while the wonder does the ticking. And he did find a way to kill that. Oof, he found a way to kill that keep, and now, slowly but surely, these villages are looking scary too. But the problem is, I don't think Deep Shine has anything to deal with this. She had that gold bank, but that's gone now, and she doesn't have any units to replenish this with. Gold is struggling.
Yeah, it should just be Archer Spearman here, or just anything, right? Just units. But yeah, no, gonna tap out there. The wonder, too intimidating. The defense was enough there for Sass, although honestly, that was incredibly close, right? That fight there in the middle, like, if it had gone a little bit better for Deep Shine, we could have seen a huge swing this game. So maybe some wild plays from Sass, trying something creative, doing something wild. Love to see it. Hate to see it. Love to see it. You know,
Yeah, the problem is, I feel
it's
like
cool.
in this game, Sassy definitely was like, oh, I'm way higher ranked than you, right? This is not gonna be difficult whatsoever. And then he just went ahead and let the thing happen. But now the next matchup is gonna be Japanese against Byzantine. It's not updated on the screen yet, guys, but it will be in a moment. So, Deepshine going on Byzantines. Now, Byzantines is one of her newer civilizations that I know she's been working with Voldemort on. So they have been cooking together. So now
They've been cooking.
they've been cooking. So let's see if she opens up with a mill from this get-go. Is that
So
the new way we're gonna be playing Byzantines, ladies and gentlemen? The sheep no longer matters even from the start. We're gonna be seeing horses. The hippodrome is gonna be dropped. I'm excited.
yeah, the only
already.
reason you would do this is for the hippodrome, right? Because you have to save the berries for the winery, the Grand Winery, right? It's just more efficient. So if you're not going winery, you can use the hippodrome, or sorry, use the berries in the Dark Age, right? Which, like, the income here is okay. It's definitely slower on the Asia. They have a longer drop off to the TC than a Sheepville does, and it's a slower gather rate. So it's not like the best situation, but the goal here is to get enough wine so you can immediately do a mercenary camp. The question is what? I guess you go Keshiks if you're going Hippodrome, right?
Yes.
Or do you match with longbows? I feel like there's kind of two options. You open Hippodrome, add the horseman, and you hope that your opponent does spearman, and then you have 5 longbows out in time to kill that first spearman. So that might be like a timing play being attempted here. Or you just use the Keshik combination with the Hippodrome because they will, function alongside of it, benefiting from Triumph, right? Kind of two approaches, right?
And what I think we also need to explain to the viewers, guys, I know that some of you might be like, okay, why is there 2 on stone? Now, Japan does get that passive gold with the stone as well. But ever since this has been adjusted, the Daimo mana is now a lot cheaper. So you guys can see, we're getting quite close to having enough for this upgrade too. So you do this so that you can get that upgraded TC here at the back without being punished for it. But Sassy goes for the Kaka Township. And this is surprising. Sassy going for the Kaka Township, making sure he has the Shinobis to do a little bit of damage to Deepshine. Now, that is very, very risky, I would say. Extremely risky.
You think so?
I think so. I think so, because with the Shinobi, are you even able to get close up to any of these things to damage them? Usually on this map, your gold is pretty close that you can do. This one is not close at all. But are you going to be able to do damage with those Shinobis?
Yeah, one of the benefits of using all the berries in the Dark Age is that then you're not on the berries in the Feudal Age, right? And you can go back to, you can kind of retreat to the sheep, which means that you're less exposed to like one position that you have to defend. Like you just don't have to defend the berries, right? As long as you finish them before the raid comes in, right? Then we'll see what the choice is here. The Mercenary House going down, and we'll see what the option is. I feel like there's really 2 options with this opening. I'd be really shocked if we saw Javs, but you see it sometimes, maybe. But Shinobi coming across the field, I'm not sure what the Shinobi is going to do right away. It might just be that it's nice to have in these fights. They are cheaper, so you can make a few of them. You can make like an extra one essentially and kind of feel like the same build as before, just with a little more investment. They also train a little faster now, so out on the map a little bit quicker. We'll see what Sass's plan is behind this.
Now let's see. Oh, she goes for the longbows. Oh, yes, and longbows. It's a really good idea, especially if you're playing against Shinobis. Put them in your base and you're pretty much sorted.
Yeah.
Sassy GG's the moment he sees the Hippodrome. That was very quick.
Was that an actual GG?
That was an actual GG. Oh. The game crashed?
Sure?
Was it crashed? Oh my goodness, thank goodness. Oh! I saw the scout seeing that and I was like, oh my god. He saw the Hippodrome when he called it?
By the way, you just you're screen sharing this right now.
Oh god. Okay, never mind.
You showed everybody.
Oh god.
You
Oh,
just
God.
showed me.
Oh God! I
just know-
showed
I now know.
everybody. I showed everybody. Oh God! My production guys, look away.
You know what's really funny is the entire time I saw what was happening, but I didn't see it. So I legitimately do not know who wins this.
Okay.
I saw victory, but I didn't read who. So at least for me, I'll be surprised. I think our
Okay.
viewers might have more acute senses and actually read what's on the screen.
Okay, that's good, guys.
If you saw it in chat, if you spoil it, we will find you. We know your secrets. Okay. So just don't spoil.
So just don't spoil. Exactly. It's fine. We're
Yeah.
all actually blind. I just realized I forgot to switch the scenes. Oh my goodness, Winston. This is what happens if you drink 3 coffees in the morning. Would not recommend to anyone. Yes. Okay, guys.
Is this you on 3 coffees right now? Is that what you're telling me?
This is me on 3 coffees. But you know, I've gotten to that point where I think I'm just tired from drinking too much coffee as well. So
I see.
definitely, I'm really hoping to see exactly the same shenanigans from.
It looks the same. Oh my god! I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice that the
No.
mining camp was on the berries.
No, deep shine. And I think this
I
is
think
how
that
she
was
loses
supposed
the
to be a
game.
house.
This is how
This
she
is about
loses
to
the
be
game.
another. This time it'll be 5 minutes, but the other way.
Oh no. Oh no, deep shine. The thing is, her build was pretty solid, right? With those horses she had on the field, that would have been a destruction. I honestly think she could have done so much damage to Sassy in that moment. He didn't
Yeah,
have
'cause
an
Longbows-
answer.
Longbows dunk the shinobi too. It's like not even close. Like the shinobi don't get close and they just die, and it's sad. So the longbows could have stayed at home, and the horseman could go forward. Then your second longbow pack, you could move like 7 or 8 forward and just do so much damage. Oh my gosh!
I honestly think if we could rewind and go back into that last game and see how it plays out, I think we would have had a really close game on our hands. But this is putting Deep Shine on such a big back foot. At least she thought about the house. But this has happened to me too. I know the vibes. It's tough, boys and girls. It's really tough.
Imagine your life is to pick berries, and every time you turn around, like you pick up 10 berries, and you're like, "What a good day of work."
Yeah.
You turn around to go put them in this big building, and next to it is just this ruin of a mining camp, and everyone's like, "What's the story? Why is that there?" And the reality is, they're like, "Yeah, our governor was like, let's build something here," and it was just not what we needed, and
now,
that's just there.
now we
It's just a
ruined the
mark of
scenes.
shame. It's like a little. Oh, I feel really bad.
I know these people are going to talk about it for eons. Their new villages will be born, and their great grandmothers who are working the fields right now will die, and the mining camp will always remain as a faint memory, and the stories will live on. But there will always
It's
be
true.
that moment of, oh, is the house okay? I was like, is that supposed to be something else, or is that intended to be a house? Yeah, because she knows that the shinobis are coming now. Is she cooking?
Well, you can get the vision tech, right, and just get a lot of insight into where the shinobis are, right? So this is actually really solid against shinobi play if you get border settlements. So we'll see.
Border
Scout
settlements.
coming in,
They
and we
are
can
the-
now confirm that when Sass scouts the hippodrome, that he isn't just insta GG.
Okay, yeah, he's
That
like
was indeed some sort of crash.
Sassy was a little bit unlucky yesterday as well. He had one spawn where his gold tile was one range outside the TC as well, and it threw him off a little bit too. And it this is the crash is following right after. My goodness, the man is just dying from crashes left and right, or dying from gameplay. Now we'll see here how these villagers are just gonna help Deep Shine transition from this. But the problem is now Sassy also knows
The
what's
ruins,
cooking.
the mistake has been fixed.
They figured it out. We just built something right on top.
This was the plan all along. That was just a prep. The foundation was like to flatten the land and to get like a basement, a nice built-in basement.
Now, is she gonna
Never mind.
notice?
I'm moving on.
It's okay. It's okay. They'll keep the stories alive. We will keep the stories alive. We need a clip, guys. The shinobi has dunked in. He's clapping the villager. The villagers are ready.
Arcatoid.
Oh. Rest in pieces, though.
But the defenses are active. The Ville's on the hunt, chasing quite far. The Shinobi on the run, though. It might get Blink off in time, actually.
Assassin.
Shunshin might be up in time.
Sassy unfortunately got the Bannerman though. This is going to be really tough for Deepshine to deal with. And that's the problem with this build right now. You just don't have an answer to this that early on. We do see the longbows being clicked up, but the problem is this thing will barely take any damage from those. He's going to need a lot of shots to actually go down.
Yeah, and one of the things we were talking about was that mining camp, right? But you can literally see the difference in the build orders, like from what Deepshine did in the first game to what Deepshine did in the second game. So this tactical crash from SAS has really gotten in Deepshine's head. Like it's like almost a minute later now that we're getting the longbows out, right? Something crazy happened. Like the solution to the problem here was really rough. But we'll see. More Shinobi, so just going full in on the Shinobi, some horsemen added in, all to support this Bannerman.
The question is just
They'll
where
count
have
still
they gone?
even.
Oh, they're at home. I wonder what he's cooking. He's probably going to cook a mass invasion from the Shinobis to just keep her on her toes. Now, the problem is these houses don't work like towers. So even though you have a house, it'll give you the vision eventually. You don't get that Shinobi reveal like you would on a tower, right? So they will stay a secret until they kill one of your villagers. Let's go see if these horses do some damage, though. The Bannermen just making this a little bit scarier to fight. And guys, remember the way Bannermen work, if it is a Bannerman with 4 legs, it supports the 4-legged creatures. And right now, there's only 4 legs out here. That's how we explain it. Or that's how it will explain to me, and it was really helpful. But these horses are kind of scary. They could deny some of these resources on the outside, but Sassy definitely did not want his villagers to run far. He built houses all around. I just wonder if
Yeah,
Deepshine's
we'll
gonna
see.
find
The
damage.
longbows. Wait, the longbows are going forward, but where are the horsemen going? Okay, they're
Right.
going to turn around. Wait, no, they're going forward. Wait, hold up.
I don't think she's decided yet. She knows that the longbows are going to be needed to do actual damage, but the problem is Sassy is a scouter, and he will see what's happening. And this is a lot of horses. These longbows are not going to be able to do much against those. She does get the house upgrade, though, so she will have some vision out here on the map. The Shinobi's blinking in.
Disables TC.
The Shinobi...
And does die for it. Did have to spend 100 resources, but gonna be up, what, like a vill and a half now? Pretty nice.
That is a really nice denial. Because one villager is around 40 resources per minute, right? So this pays back in a minute and a half. Or in a minute, because you're denying a villager and a half. So definitely worth it for Sassy in the long run. It's like killing one.
Yeah,
and a
that's
half
why you want
villagers.
that some longbows at home. Oh my gosh, the vills and the berries are completely exposed. The longbowmen to defend aren't going to be enough to save anybody. We'll see though. 1 vill goes down, 2 vills go down, maybe 4, maybe 5.
And this is already
5.
looking like a distraction. Sassy clapping cheeks right now. These horses TC diving already. Just killing all of these, or most of these longbows with 1 spearman trying to defend. And Deepshine is just not able to re-raid at the same time.
Yeah, Deepshine, Economy, Idle, the units trying to take the engagement. Triumph is active, so those horsemen getting a lot of base damage and some extra healing throughout this duration, but the duration's gonna end pretty soon. Oh man,
Yeah, they
what a
are...
tricky fight here.
They're really trying their best in this moment right now. Deepshine knows the longer this game goes, the better it is for Sassy, because Sassy is a really solid late game player. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to scale perfectly. And he's just making more horses, though. So he wants that mobility. And this is also a way that we've seen her being shut down in the past. She does crumble when the raids are happening to her and when she's not the one dictating the pace of the game.
6 vills killed, though. It's a very expensive loss at this stage.
Let's see if the flasks... We have 2 supply points available, so maybe these horses will do some shenanigans, but this tiny army at the back is probably not enough to defend all these vills, and these horses are looking for another raid to take her down. These horses will find the gold villagers at the back, though. Trying to see if there's any shenanigans happening on the outside resources, but none yet. The horses at the front, though, they're diving for the TC already, because he does have +1.
Good reaction there from Deepshine, and the attack could come onto this tower before it goes up. That could be huge. As long as there's enough spearmen to defend, because this could signal to Sass to go on the O. A vill will go... A vill will go... A vill will... A vill... Bill
Down.
goes down. I was a little, a little bit of a stopping there. That's painful. So Horseman has to die for that exchange. Obviously not ideal for Deep Shine, but still good nonetheless. The defense there from Sass not going to be quite enough. There's an attack there on the left to ping, you know. The army coming back from Sass, just a full return. The longbows will defend against these sneaky shinobi, one almost going down there. Going to get out with its life. The scout probably going to have to get dropped here so the horseman can retreat from Deep Shine.
And the
Oh
problem,
man, this game is all over the place.
yeah, and Sassy just
It's
doesn't.
getting messy.
Yeah, he's losing a little bit, but Sassy's just playing it safe this time. Now, this is the problem when you go for the Hippodrome. When you go for the Hippodrome, you have amazing early pressure, but if your opponent responds to this, you are stuck with the stable, making cool horses out of it. And I know a lot of people are saying the Cataphract play, they are great, but are they going to be good against Castle Age units from Japan? Now, the army is ready here to supply the units, but are they going to be able to do some good damage? The archers are trying their best. They do get a few shots off, but with +1, they're just able to take so much damage without going down at all.
Yeah, there's a couple of Limitani here, which is going to become a problem for Sass if he doesn't have a solution. The Limitani going forward, getting a couple traps here on these horsemen. The outpost going to have to be abandoned there. Looks like Sass trying to get out to the hunt on the left as well. Oh my. Oh, but Deep Shine just walking into the army. Okay.
She's walking.
Sass going to keep retreating. Those two horsemen could have been dead meat, but big raid on the gold.
Yeah, just losing another one of those villages is a little bit of a distraction. She doesn't have that mass anymore. But these horses, they're quite expensive from Sassy.
Yeah, charging them straight into the Limitani. Maybe not a little bit of miss micro there from him. And suddenly the army count from Deep Shine is healthy. It's in a good position. Potentially able to do some damage. Not quite. It looks like Sass has migrated most of his army to most of his economy to like the northern side of his base, and there should be that outpost there on the gold. Yeah, this is. Oh, Deep Shine's army is about to get trapped.
And the problem is
These Limitane are done.
the problem with the Yumi Ashigaru as well, they're just so cheap to remake. And now with this army composition, you don't want to fight Yumi Ashigaru. And I think Sassy is going to be able to target fire this beautifully, because this is where Sassy shines. We do see the Shinobi still being pesky there at the gold, but the horsemen do get some good damage on them. The problem is, not for long.
Yeah, the triumph here is going to be the longest. The longbowman able to kind of zone away the Yumi, but at some point the Yumi will have to make a choice to dive. When you have like a game of English against Japan, the longbow count is really critical, but here, because Biz can't necessarily guarantee to have enough longbows at all times, going mass Yumi can just at one point clear this up, but we'll see if it's possible.
Now, I don't think Sassy is going to go easy on her this game. It does look like he's spending all those resources into making more army, but it feels like he's, again, he knows he's ahead, but is he going to do this properly and push out? Now, Sassy is getting professional hunting techniques. I was about to say, is he getting professional scouts? No, we're not going to be seeing professional scouts. We haven't seen a lot of it, though.
Yeah, those build orders are a bit more like fine line, right? And it didn't necessarily get more powerful, right? It just got easier to do, right? So I'm not sure we're going to see more of it in the immediate meta, but maybe there's some more options for it. Like I know, for example, on Delhi, you just sort of get the tech at some point, right? And maybe it's just a lot easier to use that once you have it, for example.
Yeah, I think so too. It does create a lower barrier to entry for plays with the DS. So for those of you who don't know, the professional scouts have been changed to be a little bit easier to use. You just right click and it's quite easy to go pick up the deer, much easier than before. And this is something that now at lower ranks we'll probably be able to use a little bit better, because it was tough for most of us. But now Sassy is still very confident walking out on the map and going to get the deer. But look at all these houses he's plopping down just to make sure they get their value. Deep Shine coming in for a raid, targeting the tower, but it might just be because she's paying attention elsewhere. The villagers do go back, but she does not find any kills just yet. 1 goes down, 2? 3?
The numbers are racking up, and where's the army from Sass? He's had such good warning time for this. And here's the castle age, and Sass, the economy count magically has evened out. The military count, though, a bit in favor of Sass, but that is in that cheaper Yumi mass. And here's the counter raid, though. The villagers for Deep Shine going to hop into the outpost. But is it in time for them to survive? Looks like this outpost is going to be done so pretty soon.
Yeah, this outpost might just go down.
Oh.
Will just go down. The problem is she doesn't have any units at her base to do
They make a
anything.
break for it. The Bills get away.
Sassy's
And now the
potentially-
hunters are not exposed.
Finally.
That is a lot of Yumi.
They could actually take these horses in these numbers, and the horses realize they're like, hey, we should probably go back. Because if you just age up, you don't want to lose all your units just yet. You want to make sure you get those bad boys upgraded before you start doing some shenanigans.
Deep Shine doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Oh, no.
Look at those Vills walking to the wood line. Oh.
They were walking
Ouch.
quite slowly. Oh my goodness, these poor villagers. But the horses, they do engage yet
Get
again
caught.
before they get upgraded again. And that's just so tough for her. She's going to be switching to cataphracts. We've heard about the cataphracts. Let's see what it looks like in real play. The shinobi is
Oh,
just
this is a
so
sneaky
good.
shinobi. Getting good damage in there. Deep Shine not reacting just yet, so those Vills are as good as dead.
Oh, she's fighting back. Not hard enough.
And then the outpost is going to get killed, not even denied or canceled. Oof. This is tricky. This is a very tricky position because we're at a Yumi count where Sass could just consider diving under a town center with this many Yumi, right?
Yeah, at this
Especially with Vet. He might just go. If he sees that army out of position like this, he might just dive and kill the wood line, right?
problem is with the cataphracts, you're able to do a little bit of damage to these, but in those numbers, they're gonna be okay. Especially with you not having +2 ready, the cataphracts not charging in at the moment, so they don't take much damage though. These cataphracts are taking quite a punch. Doing amazing.
Yeah, but there's the Bannerman here, so an extra damage now. I think that's up to... Is it 1 arrow? 1 damage per arrow? I think it might be. 6 versus 5 armor. Yeah. For now. For now, it's still one damage per arrow onto the cataphracts, but pretty soon we're going to have Floating Gate. We're going to get Vet. We're going to get an attack upgrade, potentially. And things could really quickly shift there with that many units. Architoy activated. This is a really good use of it.
Problem
Keeps
is,
these walls alive.
so many went down, Winston. Absolutely so many. We see here 24 vills going down, 14 on the other side though. So she is doing her best at denying some... she's doing a great job at the counter raid though.
Yeah, Sass not really catching that, and still just down 4 vills. The bloodbath at the end of it all, just down 4 vills is a really good position for Deep Shine to be in. And now the Yumi are going to come running, but the cataphracts are behind. The charge through that formation comes in on the back. The longbows are up to veteran, so they're going to be able to trade okay here. The samurai, though, in the front, taking a lot of free shots here.
The problem is this army will get cleaned up, and unlike Sassy's civilization, he can actually remake these guys. The longbows are going to take forever, and we do see she's going into the Lunch Connect now, which is going
I think
to be...
that's the tower, right?
Oh,
Just
yes, the
golden
tower.
horn.
Oh, it
Just
is!
producing it.
But the villagers were idle here at the back for a while too, so she just lost all that income she would have had to. We see the wood income at 10 per minute right now. And
The
army
raid
is
actually
taking-
helped her, right?
Mhm.
The raid brought attention to those vills, and now they're actually working again. Good job. Good job, vills.
Sassy just doing a service to the people. But honestly, 37 to 33, I'm very surprised. Deep Shine is keeping the numbers quite even. Right now we can see there is a little bit of a big destruction on both sides, but this just means that Deep Shine showing, even when she's under pressure, she can put pressure on a player like Sassy, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, just keep in mind, I think the Biz mercenaries don't fully show up on the destroyed value. So, Sass has been trading much better, I think, overall. Oh my. Oh!
Are we getting some...
Onimusha! Sass has 1 Onimusha. Is that indicative of more?
Well, it's always a good place to start, isn't it? Because if we're going to be dealing with cataphracts in his mind, are we going to answer it with Onimusha? So far the answer is no, and also the cataphracts have also not been made yet again, but, you know, the The threat is still there. The first one is queued up again, but she needs to find a way to get more food in there. She doesn't have any economic upgrades. Maybe thinking they're a little bit overrated with Byzantines in it. But this might be a very risky move for her, because if you don't have those, you're just going to fall further and further behind. We can see that with the income per minute here.
Yeah, and SAS certainly has quite a few of them, right? Yeah, already has Mining Glen. You don't quite see them on the Japanese UI, and now the Yumi coming in for the raid here. The Varangian's going to be chasing them, but to no avail. They can't quite catch them unless these Lanchneck get an insane hit in. This Woodline could be in trouble.
Every single time they come in and pick off 1 or 2 villages, it just puts Sassy so much further ahead. And I think that's exactly what he wants to do. He just wants to keep putting this pressure, forcing her to react to what he's doing. Now going to pick up the relics too. Now, she is also out on the map trying to get up a relic or 2 for herself, but just hasn't been able to secure any.
Yeah, this is a really good raid here, getting quite a few more vills, up to 34 vills killed. And now this is going to start to feel bad for Deepshine. Down 12 vills. Most of it keeps idling over and over. No more horsemen on the field as well for Deepshine. Means that like global threat that she had for that period of time is kind of past. Like Sass is just brazenly farming or like getting hunt on the left corner of the map. No fear, no outposts anymore. Another disable on the TC does come out. So no garrison as well. Means that Shinobi just walks away. Wow, what a criminal.
I was really worried that she would forget the horse, and if she forgets that, oh, and again, we do see the Onamusha coming out, that one Onamusha showing its true colors, and now we have a diverse Japanese, Byzantines army. More diverse than usual.
Yeah, yeah, Onamusha on the Byzantines, that's the first.
Yeah, this Onamusha is finally getting its time to shine in the purple flag. As we can see, guys, the first ever Onamusha for Byzantines. I love this. I love this. Now we just need to see what you can buy at the markets. Do we get some elephants in the mix there? A little French knight? Hell yeah. Get that army representative of all the nations, just like the Byzantines conquered the whole of Europe back in the day. Deepshine will do the same. Now that, this Cratafact putting a little bit of pressure on the gold, but this is just signaling that there's more of this.
The Onamusha coming for revenge. Oh my gosh, this is a Disney movie in the making.
The samurai is trying to do work, but the shield is not working. Did you see that? Or was the shield working? It just didn't disappear. It just didn't go away. That might have just been because, no, she's not playing Japanese. But the fight is here, and we do see a few of the Landsknecht doing good work and doing the AoE damage, but I don't think this is going to be enough. These longbows are just not doing a lot of damage. She doesn't have +2, so these samurais just not taking much damage. They're going to TC dive right now.
The samurais are going to dive the TC again. The Woodline in trouble. Oh boy, this is going to get problematic for Deepshine. No defense here for this. The Hippodrome gets disabled. The TC gets disabled, so production going to be limited. I feel like you'd want to disable the Golden Horn as well, just to stop those free units from coming out.
Oh, the Imperial Hippodrome being disabled is definitely something I think most of us would have not thought about doing at this moment. And this is absolutely amazing by Sassy. He's just attacking from all the fronts. Just like that. And before I accidentally share my screen with people who I should not be sharing it with, guys, we're back. Now, Winston, I want us to quickly... Sassy made this a 2-0, which is good. Which is really, really good. I think Deepshine might have actually had a shot in the previous match because she just had her build down perfectly. And I don't think Sassy was ready to react to it at all. He didn't have the wood for it. So this could have been a 2-1, which I like. I think Deepshine is also someone who's now hasn't been able to compete in these tournaments just yet, and now she's actually building up the confidence to take part in something like this, which I'm really proud of them for. So thank you guys, or girls, because we want to get the women to compete in more events. That's why we host these. Have you been watching any of our female cups as well, by the way?
I've seen a little bit. There's a lot of tournaments going on right now. It's kind of hard to keep up with everything. I was talking to Beastie about that just the other day, actually. It was just like, I am having trouble keeping up with every event. It's just, there's so much good Age of Empires to watch, so many cool tournaments, so many cool TOs. I'm loving the scene right now. I think it's awesome, and I'm just excited for it. And I agree. I think having just more players in general, I think, is always a good thing. That's my stance. So whoever they may be, I welcome them. I think it was awesome to see Deep Shine here. I think she played great. Sass is a super tough opponent. He's one of the best, so can't really complain too much. And I think in that, like you're saying before that crash, I think serious chance on that game. I think you're right. I think there was the surprise element being lost, I think was to her disadvantage in the remake there, which it's what happens, right? It happens, and gotta live with it. Gotta move on.
Yeah, that's kind of the situation we're in. Sometimes, I think with more experience, we do the drafting better, we know how to respond better, and that's just something that comes with time. But yeah, I think we are having a lot of events in AoE right now, which is probably overwhelming people with what's going on, what's cooking next. So let's quickly go through the bracket here. We have an update from the top game here. B and Hom Senpai, they're going to be playing at a later time, as B has another commitment, so we will be getting the results later today. So right now it's going to be Avery and Sass, Cat and Scatterbrained, and Alyona and Myriad. Now the Alyona Myriad game is the one that most people are unsure about who's going to qualify, because both of these players we considered as players who would qualify for this event. So that's my question to you, Mr. Winston. Alyona Myriad, do you know these players?
Yeah. You're asking my prediction here. I think I have a tough time calling this one. I'm gonna go Myriad. I think just based off of previous stuff, but maybe not actually.
Okay.
I feel like Alyona has done a lot of improvement recently, and I think I'm gonna go Alyona. I'm gonna swap my initial vote.
Alyona, Twitch chat, what are we getting? Alyona?
I'm
How do we
Alyona.
feel, boys? Alright, so we will be going into the Alyona Myriad matches, because that's what's in store for us. Now guys, before we head in, let's quickly go back to our main screen. I just need to give you guys a little bit of a briefing and again, shout out what we're doing this event for. So guys, we are talking about having an event, and these are just the qualifiers. Our main event starts next week, where we will be doing a lot more effort. We'll have professional production in here, and we'll keep the scenes going well. So next week, it starts off by getting all these people who are qualified from these different events playing together. We'll be doing team game events, and it's all for long COVID awareness. The whole point of this event is to raise awareness for long COVID. Winston, do you know anyone who's been affected by long COVID?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, really?
Not that I'm aware of.
Daniel.
I don't think so.
You're the first
Maybe-
person I hear saying that, by the way. Everyone I know.
I don't know much. I don't know. I don't ask.
Oh, you don't ask? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Like, maybe I know some people, but I didn't check on everybody.
Does
So I don't know.
Does anyone have long COVID? No,
Yeah,
guys,
anybody in Twitch chat? I need to know somebody. It's like,
so
No.
what we want to do is make sure that people know about this. COVID has longer effects than we're supposed to have, you know, from any cold or disease that we have. And this is something Tim will talk about next week as well, to make sure that everybody knows a little bit about this. And we've got a donation to host this event, 5k donation, which is being split up into a 2k event for the men and women together and a 3k event for just the guys to dominate from the pro scene side. So in all of this, every donation that comes from the community is going to go straight towards long COVID research. But the person who has already donated to this tournament, he is going to match the prize pool or the donations from the community as well.
Whoa.
So he's
that
already
is so cool.
yeah, he's already put down so much money. And I think this is because when you are affected by something, you definitely want to make sure other people know about it. And it's not just done in the shadows. So, yeah, I think it's a really good, I don't know, like an awareness, a good type of awareness for us to talk about. But yeah. All right. So, Winston, are you ready for Alyona versus Myriad, game 1?
Of course.
Of course.
Let's go.
Of course, he says. Meow. Guys, let's hop on in. Alyona on Delhi against Myriad on China. Now, on a map like Cliffside, we're used to seeing some very, very aggressive plays. How do you feel like this plays out, especially with the recent Delhi changes?
I have no idea. For Delhi, I think there's quite a lot of options, and I'm not sure what players are going to go for. I'll be honest. I think there's still exploration and discovery to be made in the meta for Delhi. What is the best? I think after some discussion with players, I've seen that the preference is still towards maybe the old Tower Victory build, but I think a lot of players are admitting that maybe there's still a lot to discover. I mean, we're talking about a build that used to be the meta was the Dome of Faith, right? And you go extra scholars, you kind of take control of the map that way, and you try and use the healing and a lot of production and stuff like that. We'll see if that's in play for Eliona here. I'm not sure. I really don't know. This for me, this is going to be a learning thing. Like, how does Eliona feel about this? I don't know. And this is going to be hopefully us learning what Eliona thinks. If it's the same old business as usual for Delhi, or if some of these changes really made enough of a difference in their eyes, we'll see.
Yeah, a lot of the players that I spoke to as well, they all are still favoring the Tower of Victory because the bonus you get from the Tower of Victory is just so good. Now, I can definitely see it being played, especially if you want to go for the late game. You get the dome and getting those chunky ass elephants out. The problem is, how do we deal with elephants now? Because war elephants, we used to deal with them by getting spearmen, but now they just get AoE'd. So how are we supposed to deal with the elephants now, Winston?
I just say I love that Barbican for Myriad. And how you deal with the elephants? So they still get hard countered by both spears and crossbows, despite the AoE damage. So you can kite them with crossbows pretty effectively still. So yeah, I just get like 20 crossbows, and it's really hard for Castle Age elephants to do much, even with the new speed tech Mahoots.
And that is what we're gonna make a note of, because most of us did not know what to do against elephants. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because they're an armored like CAD unit, right? So they're kind of like knights, right? It's like if you see a lot of crossbows, you know not to run knights in, right? It's kind of like this a very similar thing. And especially if you have any bonus, like if you're Myriad and you can get to Yuan and you have your crossbows with a small speed boost, 15%, or any civ bonus or like aura or something to boost your crossbow's effectiveness, it can be really tricky for Delhi. Now Delhi can go pikes and get crossbows of their own, and there's a lot of counterplay within that system. But yeah, spear crossbow is still quite good against the war elephant specifically.
Alright, and we'll see if Myriad knows how to respond to that if we get to that part of the game, because guys, Eliona playing on a map, like we said, is very aggressive. He still went for the Tower Victory, but he's gonna run into a Barbican at the one sacred site. So definitely a really smart play of denying a sacred site, but the problem is his gold is still going to be very exposed to this. So the raids coming from the sides still very susceptible to harassment from both sides here. So he will definitely need to make units pretty early on to stay up to level with what's coming here. But this guy is going to take some free damage. That is so important for him.
Yeah, I can always heal that up if you feel like you have to, but it's tricky when you don't have a ton of extra scholars. So stopping at 2 right now is Eliona, and we'll see if more scholars get added. That's one of the benefits of the other landmark, right? Dome of Faith is you can keep adding scholars, and then healing doesn't become such an expensive like opportunity cost for you, right? But we'll see. Looks like we're going to get some spearmen out early to defend against the Ghazi, and then a transition into Mashugnu maybe from Myriad, as Song Dynasty is already in. So standard, like great timing here for Myriad. Clean build order. I'm loving it. Hardened Spear coming in, and Jugnu on the way. Yeah, so we'll see what Eliona's follow-up to the Ghazi is. Some players like to FC behind it. Some players like to do other things. Some players like to go like Mass Archer. Looks like it's going to be a lot of ranges after the double blacksmith. And we'll see what the play is from there, how it goes.
I think a lot of people have been going towards just getting a ton of Ghazis before doing any switch, just because of the mobility that you have. You can raid the back, you can keep making sure that people are not freely farming like they are right now, but you also don't want to take too much damage with these boys, especially like Winston said here, you just don't have enough scholars running around. Now the upgrades are coming through, so the sacred sites will be starting to get capped soon, and we do see the archery range from Delhi popping out. Now, we've all faced a Jugunu all in on ladder, and if you haven't, have you been playing Age of Empires? So the double archery range being plopped down now, I am excited to see that, but for now, opting for archers. And this might just be because the gold is being spent elsewhere. Like now, a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, when you know enough of a certain resource, you can always flex into either one, and they'll perform relatively similar. Of course, having that big mass of Jugnu is the goal there. Myriad with a good reaction there, blocking the Ghazi, stopping them from killing that one low HP Vil. The Sheep on the run as well. He was a partner in crime to that raid. I always love Sheep running away from Vils like that. Like the Sheep right now, he's like, don't forget about me, guys.
I
Just
always
a single Sheep.
love to target them and just make them die as I go on.
That is so dark and sad.
Of course,
I was about to
Winston.
make it seem like this is Scooby-Doo in the gang, and you're like, I like to kill Scooby-Doo. Like, come on.
This is not Scooby-Doo, this is Sheepy-Doo. And Sheepy-Doo is delicious. Sheepy-Doo does the thing where it just feeds your villagers to get you an extra 2 horsemen. And that's exactly what Myriad should do with that Sheepy-Doo once the Sheepy-Doo comes close to the woodline yet again. But the first sacred site's being secured, boys.
Oh, I made my dogs bark because I was laughing so hard. Sheepy-Doo is probably one of the funniest things. That's that's the lane of humor I want to live in.
Really?
Anyway, that was great.
Nice.
That was great. Sheepy-Doo, top notch. Anyway, sorry, back to the game that we are casting. That is important. Yeah, 9 Jugnu. It's going to keep going up. Oh, Jugnu.
Mm-hmm.
Sheepy-Doo? Juginu?
Dude, where are you?
Jugnu?
Are you gonna kill Sheepy?
There's a joke here. There's a Drongo Christmas video of Jugnu to Scooby-Doo somewhere out there on the internet, and I want to watch it.
And if it's
we'll
not
move
there, Winston is making it, guys. I hope you're ready. Making content, boys. Now, with this army mass, you're actually keeping up with Delhi's usual production, because we know that Delhi is a little bit of a civilization that gets to mass really easily. Now, this is also the point in the game where you got to ask yourself, how do I punish Delhi for existence? And this is usually the answer, just the fact that they need to leave that base and get the resources, because sheep is finite. And in this case, he's also opted to go for the external while he's getting the sacred sites, which is good. He's not going to have access to that the whole time, especially not with Myriad being a player who can take control of the map. Oof, these Juggernaut are eating through the Ghazis, though.
Yeah, I'm taking some damage on the bottom of the hill here, trying to torch through this gap and get to the sacred site, but taking just so much damage from these archers. Remember, Tower of Victory going to be adding up a lot here. One of the Vils going to be getting away, but another one going down. So up to a 2 Vil deficit now for Myriad. Still up in Vils, of course, because of Song Dynasty, but this is... the punishment is adding up here.
And the problem is you're idling villagers, you're making sure that he's responding and not sending all those units forward to deal with you on the sacred sites. So it's also just about keeping your opponent occupied so that he doesn't have the ability to overpower this army. Because now we see what most of the pros have been doing is just going for that heavy archer mass. The Ghazi rated production has stopped for now, and we can see 9 more archers being queued. Oh, never mind. As I say that, he cancels a few and gets another Ghazi. The man knows I need to diversify, brothers. And Myriad, on the other hand, he's got 18 Juggernaus. I do not want to face 18 Juggernaus even on my best day. Ooh.
Yeah, this is really tricky. The Ghazi going to get trapped there by that wall off on the right, and now several of the Ghazis going to go down, and ooh, forgetting about them even for a second. It's just the Scout and Sheepy-Doo on the run.
Come on, guys! Just dog and fire the damn sheep! Dude.
Just so that I stop talking about this?
No, it's
and
just
everyone
like...
in Twitch chat can be peace.
This is the arc, the story arc of the sheep. We see in the minimap the sacred site's being captured, but is the sheep on the sacred site? No. But the army is moving that way. So finally, a spearman will come and cap this. But we see Myriad is already transitioned at going off Myriad. Aliona is transitioning back onto gold. So this is telling us he's not planning to just stay in feudal. He knows he can't end the game in feudal. He needs to go to feudal himself. So he's getting that little bit of gold so that he can go to the Castle Age. And I don't know, is Myriad going to be able to do the same? We is going to go for the back
so. I mean, with this transition, yes. But, like, yeah, like, the economy at the moment is not quite as strong. And that castle timing is going to come in for Alyona really clean. 29 on food is quite a lot. I wonder where. I guess there's berries and deer up in the north. Sheepy Doo is going to be all alone, trapped behind enemy lines, no way out.
But they never kill the dog, you know? They never kill the dog. And in this case, never killed the sheep either. I wonder if this villager is gonna be the
Just
worst.
goes over.
No. This villager is just here.
Got
Here
more
to build
walls
a
to
wall.
build. House of Learning coming in. We got some changes coming in. So this could be a situation where Pikes is just a really good upgrade to get right away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing to note is that without any Scholar Mass, these techs do take quite a while. Pikes takes 4 minutes if you have no Scholars garrisoned.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Elyona's at right now. All those Scholars are not garrisoned in mosques, as far as I'm aware. So it's going to take a while, but Pikes, giving your archers that extra half a tile range, just helps a lot. It's going to make these fights against the Zhugnu much easier. So we'll see how this goes.
And I don't think Myriad is going to be expecting this at all, because he's still, he's still making units. He's now going on to some resources. Oh, he quickly has 8 on gold now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to look a little bit closer once Myriad is able to get Castle Age himself. He's probably going to stop producing anything. But now, this is his time to capture the sacred sites. Now, guys, keep in mind, when you are playing Delhi, you get your Castle Age, but it takes about 6 years for these upgrades to kick in. So we can see the veteran archers, 6 years to go. So he has some
It
time
makes
to
me so
capture this.
sad. Elyona's not going Pikes first. That's like
Thank you, guys. I can
devastating because you
see.
have 31 archers. You're upgrading the knights that you will have in the future. It makes sense because by the time you have that, is it like, are the archers still relevant? You don't quite know. Whereas the extra damage on the knights and the men at arms is going to be clutch. But it makes me sad. Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say, Winston.
It's fair to say.
You're always fair. You would never be unfair. And question though, Mr. Winston, if we get the astronomical clock tower, are we going to be able to do enough to take down the millions of archers from Delhi? Is this going to be enough? Oh, but the men at arms switch is here. We don't even need to ask the question. He says, I need Castle Age units and I need them now.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that many more archers from Elyona. Unless we see a big spear mass, that is a problem. But I think men-at-arms are going to be the choice here. Really solid against the Zhugnu, as long as you can kind of have enough of them, right? Individually, they're going to get wrecked. But if you get a big mass of men-at-arms, the Zhugnu spread out their damage and don't really kill anything quickly, it can work out. Palace Guards, so Myriad going to be the option here in early Castle Age. Myriad now, Song Dynasty's been really kicking up into overdrive, though. Bigville lead at this stage. We'll see. Will it be enough? Elyona starting to mass quite a lot.
Yeah, Eliana,
The numbers might.
is he ready though? Is he ready, Winston? For this?
For the single Palace Guard?
Yeah, for single palace guard. Single palace guard kills everything, doesn't it? But okay, Aliona does
That's
get
what I heard.
lances. Yeah, I don't know. Palace guards are apparently the scariest unit in this game, especially when they're on your eco, right? He does stop this relic from getting tickled by the scholar. The scholar did look at it a little bit funny, but Myriad needs to be ready for the fight here. Keep in mind again, guys, the archers are not upgraded, but there's only 30 seconds left, and they will be. The first lancer, you don't want to lose that, brother. But the men-at-arms are looking chunky.
We check the base of Myriad here. I want to see the food transition.
What,
Do we see? Oh,
what food
do you see the villas on the berries there? Myriad is
Yeah.
about to have a problem. And it is all those items. How many is that? 20 something? 22?
That is, 25 villages. They do luckily have a little berry patch here at the back too, but there's no wood for the farm transition either. Ooh,
Big
but-
fight. Vets in for these archers. The Zhugnu, though, also have Vet. The Spearman going to have to kite back. The Man-at-Arms in the front to tank this. The Knights ducking in and out, trying to avoid the Spearman fire, but the Archer Mass is just there. The Mangano rolling up from the back. Elyona is going to absolutely wipe the floor with Myriad's army here. The Mangano shot rings. I was going to say rings true. It did not ring true. It landed flat in the middle of nowhere. But it was scary nonetheless, forcing Myriad to back up. And Elyona's army now 2-1 in size. Might be down 10 villagers, but has a better food situation in general, whereas Myriad might have 28 villas on berries, but for how long?
And I
How long?
want you to notice what the intention was behind this match, by the way. As we can see, this army looks angry, and they look really angry, and we all know why. Guys,
Big
Sheepy
kill,
is
big
dying.
kill. They
Sheepy
killed Sheepy Doo.
Sheepy Doo is now just
I
a
am
body.
so. Who killed that? We need a replay.
Yeah,
Who killed
guys,
Sheepy Doo?
it had to be Myriad because you would not see a Delhi army this angry if their sheep was not destroyed. Sheepy Doo lays here, but Sheepy Doo will
We
not
need-
be forgotten. Eliona's
We
looking for
have a-
blood.
We have a list of needs right now, women. We need the replay. We need to post it on social media. Then we need articles written about it. Then we need Pixar to sign to make a movie about Sheepy Doo.
Sheepy Doo, where are you? Oh, wait here. Are you now? And that's it.
That
was
is
the
hell.
song.
Is what Sheepy Doo would answer right now. Is I'm dead, brothers. Yeah, no, the Palace Guards though gonna be a large number of them. Is Pikes the next? You get Hardy Rations before Pikes.
But look at these,
Those are
though.
the berries.
You're gonna
Oh,
find
no.
the food. Myriad, brother, this is it. There's no more.
Oh no, Eliona looking solid here with the attack on the archers and the Palace Guards first in the back, and Myriad not even gonna notice. Okay, well that's GG. That's I know a few things in the world. One of them is that is GG. I can see it. I can see it happening. Oh, and this Mangonel shot from the side, Eliona pulling him in.
Wow.
The response though from Myriad was pretty solid. The Springald is there, so that Mangonel gonna have to retreat, but all the vills on the south completely massacred. A few of them try to escape to the south corner of the map, trying to say, "Hey, let me into the next game." They're knocking on the door to game 2 of this series, and the door was locked, so they all died. They're dead. That is sad.
There's more on the chopping block. These poor villagers, they realized they heard the tales. They heard about their neighbors, their brothers, their sisters, who all got murdered at the corner of the map, and they decided to bail out. They said, we'll walk into the next game, because honestly, this is just
gonna
not
try.
worth it anymore.
They're gonna try to leave the map and go to the next one. The Mangonel shot landing. They're like, "Hey, which one of you killed Sheepy Doo? We need to find out." This is revenge.
Interrogation. But Myriad is not ready to give up. He's gonna sell some, or he's gonna buy some food.
Buy a keep? Buy a keep, maybe?
Yeah, he's gonna buy food. Oh, he buys
Yeah,
food. Yeah, and he spends it
It
instantly.
immediately spends it, yeah, on 3 Palace Guards. What a dream.
Yeah, he's like, one
we'll see
wasn't
what
enough,
happens.
but will 3 be?
Also, the nested bees are out alongside the Springled. Eliona only with 1 Springled on the field, 2 Trebs even. Are those attacking like the Barbican? Yeah, I guess they took out the Barbican in this time and starting to also apply pressure to the housing population of Myriad, some of those houses. And when a village goes down, it's like a problem. You know, when you're playing China and the village goes down, it's just like, oh shit, I am completely housed.
Yeah, you're housed for a very long time once that happens. And the thing is,
Yeah.
that is a real threat because these guys knocking down 2 more houses. He's about to be housed and super housed, like you said. And the thing is, we didn't even realize this was happening at the front here because we're just focused at the back, but this is just half the army. This is going to be destruction. The Mangonel gets taken down, but the nest of bees raining down upon Eliona, but not before he starts splitting them apart. He tries to move. They do get a good shot, but not good enough. Right now, tactical nuke incoming.
Here's the shot. Not much comes of it. It's kind of disappointing.
Unfortunately, the nest of bees is no longer there to solo win the game, because if 1 palace guard didn't do it, 2 nest of bees will, but not anytime soon. Myriad should be calling it here. The man taps out. He says, I've had enough, boys. I've had enough.
And good riddance too. Killing Sheepy Doo like that.
Yeah, this was all about Sheepy Doo, guys. If he did not kill Sheepy Doo, because where are you? He is in the grave now. Okay.
Yeah, where are you? Like, has a very different tone now.
Yes. And luckily we all got to witness that together, right? We could all feel the pain in a one. Now,
no.
this is, for both of these players, this is a very important set, because I think both of these players haven't really gotten through to the top 16 that much. Eliona, I think, has had a little bit more success, but Myriad is definitely someone who's been trying to break through to that. I know when I spoke to him, he's also really focused on trying to make it full-time, so it does take a little bit of work. A little bit, I say, but it takes a buttload of work, and I don't know if they're ready for breaking through that easily. And the fact that they need to fight one another, it's quite big, especially because they are so closely matched as well.
Yeah, that was a really fun game. I mean, we had some fun with Sheepy Doo, but like beyond the sheep that kind of captivated all of us, And if you were here, you know it. It was very captivating. But beyond that, the game was actually really good. We saw a lot of nuance, a lot of details, the raids, the micro, everything kind of came together there, and I'm looking forward to a game 2.
Yeah, and guys, we're about to be heading into game 2. I just want to say, Manny, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it, guys. Every bit of money that comes into the channel goes right back out to Age of Empires. We're going to be hosting show matches. We're going to be hosting the best of the best, just to make sure that there's always content and that we can facilitate a semi-pro scene that Age of Empires currently lacks, because there's just not enough money going into the players that are not top 4. So let's see that this keeps happening. So guys, on to game 2. We have Eliona on French and Myriad on Abbasid.
Let's go!
Where are you, brother? So, tell me about this matchup, good sir. I would like to learn, Winston. You are our expert here. Conk 3, Chat at Arms. Very big brain.
I think Eliona might be trying a chamber.
Oh, I would love that. I saw a chamber in one of the matches yesterday, and I've been inspired. I've gone for chamber. It's amazing. The French cock is the best it could ever be.
This is the map for it. If any other map, right, it's this one. And you already saw survival techniques, so that's already one eco upgrade, right? So it's like, there's like a plan here, I think. And it's to, on the way up, you just get as many eco upgrades as you can. Milling is going to be a really good opening here for Myriad because it's going to be a way to apply pressure to those free traders if they do come out. I would be so sad if we're picking French on Hill and Dale to play School of Cav.
This is definitely something that I think a lot of people...
Yes!
Oh my god, we got the cock, guys! Chamber of Commerce coming up from Eliona! That's exactly what we needed today.
What is it with you and KP just calling this by the acronym? You don't have to. You could say the chamber.
Oh no, we
You
all
could.
do that. Every single one of us does it.
Not everybody.
Okay, well, it's because we're not doing PG-13 sometimes. But for the sake of professionality, guys, the chamber. I'll just call it the chamber. Is the chamber okay?
No, it's okay. When KP and I were casting on EGC TV, we kind of had that first day with it where we were laughing so much about it. Afterwards, Pesty was like, "Guys, can we make less cock jokes, please?" We were like, "No." And he was like, "All right."
You know, the same thing happened with Tim's desk. Tim's desk has always been a meme, and then when we did one of the casts on SteelSeries' channel, I think it was the CEO, he was like, do we really need that to be such a strong meme, or could we clean up the desk a little bit? And I guess it's the same with the cock at some point. At some point you do need to call it the chamber. Yeah. Now, Winston is face planting right now. I do see him laughing.
We're moving on. We're moving on. The Chamber of Commerce,
Wow.
the French feudal age landmark, is in. Free traders en route. The trick with this is that you got to keep getting those eco upgrades, but you don't have to rush it. That's something that I think some players think, is that they need to just immediately invest in all those eco upgrades. But if you invest in the eco upgrades, have a bunch of free traders, and then they all die, you lose the game, right? So you need to be able to protect them. So we need to see units from Eliona ASAP. What those units are going to be, I'm not sure. Usually archers works well against Millwing, but we'll see what Eliona goes for.
The problem is, your usual strength as French is that you have these knights on the map and you force your opponent to react. So the usual Abbasid play is you try to keep yourself alive by having these in your base, but now you're able to push out because they just don't have anything. And for the first time in our life, we see a barracks from French being popped down as the first production building.
Was that a misclick? Was that just a hard misclick?
The barracks?
I guess he saw the stable. No, it wasn't a misclick. He just saw the stable. But the free trader, gonna go down.
No,
He's like, I
live another day.
got
free
here.
trader.
It was great. I was here in only 15 seconds, and now I'm dead.
Oh, at least his brother survived the fight. Lives another
He's like-
day. I just want to sleep though.
Oh, he's gonna come stand on top of him.
His friend.
But he said, "Oh no."
And these.
Okay, this is really sad.
Oh,
This is
no.
really sad. This is like the saddest chamber I've ever seen.
Oh no, I feel so sad for this chamber. Yes, the problem is you have chamber, right? You need to get these traders out, and you need to get them for free. But they need to have some value at some point too, because you got your eco upgrades quite early. The nice thing about the eco upgrades is they still have their worth, right? But you just need to be sure that you survive, because the early game is going to be quite iffy for Aliona, I think. Oh, one of the boys survives though. He gets out. He gets out. Winston.
Sorry, I'm just kind of watching at this point, just like, huh. Quite sad to see this. Like, this is very sad.
Oh.
Like, imagine what an outpost on the gold would have done here, or just like a slightly safer positioning of the chamber. Like, just this little bit of greed to say, I want that extra, 5 gold per trip. Do you really need that? Or could it have been built behind the TC more, right? It's those little questions that come back to haunt you, when you're trying to fall asleep and you're cringing over all the mistakes you made in life.
Yeah.
You know those?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is something that's going to come back to haunt Aliona. I mean, still with a slight eco advantage, several of those are the traders, several of that is just because of the French eco bonus. It's just more vills over time.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what the Abbasid follow-up is here, right?
The thing that makes French strong as well, guys, is French has that faster villager production. And especially when you're playing against an Abbasid, you need that, because they usually go for that second TC after the military rune, which is exactly what we're seeing here at the back. Mm-hmm. And now he still has access to all these deer. And French's deer, they're about to run out. So this is going to mean either he goes out on the map or he transitions. But, ooh, the trader will drop off. But after that, it'll be all over for him. Goodbye, trader. You had your value. You were free. But Myriad needs to keep this pressure going, because if he doesn't, the trade is just going to pay off. The trade is just going to be better than having a second TC outright. Because with the second...
Eventually?
Right
Not right away.
Well, you think right away? Even with these small trades?
No, eventually. Wait, okay, maybe I misheard you. I thought you meant, like, right now. Never mind. Moving on.
It's okay, it's okay.
I think I heard you backwards.
Oh yeah, probably. But it's okay. We're getting a wall. The trade's going to be safe, Winston. It's all good. Now, the question is just, is he going to be able to get another market out here to make this trade even more juicy? Or is Myriad going to be able to constantly pressure this and force Aliona to keep defending? But the thing is, now, Myriad built that second TC. He spent a lot of resources on it. It slowed down that push that we do see from Abbasid, because one TC all-ins for Abbasid has been really, really scary. And right now, that just breaking that momentum, I think the trade might get going. Right now, we only have 2 traders, so I don't know if he's going to invest more and just make sure that he survives off the passive part of this. But now the archers are getting called out, and this is a massive loss for Myriad, because that's quite a piece of his army.
Yeah, and we'll see. Some catches are there. The knights are in. There's no camels on the field right now, so the knights will have full value. These horsemen going to have to retreat now. The spearmen are forward as well, so Aliona's army is certainly solid here. Going to be able to apply some pressure, like you said. That investment in the TC will put Myriad in the back foot in the short term, but we'll see how quickly it pays off, because, like you said, Aliona is not producing traders. So this is kind of one TC with 2 traders against 2 TC now. Well, delayed TTC, and we'll see the archers going to start trading here against each other.
The problem is there's a knight in the mix, and knights do really well against archers. But the problem is every time he moves forward, Aliona is so quick to respond and snipe them. And that slow delay that you had just switching your resources over, getting that second TC, you want it to work. But Aliona spent all those resources on getting the upgrades. Yes, the traders didn't pay off as much as we thought they would, but these eco upgrades, they speak volumes. They've been up since the start of the game, and this is just allowing him to keep that snowball going. And Myriad might be the knight off of gold pretty soon too.
Yeah, Vil could even go down here if the archers find their shots. They don't quite get into range there. So Myriad getting away with murder, I would say. I don't know why I said that, but I said that. And now Aliona going to try and go for the dive under the TC. The spearman leading the charge against the archers. Not going to be the best situation for them. The TC, though, dealing so much damage here there. Gotta back up.
The problem
it's
is...
going to be tricky.
this is about to kick in. The Iron Undermesh
Yeah.
+1 ranged armor is going to make this a very difficult fight for Myriad. He doesn't have +1. He's going to be tickling these units. And now, yes, we only have 2 traders, but these 2 traders are doing so much for Eliona as well. He just has that constant gold production. You can see how this is going. He's spending every ounce of resource that he has, and now Myriad is about to get punished for that.
Oh, there's horsemen on the left corner of the map as well.
Left corner? Here? Oh, no.
It could be an interesting raid there, but the army for Eliona kind of gets split up in this attack move attempt, and several units just sort of die for free. That wood line is completely idled, being sent back now, but the army going to hard commit. Eliona's committing into this corner, into the base of Myriad. If he doesn't win this fight, it could get really ugly really quickly. The spearmen
He selects
are
an army.
almost all dead for Eliona, so when the horsemen come back, this could be a problem.
The problem is the horsemen are coming back, and I don't know if this is select all army or if he's just doing this willingly, because that was select all army. He selected all army. Basically those horses were idle. Instead of doing the eco damage he needed, instead of it slowing down Eliona, he's just left his horses on the other side of the map, and they could have made such a big difference in that last fight.
The raid's coming in on the gold. We'll see if Eliona notices. He's in the middle of fighting at the same time. One Vil goes down, but Vils go down on the gold of Myriad as well. So Myriad trying to play a bait and switch and not really able to get too much value there, and loses Vils on his side as well. The trader's going to get camped, but I think Eliona might be okay here. Can just send a few spearmen there to reinforce. Look at Eliona's production. 9 units in queue compared to 4. This is starting to get ugly for Myriad. If the unit count continues at this rate, there's going to be problems, because Vils have gone down for Myriad. This counteracts all the early damage that Myriad did to Eliona's build. And we'll see. The Knights looking for more damage. We're going to see this. We have to back up. The Spearmen are there. Myriad not quite seeing the ram just yet, but if he pokes his head around this forest, he will see it. And this pressure is going to be tricky to deal with.
Myriad is getting the camel archer, but
The hunters.
The
Oh,
hunters.
there's units there.
Oh, yeah, luckily the knights were waiting for this as well. But this is a very expensive army to lose. That is easily 500 resources, just the 4 horsemen. It might have been more, actually. And we can actually see
Did kill a
this...
Vil.
Avil, yes. Yeah. He got his... He did get some idle time on them, too. No, but the problem is, we see here the army value already shows us that there's a very large discrepancy here, because even though the army looks quite even, guys, we can see with the army value, these are just higher value units. We see 6 knights compared to archers and spearmen. And Myriad is desperately trying to get gold. He is getting +1, but I don't think it'll be here on time.
Yeah, and here comes the ram looking for its damage. The camel is in the mix there, so the knights are all dealing less damage, but the camel's going to immediately go down. So that investment not really quite worth it. But the archers are trading quite well there for Myriad. You see a boot camp.
Oh, yes, he got boot camp a little while ago. So these guys are doing pretty well for now. If the +1 could have kicked in a little bit earlier, it would have been even better for him. But I think Myriad is still in danger.
The woodline could be jumped.
Yeah. And there's no secondary woodline he can transfer to. He can go back here, which I think he is starting to move some of the villages onto the safe side at the back there. Oh, but the trade coming in, looking pretty decent from Myriad here. The knights have been mostly cleaned up, but 4 more or 2 more joining the fight. And the camel is here, but it's going to get picked off instantly yet again.
Yeah, and the spearman count for Myriad is going down in this engagement here. The spearmen are staying in the front. They're going to go down quite quickly, tanking shots for those archers to keep dealing their damage. The archer count for Myriad is a little bit higher at this stage, but the knight count is going to become the problem here. The knights and the horsemen now uncontested. There's only 1 spearman left. It goes down. 1 more guy at the TC, but he's too far away to help. The archers and the knights, they're going to start diving. This spearman bravely charging into a line of archers and gets shot in the face. Instantly killed. Oh my gosh, Myriad. Everything is idle. We're garrisoning up, boys. We got to defend. Oh, this is so painful. The Vils are pulled to kill the ram. The ram's going to be pulled back to the archers. The archers finally kill all the knights under the TC, but so much idle time, so much damage is dealt here. 11 Vil kills in total now for Eliona. Several buildings did go down as well. Eliona get it back up, remass those knights, and come in for a round 2 pretty soon.
Yeah, the problem here
What a
is
fight.
He survived. He is ahead on villagers right now, but this is a very scary push from Aliona. And now Myriad is just not, and he's going to fight against the horses again. The camel is trying his best to debuff these horses, but he moved out a little bit too far without having his spearmen ready. And the knights are just going to keep picking up these archers. He needs to use that TC to his advantage. But the problem is now, with these villages going down, all the idle time, it was definitely worth it for Aliona. And again, idle time. These villagers are running for their lives. TC is idle as well right now. He's just panicking. And these archers are doing their best. They're target firing the knights. But it is an okay fight for Myriad. The problem just is the 35, the 27, the lost resources is definitely worth losing a few units over. And 3 more knights in queue.
Yeah, the TC though for Myriad means that if this draws to a standstill, Myriad can bounce back. You know, no stone yet still for Aliona. Means his only way of like remassing any eco would be adding traders. The big thing for Aliona right now is that Aliona is able to be on the map, and Myriad has had trouble getting to this berry that's forward. The wall in the south did Myriad a lot of work, because if a couple knights had snuck around and dealt damage there, that could have been just a huge pick-off for Aliona, but wasn't really able to find that damage and all the chaos, and honestly, Myriad's looking okay now. I think there was a brief moment there where it looked really dangerous, but like Aliona has 10 archers in queue. Like, it just doesn't, unless like this fight is crazy good for him, I don't see the plan right now. I think remassing into another feudal fight here in the middle of the map could work better. There's going to be no TC to defend, but I'm scared for Aliona if this continues.
Again, the problem there will be just the fact that knights are doing pretty well against this. And 5 knights is going to be quite hard to deal with. Only 3 here at the front now. The tower is not up yet. And using a few extra villages to build that would have been so beneficial. But now, these are just clean archers. The spearmen are stuck at the back. They're going to get picked off the moment they move forward. The camel is trying his best to debuff. But behind all of this, if Aliona just made a few more traders, I think he would have had a clean victory up until this point. But the fight is going his way anyway. Just with these knights being able to keep the archers occupied, the knights are picking off his own archers, and the tower is up, but the tower is a little bit just too late to help this fight.
Yeah, that was honestly beautiful micro from Aliona. Perfectly moving in these knights in and out so that they don't get focused down enough to get caught by the spears, but now he's finally able to overwhelm these archers, and yeah, he's able to break the stalemate here. The trick, I guess, for him was that Myriad was out on the map, and this time Aliona wasn't diving the TC to deal this meaningful damage, and Severalville is going to be going down again. Backing up now. We could be seeing a ram now, I think, maybe, or something, but once again, backing up, but this time, Aliona has a huge mass advantage in terms of numbers, and we'll see rams being built in the back here, and now that outpost will become the next target. Where are those villas going, by the way, on the north?
On
Are they going to those berries?
Ooh, they are. That's very spicy from Aliona.
What a journey.
The problem was, at some point, he ran out of wood. And that's now what we can see here as well. He is ready to age up, but I don't think that was the plan. I think he was still hoping to make more archers. But he just ran out of wood at a very unopportune time. Let's see what he's clicking up with. And he goes for the culture wing. Now, the culture wing is a very interesting choice here, I would say, as well, because you're going to get your next age up for cheaper, I believe, but you need to find a way to survive. I guess there was no other realistic click up aside from that anyway.
Yeah, the cheaper techs into composite bows could be huge here, because you have such a large archer mass. You can quickly build a mangonel with all your units. You don't need the siege workshop. So there's a couple of tempo reasons aging up here was going to be really good. But when Aliona spots that this wood line is fully gone and that he's not on the wood line in the front, I think Aliona should send those knights to the south. Oh, but the wall just got finished. I think the wall
he did
cutting off the south just finished. Wow. Okay, so going to be nice for him. The culture wing comes in.
It looks like he's going to TC dive again, and I don't know if he's learned his lesson, but is this TC going to be able to fire hard enough to fight off this army? We know that this is going to cause some idle time, but these knights are looking for these archers. They want to be on top of them, and they want to take them down. And the knight mass is so scary. That is a lot of knights.
Yeah, but the archers are getting traded down. The knights, though, going to be going down the guild hall, going to be taking down the archers. The guild hall coming in on the back of this. Culture Wing might come in, but what are you going to upgrade? Nothing. The Vills on the right running, and you can see Ilyona already splitting off a couple knights, saying, oh, there's Vills going this way for wood. I know you don't have wood over here. So the Archer's also going to be peeling off to the right, going to be looking for the damage there. There's a lot of Vills in the south. They're walled into a little prison, Stass's ranch, one might say. And we'll see now. The Vills going to be trying to quick wall this, but there's already some units in. This is really problematic for Marriott. He's about to die.
Yeah, Marriott is trying to queue up a few more archers, but the archers are just not going to be enough. At this point, you need a miracle. And he just doesn't have the food to produce anything else. He could possibly try to get a men-at-arm out here, but from the other barracks, it's going to go down in no time. And these villagers are trying their best to keep it down. These vills are also stuck behind, and they're just not able to get out. Now, Myriad, he gets a few archers out, and they will be able to fight these at the back, but the archer upgrade hasn't come through, so the knights should be able to do a ton of damage. Just pulling these back is going to be so important. And the knights are locked in here, though.
The Vill's doing the carousel right now, trying to find somewhere safe to be. The walls are coming in, though, so Ilyona is saying, no, you're stuck. You're stuck in here with me.
He's walling in his opponent, and this is now going to be known as the Ilyona late game wall. The knight, though, in the base, he's still causing so much idle time, and the archer upgrade finally comes in. So he'll try his best, but keep in mind, behind all this, Ilyona has aged up, and he got the veteran upgrade. Oh, he's getting the veteran upgrades now. And he went for the guild hall, so he doesn't mind playing a long game.
Yeah, and Crossbow's also going to be hitting the Fieldstone, so going to deal very nicely with the Gulam Lancer combo that Myriad is looking for. And as soon as Myriad frees the units that are kind of now trapped on that right, I think the wall did finish, so those units have to kind of escape out the north, and then they can come back and meet up in the center. And this guy, oh wait, actually, are there still villas running north of that sacred site?
They are really trying. Oh, and he knows. He was like, oh, you're
yeah,
one Vill
he's like,
trying
where
to
did these
distract
guys go? I know there's some vills over here. I'm sure they're over here somewhere.
He needs to
That
split
knight's
off
going to
one
be
or two.
looking.
Oh, the horses are here to back him up. Oh, these guys, they are in so much trouble. They run into a wall, realize this is a dead end, and the knight is coming for them again. But this is the one time Myriad has where the army is split. After this, the army is going to be together, and they are going to be on top of you. Myriad is so desperately trying to get food all the way here in China. The villagers go down here too.
Or is that in France? I'm not quite
That's
sure.
in France, yes. No, my question
Maybe
is just...
maybe that's Spain, just south of France.
Oh, true. Portugal even. Who would know? But
Oh, vacation, I guess, in Portugal.
vacation,
Those are
just,
getting it off easy.
just gathering a little bit of food, having a blast. But my question is just, the Chamber of Commerce. Sure, we got the Chamber. But why aren't we using it to trade more, especially having such an advantage? So I'm not too sure if he was just going to use this to get that little bit of extra gold and get these units out. The thing is, there's only 2 traders, and it feels like he did get the plus 2. Did it not spawn another trader? Oh, no, there's 3. Never mind.
He
He's got
has
3.
three.
He has 3. But do we not just make more units from this to get ahead even easier? But I guess Ilyona was steering for a little while.
Yeah, I think it was close. Ilyona had to keep up the pressure. I don't think in Feudal Age that Ilyona could have really afforded to slow down and make traders because Myriad was on 2TC at the time, right? So I just don't think it works.
Now, the question is just, can Myriad hold this next push? And this next push looks very scary. He's getting lances of his own, but French knights are famous for being French knights. So, unless the army is way too split up, which they don't seem to be, there's only a handful of units still arriving. This is a much bigger army than Myriad's. Oh, and the keep gets dropped. He wants to save this area. He knows, this is my wood, and I need to get this safe. But he could potentially win this fight if there's a keep to support it.
Yeah, if the Vills go down, though, it'll be good. The keep gonna get spotted. It's gonna go up for sure with that many Vills building it. At a bit of a price, though, several Vills are gonna go down, and now the fight is going to be supported by that keep, like you said. The archers wrapping around the back, and is this army going to be cut off here? That could be a huge pickup, a huge win, but I'm not even sure Myriad wins. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, is what Elyona's about to say. He could plant the shields for the Pavis here, and then his Pavis crossbow can beat this archer mass, and the archers are going to slowly take down all the knights, but The archers and crossbow here from Ilyona going to be enough? Not with the reinforcements.
Yeah, now with the lances here, they're going to be able to clean this up. But those villagers, they were garrisoned inside, but the rest of them who didn't fit, they tried to go to the TC, and another 5 of them were picked off. Now we have 45 villager kills from Ilyona, which is absolutely insane. This man has kept up the pressure, and he's shown that the 2TC will not easily get ahead when you put enough pressure on top of it.
Yeah, taking some damage early game in the Feudal Age with the Chamber build, but that sort of forced Myriad to fight early, delayed the TC, and gave Ilyona enough time for those eco upgrades to really pay off. And now, wait, hold up, this keep
It was a bit optimistic.
is gonna go up, but like,
At what cost?
again, more vills just going down for map control here, and it works short term because you have map control, but then suddenly there's siege, right? Chivalry coming in, some upgrades coming in, Vet Spear coming in. Yeah, some siege gets queued up immediately for Ilyona. This is a pretty obvious target. This keep is so far forward. It's going to be hard for Ilyona to defend this one. Ghulams and Lancers back in queue now for Myriad.
I think this was...
What is Myriad's macro?
What?
Sorry.
No. I'm just he's definitely going to suffer for gold, and that's what I said. What I was trying to say. He is definitely thinking about the fact that the gold is going to run out. He needs to put
There's
pressure
gold in
on.
the south still.
Yes.
Or am I just seeing yellow vills?
That's yellow vills right there. Beautiful.
No, it's further south. Like further. There's not a gold in there in the cage. That's all. Okay, that's all.
Those are just yellow vills.
The mini map is hard.
The problem
for me. Sorry.
The problem is this is a ticking time bomb. You know that the French Knights are going to overwhelm you. You need to be able to move out a little bit, and he thinks that the keep is the answer here. And the thing is, it does force your opponent to make siege, and he's getting a few rams, but you need to have your army close by to be able to hold this. And he just doesn't have that right now. This is full map control from Myriad here. Or from Ilyona here. He's got villagers over here. They're even going to go and kill the Vil. They're not even targeting the tower. They're just like, I'm going to kill you.
Look at the daggers. The daggers are coming out. You came into the wrong neighborhood. This is not where you belong. I like how they like cower before they attack.
Yeah, like, don't kill me. Okay.
And then they're like, but actually, you're dead, son. And that bill goes down very quickly.
But now the units are standing at the ready, and with 4 rams you should take this down. This thing does not have the right reinforcements. We don't have emplacements. We don't have boiling oil. We are going to struggle keeping this thing alive. And the army? Where is that? Where is the yellow army? Definitely out of position, I can tell you that. Oh, the boys are here.
There's 42 units somewhere for Myriad. I think they're in the center of his base, right?
Oh,
yeah, they're coming around the south now.
And this is the problem. Just the fact that he didn't have his units in position will turn this into a fight for Ilyona. This is now just a waste of 900 stone, and he's going to be able to take this down without much losses at all.
Yeah, this has been a great game, honestly. What a bloodbath. It's been really fun to watch. The stakes couldn't be higher between these two, and the competition between them is really nice. I really like this. It was fun.
Yeah, the fact that they're so closely ranked, and you can see the small differences between a player like Myriad and Puppypool, for example. The small things that Myriad is just not able to keep track of, like sending one unit into the base and raiding, and actually not accidentally moving it back, or moving the whole army. It's very small things that he can easily work on that will mean a lot later on as he keeps climbing the ranks. But now these units are in for a big fight. The Mangonel getting some decent shots off, but I don't know if this is enough. The unit composition just isn't there to deal with the knights. But they do get picked off quite a bit. So the reinforcements, though, they're ready, and they're coming in hot.
Yeah, these Mangonel shots have been pretty good. There's only a couple knights left in this fight, so, I mean, Ilyona's going to have to full-on retreat here. The knights are gone, right? You can't just stand and fight here unless these new knights can get on top of the crossbow, on top of the Mangonel, which he might try to do with these 3.
I think
but
finally
honestly
he's got
just
the
taking
numbers.
a lot of damage.
Oh, and the villagers. There's just so many villagers going down here, though. And the villagers here, they're just coming for more gold. It's long distance now. We have a mining camp at the back, but now the question is, do I target fight the vills or the units? But either way, he's getting some good value. Ilyona now with 30 the lead, and Trade Wing has been clicked from Myriad. The man says it's time for us to go to Imperial, boys. We're running out of gold. And map control.
Yeah. Into what? I mean, I guess trade is going to be the attempt. I think we just saw a market get placed in the right corner. I'm not sure. Yeah, so the market is the attempt. We're actually going to try and trade here. I am shocked. I don't know if this is exactly the timing for it. It feels like the investment might not pay off in time, but we'll see.
The problem is when you're on 2TC and your opponent... Oh, let's quickly see the trade situation in the back here. Oh my gosh, he's got 13
Up to
traders.
13.
The man is getting some free gold, but the villager count is speaking for itself right now, right? So, and he's got the relics. He's drowning in resources, and the red ballast gets placed down in the middle of the map, securing, I would say, 3 golds and a stone.
Yeah, it's a really solid red palace positioning. We'll see. I don't think Myriad can fight under this once it's up, right? So it's going to feel very, like, entrapping. And that's going to leave Eliona up to just attacking through that left side, maybe. And we're going to see the Night Charge coming through. Going to back up, though. Not quite able to get the hit. He needs to take out that Mangonel. It did so much damage in the last fight. So we'll see if Myriad's able to get equal damage again. That Mangonel is a local hero. Well known in the streets.
Yeah, everybody knows the story of the mango. The vehicle, there's the word, the vehicle that killed thousands. Crossbows laid down on the ground. They had no choice. They were just all dead, brother. And we see the keep coming back up. Myriad says, I need this thing in your base, sir. And he plops
right
it
in the same
back
spot,
down.
too. It's like the same location, right?
And his army is in the same location yet again, not ready to back up these boys at the front.
Yeah. Gonell. The manliest Gonell there is.
It's a people
man.
canal? It's a people.
Well, his name is Gonell, right?
Man, go now!
Yeah, go!
And another keep, but this is gonna cost so much.
Yeah, oh no.
Oh
Pain,
no.
pain.
Hey, without love.
This is when you just tell your villas to do. Does he have public libraries?
Public libraries?
No.
Where do we... No, I don't think so.
No, he never clicked it. He could. He's in.
Oof.
That would help with those keep drops.
And
That's a new tech there in the House of Wisdom, where you get your villas get a lot of HP based on how many ecotechs you've done. It can
So-
get quite high late game.
Winston, how is this gonna look if I play Abbasid only villagers then?
I think it dies to any unit
Okay.
still.
I am going to test that, and I will let you know. Because this
I mean,
looks...
if there's a huge skill diff, you can make it work.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
I got to
Like
Diamond
if
2
you're
with it
smurfing,
once.
yeah, you could probably make it happen.
Okay.
Like we've seen Demo do it like 2 years ago, right? But that was Smurf. Like not Smurf, but like against a much weaker player, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I know a few people got to Conqueror with it as well, but yeah, there's still a huge skill difference. I'm gonna do it, guys. Don't worry. We'll go dig up some of my account details, log in, get a fresh one, and climb all the way to Diamond 1 with it. Only Vills, boys. It's coming in hot. But public libraries, Winston has educated us. Just like a public library.
Indeed.
Finally, Myriad says, I probably need to raid. The problem is, once you get to this point of the game, French is perfectly fine with you raiding. Because their TCs shoot very, very hard. And these little things are not going to do much.
That is a scary French army. We're starting to get all those special upgrades, and now royal bloodlines coming in. So these knights are about to get uber tanky, and this dive could be a problem. Oh my gosh, Myriad's army is on the left side of this cliff. So once again, this cliff being a problem for Myriad. As now the army is in, there's not much to do right here. A couple villas to find, but a couple of hand cannoneers to pick off. Those are expensive losses, and the siege reinforcements that could have been coming out of the workshops here might be in trouble. The dive is in. Elyona's here to stay. The trade gets spotted, and here are the spearmen now. Elyona going to be retreating back up to his army now, finally seeing where the army of Myriad is. More trade going down on the north side here. But it's a hasty retreat. Some people get left behind for Elyona. Some knights bravely sacrificing themselves to keep the horde at bay. Myriad's army coming from the depths, emerging from the previous game off the edge of the map. They're like, we're here. We finally made our way to the battlefield. And Elyona retreating now, realizing that was a bit too deep.
Yeah, the problem
Some
is...
cannons on the way.
these guys are so chunky now. Like you said, I saw this going from 270 to 364, and I'm like, oh, all right, those are strong. Whoa.
Yeah.
And that's just the problem we have here with French late game. Oh, the trader has been pulled, guys. The trader has been pulled. Yes, the trader is going in ham. The trader is going to bring the fight to the other side. Oh, never mind. He's decided to go the other way. But the Mangonel...
he's like, this isn't where I want it to be.
Oh, that historical Mangonel. Getting off a decent shot, but these units barely taking any damage. Let's see if we can get the crossbows this time. Just a few knights and men-at-arms. But an okay fight for Myriad, though, here. The moment the units are here, it looks okay.
Trading a lot of these spearmen against the men-at-arms is going to look okay initially, until you realize that there are no more spearmen to deal with these knights, right? But we'll see. The knight count is also kind of low. Eliona not struggling for resources, struggling to stay popped, though, in this moment. Needs to keep those units queued up to be able to fight here. Myriad should be in trouble, but Eliona not able to fully leverage the economic advantage here. The cannons rolling forward, going to threaten the Mangonel. The Mangonel on the retreat up the hill, following the trader, says, hey, where did you go? That looked more fun than where I'm at.
Now these guys are definitely getting into a position where they're just going to be overrun. The cannon just shot through. Not going to be that scary, but just the force of it, just it existing, is strong enough to make you realize I might be dead. And I think that's exactly what Myriad is saying here. Brother, that might be it. The Springald is bravely trying to hit the cannon, and he does, but it takes 4 shots to take that thing down, and that's just too much at this point. The village is so desperately trying to get gold at the back. We see Myriad at 142 population right now. Eliona staying maxed out. And the last of the units going down. This is probably going to be it for Myriad. He realizes, I am down 0-2 right now, and I have no idea where I go from here.
Is this a bow 3 or bow 5?
This is a best of 5. This is a best of 5. So Myriad needs to pull out the big plays after this. Does he reverse sweep this, or does he fall flat on his face against the French god Eliona? Up and coming destruction.
Distraction.
And this is where we are allowed to press the ×2 button, as there is no more chance for a comeback, and everyone will be tapping out.
And there goes the House of Wisdom collapsing under the weight of Eliona as he dances on top. That was quite the play there from Eliona. Very well played. I quite liked that game. A lot of back and forth in the early game.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Interesting to see the culture wing for Castle Age there. How did you feel about that?
The culture wing, like you said, it was important to be able to afford those upgrades. I honestly didn't even think about it that way because I don't play enough Apposite, and that is why I'm so glad you're here to guide us through that. But what I really wanted to understand is, how did he plan to use that? Instead of making more units and trying to stay alive, I think the production just wasn't there at that point. So how does he go away from that? How does he transition out of it? So I think it was a very tough game for both of these players to be able to take on. But very well played by Eliona, and he kept the pressure going. What I would have liked to see from him a little bit more was to not just attack in one place. Ask yourself, my opponent is not on the wood line anymore. Where is he? I pushed him off of this gold. Where could he be? And I think that's maybe the question he needs to ask himself in the future as well. Because this is just such a difficult position to find yourself in at this high level, because this is where you start to lose a game, when you don't find the damage. And Eliona did a great job at finding the damage, but will he be able to keep doing that? So guys, we'll find out in the next game. Guys, this is best of 5. There's a lot more stuff to go on. Let's head on in to game number 3. So
let's go.
Hail here, brothers. And Myriad on Byzantines, the civilization that I think a lot of people are scared of at the moment. But with these changes, I don't think they're that scary anymore. Other civs got some cards they can whip out.
Yeah, I think there's a lot you can whip out. I think Byzantines, to me, they haven't been like the scariest civ for a bit now. I think they're certainly very flexible, and they can hit a really solid late game. So I think there's always that fear, and their timings are really solid. I think, in the hands of Marine Lord, would I be happy playing against Byzantines? Probably not. I think it's very scary. But you know, for most players, I don't think the Civ is like. I think it's just so hard that it's not quite used to its full potential in most games, and I think that's where it's quite up in the air if you feel like you're scared of it or not. I think, yeah, for me, it really depends on the opponent.
So when I'm playing Aeobids, or when I'm playing against Aeobids as Byzantines, I usually struggle with the whole fast castling, what they do, or just the amount of flooding they can do. But I don't know, with Byzantines, if I'm playing with the, what is that thing called? Not the Hippodrome, the other one. Oh my gosh, brain.
The Grand Winery?
The Grand Winery. I play this thing every single game and I still can't remember the name. So if I'm playing with the Grand Winery, I feel like you get harassed pretty easily and you get overwhelmed pretty easily. But when you're playing with the Hippodrome, you're probably going to be able to deny that fast castle. So I don't really know what the play is here between the two civs. Because in low conk, this is a destruction from Aeobid's side. They're just able to overrun you pretty quickly if they play this well. And I see the Grand Winery being plopped down, so I'm excited to see how this plays out. But let's see what Aliona goes for. And the answer is Military Wing, which I'm actually quite surprised about. But it does force you to respond, because we haven't been seeing the Military Wing as much at the top level. But I think it's just because you are playing against the Byzantines that is quite prone to needing a little bit of harassment. Otherwise, they do get going pretty heavily.
Yeah, Mill Wing's been seen a bit less since the nerf at the start of the season, right? Oh, Ville forward. So this is an outpost on the berries, right? So that's got to be the attempt, right?
Exactly.
That's what you do. It's a good way, like you were saying about the Grand Winery, it gets attacked. It's basically a giant beacon that says, hey, this is where my eco is and this is what's important to me, right? So it's kind of like a big beacon for your opponent to attack and harass that. So what he's doing here, Aliona is he's building the forward tower a little far back. So if we scroll down a bit, like you can see it's not quite in range yet, but that means that a follow-up tower is going to be in a much more dangerous position. And that follow-up can be in vision because this one can't. Because, you know, Myriad could just attack it if he saw it. But right now, if you check this vision, you would see that he can't see this.
Oh, give me a second.
Myriad.
Oh, he doesn't at all. He doesn't know
so
what's
the follow-up tower is in range, but it's now protected by a fully built tower, right?
The thing is, he doesn't need a follow-up tower. Could he just get an emplacement? This could be as easy as getting a simple emplacement that will reach. But these things are going to get depleted at any point. So they will eventually run into the normal range too. So I think this is an amazing tower.
Yeah, I mean, getting an emplacement as well is an option. It's a bit slower than building another outpost right away. But yeah, your opponent can always react to that. Yeah, so 5 villages going to stone. So he's just going to get one emplacement later, and it's going to just be the sword position. Does that village just go home, you think?
The villager at the front? I would love it if he goes for resources right at the front, because that's something I would do, but I know it's the wrong decision, so he does go home. I'm very proud of him. He's made a good decision.
And here's the Ville pull.
Now, he's going to target fire this limit tonight, and that's so important here, just to get that thing down. But the problem is the villagers do pretty well. Are they Akratoid?
No, they don't need to be the torch.
That heavily. Ooh, but they do an amazing bit of work here. And I think the idle time was probably worth it. But you did force him to go for the stone here. And he does get a villager.
Did go down.
Mm-hmm. It was a lot of investment here from Aliona, but I guess with that one villager going down, it makes it worth it, and the idle time from these guys, and forcing him to make 2 limit an A. Especially this early on when Byzantines is so good at not having to make any units.
Yeah, it was like 1 Ville idle for 3 minutes versus 8 Villes idle for 20 seconds. It's like it actually kind of evens out until you factor in the fact that Myriad did lose a Ville on the back end there.
Oh, and this limit in A is going to push these all for now, but keep in mind, these are ranged units. They can just keep... I was about to say they can just keep kiting, but apparently they cannot.
Yeah, that was tricky there from Myriad, able to get the damage in. Uses the charge attack there to deal devastating damage to that one camel.
But Myriad looks like he's in a little bit of danger with this now. The thing is, he does have enough oil, so if he plops down that military school and he's going for the longbowman, which is very expected. I think most people in this matchup also go for the longbowman because they're just that good at dealing with units, even from castle. So while they're not going to be great, they're going to be able to just consistently deal damage from afar. You can kite, especially on the inside of your base. And Alyona is going for that fast castle, but the question is he going eco? And I don't even think that's a question anymore. It's just the answer. Oh, and he gets another one.
And another vill goes down. Yeah, like these camel archers, or sorry, these desert raiders just running circles around, just running complete circles around these Limitani.
But the problem is as
Kind of
well,
crazy.
it's quite greedy from Byzantines to not put a tower down, especially when playing against the Civ. You know what they're going to do. You know you need to go back on sheep. You might not be able to get your longbows out, but he could have pulled off a little bit earlier just to be safe. Now, this is just the problem with Byzantines. You know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get olive oil, and it's just so juicy, it's so hard to pull back. But the longbows have joined the party, and they should be able to get their berries back.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice defense there. And like you said, a lot of Byzantine players go for that outpost on the berries just because you have field stones, which is the Civ trait where you get just free stone over the course of the game, right? From building buildings. And yeah, that usually pays for that first emplacement pretty quickly. And that would have defended those berry bills very comfortably. You could have just garrisoned the Limitane in there and been safe as a clam, happy as a clam, as they say.
Now, the scout fight is happening, but I love the fact that he is going to roll around. He knows that these units are a little bit slow. He does have the mobility for him, but he does take a lot of damage. And losing a camel just removes that ability to constantly harass. But now, Alyona is aging up and he's getting the eco wing, so he's going to be very happy with that. Just needs to make sure that he gets his units out next, because now you just need to keep Byzantines busy. Busy Byzantines, brother.
Busy Byzantines, yeah. We'll see. The second pack of longbowmen, though, is still like ages away. So just 5 longbowmen going forward means that you have no longbows at home to defend against these raids anymore, right? And that's kind of problematic. A Cairo siphon getting planted down by Myriad. That is bold, but the assumption is going to be correct. Elyona's almost Castle Age, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Already clicked up, yeah. So Culture Wing coming in. And we're going to be getting in those camel lancers pretty soon.
Wait.
Oh, industry.
Wait. Yeah, I did not realize
Industry.
this. Industry, not economic growth.
So
This
that
is-
could be a TC.
Is this the first time in the history of this game where this gets built? Could you check the logs in the game for that, just to confirm that nobody has ever chosen this, right?
I don't know. In a tournament, maybe. An actual game, not the first time ever. but
Yeah,
first
no.
tournament game, yeah.
I can imagine this
Maybe.
is something I've never seen happen in any tournament. And now they're gonna get barbecued. This is where you pull these boys back and he gets the resources. But now what does he do with it? He plops down the second TC, you were right. He wants to get ahead. But is this worth the 7 villager cost that you just had?
Well, you also get wood for some initial stuff, right?
Mhm.
It's like enough wood for the TC, but then another like building or two, right? And so we can see what that goes into in just a moment.
So
It's like vet archer or vet camel archer, is that for the humans? Interesting.
So in this case, we do see now the chiropractor breaking open here at the front. The thing that most people need to realize, and this is not for Twitch chat, these players know what they're doing. But what you want to ask yourself is, how can I stop him from having this castle age advantage? And the way to do that is to, deny population, but mostly deny production. And this is most likely where we will see this chiropractor moving his head towards. You want to make sure that he cannot benefit from this castle age that he now has, because that's going to mean lances, and we see exactly him clicking on that. He's not focusing on the house, he's focusing on killing the stuff beforehand, but he wants to get this production going down.
Yeah, and the chiropractor is going to be posting this video on YouTube pretty soon, I'm pretty sure, because this is a pretty good Kraken. A lot of damage already from one Chiro Siphon.
And these things are just like that. That's the problem with Byzantine's rams. If you come with your villagers and try to burn it, it's going to burn you back. And we're going to have a barbecue fiesta. And that's exactly what we live for. And Alyona is just running his units right in here. This age up, he gets his second TC. But he just hasn't been able to get the units he needs to actually contest this. The chiropractor does have to back off. He's a little bit low. and you don't want to lose that very expensive unit. But look at Aliona. He's a little bit cheeky out here on the food, though. And this is now the same thing for Myriad that I said about Aliona. You have to ask yourself, where is he getting resources that I'm denying him from right now? And behind this, the man is aging up too.
Yeah, the Golden Horn coming in, and like you said, yeah, there's some exposed vills. It's hard to find that, though, with the Byzantine army. It's very immobile, really centered around this Cairo Siphon at the moment to deal meaningful damage, so leaving it alone or running elsewhere would just feel a little silly at this stage. We'll see, though. It's a lot of Limitane, so the Knights aren't going to do too much here, the Lancers, the Camel Lancers, that is. But the Archers are going to have a bit of a field day here. There's only a few longbows, only 10 longbows right now. Another pack of 5 in queue back at home.
And just
We'll
like
see Aliona playing super patiently here, not jumping on this army. Can't quite do it yet.
But he is losing a bit of these because they are taking damage. Oh. Now, at the back here, we do see some raids from Aliona. Very much staying on top of, denial. But now 2 production buildings went down. And those were such important ones. We can't make the same amount of archers. The lances, it had to be rebuilt at the back here. But he doesn't even have the resources to do so. He's denied off of gold. There's no safe gold for him as we see all the other golds being forward. Exactly where the army is. And honestly, I think Aliona might be cooked. And it's not just because he got fired up there by the chiropractor. I'm a little bit worried.
Just left it. I just realized my mic was wrong, by the way. My mic was the wrong one and no one said anything.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
This
Does
one...
it sound better now?
Oh, it does sound way better, but I need to turn you up a little bit. It's fine. Keep talking us through, brother. I fix you.
Yeah, no, the longbows have come to reinforce the other longbows, and so now the archers are going to have to retreat. It was funny, because when I coughed, I was like, I had muted, and then I saw on Discord that I had gone through, and I was like, oh crap, I'm on the wrong input source.
Your voice
So I've been
sounds so
casting this
sweet.
whole time through, like, my headset, just picking it up, and actually it should have been my stand mic in front of me.
That's okay.
For that, everybody, I apologize, but, it is what it is. The past is in the past.
And now your voice sounds so beautiful, nobody will ever remember that you used the wrong microphone to cast. Nice.
Sheepy-Doo remembers.
Sheepy-Doo, nobody will forget about Sheepy-Doo. Sheepy-Doo, where are you? We still have... Oh, we don't have any Sheepy-Doos around here. But now the Varangian God coming in. This is not something I feel like Aliona has an answer for. He has 1 crossbow and a lot of archers, but archers have +1. And that's not going to be enough to hold this off. And I feel like Myriad now has that snowball potential. Because again, when you're playing Byzantines, you just can keep going. Just like Ottomans. You have those free resources, or free units in this case, that just keep coming in. And now, he does have control of his gold back, but this is only temporarily, because nowhere on this side of the map is there any other gold. And I feel like this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime kind of situation where your gold is just not reachable in any circumstance.
Yeah, big fight happening on the front. This is really critical for Aliona. Aliona needs this food on the berries, needs it. So, has to take this fight against the Varangians and the longbows. Going to be chasing down the longbows with their own archers, but... kind of a tricky situation here because Aliona has a much larger economy, but it just hasn't felt as efficient at this stage. Myriad with a lot of the farm setup, a lot of the transition, a lot of the eco upgrades, and Aliona, by comparison, very few blacksmith upgrades. There's no eco upgrades whatsoever, right? So things are just ugly on the side of Aliona's economy, and I think this is going to come home to roost soon as these Varangians start to disable this economy by raiding. It's just going to start feeling worse and worse. If this flood can continue from Myriad, I think Aliona's in big trouble. Big trouble.
The problem is there's no more food sources for him either. These berries are going to get denied the moment the army arrives here, and there's nothing he can do. He just needs to pull back and call it a day. Because at this point, there's only stone. He's got 2 stones he can fall back on, but with stone you can't do much, right? So right now these Varangian gods just able to tower dive as well, because they now have +2. And guys, +2 Varangian gods when you are very much stuck on just +1 means that it's time to call it. And I think Aliona is going to be like, okay, I'm still up 2-1. What can I do about this? So we'll see what the man cooks up for the next game. But this is going to be quite a difficult one. It must be a difficult one after a spawn like this, because you feel this is something that affects players. You feel like I had no choice. There was no way for me to even get a gold, not even a sneaky one. We just constantly had pressure and everything was denied because everything was on the same side. There's not even a wood to fall back on here.
Yeah, things kind of falling apart now, Ilyona. Everybody, we got a traffic jam here. It looks like that famous crosswalk in Japan, right, where everyone goes different ways. It felt a little bit like that, where all the vills are like, where are we supposed to go now? So going out to the hunt now, but this could be spotted and found very easily. So many vills have just gone down. The vill lead for Ilyona has all but disappeared, and that I don't even think he had a better economy when he had all those vills, right? It's simply because of the upgrade side. And we're going to go into clown car mode. Oh boy, the chiropractor, he's here.
The
I sees a
chiropractor.
lot of stiff joints.
Oh yes, he says, I'll start with the barbecue here, heat it up a little bit, and then if you guys, once your muscles are nice and warm, just come to me and I'll crack you guys wide open. And that's exactly what he's ready to do. The singular camel lancer desperately trying to do something. These longbows just picking up every little bit of the army Ilyona has, and he calls it. He says, okay, I've had enough. Cool. Let's try that again.
Yeah, and the GG gets called there. Wow, that's a tough game there for our good friend Ilyona. That's tricky. Myriad just had it on lock, even though we kind of questioned a lot of the early game. Like, it felt like there was some just free damage from those Camel Lancer, Desert Raiders at the start of the game, right? They were able to pick off like 1 or 2 vills, and then during the early push from Myriad, even some more raiding was happening. So definitely had to handle a lot, but Byzantines just sort of got going, and it felt like the Ubid play from Ilyona was very like hit or miss. Like, things kept happening and nothing ever got like smooth and like rolling, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
Definitely felt that through that game.
Oh yeah, I feel like Myriad, he was on the back foot for a while there, but he definitely got back from it. He was like, okay, I got punished. What do I do next? How do I come back from this? And he definitely showed us how to do so. So well played by Myriad. Now, Winston, we're gonna head into the next one. We have Jean versus HRE. So, Ilyona, on a very big fan favorite, I love myself an HRE, and I think especially against the JD, give me HRE every single day for the rest of my life. But the problem is, when you play this on Prairie, I feel like it's not as safe. You don't have the same amount of wood to protect your chapel, you're open to raids, and I think Myriad now is out for blood. Does he just overwhelm him with knights, or do we see the Chamber of Commerce from JD?
I think we don't. I think we see School of Cav here simply because it's Prairie.
Yes.
And the wood is so exposed. And yeah, HRE is a lot worse on this map because, well, it is good that you have all that gold at home and you can, if with good scouting, get a lot of sheep. And you saw both players on Prairie opening up with that second scout in order to secure as many of the sheep as possible. But I think one of the big questions here, if you're Ilyona, is where's the good chapel, right? Your wood and gold did not spawn together, and it's just a lot less likely for that to be the case on this map. And I think that makes HRE really bad. It's kind of hit or miss because you could get a map where both the gold and the wood fit under the chapel, but because it's not here, it's going to be a lot trickier, right? Like, where's Ilyona going to build the chapel? Just on the wood line? And then, okay, like, it's a very tiny wood line.
Yeah, I think Ilyona might not be too happy with this position that he's in right now. This is very, very susceptible to any type of aggression. The gold here, super exposed. There's not even like a cheeky little piece of wood that you can make a wall around. Oh, this poor guy. Yeah, no, he's in a lot of danger. I think HRE is one of those civilizations. You thrive on just having enough wood. Not too much, but just enough. And this is not enough, brother.
Yeah, this is not enough to play the game. It's like Prairie is really, really tricky for some civs to play on, even. So it's just when you have it in a tournament with a civ draft, you have to think ahead. I know HRE has been pretty popular on this map in the past, but I kind of think if we have a lot, if Prairie was in like an S tier tournament, I don't think we'd see HRE on it, just because of the inconsistency, right? And we see School of Cav here from Myriad. And there's the chapel placement. So it's going to be grabbing the berries and the sheep and the trees, right? So we'll see if that plans out. It's also quite forward, so the knights are going to be able to easily pressure this wood line. Like, it's just a risky game, I feel like, for Ilyona.
No, it definitely is. This is one of those awkward situations where you're like, okay, I know what my opponent is going to be cooking, and it's 100% going to be nice. Yeah, so we see the School of Cavalry being plopped down. So this is something I'm going to need to defend, but from all angles the whole time. He does put the mill down here. I don't know if this is going to be included in the range, but it should be. It should be. I actually think that needs to be one tile backwards, sir, but we'll see very soon when this guy gets inside. For a second, I thought he might be thinking about just going fast castle, or trying to go fast castle. Especially because you have had 4-1 gold here, but he has rerouted them and he's like, let's just play feudal. I am HRE. I do have a little bit of an advantage here and there. He opts to go for wheelbarrow, which I love because I think the wheelbarrow here is probably the thing that's going to keep you alive once your villagers get chased down by these knights.
Yeah, it's going to help, but it's also going to slow down the early defenses, right? You're going to be slower because that's 150... That's 200 res, essentially, right, of resources that you had to gather that are not a barracks, right? Which can mean that this will get dicey quickly. And remember, Jeanne d'Arc also comes across the map pretty quickly. And if she's an archer, this wood line is cooked, right? Like, there's problems coming the way of Elyona right now, and a lot of this is going to come down to draft and tempo. Like you said, FC, I don't think FC is even possible on this map with HRE. Like, I think if you do it, it has to be on with so many sheep, and you have to like you have to tower the gold probably, right? And horseman going to be the option.
I am very surprised in this. Oh, it was a misclick. Was it a misclick? Please tell me.
Horsemen are good against ranged Jeanne d'Arc, right? So if she becomes an archer, the horseman, if you get 4 around her, she's just basically dead if there's no like spearman to defend. So it's a bit of a micro battle there, but we'll see if it even becomes archer, right? If you see a horseman or a stable already built, you can always choose to do something else with Jeanne. So we'll see what the choice will be.
What I like is that midway he stopped with the stable and he went for the barracks just because he knows the knight is coming. The moment the age up popped out, he's like, oh, I'm not going to have time. Let me get my guy out here to defend. Because that's exactly what you're going to need to do. Because that knight is coming in hot and he's queuing the upgrade right after. And guys, this is one of those very important things to remember. When you are making stuff out of your barracks, don't get upgrades when you don't have units. So a lot of people will opt to get the upgrade first and then your spearman is just a little bit too late. So this knight will get initially denied, but he could still get a charge off and get a kill. The villagers do try to fight back, but it will go down, and that is massive, especially this early in the game.
Does the knight live? Oh, no.
He goes down. And I don't know if that was worth it. It's a very expensive unit, but with the fact that Elyona might lose a lot more in that way, and Myriad having another knight out already, if he can keep the pressure up, it's worth it. But it's a very expensive loss to have. Oof, and the transition is already underway.
And John's just out there farming XP on that boar in the middle of the map. And then we did see the horseman, with the idea being that if Jeanne is an archer, you sort of have some options. But melee Jeanne does quite well against the spear horseman combo, right? It's not perfect, but those AoE attacks can kind of do a surprising amount of damage in a melee fight, right? If you just have a brawl over some resources. And we now see Jeanne running to the right, looking for that boar on the right side as well, while most of the army from Elyona is tied up defending the Aachen. And we do see a small transition into farms as well, so Elyona looking at this game for like the long term, but I feel like the problem is going to be very short term when the wood becomes a problem, and these archers show up as well. Like, things are going to get dicey here quick.
Now, the problem is one spearman is just not enough to keep these knights at bay, especially when these numbers do increase. But Jeanne, I'm very surprised she went for the melee, for the choice of the melee though. I think the range Jeanne would have been such a unique addition, like you said, to this wood line. It's just going to make it really hard to keep. But like you said, with horseman, if you did not get melee Jeanne, she would just melt. But I love this. Elyona using that mobility too.
Yeah, it's trying to apply some counter pressure here, and we do see the knight on the north side, or sorry, the right side getting completely caught out. That is bad luck for Myriad there. Losing those knights for free is really problematic. Did kill one vill early, but so far this knight opening hasn't led to too much, and Elyona might have a bit of tempo on their side. Seven spearmen in queue here for Elyona. A huge investment, but it's going to be enough to both defend and potentially apply pressure elsewhere.
The problem is, Jean loves these fights. She's like, let's keep going. The problem is can't get a code out right now. Maria, brother, oh no, she's gonna be stepsister stuck right now. Jean needs to get out here quickly, but the army, the reinforcements are moving around, but I don't think they'll be here on time. She gets caught out. Is she gonna hit the ground a little bit aggressively, do some damage? Not before she goes down. The woman at arms takes a fall into the next game.
Yeah, that was definitely a great catch for Alyona. Gonna be feeling great about that, as now the spearmen and the horsemen are able to push forward, but with the knights to defend the archers, they're gonna fall back, just kind of camping this boar at the moment. You can see Jean's body there, just face down. That's rough. And once again, onto this gold line is that horseman just being a little annoying, not getting any full damage in, but a little poke here and there. Keeps the Vils on edge. They're like, this gold mine is not a safe work environment. They doth protest. Did he buy Jean back just now?
Yes.
Can you check the TC cooldown? I think he did, right?
What's that?
Yeah, it's on cooldown.
So he
bought
actually
Jean back.
did. And it
Paid
feels like
250 gold.
he'd waited a little bit long to buy her back, though. I would have expected him to spend those resources one way or another much quicker, because this is just... There was a situation here with the horse as well, and you want to get every ounce of experience if they're in your base. But if there's no action going on in your base, buying her back is just a waste of 250 resources at that point. And there was no other aggression happening. So I guess it was the choice of either waiting it out or going for it. But here, again, the horseman doing such good work, but the army is coming for him. And I feel like the only way Alyona can lose this is if he loses this fight. This one singular fight. But Jean is not paying attention again.
No.
The thing is, the archers are in position, and they could get a pretty good hit off. But, oh, Myriad is just throwing away Jean left and right. These archers not really meaning too much here right now. They're going to be able to target fire these horses, but oof, Jean might make it out alive.
And by the way, to your point about Jean buyback or whatnot, she her cooldowns don't progress if she's dead. So like if you want more charges of Consecrate, for example, you want her alive as much as possible. So it can be worth it sometimes just to have her alive, so her cooldowns are ticking.
So she can consecrate more buildings. Oh, that's amazing. That's what I like.
And if you use a lot of like charges of her Q, right, as well, like you want to have those, right? So just a note there. I mean, there's some nuance to whether or not Jean is worth buying back, I think. And in this case, I think it kind of was. Obviously, he got more experience with her, which is the end goal. And the heal is going to be off cooldown now. So we'll see how this goes.
Yep.
The army, though, from Myriad, going to be pushing forward. I don't know if I like that. I feel like you kind of need another good defensive fight. And the chapel is so sad already.
Oh, the
It's
fact
11 minutes into the game and the chapel is completely empty. Why on Prairie?
this is such a difficult position to be in. And this little tower here, while it might look like it's going to help, it's going to be so difficult to keep this thing alive when the raids start to come. And, not the tower alive, but the people alive. And this is just the problem with Prairie. God, I was like, maybe you could put a little wall, but no, there's a very big wall that you need to do to get there. A 2 out of 10 Arcane, we see Zatra saying, this was doomed from the start, but that raid has come, and Jean is just going to be snacking on horsemen that go way too deep. 12?
12. Yeah, getting some good XP there. Oh, and going to be progressing a bit. Yeah, this is a very awkward situation for both players. Prairie can just force you into these awkward game states where no one feels safe. Would love to see Myriad trying to like find damage with the knights, but I guess that didn't really go well earlier. Oh, Alyona coming around the back though, going to be spotting these wells in the gold well before Myriad's army is going to be anywhere meaningful. Myriad in the middle of the map right now. Let's see, does Alyona wait to get the proper surround here, or do we going to get the early... Yes! That's what I've been wanting to see.
And he actually
That's
takes
some
down
Vil
2 more. Let's see. Oh, 3 more. But now let's see if Myriad can do the same. And honestly, looking at this flimsy defense, he might be able to very much do this. These villagers right now, they're just sitting in the tower waiting for their death. realizes maybe I just pull them out and let them work a little bit more before they're gonna die anyway. Oh, the chapel, the villagers are just trying to get in. The spearmen are holding off as much as they can, but this tower is fighting a good fight, just not good enough.
Oh, the Goldvilles again, and in the front, John's going to be taking a big engagement. Goes for the heal. And the cleave attacks did come in as well, it seems there.
And Jean now just snacking on so much experience. If she can stay alive, this is such a valuable experience to get, because these knights can dive. And the +1 is about to kick in too, so Jean is just trying to stay alive, get experience, and wait for that +1 to take the next fight. These archers are going to kite, but we did lose a lot of ills on this side, 9 total already. So Aliona is still okay, but he needs to start winning a fight, because if she gets that last bit of experience, those +1 minute arms are going to be so hard to kill.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? It's a very awkward situation, especially if you're in Myriad's shoes, right? Like, you feel like your army's been a little bit better, you feel like you have Jean and you should be winning these huge engagements, but I mean, Aliona just has so many units at all times, 1,000 gold in the bank too, so Aliona certainly struggling with this map as well in this moment. And we're going to have a big fight brewing in the middle of the map. The men-at-arms, though, count. It's up to 9.
Men-at-arms
9 men-at-arms on the field.
They're difficult to deal with, but if you have enough knights, you usually just charge them down. So we can see if this micro is going to work out perfectly for him there. But Myriad, he's just standing back. He wants Jean to heal up a little bit more. He's going to try to get these knights to get a good charge off, but just now, nothing too scary happening. The knight at the back, though, these villagers are not full HP, and he might be able to get a good snacking off here. 1. 2.
Yeah, some good damage comes in. 2 vills do go down, but a fight in the middle here. More XP for Jean as the archers are sniping down the spearmen. It's going to be tricky. A big cleave comes out on the units, but is it going to be enough? Okay, Jean tears up, spawns some units in.
Gets back
Oh
to
my
safety
gosh.
as well.
What a huge fight for Myriad here. This is really well executed, and that might just be enough to turn the tides here.
The fact that those guys were just able to keep all these other units so busy means that this is going to be a quite heavy push for Mr. Myriad here on the Arcane. There's just no way to defend this. And Jean, she doesn't take damage at this point. The spearmen are trying their best because that's the only way to kill her at this point, to impale her. But she doesn't care. She's just going to run around, smack the ground angrily, and run back to safety between all her knights.
Now, what a fight here for Myriad. A lot of idle economy at home. Something weird happened there, but now he's going to absolutely mop the floor with Aliona's army here. The Aachen Chapel, the only thing that remains, the sad outpost, which once stood firm against the attack from Myriad, now with no defensive army, not going to be enough. Is there enough room at the end? 15 vills trying to find a place to garrison. And they will run past the TC. The outpost's going to be targeted. The farms are idle. And in just a moment, it feels like Myriad could just swing to the left and pick up so many Vill kills over there.
And that's exactly what's... Oh, gosh. And guys, I know this is just a bunch of units attacking farms, but on Prairie, this is more than a bunch of units attacking farms. These farms are so expensive to replace, especially when you have just no food. Oh, and he ages up with a burger. Now, the problem is you age up with your burger, but do you have the income to make any units from this? So the burger may be the answer to something, but it is not the answer to this game, I think. And especially now,
Anything here, yeah.
it's being pushed off of gold too. They're getting inside the DC. I'm gonna have a little bit of a party before they call GG. One of the knights goes down, but the tower is next, and there's no gold for them either. So there's 342 gold. But we need to figure out what we're gonna make with that. So once the burger comes out, let's see what gets queued up instantly.
Oh, there's a raid on the board.
Aliona. Keeping
Some
things
archers to
feisty.
defend.
And he gets the men-at-arm upgrades. So he's not going to get that upgrade. He's going to get a few men-at-arms, but that's going to be about it. He does still have the villager lead, right? But most of them are idle, and most of them are just not getting the optimal resources they need. Jean escapes by the skin of her teeth, but they're just going to find villagers out of position now. And no upgraded towers.
Only 7 military on the field here. These horsemen going to try and take an engagement against the knight, but instead they'll spot the Vils going to the boar. The boar Vils will retreat. Now the Vils in the north corner of the map are completely exposed to this archer and knight mass just running through. 2 man-at-arms going to be the only thing in the way of just death and destruction for all the HRE Vils in the north here. And the military count isn't looking any better now that the military production buildings don't even have a TC to protect them, and the Vils and are finally found out. Oh boy.
And now they're just
Damage is going to be coming in.
Oh, he splits them apart, desperately hoping for some better days. Still raiding. Behind all of this, the man is still hoping for a miracle. But the miracle is not coming today. It is just laying on the ground in sadness. One red coat at a time. They just hit the ground. Let the bodies hit the floor, Jean says. She was a woman before her time. She understood the good raps. And now, more villages going down from Myriad's side, but it is not enough. When you have only idle economy, running around desperately, there's just nothing you can do to keep this going.
Yeah, and the final horsemen go down, and now Eliona down to 5 military units. I don't think that's enough here. What a cool game this was, though. A lot of back and forth. It looked like, you know, at times you were like, oh, does Eliona have enough units? And it looked like Eliona did, but then that huge turnaround with the Jean Age tier up, right? Spawning in the units, providing the heal, giving the big cleave attack to the main army, and it just gave so much space for those knights to really have their time in the sun. As these vet knights just chase down these knights from Eliona.
Oh, and the reinforcements will even catch
here.
them eventually. The problem is these are Castle Age Knights, right? But they're low Castle Age Knights, so these Royal Knights are going to have a field day with them eventually anyway. Oh, he loses another one, but unless these arrows start shooting fire, nothing is going to be able to kill this army. Even the Burger is idle right now. Eliona, he's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And now Myriad is responding exactly in that way. He's asking himself, where do I deny resources? And he's denying on every single point.
Yeah, Leona's trying to be sneaky on the left corner here. We'll see how long that lasts, or if it even matters. Just trying to get to the stone.
I wonder what he's going to do with this stone. Myriad is macroing up to Castle Age now, though. So he realizes I'm in the lead. This is not going to cost me anything. These knights taking quite a beating, though. They're able to keep him engaged and busy. But now the Ram is out there, and he's just going to start doing work. The Knight is going to be able to come and kill Jean's champion, but there's a lot of villagers already dead. He's already dead, Winston. What do I keep doing? I wonder if he's going to try to keep drop here. But I don't know.
In like 3 minutes, maybe it's enough. I don't see it. I think he's going to get GG'd out before that keep stone comes in. Or enough stone for the keep comes in, right? Oh, man. What a game. This is a bloodbath.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for them to do that big push. More villagers going down. Everyone here. Johanna! She's running, and you know when someone builds an outpost under their TC, you know how dire it is. You're either bronze, or you're desperate. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Or both.
Or both. And they realize this is going to be a landmark elimination. We've taken our one landmark. Let me do number 2. These stone villagers still chilling, waiting for a miracle. These guys are like, we're going to get this thing inspired, actually. We're going to get that in placement. And these guys are not going to be able to do anything. The emergency repair gets clicked. Trying to stay alive in this game. Eliona says, I still have 42 villagers, guys. I got this. It's the upgrade that comes out first. No upgrade. No, never mind. Oh, the Spring Autumn placement. He's holding on to the idea. But the Knights have something to say about that. Jean is getting target fired though, but she's barely taking any damage.
She's been taking forever. Yeah, she just healed up a lot of the damage that came in. And we're down to the final landmark. Jean goes down, but I don't think Myriad cares. Just instantly buys her back. And she's coming across the field again, and now it's the final town center, the final hold.
The final thing to break, and just like that, guys, I see people asking, how can I speed it up? If they finish the game within the next 5 minutes, you can speed it up. Because there is a 5-minute delay, and that is why we're going to our final game between Myriad and Eliona.
Eliona. Yeah, this has been quite the series, right? Like, so much cool stuff. A lot of back and forth. We're tied 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
What fun.
Exactly. I feel like both of these players, Eliona being up 2-0, that is a little bit of a distraction, honestly. And now, it's match point both sides. There's an opportunity here for Myriad to take this game. And the final match is going to be Malians versus Ottomans. Now, I remember you telling me that Malians has an advantage here, Winston. Right? Right? If played right.
I believe so, yes.
You believe so, okay. Now, guys, Winston has been testing this for a while. I'm guessing you played a lot of 2TCs, right?
Well, I like the 2TC builds. I can't deny that. I can't deny that.
Oh,
Guilty.
It's okay. I will trust the judgment of Winston, and we'll see what the final game on Gorge looks like. So, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of our stream today, and the final game for these two players to qualify into the Empire Duels main event, 3K event, is going to be Malians versus Ottomans. Now, we do see a pretty standard opening from Eliona here. No weird shenanigans, as we would expect. And on the other side, Ottomans with the barracks, though. Not the most standard opening, I would say.
Yeah, it's a way of applying pressure even earlier. Keep in mind the barracks is cheaper. It's only 100 wood for Ottomans, so it's actually kind of a fun... It's a fun setup you can do where you get the spearmen out even earlier than the military school would. And you don't get that early investment that's going to pay dividends throughout the rest of the game, but you do get earlier pressure. And against Malians, they sometimes don't expect the timing here. So I can see Myriad just coming in with some hot tempo here and really pushing Eliona off the comfort zone. Especially if Eliona is trying to do one of those 2TC builds where what we've seen players do in the 2TC build is go up to like 7 houses on the pit mine, which is really tricky to do against aggressive civs, which Ottomans are generally a bit too slow, I think, to fully deny the TC, but this style of Ottoman is certainly not going to be. Already pressure onto the pit mines, so immediately in this game, we're going to have some action.
The problem is, as well, he didn't go for 6 houses. So getting the gold for that second TC, I don't think it's going to be possible with that. Even if now they're going for the pit mine directly. I'm actually quite surprised. I thought they were going to go for the houses, but they're going directly for the pit mine. In these numbers, though, it makes a lot of sense because we see they keep getting made. Malians now realizes, hey, I probably need to contest this. So I'm wondering, is this going to be a barracks drop to get Donzos? But it might be too late by then.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan is from Eliona here, going 5 on wood, because now you're halfway macro to feudal age, right? Like, I feel like you have to choose to either give it up or to fight right away. And so chopped 50 wood and then went back to the sheep. So it was just all a fake. We got faked out. There was no plan. Maybe enough for a tower, but wow, the outpost coming down from Myriad. Punishment coming in.
He's doubling down. He says, I know Malians is absolutely busted with 2TC. I'm gonna stop this from the start. But like you said, he chopped that extra wood. And now, I don't know if this was a mind change or if it was just him adjusting. Is he gonna need that 100 wood? What is the plan? And now he pulls them back on. He's gonna go get himself a nice little old building. Now the question is he gonna go on an alternative gold? Is he just gonna go and get himself some houses? This is the problem with Malians, because your houses are this far out, you're just going to lose them after losing the pit mine as well. And behind all this, we see Eliona on 91 gold right now. He should be able to get off one more tick, and then that's going to be the gold that he has for the early game. 103, that's the gold God has given us.
What an incredible opening for Myriad. Honestly, this is tempo to the extreme. I love it. This has been so aggressive and well executed. Obviously, we're not up to feudal age yet on the side of Myriad, and we're not going to be for another minute or two. But you could put 6 or 7 villas on the Berry landmark, and suddenly you could find yourself back caught up in terms of military count. We'll see what Eliona goes for. It's going to probably be an archery range right away, right? But Myriad can just start torching down these extra 2 houses that are on the edge. I think 2 of these houses are too close and aren't torchable. Maybe the one on the south is, yeah.
Even this one, I think if you stand over here, the TC might not be able to hit it. We've noticed before that the range is a little bit bugged on the TC recently. So, but we did see before that on the uphill especially, it does show a little bit strange. So we'll see if these boys can reach. Oh, and yes, they do. The uphill, baby.
That height advantage. These guys are actually just 8 feet tall, so they're just able to drop the torch on the house.
Well, to be fair, like, if you look at them this way, they are actually quite taller than the house, and a house is on average, like, maybe 8 foot tall. So that's very possible, Winston.
They're just like tossing torches. This is underhand torching from the Ottomans here. A lot of damage done though. Like, all that investment, it definitely doesn't pay off, right? I mean, he got enough to age up on the side of Ilyona, but yeah, it definitely feels bad to just build this and not be able to defend it at all. But that's the beauty of the game, baby, right? It's like being able to do something surprising sometimes. Ottomans pulling out a completely different build order, and now with just 5, he can just hop right back into the outpost here and be completely safe.
The problem for Aliona is there's no way he's getting back on this goal. This tower was perfectly placed. He doesn't need any emplacement. He just needs his Dark Edge Spearman to stand across the map. So, obviously, you're going to go for another gold. And this is when Ottoman is like, actually, I can make a unit and deny that one too. So, with this, does he just get a Sipahi right after and go and deny the rest of this? But he's done so much damage already. He's going to be able to just sit back and see what the playstyle dictates. He knows he's denied a second TC. You're going to have to keep making units because you don't know what I'm doing either.
Yeah, there's definitely some open question marks for Ilyona, like how do you handle this? We're going to see Wheelbarrow and even the Stone outpost. That's a big investment into holding that position, especially given how valuable stone can be for Ottoman's early game with either TCs or military schools. So a big choice there to go for that, delaying any military just to kind of see what happens. Is that a stable going down? I think we just saw a stable.
Oh yes, that's going to be the Sipahis right on top of that second goal that Ilyona is desperately going for.
What a situation. What a situation. Things are cooking up. Things are cooking up.
It's getting real hot, Winston. I don't know what to tell you, brother. And with that amount of food, he's going to be pumping out 2 Sipahis in no time. This landmark is just doing its best right now at supplying food for the army. And the best part is this landmark is right next to the berries. So it's just going to be able to drop that off too. We don't even need a little mill. We're all good, brother. We're all good.
That's so good for Myriad as well to spot this new pit mine, right? That's such a big play.
The thing is, he needed gold, and not just gold to, start the Malian economy, but he needs gold to take this thing down. So that's what makes this so difficult for Ilyona from here on out. Because now this thing isn't reinforced. You're no longer going to be able to just make a bunch of spearmen, hope for the best, and go burn it down. You actually need a ram. And that's what I think that was the intention behind. So you invest that 100 stone, and you invest the 50 for the emplacement as well. But what your opponent is investing in is a lot for a ram, a blacksmith, and the research for siege engineering. So I think in the end, this one will definitely pay off, just because you're forcing your opponent to do so for something he can't even afford right now.
Yeah, now Ilyona has to kind of ask himself, do I go out and defend another one, or do I build a new one even further away? And look at the scouting from Myriad immediately spotting this. That is so smart to check all the golds, be actually diligent about this, and now there's going to be no question marks about where Ilyona is getting gold. And Myriad has all the time in the world now to make a choice, right? Obviously here, he's going to get pushed off by some of these archers, but as Myriad adds more units to the game, you can just see the pressure here on Ilyona's positioning. Completely split on 2 sides of the map. Myriad can choose which one to attack, and Ilyona has to try and defend both. It's a very tricky position. And we did see that second TC come down on that hunt.
What I love is that he didn't go for a military school. He sees the value of his stone, and he's just making sure that he uses it to its best ability. Military schools are great, but if you can afford a second TC, boy, we're getting a second TC all day, because we can get a military school at any point. The later, the less they pay off, but they definitely pay off within 3 or 4 spawns. So now you may get your free gold, says Myriad. But for now, let me go punish the other one. Because now again, he's already damaged this. He's already instilled this sense of fear. And
By
Ilyona,
scouting this one.
Yeah, exactly. And he also knows that, hey, you're going to have to split up your army. I don't. I'm on 2TC, but you don't know what I'm cooking because you haven't scouted my base in ages. So he's just going to keep going. Because this one is just more valuable at this point. It's a bigger pit mine. You know that he's going to try and protect this one. So let me just go burn down the other one. And again, this outpost, just, you have to take it down with a blacksmith. And he still hasn't been able to. This is putting him in such a good position.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of just wood invested in all these pit mines. Like, you can see Eliona just lacking infrastructure at home. Just still so many villas on wood. Just now starting to get some buildings up, and we'll see. This might get put into the burning state here. And now the army from Eliona will be there in time. Has a much larger force, but might not be fully aware that behind this, Myriad getting damage in with a smaller army while booming is just, it's exactly where Myriad wants to be. 2 mill schools built now. The military count for Myriad is about to explode in classic Ottoman style.
And the fun part about this is with Malians, you're so used to getting all your upgrades pretty early on. And now Ottoman is the civilization that gets those first. But yeah, these 2 military schools are going to start paying off with every single minute the game goes. And the more he idles this army, the more it's going to pay off. And you see now, they're going for the other goal. They burn down this one. Yes, it's going to get rebuilt. But now you have to go respond to the other one. You cannot push forward. If you do, you risk losing another pit mine. But the thing is, with this army differential, you should push forward. The thing is, we have God vision. We know this. He doesn't know this, but he's still doing it. Aliona making a pretty good call, but at the cost of possibly a pit mine.
Yeah, things are definitely heating up here. The gold will be exposed. Several of these mill schools are on the front, right? Like that one on the left. It's definitely on the front side. I think I'm lagging. Am I lagging? No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we'll see if this army is able to do any damage. Looks like it just goes for the poke. No vills dropping, though. And now Myriad knows where the army is. And how's that pit mine in the south? Is it going down?
Pit mine in the south will definitely be going down, even if these guys are rallied this way. It does still have a lot of health, above 50%, but these guys are getting ready for the +1 under mesh, so we can ensure... Oh, I say that it's going down definitely, but it's going pretty slowly. The boys are pushing in a little bit, but the villagers are pulled off. They're not getting any kills just yet. So far, doing amazing work here, but the Donzo should be able to kill this Abahi too. These guys just not able to find damage right now, and what I would have liked to see here from Aliona is a ram. I know he didn't research that he got the +1 upgrades here instead, but if you get a ram and you take down this and this, or this and this, you'll still be in such a good position to keep your snowball going and to stop the Ottomans from getting double military school production. These guys, again, idling the army, but keeping them on his toes.
Myriad's food.
Ooh,
So much.
it's just because
Like, he's been sitting on 1,600 food for like a couple minutes now, and it's like literally can't produce units fast enough to... That's how good the economy is right now. 1,100 food per minute. And we're going to be seeing a castle age behind this, which is kind of ballsy, but I mean, I guess when you have this much food, it just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, in this scenario, I feel like we have a really strange position here for Ottoman. Not strange in a bad way, but a really strange thing where you just have too much food that you can't spend because you didn't go for the normal production. You went for the double military school right on top of one another. And that's great. But yeah, now you just have all this float, and it is actually going to help you so much in Castle Age. When you don't need to wait for the upgrades, you can just start pumping out men-at-arms, or in this case, lances as well.
Yeah, I think Lancers are going to be okay. Probably Man-at-Arms is the bet, though, just because it'll deal better with the crossbow-archer combo. But we'll see. I mean, Eliona playing super passively here, maybe to their detriment, right? Because not fully aware of how far behind they are economically. Like, did Eliona spot that TC on the north? I think it kind of looks like...
It looked like it did. Yeah. He did.
So this might be an attack there, but it feels like it's too little too late. This TC's already paid dividends, right? Like, the mill count differential is huge here. And they're still Spahi raiding the southern pit mine, right? Oh no, they're not.
Yeah, they just put pressure. The thing is, if he went for that early siege engineering, I think he could have burned this thing down so quickly. But this waiting might have just cost him another few villager lead for his ally. Or for his opponent. Oh my goodness, wrong
Whoa,
side.
allies.
Whoa! And Myriad was able
Can't wait
to
for team games.
catch up a little bit with the army. He was able to produce even more in this time. And Malian's not really known for its castle age compositions, right? Unless you're just doing sofas.
Well, that's kind of the thing, is a Castle Age composition, you don't really unlock anything, right? You just sort of upgrade everything. So it's sort of the same composition, right, as you're running in Feudal Age, whereas other civs suddenly get a lot of ways to handle whatever composition you've leaned into, right? So here, Eliona has leaned heavily into Archer Danso. And that's going to leave it exposed to maybe some man-at-arms, right? Or just more archers, as is the case with Ottomans right now from Myriad. The Mangonel coming out as well from the MIA. Eliona looking to take the fight, has 20 more units for now, but soon we're going to hit a quality issue on the side of Eliona. There's no chance in heck that we're going to get a Castle Age anytime soon, right, from Eliona. Still setting up the cattle. Like, this boom is so delayed. Like, everything is so slowed right now. But we'll see.
I just want to point out how much value this tower has gotten. It's forced
Huge.
his opponent to just like go out on the map to get gold, constantly putting your villagers in a very vulnerable position. When losing a few sofas, those are so expensive to lose, especially at the state of the game where you need to age up soon and get that cow eco to just speak for itself and overwhelm your opponent. But the thing is, these guys are going straight for the kill, and the kill is the gold because there's no other gold that he can go on.
Where's Eliona's army? Is he just retreating? Is he
He's
just
just
sacking
retreating.
these hills? Like, what? What?
He doesn't realize this is now the time. And his sofas are trying to do a little bit of work, but these guys, they should be able to hold this. But it's definitely just for now. Ooh, is he going to be able to snipe the Method? He does try. Ooh, the Archer's doing good work, but the Sabahis are so good at dealing with them in return. And the Donzos are just out of position, some of these as well. They do clean up a few of the Sabahis here, but these guys have done so much work already, and Myriad's army is still just looking good.
Yeah, Eliona had the numbers at the start of this fight, but not the types, right? Like, not the quality he needed in order to take these engagements. Vet Archer's in, Vet Sipahi's in. I think that's Vet Sipahi, right? And it's just absolutely destroying, right? Oh my gosh.
And these
He's so far
Lancers,
going to be doing their work.
there's just nothing to deal with the Lancer right now. And Eliona, he was like, oh, I could go up to Castle, but just a little untimely. And that will mean, ladies and gentlemen, that Myriad is going through to the $3,000 Empire Duels tournament for the pro circuit. The man has qualified like a boss. Finally.
Indeed. That was like a hell of a series. I was really happy with that. Myriad played super well. I thought that was really fun. The games are good. Can't complain, can
Yeah.
you? Just a solid set there.
I'm very glad to see this from these two. I've really been worried that we will get a lot of 3-0s, but honestly, from that performance, I think both of them could have deserved to make it through. And I'm really proud of them because I know how much this means to both of them to get there. So really good job by Myriad. I'm very, very happy with his performance. And I'm excited to see him in this tournament that we're having very, very soon. 2 weeks from now, Myriad will shine alongside the best of the best to see who is the best team gamer out there. Now,
Oh, yeah.
Winston, let's quickly go back to the bracket and see what is in store for the rest of the stream. Guys, all of these games are open for viewing and open for casting, so there should be some community casters, but we have a LAN going on, and I want to make sure we rated them. That's why I wanted to make sure we have a short day, and as we can see here on our bracket, we have SAS Avely, which, some tea for you guys. It was 0-1 for Avely. And Sassy and Avely had a game where Sassy was in the lead and Avely had a crash. So we got the logs. It was an actual crash, but we had an admin decision to make. And now that thing is still going on in the background. We're making sure to consult with top of the top players to make that call, because we know that us lowly conquerors cannot do so, and also not our platinum admin. So that one has some spice. The B and Mr. Senpai gonna play a little bit later today because B is playing in a Stormgate tournament at the moment, and Cat and Scatterbrained gonna be fighting out for this one. I think Cat is a little bit favored to take this bad boy down, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, my money's on Cat there. Cat's been playing out of his mind, I feel like, recently. Super excited to see that. That'll be good.
It's just so amazing to me how the top, I would say the top 10 are quite clear. But then from 10 onwards, we just get new shuffles. We get people to demote and promote the whole time. And I love that. That means the game state is healthy and we do get to see this going forward. So Winston, I want to thank you so much for being here and enjoying the time with me. I know it was a short day, but I prefer those two.
It's not too bad. I liked it. The games are great. It was a really fun set. 2 sets. Really fun.
I'm really glad you enjoyed it. And thank you always for being the greatest co-caster and in our team game events. I know that we're not going to have you available for the next ones, but it's okay. Enjoy your vacation.
It's not a vacation. We'll see. I mean, I might be around a bit, but I don't know what my setup will be like. I'm not going to have all my stuff, so we'll see what happens.
We saw your
We'll see what
headset
happens.
mic sounding great. Most of us did. And guys, we will be doing a little bit more promotional stuff for next weekend for the long COVID awareness. I'm really looking forward to all the players who will be featuring at this main event, where we have coordinated other events as well. So guys, the eyes will be on here. I hope you boys are ready. See you next weekend and on to the next one. Enjoy the land, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Have fun at King of the Rockies. Too late.
Bounty.